Chapter 1. Sign-in system activated. In the Heavenly Saint dynasty, the Holy Master ascended the throne and became the emperor. It was the year 356 when the imperial examinations were held across the dynasty. In the magnificent hall, there were coiling dragons standing in all directions. The golden dragons were lifelike with their heads pointed towards the sky, as if in the next second, they would rush to the sky and roar. Emperor Xing Yuan looked at the people in the hall. The crown he was wearing was made of the night pearls of the East Sea, which added an extra layer of dignity to him. The others were all intimidated by the emperor's might and did not dare to look him in the eyes with the exception of one person, Lin Ran, who remained perfectly composed. He did not expect that after he was reborn, not only did he transmigrate to the fantasy continent, but he also came top in the martial arts examination. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Emperor Xing Yuan's voice pulled Lin Ran back from his thoughts. On the other hand, the others were shocked. It had to be noted that staring at the emperor intently was a serious offense. For a moment, the hall fell extremely silent. Lin Ran said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "I'm really excited to be able to see you today, so for a second, I forgot about manners. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Emperor Xing Yuan sized up the young man in front of him. He was handsome and gave people an impression of being a scholar. Compared to the winners of the past martial arts examinations, he was really one of a kind. No offense taken, today's civil and martial arts palace examination was surprisingly good. Lin Ran, the winner of martial arts examination, is undoubtedly a talent of the dynasty. In the future, he will be put in an important position. The moment the emperor finished speaking, many people looked at Lin Ran with envy. From the looks of it, Emperor Xing Yuan was clearly very satisfied with Lin Ran's reply. After all, everyone liked bootlicking, including emperors. Lin Ran did not know why, but he felt that the emperor in front of him was too feminine. However, he did not dare to say this out loud. Should he have done so, he would certainly have ended up being beheaded. There were still many things to deal with after the new emperor ascended the throne. After saying a few words of encouragement, Emperor Xing Yuan excused himself and left the rest to Li Tianyai, the imperial butler, to handle. Li Tianyai was a senior elder of the three dynasties and a person who used to serve Emperor Xing Yuan's father. Therefore, he had a lot of power in his hands. Emperor Xing Yuan trusted him a lot and even entrusted the task of distributing imperial jobs to him. Treasures were sent to Li Tianyai in bulk by those who wanted to seek a good position in the palace. Lin Ran looked at these people who had an ingratiating and fake smile on their faces and felt speechless. It seemed that the way of the world was extremely important no matter where it was. However, the original Lin Ran came from a poor family. He relied entirely on his own strength to reach his current position. "Lin Ran, His Majesty favors you a lot, so he wants you to guard Mount Sword." Everyone was in an uproar. Why is it that place? Mount Sword was the holy land of the Heavenly Saint dynasty. There were countless divine weapons hidden inside. It was very difficult for ordinary people to get close to it. It sounded like a good job, but the truth was that it wasn't. To put it bluntly, Lin Ran would just become a mountain guardian and his official career would come to a halt from the get-go. Logically speaking, since Lin Ran came top in the martial arts examination, he should be appointed as the Imperial Guard. It wasn't hard to guess that Li Tianyai must have done something to stop Lin Ran from climbing up. Li Tianyai said with a fake smile, "This is a good job. You have to do your best. Don't let His Majesty down." Many people looked over at Lin Ran with sympathy. The winner of the martial arts examination, who was envied just now by everyone, had fallen to such a state in the blink of an eye. What a tragedy. Mount Sword is located in the middle of nowhere. Not a soul would ever pay him a visit in this lifetime. He's finished for good. Although he just won the examination, in the end, he's doing worse than us. Lin Ran did not mind the post he was about to take on. He accepted whatever that was given to him without a grudge and quickly set off for Mount Sword. The mountain range was lush and covered in layers of clouds. The cliff top was like a sharp blade that was hidden in a scabbard, making people feel pressure just looking at it from afar. Lin Ran stood at the foot of the mountain and felt that the sky above him was split into two by the sharp cliff tops. There were also many black spots scattered across the mountain range. When one got closer, one could see that they were all swords. Even the air was filled with sword intent. The eunuch with low cultivation did not dare to walk further in with Lin Ran. "Just go in yourself. Someone will meet you there and tell you what to do." After saying that, the eunuch scurried away. Lin Ran looked around to find no one around him. The sudden voice startled him. "Are you the new mountain guardian?" When he turned around, he saw a white-browed old man in a tattered Taoist robe. Lin Ran didn't notice the old man approaching at all. He was slightly shocked and found that the old man seemed to be blind. He said calmly, "Yes." The old man didn't ask why Lin Ran was here. He said indifferently, "Follow me, including you, there are 3 guardians here." The blind old man seemed to have not spoken to anyone for a long time. His voice was a little hoarse. "Your job is to guard Mount Sword in case anyone trespasses. Also, you have to wipe the spiritual swords. Remember, you can't wander around. This is crucial because if you do so and fall into danger, no one can save you." Seeing that the old man was serious and didn't look like he was joking, Lin Ran nodded seriously. He thought that this would be an easy job, but he didn't expect it to be life-threatening. "I'll tell you about your monthly work. You just have to complete it. I'm surnamed Li. You can call me Taoist Li." Taoist Li brought Lin Ran to the spiritual sword and gestured for him to give it a try. Lin Ran had just picked up the spiritual sword and was about to wipe it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the sign-in system. Location detected. The host is in Mount Sword. Do you want to sign in? Chapter 2. Good heavy swords are blunt. The series of notifications stunned Lin Ran, who was standing rooted to the ground. As a game player in his previous life, how could Lin Ran not know what sign-in was? Apparently, it was true that when God closes one door, he opens another. He wasn't doomed. "Can I get a reward as long as I sign in?" The system will give you a notification when it is time to sign in. You can obtain a reward by wiping swords. Different swords have different rewards. If you wipe your sword at a special time or place, you will also receive a special reward. It turned out that he could only sign in at a given time. Naturally, if he could sign in all the time without limit, the rewards in the system would probably be emptied. However, even so, Lin Ran was satisfied. Thinking about how he could get a reward just by signing in and wiping swords, he felt that it was no different from a free lunch. "Can I sign in the same location?" "Yes, you can. After getting the answer from the system, Lin Ran was relieved. If he was asked to sign in at a different place, wouldn't he have to travel all over the world? It was definitely unrealistic for him now. Seeing that he did not move and seemed to be in a daze, Taoist Li could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" Only then did Lin Ran come back to his senses and suppress the excitement in his heart. "Nothing. I want to walk around alone." Taoist Li did not stop him. He only instructed Lin Ran to not go too far. Mount Sword is enormous. There are many empty houses. You can find one to cultivate. After giving a few more reminders, Taoist Li quickly vanished in thin air just like the way he appeared. "What a spooky old man," Lin Ran couldn't help but mutter. Taoist Li said that there were 3 people stationed there, but until now, he hadn't seen the third person appear. Perhaps the third person was cultivating somewhere, or perhaps he was a loner and did not want to see strangers. Since the system said that the rewards for wiping different swords are different, and I can't sign in every day, I have to be careful with choosing the sword I wipe. As Lin Ran walked around Mount Sword, he was dazzled by the sword stretching out to as far as the eye could see. He realized that the deeper he went, the sharper the sword intent. However, after being warned by the Taoist Li, he did not dare to go too far for the time being. Mount Sword had a history of a few hundred years. It was said to be established by the founding emperor, Emperor Tianxing. The first sword buried here was Emperor Tianxing's beloved sword. Later on, he collected many divine swords, which was why Mount Sword had its current scale. It was called Mount Sword, but more precisely, it was a sword tomb. Apart from the imperial mausoleum, it was the holiest place in the dynasty. This place was open, flat, and deadly quiet, devoid of even the singing of birds and the chirping of insects. It was as if any noise, no matter how loud, was blasphemy to this place. Lin Ran had the delusion that he was the only one left in the world. As if being pulled by magnetic force, he walked mechanically ahead with a frown. The pitch-black sword was made of top-grade black jade and iron. Under the sunlight, it flickered with a mysterious luster. The black iron heavy sword in front of him was more than 2 feet long. The blade looked wider than usual, but it was by no means sharp and even looked a bit blunt. "Good heavy swords are blunt," Lin Ran muttered to himself. Formless. He slowly read out the name of the black iron heavy sword. As if the two of them had reached some kind of agreement, the spiritual energy in the surrounding fluctuated strongly, and an invisible force connected the two of them. He might have been hallucinating, but he felt a buzz in the air, as if it was a response from the sword. Lin Ran subconsciously opened his arms as a chilling sword energy swept past him, but it carried no killing intent. He felt like he was just greeted by an old friend. It was a special feeling that was indescribable. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and obtaining the formless sword body. The The notification that rang in his ear snapped Lin Ran back to reality. Formless sword body? What was this? A beam of golden light entered the space between Lin Ran's eyebrows. Lin Ran felt his body tremble as if an electric current was running through him, causing him a burning sensation. At first, it was bearable, but gradually, the pain intensified. Sweat broke out on Lin Ran's forehead, and he looked like he had been drenched in water. Even his face turned ghastly pale. It was as if countless swords were shuttling back and forth through his body, stirring up all the nerves and cells. It was more excruciating than being tortured to death. Even his vessels were filled with sharp sword intent. At this moment, he was like a small boat in the ocean at the mercy of the overpowering sea waves. Lin Ran sat cross-legged to focus his attention. He gritted his teeth as his consciousness gradually became blurry. In front of him, countless sword shadows appeared and surrounded him. Bomb! An ear-piercing sound of explosion echoed through the mountain range before it quickly went away. It came and went so fast that people thought they were hallucinating. In the deepest part of Mount Sword, a pair of eyes opened calmly. They were filled with supreme dignity and pressure, as if they could determine the life and death of a person with a glance. However, the eyes quickly closed again. No one knew where this pair of eyes came from. Taoist Li also seemed to have sensed something, but he did not find anything unusual and did not take it to heart. After an unknown period of time, the pain Lin Ran felt gradually dissipated, replaced by a warm current that slowly flowed through his body, filling him with indescribable warmth. When Lin Ran regained consciousness, a horrible stench overwhelmed him. After seeing the situation in front of him, he took a deep breath. Damn, what the hell is this? Chapter 3. Second Sign-In, 3 Essence Sword Technique. It was no wonder Lin Ran was so surprised. Anyone who saw themselves covered in dirt would find it difficult to calm down. At this moment, he was so dirty and smelly that it was as if he had not taken a shower for a century. The first level of the formless sword body transformation. Lin Ran took a deep breath and immediately went to find a lake to wash up. At this moment, he felt his body was filled with strength. Previously, he was under pressure when facing the sharp sword intent of Mount Sword, but now, he was probably able to walk all the way to the depths with ease. To outsiders, these sword energy could inflict great harm. If they stayed in such a place for too long, their bodies would probably be corroded. However, to Lin Ran, all of this was not a problem. Instead of being harmed, he felt like soaking in a hot spring. It opened up every pore on his body, making him quite comfortable. This place is perfect for cultivation. After Lin Ran's body underwent a transformation brought about by the formless sword, he could now use the sword energy of heaven and earth to help him facilitate cultivation. In the future, no matter what kind of sword technique he practiced, he would be able to master it quickly. It was equivalent to taking a shortcut and reaching the finishing line while others were still at the starting line. This was the advantage of the formless sword body. Lin Ran could help but wonder. At the first level, I'm already so powerful. What will happen if I cultivate it to perfection? He found a quiet place and began to cultivate. Other than guarding the mountain and wiping the swords, there were not many things to do in Mount Sword. Besides, the spiritual swords did not need to be wiped clean every day, so Lin Ran was free most of the time. After patrolling around the mountain and occasionally wiping the spiritual swords, as were instructed by Taoist Li, he would be able to get off work and devote the rest of the day to cultivate. Mount Sword was an important place for the royal family where ordinary people were prohibited from entering. In addition, Taoist Li rarely showed himself. Sometimes, Lin Ran had the illusion that there was no one else on Mount Sword except him. It was simply too liberating. He could do whatever he wanted and be a free bird. If Li Tianyi was here, Lin Ran would definitely thank him genuinely for giving him such a good job. Lin Ran focused on cultivation. Although his days were boring, they were very fulfilling. With no one to disturb him, he could concentrate. In less than a month, he completely mastered the sword body. On this day, Lin Ran sat cross-legged and meditated as usual. As if sensing something, he slowly opened his eyes. This time, he heard faint footsteps behind him. You've done a job this month. You adapted quickly to the work at Mount Sword. As expected, when he turned around, he saw a white-browed old man. Taoist Li was still wearing the same old Taoist robe and he was as unpredictable as always. However, this time, Lin Ran was very calm. The sword body made his 5 senses extremely acute. It wasn't exaggerated to say that nothing within 100 kilometers could escape his eyes and ears. This was the second time Lin Ran met Taoist Li. It had only been a month but it felt like a lifetime ago. Lin Ran said very humbly, "Thank you for your guidance, Taoist Li." Taoist Li nodded and handed Lin Ran a jade token. With this token, you can go into Mount Sword to take a look. As I said, don't go too deep lest you put your life in danger. Lin Ran took the jade token. He did not know what material the jade token was made of, but he felt that it was slightly cold to the touch. On it was a sword-shaped symbol that looked very exquisite. Thank you, Taoist Li. Being allowed to go into Mount Sword meant that his workload had increased because he had to wipe more swords. However, Lin Ran was actually excited about it. The deeper he went into Mount Sword, the better the quality of the spiritual sword would be. This meant that the reward for signing in the future would be even greater. It was another opportunity for him. Taoist Li did not stay for long. After giving a few more instructions, he left again. Lin Ran was already used to him coming and going like a ghost. After Taoist Li was nowhere to be seen, Lin Ran couldn't wait to go into Mount Sword. As expected, the pressure here was stronger, but it posed no threat to him. If Taoist Li was here, he would definitely be surprised because Lin Ran didn't use the power in the jade token. All kinds of spiritual swords came into sight. Surrounded by them, it felt like he had entered a world of swords. He was an intruder in this world that belonged only to swords, but the formless sword body could allow Lin Ran to blend in very well. It was as if he had been one of them all along. The white sword shone brightly like the Milky Way was contained within. Lin Ran was instantly attracted to it. The sword hilt was engraved with the pattern of the sun and the moon. It was natural and filled with indescribable Tao runes. 3 Essence Sword. Looking at the extraordinary sword in front of him, Lin Ran couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and obtaining the 3 Essence Sword technique. After a month, the system notification sounded again. A book that was glowing with divine light appeared in Lin Ran's hand and quickly entered his body. What followed a feeling of weightlessness was Lin Ran's soul being pulled into the void. Chapter 4. Strange Roar, the mystery at the top of Mount Sword. In the vast void, Lin Ran was as small as an ant. What appeared in front of his eyes was a sky full of stars, as if he could touch the stars and the moon as long as he stretched out his hands. Lin Ran was attracted by this magnificent world, but in front of the celestial objects, his strength was nothing. Soon a surreal scroll laid flat in front of him. The sword technique book was divided into 3 chapters: Starlight, Moonlight, and Sunlight. As if being pulled by a force, Lin Ran reached out to touch the scroll. Immediately, the light blue starlight exploded in front of his eyes and then condensed into a ball and entered his body. The impact felt like an asteroid had just exploded. With Lin Ran's current cultivation, he could only cultivate the first chapter, but this chapter was already very powerful. This world was not like the fantasy world he knew. It was divided according to the strength system. The basics were Commoner, Martial Artist, and Martial Master. Above that were the Senior Martial Master, Grandmaster, Senior Grandmaster, Half Saint, and Saint. There were 9 levels in each realm, but it was rare to see anyone reaching the realm above Grandmaster. It was said that after reaching the Half Saint realm, one could feel everything in the world, and after reaching the Saint realm, one could even shatter the void and ascend. However, these were all legends. To date, the strongest person on this continent was only a Grandmaster. They were basically ancestors who had lived for hundreds of years. They were in seclusion in the mountains and forests and did not interfere in the affairs of the mortal world. Just one Grandmaster alone could wipe out an entire city. In the past, when the 2 countries fought, the experienced cultivators they sent out razed dozens of cities to the ground at the drop of a hat. Later on, it was only with the help of a senior Grandmaster that the battle was called off. Even so, both sides still suffered heavy losses. Lin Ran could feel the 3 Essence Sword technique circulating in his body. He took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. His dark eyes seemed to encompass the entire Milky Way. He casually picked up a branch from the ground and swept it across the air. The sharp sword intent being let out seemed to be able to cut the air in half. With a rumbling sound, a huge rock that was more than half the height of a person was cut off from the cliff top and rolled down into the abyss below. Even Lin Ran himself was shocked. I'm actually so powerful now. The power of the 3 Essence Sword technique really exceeded his expectations. Cultivating the Starlight level to perfection was comparable to the cultivation of a Grandmaster, the Moonlight to a Senior Grandmaster, the Sunlight to a Saint. Lin Ran couldn't help but sigh. So coming out top in the martial arts competition just makes me an elite among the commoners. Now, he had just entered the realm of Martial Master and was already so powerful. He did not dare to imagine what kind of terrifying power those Senior Martial Masters and Grand Masters would have. It seems that I was too ignorant before. Although this world was not a traditional fantasy world, it was still vast and unfathomable. It was best not to underestimate anyone. although the highest cultivation level ever reached was that of Senior Grandmaster. Who knew if there would be a half-saint hiding in this world? Lin Ran was a little smug when he obtained the formless sword body, but now, his attitude had changed. He knew that there was always someone better. If he became complacent because of this, he would probably die without knowing why. However, Lin Ran was not afraid by any means. After all, he had the help of the sign-in system. He was confident that he could become a Senior Grandmaster or even a half-saint. After all, before this, he was just a nobody. In just a short period of time, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. With this thought in mind, his mentally changed and he felt that he had risen to another level. Time spent in the mountains flew. Lin Ran spent most of his time cultivating every day. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The sun, moon, and stars, infuse me with your power. As Lin Ran shouted out, countless rocks exploded instantaneously. He swept his sword across the air, releasing tens of thousands of blades. The spiritual swords nearby buzzed in response. At this moment, Lin Ran was like an unsheathed divine sword. He didn't use all his might. Otherwise, the spiritual swords at the foot of Mount Sword would definitely start buzzing too and alert Taoist Li's attention. The boulders and cliffs were all covered in sword marks. These were the evidence of his tireless training every day. If a sword master were here, he would definitely be shocked. This was because these sword marks were stable and powerful. Only after decades of practicing would one reach this level of mastery. In just a few months, Lin Ran had done what others couldn't in their lifetime. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a genius. Of course, this was also thanks to the formless sword body. No matter what sword technique Lin Ran learned, he could quickly master it. Moreover, his 1 day of hard training was equivalent to 100 days of hard training for others. A roar came from the top of the mountain. It came and went so fast that Lin Ran almost didn't notice it. Lin Ran suddenly stopped in his tracks and said thoughtfully, "It's this sound again." Previously, he thought that it was the commotion caused by the wind blowing past the mountain. After hearing it a few times, he felt that it did not seem like it was caused by the wind. It sounded like a dragon's roar, but it was weak. Moreover, this sound would only occasionally be heard when he was practicing swordsmanship, which puzzled him even more. Lin Ran fixed his gaze on the top of the mountain that was covered in thick fog, making it hard to see what was on it. There was also something mysterious about the mountaintop as the pressure up there was the strongest. What exactly is there? Chapter 5. Terrifying Cultivation Speed, 9th Level Martial Master. Lin Ran had already completely mastered the Starlight chapter and was at the 9th level of the Martial Master realm. He vaguely felt that he had reached a plateau. He was just a step away from entering another realm, but he couldn't take the step no matter what. Something was missing, and it wasn't something that could be obtained from training. Perhaps, Lin Ran thought, he needed an opportunity of some kind. Lin Ran was very curious about the top of Mount Sword. When he was about to wipe the sword, he stopped. With a strike of his sword, the huge rocks shattered, destroying the deep sword marks. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to find out that someone had once practiced swordsmanship here. Although no one would step into Mount Sword without permission, Lin Ran was still cautious and did not want anyone to know his true strength. Otherwise, such a profound sword technique would definitely be coveted by many people. After all, he had yet to meet the mysterious third person that Taoist Li mentioned. Today, I'm going to see what's on the mountaintop. One of the forbidden areas Taoist Li mentioned included the mountaintop. However, because of that strange sound, Lin Ran felt compelled to get to the bottom of it even if it meant putting his life at risk. The main peak in front of him was the highest peak of Mount Sword. The sound came from above. Looking down from above, the entire peak looked like a sharp sword that was inserted into the center of Mount Sword. The sword intent in the air seemed to be able to materialize. Even the spiritual swords here were filled with murderous aura. Lin Ran realized that the sword intent of the spiritual swords was the weakest at the outer layer of Mount Sword. However, the deeper one got, the more murderous aura they emitted. If it were him 3 months ago, he would definitely not be able to withstand such pressure. Even with his current cultivation and the help of the sword body and the jade token, after taking only 100 steps, his chest became heavier, and his breathing began to quicken. Lin Ran frowned. Something is unusual here. He originally thought that he should be able to walk freely on Mount Sword now. After all, he was by no means weak. However, after walking a few hundred meters, he felt as if a huge rock was chained to his ankles, forcing him to slow down. Lin Ran took another small step forward under the huge pressure. In an instant, a terrifying pressure suddenly pressed down on his shoulders. Beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead, and a deep pit was formed under his feet. Is this area protected by a formation? At this moment, he was still some distance away from the top. It seemed to be within arm's reach, but it was actually far away. Lin Ran wanted to continue on, but unfortunately, he couldn't withstand the pressure. If he continued in, the pressure would probably crush his bones before he reached the top, so he had no choice but to give up. It seems that I underestimated Mount Sword. Lin Ran was certain that there was something on the top of this main peak. Otherwise, it wouldn't be filled with such pressure. I'll come back one day. He couldn't afford to be careless. After all, he would remain in Mount Sword for the foreseeable future. There was no need to take such a big risk now. Just as Lin Ran was about to return, he caught sight of a slender sword and was instantly attracted to it. Compared to the other swords that were emitting a murderous aura, this sword in front of him was especially gentle, like a gust of wind. If one thought that it was harmless because it was gentle, they would be wrong. As Lin Ran reached out to wipe it, in the next second, a sharp wind blade carrying strong force swept past him. Fortunately, it did not hurt Lin Ran at all. What a special sword! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. You have obtained sword flight. Hearing the mention of sword flight, Lin Ran knew that it was something good. When he opened the technique book, he was stunned to see blank page after blank page. Why is that? A row of faint words appeared on the top of the book before slowly dissipating into the air. It turned out that there was a requirement to cultivate this technique. It required one to first reach the realm of senior martial master. Because his cultivation was not high enough, he could only see blank pages. In the second peak of Mount Sword, multicolored light intertwined like a golden dragon swimming through the clouds. With the cry of a dragon, the sword intent broke through the endless clouds, causing the red sun to finally break free from the shackles of the sea of clouds. Sheathing his sword and returning it to its sheath, Lin Ran did everything to perfection. On the top of the mountain, the silhouette of a figure could be seen standing at the edge, looking into the yonder. It was Lin Ran. He let out a long sigh as he looked at the setting sun. The world fell into a silence again as he walked down the mountain slowly like an ordinary person. No one could tell that it was him who was causing that impact just now. Now looking back, I realized it's already been a year. A year passed without him even noticing it. The 4 seasons came and went without affecting Mount Sword much. It looked just like the way when he first came here. He originally thought that it should be easy to break through from the 9th level of the Martial Master realm to the Senior Martial Master realm. After all, he was only a level away. However, he did not expect to be stuck at this bottleneck for a year. Actually, this was very normal. After all, it was a watershed. Some people would be stuck at a bottleneck for 100 years, while others could be immediately enlightened and enter a new realm. All of this depended on fate. From a commoner to a 9th level martial master, no one across the continent could have repeated what Lin Ran had done. If word got out, it would probably cause a sensation. Even the most famous sword genius could not achieve what Lin Ran had, but he still felt that it was too slow. Seeing that he was not making any progress, he said to himself, maybe I should take a short trip outside the mountain. I might find something new. With this idea in mind, he, for the first time in a year, stepped out of Mount Sword. Chapter 6. Not on the same level. As expected of official Jew, in just a year, you have already become a 4th grade Imperial Guard. With how much His Majesty trusts you, I believe that you will be promoted soon. When you reach a high position, don't forget about us. In the Imperial Garden, a few people were walking in groups of few. The man being discussed was wearing a purple gold crown and a sea python robe. He looked proud and condescending. In my opinion, the position of the winner of the martial arts examination should be given to you. What right does Lin Ran have to claim the first place? I heard that he's still a mountain guardian in the middle of nowhere. Hearing his name, Lin Ran couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Ju Hao's face immediately darkened, clearly a little unhappy. He was in the same batch of contestants as Lin Ran. However, Lin Ran came out first while he only got 2nd place. People would remember the champion by heart, but they would soon forget the runner-up. This was a thorn in his heart. Even though Lin Ran was not doing as well as him now and was gradually forgotten by everyone, hearing this name mentioned still stung him quite a bit. It reminded him that he was a runner-up. The lackey at the side could tell that Ju Hao was displeased at a glance. He glared at the person who spoke just now. You ignorant thing, don't talk nonsense. Lin Ran is not worthy of being mentioned in our conversation. After saying that, he spat on the ground. He was just lucky. Hearing this, Ju Hao immediately felt much better. Seeing this, the rest of them started belittling Lin Ran even more enthusiastically. What can he do on Mount Sword? I'm afraid he'll remain a petty and insignificant mountain guardian for the rest of his life. He's not even worthy of carrying official Jew's shoes. With official Jew's current cultivation, he can easily squash Lin Ran with a finger. I think we should suggest to His Majesty that the winner of the martial arts examination be replaced. Otherwise, our heavenly saint dynasty will be embarrassed. The few of them went on taking delight in demeaning Lin Ran. Lin Ran's expression was indifferent. Zhu Hao was only doing well because of his good family background and his connections. It was said that Zhu Hao was born in a bureaucratic family, and his ancestors were the founding statesmen of the Heavenly Emperor. The Zhu family had been around for 100 years and had accumulated a lot of influence as well as wealth. This was probably the reason why Zhu Hao's official career had been smooth sailing. Just as he was about to leave, Zhu Hao and the others noticed his existence. "Stop! Who are you? Why aren't you bowing to official Zhu? How dare you slight him?" Zhu Hao felt that this stranger's back looked familiar. When Lin Ran turned around unhurriedly with perfect composure, everyone was dumbfounded. "It's actually you." Zhu Hao and the others looked at each other and sneered. "I was wondering who it was." So it turned out to be the former winner of the martial arts examination. "Why aren't you guarding Mount Sword? What are you here for?" Lin Ran could tell at a glance that among these people, Zhu Hao was the strongest. Until now, he was only a commoner and was no different from back then. If Lin Ran wanted to, he could deal with him with a finger. However, he couldn't be bothered to do that. After all, an elephant wouldn't care about the provocation of an ant. Zhu Hao, on the other hand, did not know the strength of the person in front of him. The two of them were not on the same level. Lin Ran was many levels higher than him, so he naturally couldn't notice it. Moreover, Lin Ran intentionally restrained his aura, which gave Zhu Hao the illusion that Lin Ran's cultivation had regressed. "I didn't expect Brother Lin to have weakened so much after not seeing you for so long. It's really a pity. You have to know that His Majesty once praised you in the throne room. I wonder if he will regret saying what he did when he sees you." Zhu Hao perfectly demonstrated what the frog in the well knows nothing of the great ocean meant. He had no clue as to the extent of Lin Ran's ability. "How about this? If you beg me, perhaps I can put in a good word for you in front of the Emperor and help you leave that place where even bugs don't go. What do you think?" Zhu Hao said sarcastically. At this moment, he felt extremely satisfied. "This is simply ridiculous that you came out first in the martial arts examination. You are probably the most down-and-out champion in history." Everyone burst into laughter. Lin Ran didn't flare up at all even after being belittled and ridiculed by them. On the contrary, he looked at the clique with sympathy in his eyes. These people were not even qualified to be his match. In the past year, Lin Ran had been molded into a person with a calm temperament through quiet cultivation day in and day out. His cultivation level was completely beyond what these people could imagine. For the sake of comparison, if these people were still at the foot of the mountain, Lin Ran would have already reached the peak. To him, wealth and fame meant nothing. The only thing that mattered was cultivation. Moreover, there was always a higher mountain. The peak he reached was only the beginning. He had to reach the peak of the martial world and look down on all living beings. These people thought that they could be smug just because they had higher positions than Lin Ran. They were really short-sighted. However, that was perhaps the only thing they could be proud of in their lives. Zhu Hao felt uncomfortable under Lin Ran's gaze. Lin Ran was clearly the loser who had nothing, but Zhu Hao actually had the illusion that he was the one who should look up to him. Why was he intimidated by a loser? Zhu Hao immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He released his aura to scare Lin Ran. What kind of attitude is this? In Lin Ran's eyes, this was like a baby gently stomping its feet in front of a giant. Not only was it not lethal, but it also looked comical. Chapter 7. Wiping the sword heart and successfully reaching the new realm. However, when Lin Ran shot Zhu Hao a look, Zhu Hao was instantly stunned on the spot. He could not quite describe that gaze with words, but the defense mechanism told him that he was in danger. He was stunned by the trace of aura released by Lin Ran. In an instant, Zhu Hao felt that countless sword energy was surrounding him, ready to stab him into a sieve. Almost every hair was standing on end due to fright. He felt like being targeted by a ferocious beast. As long as Lin Ran wanted to, he could kill him with a glance. However, the people beside Zhu Hao did not feel it. It was obvious that Lin Ran's control of his sword energy had improved greatly to the extent that even some grandmasters couldn't achieve. Lin Ran quickly looked away. Other than Zhu Hao, no one else could feel it. Zhu Hao, for some reason, had a feeling that he had just survived a disaster. When he came back to his senses, Lin Ran was already nowhere to be seen. Ju Hao's back was already drenched in cold sweat, and he felt like he had just been pulled out of the cold water. "Why are you sweating so much?" the lackey beside him said ingratiatingly. "Official Ju, that brat actually walked away without greeting you. He doesn't take you seriously at all. Do you want us to catch him and teach him a lesson?" Ju Hao felt weak all over. If not for the fact that he was holding on with all his might, he would have collapsed to the ground. He was in no mood to find trouble with Lin Ran and only glared at the lackey, signaling him to shut up. "Let's go." The lackey was puzzled. He did not know what he had done wrong. Neither of the two parties noticed that there was a pair of eyes in the dark that were observing everything. After Lin Ran returned to Mount Sword, he felt that something was about to come out of his body. He was just a step away from entering the gate of Senior Martial Master, but he couldn't take that step no matter what. Ding! It is time to wipe the sword heart. While Lin Ran was meditating with his legs crossed, the system notification sounded again. Ever since he obtained the sword flight technique last time, the system had been quiet. Lin Ran almost thought that the system went kaput. Otherwise, why was there no response no matter how he called out? Now after receiving the notification, his attention was caught on the words "wiping the sword heart." So sword heart can also be wiped. Lin Ran had wiped many swords, but this was the first time he attempted to wipe the sword heart. He was curious about it. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and obtained the enlightened sword heart. In an instant, a refreshing aura surged into his entire body. Lin Ran felt as if he was being cleansed by water. All the dust was wiped away, and he felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Everything that confused him suddenly became clear, and a new world unfolded in front of him. Enormous sword energy flowed through his vessels and veins. Lin Ran had never been so sober-minded. It felt as if his heart had opened up so vastly that it could contain the entire world. What was the sword Dao? What was the martial Dao? He suddenly heard a voice speaking to him. It was deafening and made Lin Ran stunned on the spot for a long time. This moment felt like a century. He saw a sword rising from the ground and shoot into the sky, cutting through the sky and illuminating the chaos. It came from the void and crossed time and space. Nothing could stop this earth-shattering sword. It was indestructible and had been there since time immemorial. In an instant, Lin Ran was overcome with excitement. "The earth, the heaven, the sun, and the moon, please be my witness. Here, I shall obtain this sword, and with this sword, I will bring justice back to the mortal world." As if in response to his words, countless spiritual swords on Mount Sword buzzed. Even the dragon roars from the top resounded through the mountain range. This time, the roar was more deafening than ever. However, Lin Ran was immersed in the joy of reaching a new realm, the realm of Senior Martial Master, with the help of the enlightened sword heart. Although it was just a level difference between the 9th Martial Master and Senior Martial Master, the difference was humongous. The strength Lin Ran could unleash now was far superior to what he was capable of a while ago. As a result, Lin Ran could also fly on his sword. If he did not take the initiative to show his strength, mortal martial artists would not be able to notice it. On the other side, Taoist Li's expression was solemn. The commotion at Mount Sword just now attracted his attention. He suddenly leaped up. The first thought that struck him was that something had happened at the top of the mountain. Just as he was about to go up to take a look, he seemed to have thought of something and stopped in his tracks. "No, Master instructed me not to step into the forbidden area." Taoist Li looked at the mountaintop worriedly. Seeing that there was no commotion that followed, he was finally relieved. With Master around, there shouldn't be a problem. He walked down the mountain, still looking worried. As he got older, he felt he was no longer up to take this position. Perhaps it was about time someone else took over it. There was nothing bad about making early preparations in case of emergencies in the future. Taoist Li turned around without warning and walked in the opposite direction. Lin Ran did not expect Taoist Li to drop in on him suddenly. Just as he thought that he had concealed everything perfectly and that Taoist Li wouldn't find out anything abnormal, Taoist Li opened his mouth. "I know all about what you've done." Lin Ran was dumbstruck, not knowing what to say. Chapter 8. Demon Subduing Tablet. What is the power of the 5 elements? Lin Ran felt his heart tightened. He thought that Taoist Li had discovered something. However, he had always been cautious. What mistakes could he have made that exposed him? Looking at Taoist Li's calm expression, Lin Ran sensed that he was probably at the 6th or 7th level of the Martial Master realm. Could it be that he was also hiding his strength? Just as Lin Ran was guessing. "I know that you were originally the champion of the martial arts examination, but you ended up becoming just an insignificant mountain guardian. You were even mocked and looked down on by your former opponent whom you defeated. You must be indignant." The next second, what Taoist Li said relieved him. It turned out that he was talking about the incident in the Imperial Garden. Lin Ran did not expect Taoist Li to be there as well. Back then, Lin Ran indeed felt a gaze fixing on him and thought that it was just a passing palace maid or eunuch. But you also have a good mindset. You didn't give up on yourself or become hopeless. Taoist Li looked impressed. Although he couldn't see, he could feel that Lin Ran had done a good job. Even though Lin Ran cultivated diligently every day, he wasn't making any progress and had been stagnating for a long time. However, he didn't give up on himself and went on cultivating day in and day out. If Lin Ran knew what Taoist Li was thinking, he would definitely burst out laughing. His current strength was well hidden. Only a senior grandmaster could discern his true level of cultivation. What more, the few senior grandmasters known to the world were either cultivating in the deep mountains or in seclusion. How could they possibly show themselves in the secular world? You're not arrogant or impatient but are calm and composed. Even if you're humiliated, you can still maintain your composure. Very few young people are like you now. He let out a long sigh and continued, the mortal world is replete with all forms of temptations. Most martial artists are easily lost in it and forget the very reason for which they started cultivating. Those people are more like mortals than martial artists. Taoist Li did not know that Lin Ran was actually in a completely different realm than him. At this moment, he wanted to give Lin Ran some guidance. Perhaps Lin Ran was not as talented as others, but his mindset was rare among the new generation. Even if he was blind, he was by no means a fool. After observing Lin Ran for a year and seeing the interaction between Lin Ran and Ju Hao, Taoist Li had a high regard for him. You've been wiping swords at Mount Sword for a year now. We're, in a way, destined to meet here in the middle of nowhere. Let me tell you something about the sword technique. Although Lin Ran was much stronger than Taoist Li, there were many things he might not know. Moreover, he had only been in this world for a short time, whereas Taoist Li had lived in this world for the better half of his life and was definitely very experienced. Lin Ran said humbly, that would be terrific. I'm all ears. Come with me. In silence, Taoist Li brought Lin Ran to walk along a small path. He remembered that this direction should lead them up to the mountain top. Lin Ran followed behind with a look of surprise. He had been in Mount Sword for so long, but he didn't know such a path existed. As if he knew that Lin Ran was surprised, Taoist Li said, there are still plenty of miseries and secrets in Mount Sword that you will unravel one by one in the future. What Taoist Li said seemed to carry a double meaning. Lin Ran had a feeling that he was listening to the words of a dying man. As the two of them went deeper, the surrounding vegetation became lush. As far as the eye could see, there were nothing but towering trees that blocked that sunlight from seeping in, causing it hard to tell whether it was day or night. Lin Ran vaguely saw something in front of him. When he walked closer, he was surprised to find that it was a stone tablet that looked like it had been standing on the spot for centuries. Weathered by the wind and rain, it was overgrown with moss. In the middle under the moist moss, two words could be vaguely seen. They were probably words of the ancient language. Lin Ran didn't understand the meaning, but the handwriting was strong and powerful as if the words were carved instead of written. It was filled with an indescribable pressure and strength, making people afraid. Lin Ran even felt a special energy fluctuation from it that even he could not figure out. He was surprised to find that after living on Mount Sword for so long, he didn't notice such a place. It seemed that he had underestimated Mount Sword. Taoist Li had a complicated expression on his face. He carefully brushed away the fallen leaves and said, do you know where this is? Without waiting for Lin Ran to answer, he continued, this stone tablet is called the Demon Subduing Tablet. There is an array formation seal on it. Every once in a while, you have to reinforce this seal. So this was the Demon Subduing Tablet. Hearing this name, Lin Ran couldn't help but feel awed. Many questions popped up in his mind. Then what was sealed here? Could it be related to something on the mountain top? He recalled the strange roars he had heard occasionally. As expected, Mount Sword was not as simple as it looked. There might be a huge secret hidden somewhere. This was probably the reason why Taoist Li told him not to wander about. The 5-element sword technique is needed to reinforce the seal. Taoist Li's voice interrupted Lin Ran's thoughts. He couldn't help but ask, what is the 5-element sword technique? The 5-element sword technique contains the power of the 5 elements, namely metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. To perform it, a specific mahogany sword is required. In addition, the 5 elements divine stone is also needed to stabilize the core of the array formation. Just by listening to it, one could tell how complicated the procedure was. Even Lin Ran couldn't quite understand what Taoist Li was talking about. However, it wasn't hard to imagine that this array formation should be extremely powerful, and that the thing being sealed must be powerful too. He couldn't help but look up in the direction of the mountain top. Chapter 9. 5-Element Sword Technique. Power of Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, and Earth. Now that you've been on Mount Sword for so long, it's time to bestow upon you the 5-Element Sword Technique. If I'm not around in the future, you will be in charge of reinforcing the seal in my place. At this moment, Taoist Li had already treated Lin Ran as his successor. He had also been selecting a qualified successor in the secular world, but none of them had a character and aptitude comparable to Lin Ran's. If the 5-element sword technique was mastered well, it could be deadly. If, by any chance, it fell into the hands of evil, it would bring about a bloody calamity to the world. That was why Taoist Li was so careful with choosing his successor. Taoist Li took out his sword. In an instant, a dazzling cold light flashed through the air, causing people who looked at it to shudder. It was obvious that this was a good sword, on par with those up in Mount Sword. I'll only demonstrate it once. You have to watch carefully. As for how much you can comprehend, it depends on your aptitude. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the power of the 5 elements, listen to my command. Buzz. The moment he finished speaking, the sound of metal clashing could be heard in the air. It was as if a huge army was approaching, giving people great pressure. The power of metal was injected into the sword, and the spiritual sword became more powerful. It emitted a dazzling light that made Lin Ran subconsciously raise his hand to block his eyes. He couldn't help but praise. What a powerful sword energy. Taoist Li slashed through the air, and the sky immediately darkened, then densely packed with sword intent condensed from metal. The expanding sword intent interweaved into a huge net that covered the sky and the earth and was filled with a murderous aura. If an enemy was trapped in the net weaved by the sword intent at this moment, they would probably have nowhere to escape. Lin Ran thought that if it were him, although he could break free, he would probably have to pay a huge price. The power of metal is the most lethal and destructive element of the sword technique. It's the best when used against powerful enemies, Taoist Li explained as he demonstrated. In the next second, a huge tree rose from the ground, coiling around the sword intent with its branches. The power of metal slowly dissipated, turning into green light spots that scattered across the land, bringing with it vitality. The power of wood can provide you with energy to heal your injuries. The sky cleared up and a gentle breeze blew past the forest, causing the leaves to rustle. Suddenly, raindrops fell from the sky and condensed in the air. For some reason, the raindrops began to shake vigorously. Without warning, rain poured down from the sky, making the world covered in mist. It was hard to see anything clearly, and even Lin Ran found it difficult to recognize Taoist Li. Water benefits all things and fights for nothing. Lin Ran was shocked to hear Taoist Li's voice right by his side. He had no clue when he appeared beside him. Everywhere Taoist Li walked, water formed under his feet, allowing him to tread on air. With a shake of the sword in his hand, the world around them changed drastically again. A fire dragon roared as it flew past the sky, and its roar was deafening. The water vapor instantly evaporated. Lin Ran looked up at the sky to see 2 scorching suns hanging high. They turned the earth into a huge steamer. He felt his body was burning and his forehead breaking out in sweat. The power of fire is violent and difficult to control. You have to use it carefully, or else it will hurt you. As if to prove a point, gigantic fireballs exploded in the sky, and sparks flew everywhere. Countless fire meteors fell, and the heat they caused could melt a person almost instantly. Boom! The ground rumbled and shook violently. A few deep cracks emerged on the ground. Fortunately, Lin Ran reacted in time and jumped to the side. The earth wall appeared out of thin air and blocked the sparks from burning down the forest. The power of earth is extremely defensive. It often has unexpected effects in battle. Taoist Li tried his best to teach what he knew, but he did not know that his disciples' cultivation was much higher than his. Lin Ran praised, the 5-element sword technique lives up to its name. If the 5 elements were used together or in specific combinations, it would have expected results. Taoist Li, as only a martial master, could already bring out so much power with this sword technique. If it were Lin Ran, it would be more so. Thank you for your teaching. Lin Ran bowed respectfully with a grateful expression. Taoist Li was worthy of his respect. The 5-element sword technique was no small matter. It was even comparable to the ones he had obtained from the system. Taoist Li nodded. I've already finished demonstrating. Master it well. If there's anything you don't understand, come and ask me. After saying this, Taoist Li left with a gust of wind. Lin Ran was grateful that Taoist Li had given him a great opportunity. He picked up the branch on the ground and started practicing. Taoist Li did not go far when he heard a commotion behind him. He turned around and saw the water dragon and the fire dragon hovering above the mountain top, splitting the sky into two. The impact was so great that even the other side of the mountain was affected. He couldn't help but look surprised. It seems that this kid is actually quite talented. Taoist Li looked satisfied. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at the mountaintop with a complicated expression. Chapter 10. A visit from an important guest. Ever since Taoist Li finished teaching him last time, Lin Ran hadn't seen him. Fortunately, with the help of the formless sword body, he learned everything very quickly, and the 5-element sword technique was no exception. However, knowing the existence of the demon-subduing tablet, Lin Ran would wander around there for no reason. Perhaps because of the invisible magnetic field, the aura emitted by the spiritual sword was especially powerful. Lin Ran had already taken a liking to a heavy sword. This sword was named Dragon Elephant. It looked ordinary, but it weighed 81 kilograms. It wasn't one that ordinary people could use. He wiped it carefully, as if what was in front of him was not a sword but an insurmountable mountain. At this moment, he felt weak. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and obtained 30% of the internal energy of Dragon Elephant Divine Master. The reward this time was different from before. It was actually a transference of internal energy. Lin Ran was overjoyed. It had to be noted that he now had the formless sword body, the sword flight technique, the 3-essence sword technique, and the 5-element sword technique. He no longer lacked anything offensive. This kind of internal energy was exactly what he wanted. An overwhelming force surged into his body, stimulating the acupoints. Lin Ran felt like he was caressed by a warm current that kept flowing back and forth through his vessels, making him feel hot and restless. It was a feeling indescribably by words. He felt like he had endless strength. Lin Ran subconsciously clenched his fist and smashed it to the side. With brute force, the boulder beside him shattered. Looking at the gravel rolling on the ground, even he was shocked. Lin Ran had the feeling that as long as he wanted to, he could smash a hole in the sky. Who exactly is the Dragon Elephant Divine Master? I only obtained 30% of his internal energy, but I'm already capable of shaking the earth. Lin Ran slowly opened his eyes and realized that at this moment, he had already reached the 9th level of the Senior Martial Grandmaster realm. The speed of his cultivation was simply unbelievable. It had only been a short while since he became a Senior Martial Grandmaster. If news of this spread, everyone would be amazed. No one on the entire continent could achieve it. It seems like it won't be long before I can break through to Grandmaster realm. Grandmaster was another watershed difficult to reach. After all, when Lin Ran was breaking through to the Senior Martial Master realm, he was stuck at the 9th level of the Martial Master realm for an entire year. However, if he could successfully advance to Grandmaster realm, not only would his lifespan be extended, but his appearance would also remain unchanged. To a certain extent, it was no different from obtaining the elixir of life. With that said, it was not easy to become a Grandmaster. It was complicated and required him to set up a relevant array formation. Looks like I have to collect some array formation tools when I have the chance. Lin Ran was not in a hurry. After all, he had just leveled up and had not completely gotten used to his new strength. It was better to be safe than sorry. With a good foundation, it was only a matter of time before he broke through. On this day, Lin Ran cultivated as usual, but he received a message from Taoist Li. There will be an important guest visiting tomorrow. You must prepare well. Remember, see to it that the guest isn't neglected. Lin Ran was baffled. What kind of an important guest would visit such a place? Although Taoist Li did not state the person's identity, from his tone, it was obvious that the person was not ordinary. The next morning, the two of them stood at the entrance of the mountain to welcome the guest. Lin Ran noticed that Taoist Li had changed his clothes and was no longer wearing the tattered Taoist robe. Lin Ran had been in Mount Sword for so long without seeing Taoist Li ever change his clothes. This was unprecedented. It showed that he took this matter very seriously. Lin Ran was really curious. After all, after so long, other than Taoist Li, he had never seen anyone else in the mountain. Who in the world would pay a visit to a place in the middle of nowhere? Lin Ran couldn't help but ask, who is it? Taoist Li shot him a serious look. Lin Ran had never seen him with such a serious expression. Don't ask too much. You just have to remember to do more and talk less. Just follow behind me. Don't offend the guest. Otherwise, even I can't help you. As the two of them were talking, a group of people approached from afar. Although they were dressed in ordinary clothes and looked inconspicuous, their auras betrayed their extraordinary identities. The young man in the middle was dressed in black clothes with golden patterns of dragon embroidered on his chest and sleeves. He was handsome and outstanding, although he kept a low profile. From the fabric and other accessories on his clothes, one could tell he was either powerful or rich. The guards around him had steady footsteps. Even though they didn't reveal their auras, Lin Ran could still tell at a glance that their cultivation was similar to Taoist Li's. They were at least at the 3rd or 4th level of the martial master realm. What surprised Lin Ran even more was that there were a few mysterious auras in the air that even he couldn't discern. If he hadn't advanced to the 9th level of the senior martial master realm, he probably wouldn't have noticed it at all. The auras must be coming from someone among the guards. What was this person's background? He actually had such a powerful secret guard protecting him. Lin Ran was shocked. Taoist Li had already gone up to welcome him. "Welcome. I hope that your journey here has been a pleasant one." Seeing that Lin Ran was still standing rooted to the ground, Taoist Li was a little anxious. He tugged at Lin Ran's sleeve to remind him of what he instructed him. Chapter 11. The end is near. Taoist Li's instruction. When the young man approached, Lin Ran felt that he looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't recall when and where. Seeing that not only was Lin Ran not bowing, but he was even staring at the guest, Taoist Li broke out in cold sweat. "Please forgive me, this kid is not usually impolite, but..." The young man laughed heartily, revealing his 2 dimples. It's fine. It's been many years since we last met. Lin Ran, you haven't changed at all." Even the voice was familiar, but Lin Ran couldn't quite find anything related to this man from his memory. However, from the way he addressed him, Lin Ran thought that he probably knew him. Seeing that the young man didn't take offense, Taoist Li heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lin Ran said, "I've been staying in Mount Sword all year round and rarely interact with outsiders. Now that I see you, I can't help but be awed by your extraordinary presence." The young man smiled even more brightly. "Ha ha ha, you're still as glib-tongued as you used to be." For some reason, although there was no energy fluctuation coming from the young man, Lin Ran could feel that his aura was strong. He must be someone powerful, but he just deliberately concealed his real strength. This made Lin Ran even more curious about his identity, but it wasn't his place to raise a question. "Has there been any abnormality in Mount Sword in the past year?" Taoist Li replied respectfully, "Everything is fine. You can rest assured." The young man immediately revealed a satisfied look. He looked at the mountaintop and said meaningfully, "The job of guarding the mountain is very important. Please, don't let your guard down." Lin Ran nodded and followed his gaze. He wondered if this young man knew what was on the mountaintop. The young man seemed to have something to say to Taoist Li. Lin Ran did not linger around and took his leave. Before he left, he vaguely heard the words "selected person" and "not much time." He had no clue as to the content of their conversation. After that, life went on peacefully and unchanged. Lin Ran was not a noisy person and quickly forgot about this matter. Time passed in the blink of an eye. The only thing that remained constant in the flow of time was the mountain range. At this moment, Lin Ran was standing on the peak of the 2nd peak, looking far into the yonder. He was calm and did not emit any sword energy. He looked no different from an ordinary person. However, the calmer, the scarier. Lin Ran had almost reached the level that allowed him to disguise his identity perfectly. Only a senior grandmaster could somewhat discern it. Another year has gone by. Lin Ran couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know how much time had passed in Mount Sword and how long he had been cultivating. He felt like it was first day on the mountain, but he was no longer the champion of the martial arts examination. In this year, he signed in 5 more swords, obtaining the indestructible metal sword intent, 10,000 wood sword intent, formless water sword intent, heavenly fire sword intent, and earth sword intent. With the power of the 5 elements combined with the 5-element sword technique that Taoist Li had taught him previously, the power was almost tens of thousands of times stronger. Although he was still at the 9th level of the senior martial master realm, Lin Ran had the confidence and strength to fight one in the realm of grandmaster. Now that he had gathered all the sword intent needed, he felt that it was time for breakthrough. Lin Ran's gaze landed on the top of the main peak. He wondered if he had the strength to explore that place again. Over the past year, Lin Ran's interest in the Forbidden Mountain top had only increased. Just as he was thinking, Taoist Li sent him a curt message. "Emergency, come immediately." After receiving the important guest last time, Taoist Li hadn't looked for him, not even once. He did not even send Lin Ran a message. It was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. Lin Ran had once tried to get in touch with him, but Taoist Li's room was empty and he was nowhere to be found in Mount Sword. He guessed that either Taoist Li had something to do and left the mountain, or he might be at the top of the mountain. This was because that was the only place where Lin Ran hadn't set his foot. In the dimly lit room, Taoist Li was lying on the bed, weak. After not seeing him for a year, Lin Ran found him to have aged greatly. Hearing the movement in the room, Taoist Li coughed violently. He couldn't see, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Ran. He said weakly, "You're here." At this moment, he was like a candle flickering in the wind, in danger of being extinguished at any moment. Lin Ran quickly said, "I'll call the imperial physician over now." Taoist Li reached out his withered hand and grabbed Lin Ran's wrist tightly. He shook his head and said, "No need. I know my own body better than the physician. You don't have to waste your time. Besides, I'm old and can't hold on much longer. If not for..." He stopped in mid-sentence. After hesitating for a while, he continued, "In short, I called you over on my deathbed because I hope you can protect the country and the emperor, and it's time to tell you something." Taoist Li's expression was unprecedentedly solemn as he said in a deep voice, "You've already mastered the 5-element sword technique. I'll leave the matter of reinforcing the seal to you in the future." No wonder Taoist Li taught him the sword technique a year ago. Now that Lin Ran thought about it, Taoist Li probably knew that his time was running out. Chapter 12. The Mysterious Third Person. The reason why I don't let you get close to the mountaintop is that there is a powerful demon sealed there. You must not let it break through the seal. Otherwise, it will bring calamities to the world. There were actually demons sealed at the top of Mount Sword. Lin Ran gasped. No wonder that stone tablet was called the demon subduing tablet. No wonder Taoist Li kept it a secret and warned him over and over. Could it be that the strange roars he heard were from the demon? After saying so much in one breath, Taoist Li's face turned even paler. He panted heavily, clearly at death's door. Seeing him like this, Lin Ran's heart sank. The two of them had spent 2 years together on Mount Sword. Although he could count the number of times he met Taoist Li on one hand, Taoist Li was nonetheless both his teacher and friend. He even taught him the 5-element sword technique. It was inevitable that mortals be separated by life and death at some point. At this moment, Lin Ran had yet to reach the level where he became indifferent to the mortal emotions. It was only natural for him to feel sad to part with a dear friend. Taoist Li struggled to get up and took out 2 stones from under the bed. They contained a huge amount of spiritual energy and looked like top-grade spirit stones. This is the 5-element spirit stones. Use one for yourself to help you break through, and use the other one to reinforce the seal for this year. Also, I hope you can help me with something after I die. I've guarded Mount Sword for decades and dedicated my life to it. I hope that I can also be buried here, even if that means I have to transform into nothingness and enter the cycle of reincarnation." Taoist Li told Lin Ran about his arrangement. At the last few words, his voice was so small that it was blown away by the wind as soon as he spoke. Looking at Taoist Li's hand that was slowly losing strength, Lin Ran was silent for a long time before saying, "Don't worry, I'll fulfill your wish." However, this time, Taoist Li didn't respond to him. He lay on the bed without breathing. Lin Ran sat there in silence for a long time before getting up to leave. Taoist Li had no parents and no relatives. Lin Ran knew very little about his background, but from his words, Lin Ran knew that he had been guarding Mount Sword since he was very young. As he promised, Lin Ran buried Taoist Li on Mount Sword. After everything was done, Lin Ran was now the only one left in the huge mountain. Naturally, he felt kind of lonely. It was as if he was the only one in the world. Right, there was also the third person he had never had the chance to meet. Until now, even when Taoist Li was on his deathbed or buried, Lin Ran still didn't see the third person showing up. Could it be that the third person never existed at all? However, he couldn't see why Taoist Li should lie to him about it. On the other hand, Lin Ran couldn't find any traces of the third person's existence. There were also many mysteries about the demon sealed at the mountaintop that had yet to be unraveled. Lin Ran initially thought that after staying for so long on Mount Sword, he should know enough about it. Perhaps what he knew was just the tip of the iceberg. Let's forget about it for now. If one's strength reached a certain level, all the confusions would, as a result, be cleared. The reason why he was confused was because he wasn't strong enough. Lin Ran looked at the 2 5-element spirit stones in his hand. Even on his deathbed, Taoist Li didn't forget to help him. He was extremely grateful. With the 5-element spirit stones, he would be able to break through. Moreover, he could feel that the time had arrived. Lin Ran sat cross-legged as spiritual energy circulated through his body, as if he was pulled into a world of nothingness. His mind was packed with images of Taoist Li in his final days. What was life? What was death? In the nothingness, a voice suddenly sounded. Some people would be remembered after death while some would be forgotten. For example, even if Taoist Li died, no one would know anything about him except himself. In fact, no one in the imperial palace even knew about his existence or what he had done. If Taoist Li was still alive, Lin Ran wanted to ask him, is it worth it? Did his life really have no meaning at all? A figure dressed in a tattered Taoist robe fluttered in the wind and was drawing closer. It was Taoist Li. Lin Ran couldn't help but mutter to himself, if I were asked this exact question, how would I answer? No, the meaning of a person's existence should not be defined by others. Everyone's pursuit was different and equal no matter whether the cause was small or big. If he had pursued his cause till the end of his life, how would that be meaningless? Instead of becoming a frog, satisfied with its life at the bottom of a well, Lin Ran would rather become a mayfly drifting in the ocean. At least, the world he saw was larger. Taoist Li spent almost his entire life protecting Mount Sword, and that was his pursuit. Even if he wasn't remembered after his death, to him, it didn't matter. Knowing that Lin Ran had found his answer, Taoist Li's figure slowly drifted away with an approving smile on his face. Every living being in the world had their unique pursuit, so what was Lin Ran's? The voice was still lingering and was getting louder and louder, as if it came from the supreme great Tao, shaking Lin Ran to the core. Lin Ran pondered for a moment and spoke without hesitation. The Tao I pursue will be covered with thorns and spikes. I thereby ask for a sword that can enable me to clear the path and restore the justice of the world. Chapter 13. Visiting Mount Sword at Night. Who are they? As Lin Ran finished speaking, 10,000 swords buzzed at the same time, and the entire Mount Sword seemed to have come to life. Even the spiritual swords were responding, looking like they were about to take off and fly to Lin Ran. If Taoist Li was still alive, he would definitely be shocked to see this scene. Other than his master, Lin Ran was the second person capable of causing such a phenomenon on Mount Sword. The sword intent at the foot of the mountain was overflowing, as if it was celebrating the advent of something. The roaring at the mountaintop was growing especially strong, which formed a sharp contrast. Lin Ran suddenly opened his eyes that were sparkling with sword light. His entire body was surging with an inexplicable force, like a divine sword that was ready to strike. Lin Ran focused his mind and everything returned to silence. Now, not to mention a grandmaster, even a senior grandmaster might not be able to see through him. I actually broke through successfully. The 5-element spirit stone flickered with a jade-like light. It was simply beyond Lin Ran's expectations. He didn't expect his breakthrough this time to be so easy. Logically speaking, breaking through from martial master to grandmaster was very difficult. Some cultivators would be stuck at this stage for decades. However, Lin Ran made it very successful. Not only was it thanks to the formless sword body, but Taoist Li's death also taught him a great lesson and made him learn something he otherwise wouldn't. As a grandmaster, not only would Lin Ran's lifespan increase, but also his appearance would remain unchanged. Most importantly, his 5 senses were made more acute. Previously, he could only sense movements and sounds within 100 miles, but now, he could capture everything that was happening in Mount Sword. Like now, he could sense a few sneaky people climbing up Mount Sword on the other side. They were heading towards the top. Is this a good idea? After all, 10-Mile Sword God is the guardian of the Heavenly Saint dynasty. Will our movements here disturb him? Don't worry. According to the information from Master, the Sword God is suppressing some kind of evil demon on the peak and hasn't shown up for decades. That's why we're sent here, to investigate what exactly is going on. I understand what you are saying, but I still have a bad feeling. This is the territory of Sword God. If we're found out, we'll be dead as a doornail. His companion was clearly losing patience. Why are you such a coward? Mount Sword is currently only guarded by Sword God's sword apprentice and a weak guardian. They can't be our match. None of them realized that there was another person behind them. These people were all in the realm of Martial Master. No wonder they were so cocky. If it were Lin Ran in the beginning, even if he joined forces with Taoist Li, they wouldn't be able to deal with them. But now, Lin Ran could deal with them with a finger. Only at this point did he know that Taoist Li was actually Sword God's sword apprentice. Welcome, everyone. I hope your journey here has been a pleasant one. The sudden male voice shocked all of them. Who is it? Show yourself. The men in black were shocked. They turned around and realized that there was a figure standing in the darkness. They did not know how long the figure had been following them, but they did not notice it at all. However, this figure did not emit any energy fluctuations and was just like an ordinary person. Ordinary people couldn't possibly climb a mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall with their bare hands without alerting them. His strength could not be underestimated. However, according to the information, neither the sword apprentice nor the new mountain guardian could have such cultivation. Who are you? The mountain guardian. The men in black looked at each other and nodded. Without warning, they initiated an attack at the same time. The sound of sharp weapons piercing through the air resounded through the mountain range. Even the cold moon in the sky was frightened by the sword energy and hid in the clouds, only revealing a tip. The men in black were fast, but in Lin Ran's eyes, their speed seemed to have slowed down multiple times. He could even tell what their next moves were. Lin Ran was slightly surprised by the strength he had just gotten. Because it was pitch black, they did not see the weapon Lin Ran was using. In the next second, Lin Ran suddenly disappeared into the thin air. The men were shocked, puzzled for a second as to what just happened. Are you looking for me? For some reason, the men felt a chill run down their spines, and their hands shook so violently that they couldn't even properly hold their swords. Feeling the strong wind above their heads, they subconsciously raised their hands to block it. They felt their hands go numb and the swords in their hands fell off. The sharp sword intent brought them to the brink of death. Under the moonlight, they finally saw the weapon Lin Ran was using. It was actually just a tree branch. On the other hand, their swords had already fallen to the ground and were broken into several pieces. Lin Ran stood there calmly while the men in black retreated step by step, looking as if they were scared out of their wits. To be able to use a branch to defeat them and break their swords, who else could this man be but the 10-mile sword god? Let's go. The men in black knew they were not his match. After throwing down a smoke bomb, they jumped off the cliff in a sorry state. Lin Ran had no intention of chasing after them. These people were simply too weak. If not for the sake of stopping them from climbing higher, he wouldn't even be bothered to show up. He looked at the mountaintop and recalled what those men had just said. Chapter 14. The Secret Path at the Peak, a Pile of Bones. Although Taoist Li had instructed him not to approach the forbidden area at the mountaintop, he was confident that as a Grandmaster, he had the strength to wade through that uncharted water. The third person Taoist Li mentioned should be the 10-mile sword god. He also wanted to see what the legendary sword god looked like. Lin Ran was a man of action. Last time he attempted, he was exhausted halfway through his exploration, but this time, he felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Soon, he arrived at the top of Mount Sword. It was different from what he imagined the place to be, which was a place covered with layer after layer of array formations. It turned out that there was nothing special about it despite being called a forbidden area. The view at the mountaintop was good. There were no demon or sword god. It was as if everything he heard about what was on the mountaintop was just a rumor. Lin Ran's gaze was instantly attracted by the sword marks on the rock wall. In the eyes of commoners or martial artists, these sword marks were just random slashes. Only martial masters or above could understand one thing or two about how skillful these slashes were. He ran his fingers over the rock wall and could tell that these sword marks had been there for a long time. Even so, he could still sense this person's outstanding sword technique and the lingering sword intent. With his eyes closed, Lin Ran could see a figure brandishing his sword across the air, bringing out cold and intimidating sword intents. He danced back and forth around this place with his sword, as if he was alone in this enormous world. Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. Feeling the sharpness in every strike, he couldn't help but sigh. Incredible swordsmanship. Lin Ran believed that this was the place where the 10-mile sword god was cultivating. He was totally amazed by such masterful swordsmanship and couldn't imagine what his true strength was. It's a pity that I can't see sword god in person. Lin Ran was about to go down the mountain when he saw something from the corner of his eye. Wait a second. He stopped in his tracks and observed the sword marks on the rock wall again. He realized that these marks were all pointing in one direction. It had to be noted that the sword marks were ever-changing and hard to control even by the sword wielder. For all sword marks to point in one direction, this required extreme precision and mastery. It showed that the sword god must be in a terrifying realm. Sword god must have done it intentionally. Lin Ran walked towards the direction the marks pointed at and came to a rock wall covered in vines. Beside it was a cliff. What's different about this rock wall? Lin Ran frowned and pondered. He knocked on it and realized that it was hollow. He picked up the branch on the ground and waved it. The rock wall split open, and a dark cave appeared in front of him. There was actually a secret passage here. A cold aura immediately gushed out, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. Lin Ran couldn't sense what was inside the hole, but after some thought, he walked in. Since he was already here, there was no reason for him to give up. Perhaps the sword god had not left yet and was still in this cave. The cave was pitch black and extremely narrow, as if there was no end to it. Lin Ran had a feeling that this place was connected to hell. Lin Ran felt an extremely sharp sword intent and subconsciously reached out to touch the rock wall. Just as he had guessed, it was filled with sword marks. Unlike the marks outside, these sword marks were sharp and filled with killing intent. There was also an indescribable murderous aura, indicating that the sword wielder was in a state of extreme uneasiness. Lin Ran retracted his hand and walked on. He gradually felt his footsteps getting heavy, as if he was shackled by a mountain. He had a feeling that if he continued on, he would probably be affected by the killing intent in the sword marks and lose his mind. What happened to Sword God? He was certain that these marks were left behind by the Sword God. Otherwise, they would not carry such a powerful pressure. It was said that sword intent could represent a person's state of mind. Outside the cave, the sword marks were orderly, showing people the whereabouts of the secret cave. Only those with outstanding talent in the sword Dao could discern it. But now, all these sword marks were in a mess and could easily affect one's mood. They could even trigger the dark side of one's heart, causing one to go astray. Something serious must have happened at the mountaintop. Thinking of this, Lin Ran couldn't help but speed up, wanting to get to the bottom of it. The deeper he went, other than the sharp sword energy, there was also an extremely evil aura, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. The cave almost reached the point of freezing. Fortunately, Lin Ran had the formless sword body and was not affected by the evil aura. Even so, he still felt a little uncomfortable. After walking for a long while, the path finally opened up, and light shone in from the countless small holes. With the help of the light, Lin Ran finally saw the scene in front of him clearly. There were sword marks everywhere, even on the ceiling. They intertwined into a huge net that surrounded him, wanting to stifle him. Lin Ran felt suffocated. He forced himself to look away from the violent sword marks. How did this happen? After seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Ran's pupils constricted and he was stunned on the spot. It was as if a huge hammer had smashed down, making him black out. Lin Ran revealed an expression of panic. After entering the martial master realm, this was the first time he panicked. What appeared in front of him was not the sword god, but a pile of bones. Chapter 15. The Death of Sword God and the Escape of the Evil Demon. Lin Ran was suddenly struck by a bold guess. Something that would make him and the Heavenly Saint dynasty extremely terrified was about to happen. He slowly walked over. This corpse should have been dead 4 decades. Its bones were like jade, and its clothes were rotten. Even so, Lin Ran could still feel the sharp sword intent that had yet to dissipate. The sword intent was soul-shaking and awe-inspiring, causing one to retreat in fear. There was no need to say out loud the identity of the corpse. To be able to possess such sword intent, even if he died, he would continue to linger in this world. If there was anything else that could prove this person's identity, it was the sword beside him. Unfortunately, the sword was already broken. Lin Ran reached out to pick it up. Even though it was broken, the sword energy was still formidable and strong that it could almost materialize. The hilt was inlaid with dragon patterns and rubies, surging with an inexplicable power. It was obvious that it was a peerless divine sword. Buzz! A cold light appeared, followed by a dragon's roar. It was the roar Lin Ran had heard before. He could not help but fall into deep thought. The divine sword had a spirit. Even if Sword God died, it would still carry spiritual energy. It was rumored that Sword God was also born with a sword body. It was probably because of this that Lin Ran's formless sword body resonated with the divine sword. Not it all made sense why he heard the roars coming from the mountaintop. I see. But what broke you? This was Sword God's sword. Even if it was broken, it still carried enormous power, let alone before it was broken. Looking at the ghastly skeleton in front of him, Lin Ran sighed. He also noticed that the skeleton had his fist clenched tight, looking like he was about to strike. What exactly was Sword God going to attack? The eyes of the skeleton were fixed on the southeast direction above, looking like he was unwilling to die just yet. Lin Ran looked up and saw a huge gap. In addition, there were several deep claw marks on both sides. He couldn't help but gasp. The evil aura he sensed previously when he came in was densest here. Even after so long, the aura still did not dissipate. This must be the place where the evil thing was sealed. There were all kinds of mysterious totems and symbols carved around the cave. It should be some kind of array formation. However, it was now damaged and no longer had the divine power from before. The thing imprisoned inside had also escaped. Lin Ran had a complicated feeling as he looked at the skeleton. Only then did he notice that there was a line written in a small font on the ground. The handwriting was messy. It must have been written by the sword god in a hurry. I was born with a sword body and entered the path of the sword Dao after decades of cultivation. In order to protect the dynasty, I came here to subdue the evil demon and dedicated my life to reaching the realm of saint. However, the demon was cunning and sinister. While I was breaking through to the half-saint realm, I was attacked and infected with the evil aura, which will soon decay me from inside out. If anyone is guided to come here by fate, you can inherit everything from me. Although Dragon Roar is broken, it can be reforged. I only have one wish. Please protect the person wearing the phoenix-patterned ruby. The huge amount of information stunned Lin Ran for a long time. The legendary sword god, who is said to be subduing a demon here, is actually dead and turned into a skeleton. Without sword god's presence, the demon has long broken the seal and escaped. Now, the demon is nowhere to be found. The seal that Taoist Li had guarded and maintained for his entire life is useless. 10-Mile Sword God had already reached the senior Grandmaster realm, but when he was breaking through to the half-saint realm, he was attacked and killed by the demon. Logically speaking, Sword God must be many times stronger than the demon. According to Sword God's description, the demon should have used some underhand methods to make Sword God fall into its trap. Now, Sword God was no longer around, leaving only a broken sword. It was really a pitiful sight. Sword God, a legend of the era, died just like that. And the most terrifying thing was that the outside world did not know about this. If not for Lin Ran's sudden intrusion, no one would have noticed it even after decades or 100 years. After all, this was a forbidden area that was difficult for ordinary people to enter. Even if they came to the mountaintop, it would be difficult for them to discern the clues from the sword marks. Sword God, rest in peace. After inheriting what is yours, I will fulfill your promise. If Sword God was still alive, he might have reached the half-saint realm. With these sword marks and the other things in the cave, Lin Ran could learn a lot, so, in a way, he regarded Sword God as his Shifu. Perhaps it was Lin Ran's illusion, but he felt the violent sword intent in the air calm down. Lin Ran buried the skeleton so that Sword God could rest in peace. There were very few things left behind by Sword God. Apart from a broken sword and a few other things, there was nothing else. This broken sword was called 10-Mile Dragon Roar. Unfortunately, it was broken while Sword God was battling with the demon. Now that it could no longer be used, he had to find a way to gather the materials and forge it again. However, the materials needed for this divine sword were definitely precious. It would probably be another problem. Lin Ran carefully wiped it. The originally dusty ruby on the hilt emitted a dazzling light again, as if countless sword beams were shooting out. Dragon Roar jerked slightly before it started trembling violently. On instinct, Lin Ran tightened his grip on the sword. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. You have obtained the remnant internal energy of 10-Mile Sword God and the Divine Sword Technique Manual. Chapter 16. The Inheritance of Sword God. The Heaven-Defined Divine Sword Technique Manual. Lin Ran saw an image appear where a figure holding Dragon Roar was defending an entire army on his own. One strike of the sword could cause the earth to split. Just looking at the back of the figure made one feel reverence. It was as if the figure was standing at the top of the world and looking down on all living beings. As soon as Dragon Roar was unsheathed, a golden dragon soared to the sky, bringing out a formidable sword energy. Instantly, the battlefield was enveloped by the humongous dragon. Those senior martial masters and grandmasters could not even withstand the power of Dragon Roar and were instantly reduced to ashes. What a terrifying power! At this moment, even if Lin Ran was just a spectator, he could feel the destructive power of Dragon Roar. In comparison, his current strength was too weak. Is this the power of a 9th-level senior Grandmaster? Lin Ran subconsciously clenched his fists. Not only did he not retreat, but he even looked straight at the sword beam, not showing signs of backing down. If Sword God could achieve it, he would be able to achieve it too. It was just a matter of time. An unyielding will spread out from Lin Ran, and the sword intent that belonged to him condensed at this moment. An inexplicable power surged in his body, and his aura was like the rising sun, instantly occupying an area. Sword God's sword intent was also gravitated towards him. The two sword intents collided in midair. Boom! The world shook. A huge energy fluctuation devoured everything, turning everything into rubble and sucking them into the void. Even Lin Ran was devoured. He could feel the majestic sword energy rampaging through his body. He was too weak to handle it, and his internal organs exploded. However, because of the formless sword body, the internal organs were quickly repaired. At this moment, Lin Ran was trapped in the cycle of exploding and repairing. No one knew how much pain he was enduring. However, the benefits such suffering brought about were unimaginable. The speed of recovery became faster and faster, and his body became tougher and was filled with sword energy. Unless he suffered destructive damage in the future, nothing could hurt Lin Ran. After God knows how long, Lin Ran slowly opened his eyes. He felt like what happened just now was just an illusion. However, his body was surging with powerful force and he realized that he was actually at the first level of Senior Grandmaster. Just the remaining internal energy from Sword God could send him to this realm. It was hard to imagine what Sword God was truly capable of. Lin Ran rubbed Dragon Roar and could feel the bond between them getting deeper. His tone was like he was talking to a good friend he hadn't seen for many years. "I'll fix you sooner or later and give you your former glory." Dragon Roar was attracted to the formless sword body. In addition, after Lin Ran inherited Sword God's internal energy, Dragon Roar became more close to him. It trembled as if it was responding to Lin Ran. Divine swords were spiritual. Even if he couldn't use it now, it would definitely become his good aid in the future. Lin Ran held the sword hilt in his hand and felt that the sword seemed to be forged especially for him. Speaking of which, what is this divine sword technique manual? Perhaps because this place was special and it was where the Sword God subdued the demon, the system was very generous this time and gave Lin Ran two things. This is too heaven-defying. This is simply a walking treasure trove of divine weapons. After Lin Ran figured out the divine sword technique manual, he was awestruck. It was equivalent to a skill that could store all the famous swords in the world and be unsheathed at any time. However, this skill had a cooldown effect, and there was a limit to the swords that could be taken out. Otherwise, it would be too OP. This skill could be upgraded. This meant that Lin Ran could reduce the cooldown time and increase the limits of swords in the future. This was a great windfall for Lin Ran. Not only did he obtain Dragon Roar, but he also obtained the Divine Sword Technique Manual and even broke through to the first level of Senior Grandmaster Realm. Lin Ran used the 5-element Spirit Stones to purify the evil aura in the air. Without the influence of the evil aura, this place was simply perfect for cultivation. After all, this was once the place where Sword God cultivated in seclusion. It was filled with spiritual energy. Be it cultivating or wiping the spiritual swords, it would be more effective. Most importantly, Lin Ran could observe the sword marks left by Sword God and learn from him. Every and each strike Sword God dealt was enough for Lin Ran to learn for some time. He was the only one in the entire Mount Sword. Now that his divine sense had enveloped the entire mountain, as soon as there were strange movements, he would be the first to know. At the same time, he also found the notes left behind by Sword God, on which he recorded things he encountered while traveling all around the world in his early days. After reading them, Lin Ran felt his horizon broadened. Sword God is really knowledgeable. I'm deeply impressed. There was no sunlight in the cave. Lin Ran sat cross-legged and focused his mind to cultivate. Time passed quickly. After God knows how long, he figured out and mastered all the sword marks on the rock wall. He had also learned most of the sword techniques left behind by Sword God. Those techniques were simply a treasure. Should they be known to the world, they would definitely cause people to risk their lives fighting to get it. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and obtained the graceful sword moves. Lin Ran happened to lack a movement technique. With the graceful sword moves and the help of the 3-essence sword technique and the 5-element sword technique, he could kill people without leaving a trace. Chapter 17. Battle. The identity of the mysterious young man. Lin Ran was so immersed in cultivating in the cave that he had forgotten about the passage of time. If not for the sudden light of the communication talisman, he would have forgotten that it was time to reinforce the array formation tomorrow. Every once in a while, Taoist Li would hold a ritual to reinforce the array formation to calm the people down. This was also what Sword God had instructed. Now that the Sword God was no longer guarding the world, and even the demon had broken through the seal and escaped, Lin Ran still decided to continue the ritual. After all, if this news were to spread, the Heavenly Saint dynasty, which had finally regained its peace, would probably be in turmoil again. The new emperor had just ascended the throne and many people were still eyeing his power covetously. Although the world was peaceful on the surface, peace was hard to come by. Should anyone make use of the fact that Sword God was dead, war would break out across the dynasty. Sword God mentioned in his note that the evil demon has been suppressed for many years. Although it has advanced to the half-saint realm, after breaking through the seal and fighting with Sword God, it must have suffered a huge blow and needs some time to recover. Therefore, for the time being, Lin Ran did not have to worry about the demon harming the human world. As long as others did not come to this cave, no one would know that Sword God had died. What he had to do was to keep this matter a secret even if he knew that no secrets could be kept forever. Lin Ran prepared what was needed for the ritual. He did not expect that the important guest from last time was also here. He was a little surprised to see Lin Ran presiding over the ritual. "Why is it you? Where is Taoist Li? Taoist Li died in peace." The young man was slightly stunned. With a solemn expression, he whispered something to the people around him. Then, he took the incense from Lin Ran and bowed to the demon-subduing tablet. "I pray to the heavens to bless the heavenly saint dynasty and ensure its prosperity." He had a pious expression and an upright attitude. His eyes were slightly closed, and his long eyelashes were like butterfly wings that gently covered the top of his eyelids. A man with a feminine look. His eyelashes were actually so long, Lin Ran couldn't help but mutter to himself. Looking at the young man with his eyes closed, Lin Ran felt that the young man had delicate facial features. For a moment, he was so engrossed looking at him that he did not even notice it when the young man opened his eyes. Only when the young man cleared his throat a few times did Lin Ran come back to his senses. The 5-element spirit stone emitted a warm light. He made a hand seal and followed Taoist Li's instructions to form complicated patterns. At the same time, the 5-element sword technique was activated. With a wave of his hand, the 5-element spirit stone was embedded into the demon-subduing tablet. A beam of light rose from the tablet and shot into the sky. A righteous aura descended, making the air seem especially fresh. Unfortunately, that demon had already escaped, so the ritual was just a show. After the ritual ended, the young man did not blame Lin Ran for staring rudely at him. He thought that it was his first time hosting a ritual, so he was a little nervous. "You did well. Taoist Li was right in choosing you." The young man was lost in his memories as he said, "Last time, he told me that he felt that his time was up and chose you. I thought he was joking, but..." The young man sighed. "I've been busy with worldly affairs recently and didn't receive any news of his death. Where is he buried? Show me the way." He said that he had guarded Mount Sword for his entire life and hoped to be buried here after he died, so I made the decision. Lin Ran was worried that the young man would blame him. Unexpectedly, the young man looked not surprised at all, as if he had expected it. "It's fine. It does seem like his style. With the contributions he made throughout his life, he deserved to be buried in Mount Sword. If anyone asks, just say that the Emperor..." Realizing that he had made a slip of the tongue, the young man quickly reorganized his sentence. "If anyone asks, just show them this token." The token was also carved with dragon patterns. Lin Ran didn't know what material it was made of, but it looked small and exquisite. In front of the tomb, the young man put down a bouquet of flowers and remained silent for a long time. Lin Ran didn't want to disturb him. He had a vague guess about the young man's identity. "It's been a few years. I wonder if you've wasted your time on Mount Sword. Let me take this opportunity to test you." He did not expect the young man to suddenly have the whim to challenge him. If the young man's identity was really as he guessed, Lin Ran was afraid his head would be separated from his body. He quickly rejected, "You exude the aura of a noble person. How can I possibly be your match? I think within a few moves, you can easily take me down. Let's not waste the time." The young man didn't give Lin Ran much time to think. "Draw your sword." The moment he finished speaking, he drew the soft sword on his waist and came at Lin Ran like an agile snake. Lin Ran had no choice but to dodge. His movements were so fast that the young man couldn't even catch up with it. "What a swift movement. It seems that you didn't waste your time here. You definitely weren't telling me the truth just now." The young man grew more interested. He released all his strength and attacked faster and faster. The soft sword hummed softly and trembled. It swam back and forth in his hand as if it was given life. It was obvious that this was also a spiritual sword. The young man could be considered talented at such a young age. Even though he was fast, in Lin Ran's eyes, he was too slow. As the young man attacked, the distance between the two of them became closer and closer. If Lin Ran struck back, he would easily hurt him. He could only retreat step by step. Perhaps it was because the two of them were too close. Lin Ran could smell a faint fragrance coming from the young man. He smelt nice. Lin Ran found it strange that such a nice fragrance came from a man. He took a closer look and realized that the young man's exposed skin was extremely fair, like white jade. Wasn't he a little too much like a delicate porcelain? Chapter 18. She's actually a woman. At this moment, the young man had no clue what was on Lin Ran's mind. On the surface, the young man seemed to have the upper hand, but he knew he didn't. It had to be known that his martial techniques and movement techniques were taught by a senior grandmaster. Even the senior grandmaster in the palace had once praised him for his outstanding talent. He was by no means invincible among his peers, but it was rare for him to find an equal opponent. Now, Lin Ran was able to fight him back and forth with ease. In just a short while, sweat had already broken out on his forehead, but Lin Ran's expression remained unchanged. He realized that Lin Ran was not as ordinary as he claimed to be. It seems that you have been hiding your strength. What kind of movement technique is this? It's so powerful. Lin Ran was just inches away from him, but the young man had never managed to touch his clothes with the sword. The young man was well read and had collected all the supreme martial techniques in the palace's treasure vault, but he had never seen such a strange movement technique. You must be making fun of me. How can I have the chance to learn advanced movement techniques in the deep mountains? I am agile and fast because I used to travel a lot. Lin Ran explained with a sincere look face, but the young man didn't believe a word of it. He raised his eyebrows and said, "It seems that you don't really want to tell me." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's attacks became even more fierce. Sword intent interweaved into a sword net that trapped Lin Ran, almost leaving him no room for escape. Even so, Lin Ran still remained collected and calm. He dodged leisurely as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. It was not offensive but very humiliating. The young man's face turned red, as if he was blushing. His originally delicate face became even more bubbly. As the two of them were physically close, it was inevitable that there would be contact when their bodies collided. Lin Ran felt the softness on his palm and couldn't help but smack his lips. It was too soft, like it was made of water. Being pushed to the corner, Lin Ran finally became a little impatient. It was almost dusk. If they continued to fight like this, it would take at least another day. He gathered strength on his fingertips and released an undetectable sword beam. Lin Ran didn't want to expose him, so he could only do this. The cloth was torn open, revealing a bulging chest, and the breasts hidden underneath the cloth were almost visible. The two of them stopped at the same time, dumbfounded. After coming back to senses, they spoke at the same time. "You actually, how dare you?" The young man, no, it should be the young girl, shouted angrily, stopping Lin Ran from continuing. She adjusted her clothes and looked sulky, and the redness on her cheeks slowly spread out. Lin Ran was shocked and blown away. She was actually a woman. No wonder she had all the delicate features. It was just that her aura was too intimidating and dignified that ordinary people wouldn't dare to look at her face at all, so they ignored her feminine characteristics. In addition, she had been hiding her identity well. If Lin Ran hadn't accidentally cut her clothes, even he couldn't tell. If this news spread, it would definitely cause a sensation in the Heavenly Saint dynasty. Before Lin Ran could digest this huge piece of information, a red light immediately attracted his attention. When he took a closer look, he saw that it was a ruby pendant the shape of a dragon's eye that gave off dazzling rays. When the girl was tidying up her clothes, it was accidentally revealed. "This is..." Lin Ran recalled the last words left by Sword God. Could it be that she was the person he had to protect? Perhaps because Lin Ran's gaze was too intent, it attracted the girl's attention. Seeing that Lin Ran was staring at her chest without blinking, she was immediately furious. She glared at him fiercely, but her cheeks were slightly red. It was unknown if it was because of anger or embarrassment. She did not have her usual intimidating aura. Instead, she looked like a sulking little girl. Her eyes were like summer breeze and peach blossoms in March, making Lin Ran unable to take his eyes off her. After Lin Ran realized that she had misunderstood him, he quickly explained, "I wasn't looking at your chest, and I didn't see anything." As soon as he said that, it sounded like he was really guilty of doing it even if he didn't. The girl's eyes became even more fierce. "It's time to eat." When she heard the voice coming from outside the cave, the girl's expression changed. At this moment, she had already tidied up her clothes and her face had returned to normal. However, the tips of her ears were still slightly red and were hidden in her hair. If one did not pay attention, they would not be able to see it clearly. "You saw nothing." The girl's voice became deep again. She shot Lin Ran a look before turning to leave. Lin Ran stared at her departing figure and was lost in thought for a long time. The emperor of the Heavenly Saint dynasty was actually a woman. No wonder Taoist Li asked him to protect the emperor. At that time, he was wondering why the emperor needed his protection since there were plenty of people more powerful than him. So this was what Taoist Li meant. Taoist Li must know the fact that the emperor was a girl, and so did 10 Miles Sword God. Lin Ran didn't take this mind-blowing discovery to heart. He was as calm as usual. If the empress did not want him to know, he would pretend that nothing had happened. If he felt threatened and wanted to leave, with his current strength, no one would be able to stop him. Lin Ran was very confident. In the entire Heavenly Saint dynasty, unless it was someone above the 5th level of the Senior Grandmaster realm, no one could defeat him. Naturally, there was nothing to worry about. Chapter 19. plotting to overthrow the new emperor. From then on, the empress did not pay a visit to Mount Sword again. Lin Ran put this matter to the back of his mind and dedicated his days to cultivation in the cave. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ran slowly opened his eyes. A glint flashed across his eyes as his expression turned cold. A few more rats ran into my territory. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure blinked and he instantly disappeared from the spot. Near the forbidden area, a few black figures passed through the mountains like ghosts under the cover of the night. However, they did not know that their every move was being watched by a pair of eyes in the darkness. The night wind blew, causing Lin Ran's sleeves to flutter. He stood on his sword in midair with a silver moon hanging above him. He looked like an immortal descending from the moon, looking coldly at this group of people in black. No one noticed his existence. As everyone knew, the 10-mile sword god was in seclusion, and Taoist Li and the mountain guardian were not strong. Who would have thought that a freak like Lin Ran would appear? Recently, there have been more and more people in black approaching this area. Lin Ran frowned. This was the third time he had seen these people. However, he did not want to alert them, so he didn't make a move. In addition, he wanted to see what these people in black were up to. At the same time, he noticed that the cultivation methods of these men in black were different. From this, it could be seen that they were not from the same faction. Who are they and what do they want? Lin Ran smelled a conspiracy. These men in black were probably afraid of attracting the sword god's attention and did not stay for long before they left. Lin Ran thought for a moment and followed. 100 kilometers away from Mount Sword at the border between the Heavenly Saint dynasty and the Great Yong dynasty, it was deserted and used as the gathering place by the people in black. Until now, no one had noticed that they were being followed. After all, with Lin Ran's current level, only someone above Senior Grandmaster realm couldn't notice his presence. Senior Grandmasters were that common at all. Lin Ran observed for a moment and realized that the people here were all quite strong. The weakest was at the 9th level of the martial artist realm. Groups of some 10 people were constantly patrolling the area. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was so heavily guarded that even a fly couldn't escape. People with this much power to mobilize so many cultivators were definitely not to be underestimated. What's more, these people seemed to be plotting something. In the tent not far away, silhouettes reflected by the lamplight were moving around on the canvas. When the men in black entered the tent, Lin Ran quietly followed. To him, no matter how heavily guarded this place was, he could get in as if he was invisible. In the tent, everyone, please listen to me. With the new emperor ascending to the throne, the imperial court is in turmoil. The current emperor is not a wise ruler. For the future of the Heavenly Saint dynasty, we should work together. Hearing this, Lin Ran couldn't help but roll his eyes. You make it sound so righteous. In the end, you're just planning to overthrow the current emperor in the name of saving the dynasty and make yourself the new emperor. There were 3 people sitting on the main seat. One of them was a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes who exuded a formidable presence. There was a 4-clawed coiling dragon pattern on his chest that only regional vassals were allowed to use. He was the one who spoke just now. 3 groups of men in black came to report. Did you find anything unusual during this investigation? King Zhao, we've investigated the entire Mount Sword, but there's no sign of anyone. Other than the forbidden area at the mountaintop, we checked everywhere. It's not easy to get close to the mountaintop because we're afraid of alerting the sword god. King Zhao fell into deep thought and looked at the others. What do you think of this matter, Official Jiang? If the Empress were here, she would definitely be shocked. This was because the person sitting beside King Zhao was the senior statesman, Sun Jiang Hong. He usually looked amiable and was respected by everyone in the imperial court. No one would have expected him to be on the same table with kind Zhao, and he now looked nothing like what he normally looked. Sun Jiang Hong's face darkened. After pondering for a moment, he said, "The former emperor once gave the word that no one was allowed to disturb the sword god. From then on, we've never seen the sword god again. I'm afraid only the current emperor knows about the situation up there." The third person on the table emitted an intimidating aura that was hard to not notice. He should also be in the realm of Grandmaster. Official Sun, what you mean is that you don't know if the sword god is in the forbidden area or not. You could say that, but I can't guarantee it. It turned out that they were the ones who sent out the men in black. From the looks of it, they had been plotting this for a long time. The most important thing now is to find out if the 10-mile sword god is still around. No matter who it was, they were equally afraid of the sword god. After all, he represented the supreme power in the Heavenly Saint dynasty. He alone could defend thousands of troops and most importantly, he was loyal. With him around, the current emperor need not fear anything. King Zhao, what you said makes sense. If the sword god was still alive, why would His Majesty refuse to invite him out? In my opinion, it's very likely that he's no longer around. But it's said that back then, the sword god subdued the demon and was therefore compelled to stay on the mountaintop to guard the demon. Perhaps we're wrong. If he's still around and we act rashly, we'll be in serious trouble. They discussed endlessly without coming to a conclusion. Chapter 20. Black and White Sword, Exorcism Sword Energy. If this group of people knew that the 10-mile sword god was no longer alive, they would probably immediately mutiny. Now, they did not dare to approach the forbidden area because they thought the sword god was still alive. No secrets could be kept forever. Sooner or later, they would find out the truth. Moreover, looking at these people, it was obvious that they couldn't wait anymore. Unless the sword god really showed up himself, these people wouldn't give up on their plan. I heard that a new master is residing on the mountain. I'm afraid he's recruited by the 10-mile sword god. The people I sent last time were beaten up by him. He might be the disciple of the sword god. I suppose he's just a senior martial master or at most a grandmaster. We have a senior grandmaster here. There is nothing to be afraid of. Lin Ran listened attentively. These people seem to be talking about him. What a bunch of cowards you are. If the sword god is really alive, why has no one seen him all these years? These words completely hit the nail on the head, making everyone present excited. Although the sword god was a powerful presence that they couldn't afford to challenge, their growing desires were stronger than their fear. Sect leader Ju, you're right. King Jiao was the first to agree. On the other hand, Sun Jianghong was cunning and did not comment immediately. We've been planning for so long. It's time to start implementing the plan. Sun Jianghong stroked his beard. He had always been meticulous. After all, if the plan fell flat, it would be a serious crime that would result in his entire family being beheaded. That being said, we still have to consider it carefully. Ju Hao snorted. He despised Sun Jianghong's style of doing things. We've been waiting for long enough. If we wait until the emperor has a son, then it'll be 10 times harder to execute the plan. My apology if I'm being rude, but I think you are just scared of death. If that's the case, official son, why did you get involved? I'm thinking about the big picture. What do you, a brainless brute, know? Seeing that the two of them were about to start a quarrel, King Jiao quickly came out to smooth things over. You're both right. I have a plan that can probably work. The sword god is loyal to the royal family. If His Majesty is in danger, do you think he can still sit still? Before King Jiao needed to finish, the other two understood what he meant. However, Sect Master Ju, I'll have to trouble you with this matter. Please find a position that can only be removed by people in the realm of Senior Grandmaster. This way, we can force the sword god to show himself. If the sword god doesn't come out of the mountain, we will immediately dispatch the troops. If the sword god does come out of the mountain, it's fine. Removing the prison will cost him a great amount of cultivation. By that time, it won't be impossible to deal with him. The few of them looked at each other and smiled tacitly. King Jiao, your strategy is wise and flawless. I'm impressed. There was not much information after that. After returning to Mount Sword, Lin Ran couldn't help but sigh. It's not easy to be a new emperor. Not only is there internal and external trouble, but her identity is also special. If her identity was exposed, she'd probably be in danger. This might result in war breaking out across the Heavenly Saint dynasty. However, it had nothing to do with Lin Ran. He was not born and raised here, so his sense of belonging to the Heavenly Saint dynasty was naturally negligible. He was compelled to protect the Empress simply because of the will of the Sword God and Taoist Li. Without hard evidence, even if he told the Empress about the conspiracy, she would probably not believe him, and he might end up being accused of sowing discord. After all, one of them was a vassal king with military power, and the other was a high-ranking official of the imperial court, whereas Lin Ran was just a low-ranking official guarding the mountain. It was obvious which side the Empress would stand on. Right now, I can only wait and see. After the previous gathering by the conspirators, the number of people spying on Mount Sword had clearly decreased, but there were still a few keeping an eye on it. Lin Ran was not worried at all. He continued to cultivate and wipe the swords as usual. After all, nothing was more important to him than absolute strength. Over the past few days, he felt a special energy fluctuation coming from the depths of the cave. Lin Ran was immediately attracted to it. What is this? There was actually a sword lying in the corner of the place where the demon was sealed, but he failed to notice it before. The sword was half black and half white. It looked extremely strange, like a Tai Chi yin-yang pattern. In the vast great Tao, he seemed to see a black and a white fish slowly rising. Lin Ran subconsciously stretched out his hand, and the two fish quickly dissipated into the air. When he looked closely, he saw that the sword was standing there upright. The pattern on it was like the sun and the moon, opposing each other. He sized up the broken seal beside him. There was still an evil aura in the air. Not far away was the place where the 10-mile sword god cultivated and subdued the demon. Suddenly, Lin Ran was enlightened. I see. He could not help but reach out to stroke the sword. As he had expected, he felt an evil aura and righteous aura intertwining. It turned out that this sword had been standing here since the beginning and had been corroded by the evil aura, causing the sword to turn black. However, it was also affected by the righteous aura coming out of the sword god, which made it white. This led to the strange characteristic of this sword, which was that it was half black and half white. I believe you're also an extraordinary sword. Otherwise, how could you resist the corrosion of the evil aura for so long? The sword gave off a cold aura and trembled slightly as a way of response. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and obtaining the exorcism sword energy. Chapter 21. Xing Yuan Emperor was poisoned. As soon as the system finished speaking, boundless energy surged into Lin Ran's body. Dazzling rays of light burst in all directions, purifying everything around him. Amidst the murderous sword energy, there was an indescribable mysterious energy, like a clear spring slowly flowing down a mountain, making one feel refreshed. Lin Ran slowly opened his eyes and sensed the power flowing in his body. Using his finger as a sword, sharp sword energy flew out and sped towards the black and white sword. Boom! After a loud sound of explosion, the black and white sword still stood there safe and sound, as if nothing had changed. However, when Lin Ran reached out to touch it, the cold aura on the sword immediately dissipated and was replaced by an indescribable warmth. The evil aura around the sword was swept away. It had to be known that the evil aura had corroded the sword for a long time. Even with the suppression of righteousness, it could not be completely removed. Now, Lin Ran had dissipated the evil aura with just one move. It was obvious how powerful the new technique was. It actually has such a miraculous effect. Even Lin Ran was surprised by the effect of the exorcism sword energy. Not only could it remove the evil aura, but it could also remove all kinds of poison. With this technique, Lin Ran was practically immune to poisons. However, the sword could not return to its original state. Without the suppression of the evil aura, the sword was filled with righteousness only. After all, in the past, it was a battleground of the good and evil. Now, the good had claimed victory. It looked more like a Tai Chi 8 trigrams pattern that fused and complemented each other. Lin Ran looked at the black and white sword in his hand and put it back where it belonged. Over the past few days, Lin Ran had been practicing the exorcism sword energy. His level had increased from the first level of the senior Grandmaster realm to the second level. Although it was only a small improvement, to others, it was more difficult to achieve than ascending to the heavens. Why haven't Zhao Wang and the other two made a move yet? Lin Ran looked into the distance. He could vaguely see carved beams and painted pillars. Even from afar, the buildings looked majestic and imposing. This was where the palace was. The Empress did not make a move either, nor did she mention what happened that day. Occasionally, she would come to Mount Sword to practice her swordsmanship, but she didn't summon Lin Ran. The two of them did not interact much. Lin Ran naturally would not take the initiative to approach the Empress and seek trouble. Maybe King Zhao's plan fell flat. On the other side, in the palace, in the magnificent hall, exquisite and luxurious items could be seen everywhere. The dragon-patterned incense burner was lifelike, giving off billows of smoke. It was 100-year-old agar wood that was worth 10,000 gold coins. It was said that this agar wood was extremely difficult to come by and preserve. It had a strange fragrance that could refresh the mind and brighten the eyes. Even though the sun was setting, night pearls of the East Sea was bright enough to light up the entire hall, making it look almost like daytime. Any item in the hall was worth more than what an ordinary person could earn in his entire life. It's time to eat, Your Majesty. Only then did Xing Yuan Emperor put down the scroll in his hand and said, "Deliver the food then." As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of palace maids entered in an orderly manner. Clearly, they had been waiting outside for a long time. In just a moment, the long table was filled with delicacies. The food was delicious and appetizing, but Xing Yuan Emperor wasn't moved. He had no appetite. The disaster in the southwest is getting worse by the day. It's making me worried sick. The eunuch supervisor couldn't help but advise, "Your Majesty, although state affairs are onerous, you should at least eat something to take care of your health." The young eunuch at the side immediately brought over the dishes. "Your Majesty, this is the latest medicinal cuisine developed by the Imperial Kitchen. It can nourish the spleen and body." The snow-white bird's nest was piled together like a snow mountain. On it were ginseng, deer antler, and other precious herbs, making it look especially mouth-watering. This dish looks quite interesting. It was sweet, but there was an imperceptible bitterness. Qing Yuan Emperor thought that it was the taste brought about by the herbs, so he did not think too much of it and ate a few more spoonfuls. No one noticed the strange expression on the young eunuch's face. Qing Yuan Emperor felt a burning sensation in his throat. Sensing that something was wrong with the food, he immediately knocked over the bowl. In the next second, he spat out a large mouthful of blood onto the snow-white bird's nest. It immediately shocked everyone. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Qing Yuan Emperor's eyes darkened. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but blood spurted out like a fountain. The eunuchs and palace maids had never seen such a scene before. They immediately panicked. "Call the imperial physician immediately." At this moment, Qing Yuan Emperor had already fainted. No one noticed that the young eunuch who recommended the dish was already nowhere to be seen. Upon hearing the news, the Prime Minister and a few other ministers rushed over. "What happened? How is His Majesty now?" Sun Jianghong took a step forward and said with a worried expression, "If Lin Ran was here, he would recognize this person as the one who conspired with King Zhao that day. He would definitely sigh at the fact that this wily old fox had two faces." At this moment, he was very sincere and looked genuinely worried. Chapter 22. Mastermind, inviting the sword god to come out. The eunuch supervisor said with a trembling voice, "His Majesty vomited blood after eating the bird's nest." The imperial physician tested His Majesty and concluded that he was poisoned. After hearing what happened, Prime Minister Fu Sirue's expression turned extremely twisted with anger. "Who is it that dares to poison the emperor? It's simply outrageous." After saying that, he looked fiercely at the eunuch supervisor and the others. "You're getting better and better at your job. Did you even forget to test the food before handing it to His Majesty? Where did the young eunuch go? Find him even if you have to go to the ends of the earth." The eunuch's corpse was found at the back door of the imperial kitchen. He had been dead for a long time. The person who reported did not dare to look at Fu Sirue. Someone must have killed the young eunuch and used his identity to get close to the emperor, poisoned him, and snuck out of the palace during the chaotic scene. It seems like it was premeditated. When the imperial physician walked out, he was already covered in sweat. Looking at his face, everyone's heart skipped a beat. "Imperial physician Zhang, how is His Majesty now?" Imperial physician Zhang shook his head with a solemn expression while wiping the sweat off his forehead. "Once this poison takes effect, it will quickly infect the internal organs. Even a grandmaster won't be able to survive it. I've already used silver needles to block all the major acupoints on His Majesty, but it can only last for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. We have to find the person who poisoned His Majesty and get the antidote as soon as possible. Otherwise..." Imperial physician Zhang didn't finish, but everyone understood what he meant and was shocked. "Is there no other way?" Imperial physician Zhang knelt on the ground. "Please forgive me, Prime Minister. This time, I'm really out of my depths." The entire place fell silent, and no one dared to let out a sound. The eunuchs and palace maids were kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear. If anything happened to the emperor, they would probably be buried with him. It had to be known that Imperial physician Zhang was the most experienced doctor in the imperial hospital. If he said so, it meant the emperor was really incurable. After all, even a grandmaster level figure could not survive this poison. Fu Sirue's face darkened. "Have you caught the murderer yet?" "No. What's the point of having guards like you? You can't even catch an assassin." Now, the entire palace was seamlessly guarded. Not even a fly could fly out, but the assassin managed to escape. The more Fu Sirue thought about it, the more shocked he was. To be able to avoid the imperial guards and secret guards, it seemed that the mastermind was very powerful. It was very likely that he was from the imperial court. Otherwise, why was he so familiar with the palace? It was even possible that there were people among the statesmen who helped the assassin escape. He looked around the place with an indescribable coldness. If the emperor died now, the Heavenly Saint dynasty would definitely be in turmoil. Who exactly wanted that to happen? Sun Jianghong said coldly, "If His Majesty dies, your entire imperial hospital will be buried with him." Imperial physician Zhang's back was already drenched in cold sweat. Now the only silver lining is to find a senior grandmaster to treat His Majesty and stop the poison from spreading to his heart. This way, there might be a chance. Hearing that, not only was Fu Sirue not relieved, but he frowned even more. Across the dynasty, senior grandmasters were few and far between. Most of them were cultivating in seclusion in the depths of the mountains. It would be too late to send people to invite them to the palace now. Moreover, the senior grandmasters were mysterious. No one knew exactly where they were. At this moment, Sun Jianghong added, "Isn't there one on Mount Sword? You mean the sword god?" Fu Sirue immediately revealed a conflicted expression. "But the sword god has been in seclusion for many years and hasn't appeared in the world. Besides, the former emperor gave the order that no one was to disturb him. It's an emergency. Now that His Majesty is in a life-and-death situation, we have no choice. I believe the sword god won't blame us." Sun Jianghong's suggestion was also backed up by the other ministers. Without further ado, they quickly headed to Mount Sword. As a rule set up by the former emperor that anyone entering the forbidden area on Mount Sword would be punished by death, the ministers stopped at the gate and knelt down. "His Majesty is in danger of death. Sword God, please come out and save him," everyone said in unison, but unfortunately, there was no reaction. There was no movement at the forbidden area. It was so quiet that it was as if no one was there. Could it be that the sword god is not in the mountain? The sword god has been in seclusion for decades. Chances are he might already be dead. Everyone whispered to each other and immediately panicked. The sword god was their last hope. It was clearly too late to invite other grandmasters. Fu Sirue kowtowed heavily and shouted again to the mountaintop, "His Majesty is in danger. Sword god, please do something to save him." At this moment, they still did not know that the sword god had died. No matter what they said and how much they kowtowed, the sword god didn't respond. Lin Ran was cultivating in the cave when he heard the noise outside. It seems like it was done by King Zhao and the others. Lin Ran decided to go out. Be it for the sake of the sword god or Taoist Li, he had to save the empress. Moreover, if he could sign in at the throne hall, he might receive different rewards. Chapter 23. Sword God shows up. Seeing that there was no response from Mount Sword, Fu Sirue's eyes were filled with despair. He sat on the ground dejectedly. Is the sword god really going to watch the emperor die? Unlike him, on Su Jianhong's face, there was a smug smile. It seemed that they had guessed it right. The sword god was not on the mountain at all, or rather, he was already dead. Sun Jianhong forced out tears and looked like he was in extreme grief. It had to be said that his acting skills were so excellent that even Lin Ran was amazed. "Prime Minister Fu, you must have other ways. We don't have much time left. If the sword god doesn't make offer help, I'm afraid His Majesty will really." Fu Sirue choked with emotion. The expressions of the civil and military officials were equally solemn. They did not dare to imagine how much impact the death of the new emperor would have. Just as everyone was in despair, the situation suddenly changed. The ground shook violently. All the ministers stood up in shock and said in a panic, "What happened? Is there an earthquake? Run, there's going to be an earthquake." The violent trembling made everyone stagger. They could barely stand firm. Just as everyone was about to scurry away, one of the ministers looked like he had seen a ghost. "Look!" The swords on Mount Sword were jiggling violently, causing the entire mountain to shake. Clearly, it was the swords that shook the earth just now. They had never seen such a phenomenon before. Over the last century, Mount Sword had been tranquil, and nothing like that had ever happened. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. One of the ministers couldn't help but mutter, "Are these swords crazy?" The commotion on Mount Sword quickly attracted the attention of the guards and martial artists in the palace. They all looked towards the direction of Mount Sword. The ministers weren't cultivating the martial Dao, so they naturally could not feel it. However, to the martial artists, even from such a long distance, they could feel a strong sword intent quickly spreading out from Mount Sword as the center. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their heads. Everyone who was in the realm of martial master felt the pressure and revealed a panicked look. What powerful sword energy! Is the sword god really coming out of seclusion? I'm afraid it's true. Who else in the world has such a powerful sword energy other than the sword god? Everyone in the imperial city was inexplicably nervous. Many people revealed extremely reverent expressions. After so many years, the sword god has finally appeared again. Being able to see the sword god in person, I have no regrets in my life. After so many years, the image of the sword god in everyone's hearts was only magnified as time flew by. They had been looking forward to seeing the sword god descending on the mortal world again. On the other hand, those who were afraid of the sword god could not sit still. For example, Sun Jianghong subconsciously clenched his fists to fight back the fear that was rising in him. Fu Sirue's eyes lit up with hope again. Is the sword god finally going to appear? 10,000 swords roared at the same time, and the sword intent that condensed seemed to be able to materialize. This magnificent scene shocked everyone. Facing the sword intent that covered the sky, they were all struck. People like Sun Jianghong who had a guilty conscience were turning pale on their faces. Fortunately, in front of the imposing sword intent, it was only natural for one to get scared, so no one noticed anything strange about Sun Jianghong. In the midst of countless sword beams, a figure slowly walked out of the forbidden area. Every step he took seemed to contain a huge force that shook everyone's hearts. "What brought you all here to disturb my cultivation?" The ministers stared at the person who was wrapped in black clothes and could not be seen clearly. In an instant, Mount Sword regained its tranquility. The divine swords were sentient. It was as if they had seen a king. They immediately stopped being restless. Similarly, the ministers didn't dare to breathe loudly. Fu Sirue felt his heart beating like a drum. No one would suspect the man's identity, let alone think that the sword god was Lin Ran in disguise. Lin Ran couldn't possibly tell everyone that the sword god had already died while suppressing the demon. If word got out, the entire Heavenly Saint dynasty would be in chaos. Now, he could only pretend to be the sword god for the time being. The sword god lived in seclusion to begin with, and very few people had seen his true appearance. Now that decades had passed, it was even more impossible for anyone to recognize him. With Lin Ran's current strength, it was easy for him to disguise as the sword god, and no one would suspect him. "Sword god, please save his majesty." Fu Sirue was about to kneel down to Lin Ran when an invisible force kept him from bending his knees. Was this the power of the sword god? He was extremely shocked. "Prime Minister Fu, there's no need to show manners. I already know." As expected, after Lin Ran showed them what he's capable of, no one doubted his identity as the sword god. Even if he had a mask on, they just thought that the sword god liked to remain mysterious. After all, senior grandmasters were always a little peculiar. Perhaps Sun Jianghong was overthinking, but he felt that the sword god was looking at him with a sharp gaze that made him shiver. It was as if all schemes and plots were laid bare in front of him. No, the sword god had been in seclusion all this time. How could he know their plan? He was just scaring himself. Lin Ran summoned his spiritual sword, and a cold light flashed across the air. He rode on the sword and flew away. Looking at his departing figure, everyone felt like he was really a god descended from the heavens. Before anyone could react, Lin Ran was no longer in sight, leaving all of them dumbfounded on the spot. Chapter 24. Removing the poison, another side of the Empress. Fu Sirue cried tears of joy. "This is great. With the sword god's help, His Majesty will definitely be saved." In contrast, Sun Hongjiang gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break. However, everyone's attention was on the sword god, so no one noticed his abnormal behavior. Sun Hongjiang took a deep breath. So what if he was the sword god? He was probably helpless about such a strange poison too. Even if the poison could be removed, it would at least consume half of his internal energy. When that happened, their plan could be carried out unobstructed. Thinking of this, he slowly revealed a smile and said, "Yes, the sword god is here. He must have a way to save His Majesty." No one knew that under the amiable face was a wild ambition. Lin Ran rode the sword into the palace without being stopped. Besides, no one was bold enough to stop him. Imperial Physician Zhang and the other imperial physicians were still on duty. They were all helpless mortals, including the eunuchs and palace maids. Looking at the arrival of the person on a sword, their knees uncontrollably went weak and they almost fell to the ground. They did not even dare to look Lin Ran in the eye. "All of you, get out. I'll treat His Majesty." Everyone felt relieved and fled like they were being chased by a ferocious beast. After walking out, they could finally take in fresh air and felt like they had come back to life. The sword god is really imposing and terrifying. He is so mysterious. I wonder what he looks like. Don't ever think about that. We are not qualified to see him unmasked. The bold palace maids began to discuss. On the other hand, Imperial Physician Zhang looked at the tightly shut door of the hall. He was still worried. After all, this was a rare poison. He wondered if the sword god could really remove the poison. The imperial physicians beside him were also worried. "According to the sword god's current cultivation level and realm, I think removing the poison won't be an issue." "I hope so. Heavens, you must bless our Heavenly Saint dynasty and keep His Majesty safe." Only Lin Ran and the unconscious Xingyuan Emperor were left in the huge palace hall. Looking at the person lying on the bed, without the deliberate disguise, her feminine features were more obvious, and her pale face made her look especially fragile. All the silver needles on her body were turning slightly black. When the silver needles were turned completely black by the poison, even God would not be able to save her. "Fortunately, I came in time. I hope you won't forget about it upon waking up." Lin Ran thought of the exorcism sword energy he had obtained previously. It should be effective against the strange poison in the Empress body too. He quickly pulled out the silver needles from the Empress's body. At the same time, he circulated the sword energy in his body. With a slight flick of his fingertip, it was as if 10,000 swords were released at the same time, forming countless small air currents that blocked the various acupoints. When the silver needle dropped to the ground, the tip of the needle was glossy black. It went without saying how powerful the poison was. The sword energy flowed through the Empress's vessels and veins. Lin Ran could clearly see a black stream flowing on her fair skin. As if it was affected by the sword energy, it kept retreating. The movement of the bulk stream also affected the Empress. Her entire body trembled and her face turned pale. It was obvious that she was in pain. The person who poisoned her was really vicious. If it weren't for Lin Ran, the Empress would most likely end up dying. Looking at the unconscious Empress, Lin Ran said, "Sorry for being rude." He pulled open the Empress's clothes, revealing half of her shoulders. Her skin was as smooth as milk, and the scene was especially tempting. Lin Ran's eyes were fixed on the spot where the Empress's heart was. His fingers inevitably touched that soft spot and sank into it like it was cotton candy. Now that the Empress was in a critical condition, there was no choice but to be in physical contact with her skin for the treatment to be most effective. The light on his fingertips became even more dazzling as it shot into the Empress's body. In an instant, the black stream shrunk by half. Only a small portion of the black stream was still flowing about and resisting. When it was caught by the sword energy, it was devoured immediately. The sword energy was still lingering in the Empress's body, helping her recover better. After doing all of this, beads of sweat broke out on Lin Ran's forehead. Although he did not use much internal energy, removing poison required meticulous work and precise control of his strength. If he was not careful, the poison would spread and immediately corrode the heart. Fortunately, with Lin Ran's current cultivation, he could handle it. "Cold, it's so cold," the Empress muttered unconsciously, her teeth chattering. Under the side effects of the poison, she felt abnormally cold all over her body, and she instinctively leaned towards the source of warmth beside her. It was as if there was a small stove beside her that was constantly emitting warmth. She let out a satisfied moan, but to Lin Ran, that moan sounded attractive. When the Empress wrapped her arms around his waist, his hand accidentally landed on the soft spot that was slightly warm. At this moment, Lin Ran was in an extremely awkward position. If the Empress found out about it, she would definitely cut him into pieces. With this thought in mind, Lin Ran slowly lowered his head and met her eyes. He stiffened and was struck dumb. "Oh no, I'm done for." That was the first thought that came to mind. Chapter 25. It's not easy to be an emperor. The Empress did not make things difficult for him immediately. She just looked at him with red eyes. Coupled with her pale face, she looked like a kitten. In the next second, countless tears welled up in her beautiful eyes and streamed down her fair skin. "Grandpa Sword God, I miss you so much." Lin Ran was stunned and at a loss. Did she mistake him for the Sword God? He took a closer look at the Empress and realized that although her eyes were open, her pupils were unfocused. Clearly, she was not completely awake. It was probably a side effect of the poison. The Empress hugged Lin Ran and no longer had her high and mighty look. She was like a fragile girl who had let down her guard and was crying. At the age of 20, she was supposed to be enjoying the best days of her life. However, she had to bear the fate of the entire Heavenly Saint dynasty and disguise herself as a man to prevent others from discovering his gender. It must be very tiring to be an empress. She was the ruler of the world with absolute power. Her life was supposed to be glamorous, but not exactly so. It was more like walking on a cliff. She had to be careful with every step. Otherwise, she would end up falling into the abyss and smashed to pieces. If her true gender was exposed, not to mention protecting the Heavenly Saint dynasty, she would probably not be able to protect her own life. Looking at the Empress who was different from her usual self, Lin Ran patted her shoulder like he was putting a child to sleep. "It's been hard on you all these years." These words were like a switch, causing the Empress to cry even louder. Her face was smudged by tears as she hugged Lin Ran tightly. Lin Ran could clearly feel the pair of soft breasts. They were as soft and elastic as jelly. Fortunately, Lin Ran had given the order that no one was to disturb him. Coupled with the fact that the hall was soundproof, there was no need to worry about being discovered. "Grandpa Sword God, ever since I became the emperor, there have been endless internal and external troubles. The courtiers are plotting against me, and the vassals are eyeing me covetously. The martial world is preparing to take advantage of the chaos to get a share of the pie, but around me, there is no one whom I can trust." The Empress chattered on as if she had found an outlet to express the grievance that she had accumulated for years. When Lin Ran heard this, he was slightly shocked. It turned out that the Empress knew about the dangers in the imperial court all along. She was more perceptive and insightful than anyone could imagine. Even if she wanted to change, she didn't have the ability to do so. She had just ascended the throne and was surrounded by enemies. Besides, shaking up the imperial court wasn't something that could be done in a short time. To be able to make the late emperor break the tradition and make a woman the emperor, she must be truly capable. The only person I can somewhat trust is that mountain guardian. The Empress's voice snapped. Lin ran back to reality. But that guy is only good at dodging my attack and is too weak. However, is quite tight-lipped and never said a word about my identity. I want to promote him and recruit him into my own forces, but I really don't know how. Hearing the Empress's opinion about him, Lin Ran did not know whether to laugh or cry. From the looks of it, the Empress seemed to have a pretty decent impression of him. Perhaps it was because the Empress was under tremendous pressure every day, but at this moment, she was crying like a river. There was nothing about her that looked like a high and mighty Empress. Lin Ran was probably the only person in this world who could have seen this side of her. She held Lin Ran tightly like a drowning person clutching at straws. Lin Ran felt that he couldn't continue to disguise as the sword god because this would only cause the Empress to believe she had the support of someone who had been gone for long. No matter what, she was the Empress and the ruler of the world, so she needed to rely on herself and be strong. Only by becoming stronger could she deal with all the internal and external difficulties. However, if Lin Ran didn't disguise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. It was inevitable that the Empress would suspect him. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Ran. Got it. My life is coming to an end. I can feel it's about time for me to go. Don't be sad. I'm happy that before I go, I can still save your life. From now on, you have to walk the path alone. Perhaps it will be difficult and dangerous, but I believe in your ability. You will definitely overcome all obstacles and lead the heavenly saint to another glory. Lin Ran was just making up some nonsense, but it had a huge impact on the Empress and would be a turning point in her life. From then on, the legend of Empress Xing Yuan began. Just as Lin Ran had said, the heavenly saint dynasty reached an unprecedented glory. However, this was all in the future. That mountain guardian is kind and righteous. He has received my legacy and is considered my disciple. I entrusted him to protect you. If you encounter any difficulties, you can look for him. He's a trustworthy person. Lin Ran thought for a moment and added. This way, the Empress wouldn't suspect him in the future and he would have good reasons to leave the mountain. The Empress's breathing gradually became regular. Her long eyelashes were still wet with tears. They fluttered uneasily like a butterfly flapping its wings. Coupled with her messy hair and half-exposed shoulders, she was indescribably lovely. Lin Ran quickly helped tidy up her clothes. After all, should anyone see this scene, her identity would be exposed. Seeing that the Empress had fallen asleep, Lin Ran did not linger, in case she suddenly woke up. In order to prevent the Empress from thinking that what happened just now was an illusion, he specially left the broken sword of the sword god under the pillow before standing up to leave. This should be foolproof. When Lin Ran left, he was attracted by the throne hall. I've been in the palace for so long, but I haven't had the chance to look around. Since there was no one around, he decided to explore the palace. Chapter 26. Multiple layers of meaning to his words. Everyone knew that the sword god was treating Xing Yuan Emperor. The crowd nearby was dispersed so as to not disturb the treatment. Therefore, Lin Ran was not worried that someone would suddenly barge in. The throne hall was grand and majestic. It was decorated in gold and jade with coiling dragons sprawling out across the roof. There was a plaque hanging in the middle with the words justice and righteousness engraved on it. It was written with vigorous strokes and obviously by a prestigious calligrapher. In particular, the dragon throne was made of pure gold. Lin Ran couldn't help but sigh. No wonder everyone wants to be the emperor and sit on the throne. I wonder what kind of effect signing in here will have. Lin Ran took out a sword and wiped it slowly. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and obtaining the 9 yin-yang swords. As soon as the system finished speaking, golden light appeared on the throne room, forming a golden dragon that roared and surrounded Lin Ran. The more light that came out, the more corporeal the dragon. With eyes sparkling with divine light, it was no different from a real dragon. A dragon roar shook the hall, accompanied by a crisp phoenix cry. What immediately followed the cry was the appearance of a dazzling phoenix with gorgeous feather fluttering in the air. It was letting out rays of radiant lights that dimmed the throne hall. It seemed that with a gentle flap of its wings, the phoenix could send the entire world into shock. The dragon and phoenix stood by Lin Ran's side like guardians. They sang in union and danced around him, as if they were holding some kind of ritual. The others were naturally shocked by the special energy fluctuations coming from inside the hall, but they did not barge in. They thought that it was caused by the sword god while treating Xin Yuan Emperor. After all, when the sword god came out of the forbidden area, the energy fluctuation he brought about was mind-blowing too. After an unknown period of time, everything finally returned to normal. Lin Ran slowly walked out of the throne hall. The ministers outside did not expect the treatment to finish so quickly. After all, this was a strange poison that even stumped the most experienced imperial physician. Fu Sirue quickly went forward and asked, "Sword God, how is His Majesty?" "Don't worry, he'll wake up after a short rest." Fu Sirue immediately cried tears of joy and almost knelt down to kowtow to Lin Ran again, but Lin Ran stopped him. "On behalf of the entire Heavenly Saint dynasty and His Majesty, thank you for offering help. It's fine. This is what I should do." Sun Jianhong stood by the side, rooted to the ground with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Didn't they say that it would cost at least half of the sword god's internal energy to remove the poison? It turned out removing the poison was just a piece of cake for him. To make sure the plan went smoothly and help the assassin sneak into the palace, Sun Jianhong had risked his own life and spent a lot of effort. Much to his disappointment, the poison wasn't as powerful as it was claimed to be. Sun Jianhong was really indignant. Perhaps because the look of disbelief on his face was too obvious, Lin Ran turned around and looked at Sun Jianhong. He said with a faint smile, "This minister doesn't seem to believe what I've done." Sun Jianhong was shocked and quickly lowered his head. "How would I dare to question you? I'm just too overcome with joy. Sword God is indeed extraordinary. God bless my emperor. Under the protection of the sword god, the Heavenly Saint dynasty will definitely prosper." The old man was quite good at bootlicking. However, Lin Ran did not buy it. Besides, he had seen the ambitious side of Sun Jianhong before. He said meaningfully, "If that's really what you think, it would be great." For some reason, Sun Jianhong felt that there were multiple layers of meaning to his words. His heart skipped a beat at the thought that the sword god seemed to know something. But how was that possible? Sun Jianhong said awkwardly, "Sword god, my loyalty to the dynasty is unquestionable. Their plot could be said to be flawless, and it was very confidential. Even the Heavenly Saint Emperor did not know about it, let alone the sword god who was in seclusion all year round." Lin Ran did not speak for a long time. He just stared at Sun Jianhong quietly and intently, making the atmosphere especially tense. Fu Sirue also smelled something strange going on. He looked at the sword god and then at Sun Jianhong. Cold sweat broke out on Sun Jianhong's back, almost drenching his clothes. He was terrified that the sword god would unsheath his sword and slash him in half. Fortunately, Lin Ran finally looked away and didn't say anything else, as if he was really just playing with him. Only then did Sun Jianhong heave a sigh of relief. After the sword god left, Fu Sirue said curiously, "What the sword god said just now was a little strange." Sun Jianhong forced a smile and changed the topic. "Let's go and see how His Majesty is doing first." Fortunately, the others did not suspect anything. After all, Sun Jianhong had always been regarded as one of the most loyal and dedicated ministers. The Empress slowly opened her eyes and looked around, but there was no one around. "I think I saw Grandpa Sword God. Was everything just a dream?" At this moment, she felt that her body was unprecedentedly relaxed and her mind was clear. The sword energy not only helped her remove the poison, but it also cleansed her vessels and veins to a certain extent. The Empress was about to get out of bed when she saw something sticking out from under the pillow from the corner of her eye. Her eyes widened. This is Chapter 27. How could two women have a son? What came into sight was a broken sword. The ruby on the hilt was like a red sun, emitting a dazzling light. Even if the sword was broken, one could tell that it had seen better days. A sharp sword intent swept past her face, telling her of its silent past. Even if it turned into ashes, the Empress would still recognize that this was the sword god's sword, 10 miles dragon roar. It's Grandpa Sword God. What happened just now wasn't an illusion. The Empress stroked the dragon patterns on the sword. Tears fell from her face and dropped on the blade. The divine sword seemed to have sensed the Empress's sadness and buzzed. The Empress could see her teary face reflected on the shiny blade. Recalling what the sword god had told her about his time running out, the Empress choked with sobs. From now on, I'm really alone in this world. The mountain that she had been relying on collapsed completely. Now, she was left alone to face the dangerous world. The Empress endured her grief and wiped her tears. After a moment, other than her eyes being a little red, she had already regained her usual calmness. She could not let outsiders discover anything. She had to pretend that the 10-mile sword god was still around. Only then could she intimidate those who had evil intentions. Otherwise, those people would pounce at her like sharks that had smelled blood. Be it her or the Heavenly Saint dynasty, they would all be in danger. The Empress's gaze was firm. She knew that there was going to be a tough battle ahead of her. She said in a low voice, "Guard." How could she allow someone who wanted her to die in her cabinet? She had to find out who poisoned her. At the thought of this, a cold glint flashed across the Empress's eyes. Even after the poison in her body was gone, her face was still a little pale. At this moment, she had to show everyone who the owner of the dynasty was. On the other hand, after knowing that Xing Yuan Emperor had woken up, the ministers finally heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, with the sword god's help this time, His Majesty was able to survive. As long as we have the protection of the sword god, the Heavenly Saint dynasty will prosper. There were still a small number of ministers in the royal court who were loyal to the royal family and to Emperor Xing Yuan. For example, Prime Minister Fu Sirue. They felt that as long as the sword god was still around, the Heavenly Saint dynasty could continue to be in peace. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the sword god was the spiritual belief of the subjects in the entire Heavenly Saint dynasty. No wonder the Empress wanted to hide the news of the sword god's death. If word got out, it would definitely cause unrest. On the other hand, Sun Jianghong and his faction were a little exasperated. He lowered his voice and said, "Did you send someone to inform them?" Another minister nodded. King Zhao and Sect Master Zhu are already informed of what happened. The poisoner has already successfully left the palace. Don't worry, sir. Sun Jianghong finally heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the poisoner wasn't caught, there would be no evidence pointing against him. That's good. Sun Jianghong sneered. What kind of trash did Zhu Hao find? He claimed to be the #1 poison expert in the world. But look at what happened in the end. What a clown. At this point, he was furious. I spent a lot of resources, but in the end, both the sword god and Emperor Xing Yuan were unscathed. It was simply a waste of my time. His face was as dark as a bottomless well as he said disdainfully, "That's how sects in the martial world are. They just can't do anything. All they know is to talk big. It's not all in vain. At the very least, we now know that the sword god is still around and is very powerful. It seems that the information is wrong. We need to rethink the plan." Sun Jianghong nodded. Indeed, we have to postpone the execution. The ministers went in to greet Emperor Xing Yuan one after another. One of them was the Grand Secretary, the current Empress's father, Jiang Yuheng. "Your Majesty, do you feel better? Thank you for your concern. Fortunately, with the help of the sword god, I was able to survive." Seeing that Jiang Yuheng wanted to say something, Emperor Xing Yuan gave the word. "The rest of you all can leave. I have something to discuss with the Grand Secretary." After everyone left, Emperor Xing Yuan said, "Father-in-law, we're in-laws. There are no outsiders around now. If you have something to say, just say it." Emperor Xing Yuan was so respectful to Jiang Yuheng because he had served 3 previous emperors in this dynasty and had accumulated great power and influence. Many ministers in the imperial court were once his students. He was one of the people who helped Emperor Xing Yuan ascend the throne. If he didn't marry Jiang Yuheng's legitimate daughter, Jiang Yuheng would probably not side with him. Naturally, he had to rope in this kind of person. However, Jiang Yuheng, this old fox, didn't seem to want to invest everything he had in Emperor Xing Yuan. He had some other plans. Facing these wily people, Emperor Xing Yuan had to be fully prepared. "Your Majesty, it's a blessing that you can fully recover, but this matter also gives us a reminder that we are in urgent need of a crown prince. If anything happens in the future, there will be someone to take your place and keep the situation under control." The smile on Emperor Xing Yuan's face gradually faded. He knew that this old fox was plotting something. "Grand Secretary, what exactly do you mean?" As expected, in the next second, Jiang Yuheng knelt on the ground. "Even if what I'm going to say will make you displeased, I still feel obliged to say it. I hope that your Majesty can have a son with the Empress as soon as possible to stabilize the dynasty. That way, I can rest in peace." Emperor Xing Yuan was a little stunned. He did not expect Jiang Yuheng to bring this up. She was a woman, and so was the Empress. How could 2 women have a son? She wanted to shut these old ministers up with a crown prince, but the thing was that she did not have that ability. Chapter 28. Reproducing in place of the Empress. Previously, a minister had brought this up once, but Emperor Xing Yuan used the excuse of being busy with state affairs to put off the matter. As if knowing what Emperor Xing Yuan was going to say, Jiang Yuheng immediately interrupted. "Now that your Majesty has been on the throne for 2 years, logically speaking, the dynasty will be stable by now. It's time to consider the matter of having a crown prince. I know that your majesty is industrious and rarely goes to the harem, but this is a matter that needs resolving sooner or later. That's not just what I think, it's what the other ministers think too. Jiang Yuhan gave Emperor Xing Yuan no room for negotiation. Apparently, the old fox couldn't wait to execute his plan. If the empress gave birth to a son who was appointed as the crown prince, the next emperor would have the bloodline of the Jiang family. How glorious would that be? Having a crown prince grandson, Jiang Yuhan's power would be more stable. No one in the royal court could possibly challenge him. No wonder he was in such a hurry. Actually, I'm still young. It's still too early to consider having a crown prince. There's no need for you to be so worried about me, Grand Secretary. No matter what, he had to put off the matter for the time being. Otherwise, he would not be able to hide his gender at all. Without that function, how could he impregnate the empress? However, it was clearly not going to be easy to get away with it this time. Your Majesty, may I ask what will happen in the future if something similar happens again? Emperor Xing Yuan was speechless. His eyes turned cold as he questioned, "Are you wishing me to die?" "I wouldn't dare." Jiang Yuhan knelt on the ground, looking like he was scared, but his expression was very calm. "I'm just making a hypothesis. Besides, Your Majesty hasn't stepped into the harem for so long, so it's inevitable that people will talk about it and spread rumors. Your Majesty, this won't be good for you and the stability of the dynasty." When he said the last sentence, Jiang Yuhan seemed to be threatening. Emperor Xing Yuan clenched his fists in anger, but there was nothing he could do. "In short, I'm saying this for the sake of the dynasty. If Your Majesty can have a crown prince soon, I can rest in peace. I hope you can consider it carefully." After Jiang Yuhan left, Emperor Xing Yuan could no longer hold back his anger. This old fox, on the surface, he sounded like he's loyal, but in fact, he's just doing it for more power. It didn't seem like Jiang Yuhan would give up on his plan until he achieved his goal. There was even a hint of threat in his words. "Given how many enemies I have internally and externally, I can't afford to fall out with him now." After all, Jiang Yuhan had a lot of power. If he stood against him, it would be like adding fuel to the fire and putting him in an even worse situation. However, the question was how in the world could he make the empress pregnant? Emperor Xing Yuan felt a headache coming on and couldn't help but sigh. "What should I do? If someone can disguise as me, it might work." The key was that his identity was too special. Besides, this kind of thing was very risky. He had to find someone she could absolutely trust. For a moment, Emperor Xing Yuan was in a dilemma. He stroked the broken sword in his hand and seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up. "Perhaps he can help me." Lin Ran was a little confused when he saw the empress, who was supposed to be resting to recover, suddenly appear in the forbidden area of Mount Sword in a casual outfit. Why did the empress want to see him as soon as she woke up? Could it be that she knew he was disguising as the sword god? Or was there another reason? "Greetings, Your Majesty." Unlike the past, the empress smiled faintly and wasn't as high and mighty as she normally looked. "Please get up. I already know your identity. You are young and promising and have obtained the legacy of the sword god. Your future will definitely be bright." From the looks of it, she probably believed what the sword god said and knew that Lin Ran was a trustworthy person. Lin Ran couldn't help but praise himself for making a brilliant move. The empress went straight to the point. "I'm looking for you today because I want to entrust an important task to you. Your Majesty, feel free to tell me. I'll do anything for you even if I have to go through hell." "There's no need to go through hell. I just need to borrow something from you." After the empress finished speaking, Lin Ran was completely dumbfounded. He almost thought that the empress was joking with him. After transmigrating and being reborn, he had seen all kinds of mind-blowing things, but what he heard just now blew his mind more than anything else. He had never heard of such a request. He asked in disbelief, "You mean you want me to have children with the empress in your place?" The empress nodded. Lin Ran calmed down after a moment. After all, Emperor Xing Yuan was also a woman. The empress looked helpless. "I really have no choice. The Grand Secretary is pressing me very hard. If I don't do as he says, the situation in the royal court will become even more disadvantageous for me. He might even suspect me. I've been married to the empress for many years, but I've never touched her. I think the Grand Secretary has already been suspecting and wants to take this opportunity to try me. Now, you're the only one who can help me." After thinking about it, the empress felt most at ease leaving this matter to Lin Ran. After all, the sword god said he could be trusted. The sword god's judgment of people was never wrong. If Lin Ran was a greedy and evil person, the sword god wouldn't think so highly of him. The empress didn't know that the previous sword god was just Lin Ran in disguise. Chapter 29. A night of love is worth 10,000 gold coins. No, I can't agree to that. Lin Ran's first reaction was to refuse. This was too ridiculous. The Empress was also surprised by Lin Ran's reaction. If ordinary people knew that they were going to have children with the current Empress, they would be wild with joy. However, other than a moment of shock, Lin Ran was calm and unmoved. It had to be stressed that it was a great honor to be in skin-to-skin contact with the high and mighty Empress, and potentially, their son could be the future crown prince. The Empress was even more satisfied. As expected of someone trusted by the sword god, his character was indeed trustworthy. Hence, she was more determined that Lin Ran was the most suitable candidate. Master Lin, I know you're in a difficult position, but please help me for the sake of the sword god. I'll definitely repay your kindness in the future. You don't want to see my identity exposed and the heavenly saint fall into chaos, right? Seeing that the Empress was pleading sincerely, Lin Ran couldn't bring himself to reject her. It's just that, seeing that he was budging, the Empress was delighted and persuaded more enthusiastically. Master Lin, don't worry, you just have to go in and do your job and leave the rest to me. I guarantee that there won't be any danger and no one will find out about it. Only then did Lin Ran agree reluctantly. All right then. If others knew this, they would definitely think Lin Ran was the luckiest man in this world. The Empress was overjoyed. Then we have a deal. I'll send someone to inform you tonight. This is a human skin mask. Wear this when the time comes. She did not linger and went straight back to make the arrangement. After all, this was a big matter and she could not afford to make any mistakes. There would definitely be Jiang Yuheng's spies watching her in the dark. She had to do it flawlessly. At night, the two of them secretly changed their identities. The person who entered the Empress's chamber was Lin Ran, who disguised himself as Emperor Xing Yuan. According to Emperor Xing Yuan's description, the light in the Empress's chamber was very dim, so it was very difficult to see the face clearly. The dark environment did not affect Lin Ran's vision. He could clearly see the beauty lying on the bed. She was exquisite and graceful. The gauze curtain was half covered, making the vibe especially exciting. One could vaguely see the Empress's exquisite facial features and small lips. They were like cherries hanging on a branch, ripe and juicy, making one want to pick them. She was undoubtedly a beauty. Your Majesty, this voice was like a bird singing in the valley. It was indescribably sweet, but it also carried a hint of caution and nervousness. Lin Ran lifted the curtain. As expected, the beauty in front of him was as beautiful as a blooming rose. Why are you looking at me like that, Your Majesty? Perhaps because his gaze was too passionate and intent, the Empress became shy. She lowered her head sheepishly, and a faint blush spread across her fair skin. Jiang Qingjie was a little uneasy. After all, the Emperor had never touched her since the wedding. At first, she thought that she had done something wrong and angered the Emperor so that the Emperor stopped coming to see her. Fortunately, the good news was that the other concubines were treated the same. Otherwise, she would be made a laughingstock in the harem. Now that the day she had been waiting finally came, she wanted to seize it and enchant this young emperor. She suppressed the shyness in her heart and slowly leaned towards him. Lin Ran did not expect the Empress to take initiative. Your Majesty, let me serve you. The Empress wrapped her arms around him like a snake as she groped around his body with her slender hands. Looking at her clumsy movements, Lin Ran grabbed her soft hands, and his gaze gradually became dangerous. Do I know how? Jiang Qingjie looked up and was instantly stunned on the spot when her gaze met that pair of mysterious and unfathomable eyes. She felt that Emperor Xing Yuan was a little different tonight, but she couldn't tell the difference. They clearly looked the same, but their auras were different. His gaze was invasive, filled with indescribable danger as well as mystery. She could not help but be attracted to him. Lin Ran ran his hot palm over her delicate body and unleashed the snow-white dough with a red bean on it. It was so big that even Lin Ran couldn't wrap it entirely in his hand. He played with the red bean and rubbed it slowly and gently. Arg! Jiang Qingjie had never had such an experience before. She immediately let out moans that were getting louder and louder. Your Majesty, arg! All the moans were blocked from coming out as Lin Ran sealed her lips, leaving only the sound of lip smacking. At this moment, the noble Empress was controlled by Lin Ran. Her eyes were unfocused, and there was shiny saliva oozing out of the corner of her mouth. On the other hand, Lin Ran was extremely calm and unmoved, as if nothing could stir his heart. The cultivation technique of the 9 yin-yang sword circulated in his body. As he entered and exited, an invisible stream of air emitted from the Empress. Her originally snow-white skin was gradually dyed with the color of lust, like a slowly blooming flower. The nectar that seeped out of her body was tempting people to explore the mysterious flower path within her. Chapter 30. The power of the 9 yin-yang swords, 9th level of the senior grandmaster realm. The so-called 9 yin-yang swords was actually a way to collect yin to replenish yang in order to increase Lin Ran's strength quickly without any side effects. The Empress was red all over her body. She felt that her body was heating up, forcing her to find a way to quench it. The coldness Xing Yuan Emperor gave off was like ice in the summer, making her want to get closer to him. She was like a traveler walking in the desert who had finally found the oasis. She could not help but blush and moan. It was only until the latter half of the night did they stop. There was yin and yang in the world, and it was only right for yin and yang to intertwine. At this moment, under Lin Ran's continuous banging, the Empress was completely out of her mind. She was dizzy and her jade-like body was clinging to his, swaying like a lone boat in the vast sea. If she could open her eyes, she would definitely discover that everything around her was filled with indescribable sword intent. However, at the center, they weren't affected at all. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ran finally withdrew. He looked at the Empress, who was lying weakly on the bed. Her cheeks were red like ripe peaches, and the air was filled with sweetness. Before dawn, Lin Ran changed his identity back with Emperor Xing Yuan without being noticed. The next day, the Empress appeared with a radiant smile. The concubines greeted her. Looking at the Empress's glowy face, they were so jealous that the handkerchief in their hands was almost torn. Why did the Emperor only visit the Empress? Why were they neglected? In recent years, because Emperor Xing Yuan had never stepped into the harem, rumors had already spread that he was impotent. Now that the rumors were debunked, how could these consorts sit still? Lin Ran thought that this matter would be over. Unexpectedly, Emperor Xing Yuan came looking for him again. What? Are you saying that there are other consorts? Do you really treat me as a stallion who can go on spreading seeds non-stop? He couldn't help but complain. Good Lord, if this continued, he would die of exhaustion. The Empress looked helpless. Since the Empress has been satisfied, the other consorts can't be neglected, right? These days, they've been trying their best to create opportunities to see me. They've been giving me tonic soup and singing and dancing for me. I'm so annoyed. After getting to know Lin Ran for the past few days, the Empress did not put on any airs. She gradually opened her heart to him and complained to him about the annoying trivial stuff in her life. Lin Ran couldn't help but want to laugh when he heard that. He teased, "It seems like you've been quite lucky with women recently." The Empress teased back, "Aren't you the one who gets everything?" I heard that when the Empress walked out of her chamber, she had to hold the wall because her legs were trembling. After saying that, she looked Lin Ran up and down and said meaningfully, "I really didn't expect you to be so good at that." Lin Ran's smile immediately froze. "Just help me until the end. Otherwise, I'll really be pestered to death by those consorts. Moreover, if I don't take good care of them, I'm afraid the forces behind those consorts will probably be displeased at me for showing bias." At that time, in order to successfully ascend the throne, Emperor Xing Yuan took in consorts from influential families. Fortunately, she was a woman, so there were not many consorts. Otherwise, Lin Ran would die like an overworked cow. Because the Empress was persistent, Lin Ran had no choice but to agree. From then on, his peaceful cultivation days were disrupted. At night, Lin Ran would disguise as Emperor Xing Yuan and have fun in the harem. During the day, he would cultivate like a conch without stopping. However, the benefits were considerable. Every time he was doing that kind of thing, Lin Ran would use the 9 yin-yang swords. This method was different from those unorthodox methods. Not only could Lin Ran's strength increase, but it was also very beneficial to these consorts. These sword energies had already been transformed, so even if the consorts weren't in the martial Tao, they wouldn't be hurt by it. On the contrary, because of Lin Ran's nourishing them, their skin became fairer and smoother, and their overall health also improved. However, this was not obvious in the short term. In the forbidden area of Mount Sword, Lin Ran sat cross-legged as he focused on cultivating, digesting the power he had obtained through the 9 yin-yang swords. Over the past few days, he finally managed to give every consort the care and attention they deserved. Fortunately, Lin Ran was different from ordinary people and had the support of the formless sword body. Otherwise, he would really die of exhaustion. A stream of air was slowly flowing in his veins and vessels. It was like a stone suddenly being thrown into a calm lake, causing a huge splash. A bright sun slowly rose, bringing with it a heat that could burn all living things. At this moment, Lin Ran's entire body was red through and through like a cooked prawn. Violent energy surged through his body. If not for the fact that he had the sword body, he wouldn't be able to withstand such enormous energy. At the critical moment, the silver moon rose and hung high in the sky, scattering a cold light that dispelled the heat brought by the sun. The originally restless energy was also appeased. The sun and the moon, both representing the yang and the yin, were in front of Lin Ran. The sun and moon were close to each other, forming a strange scene. They seemed to be opposing each other, but in fact, they complemented each other. As they fused with each other, Lin Ran's level continued to rise. 4th level of the Senior Grandmaster Realm. 5th level. 9th level of the Senior Grandmaster Realm. It only stopped when he reached the 9th level of the Senior Grandmaster Realm. Chapter 31. New Commander of the Imperial Guards. Lin Ran suddenly opened his eyes. One of his eyes was flickering with golden light, but the other was filled with a cold light. He was like a god born from the sun and the moon, the yang and the yin. His every movement carried formidable pressure. I thought that the power I accumulated over the past few days would be enough for me to break through to the half-saint realm. It seems something is lacking. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between the 9th level of the Senior Grandmaster Realm and the half-saint realm, it was a huge watershed. Some people might not be able to overcome this watershed for the rest of their lives. For example, the powerful 10-mile sword god died on the way to becoming a half-saint. He was even attacked by the demon, which led to his death. From this, it could be seen that it was not easy to become a half-saint. If one was not careful, one would die. Lin Ran felt that it was a pity that he didn't become a half-saint, but if news of this advancement speed spread, it would shock the entire continent. Not long ago, he was still in the 1st level of the Senior Grandmaster. Even the most brilliant geniuses couldn't achieve what he'd done. To him, leveling up was almost as simple as eating and drinking. In the entire continent, there were only a handful of half-saints. Almost all of them were in seclusion and were hundreds of years old. The fact that there was a person like Lin Ran who could reach such heights in his 20s was simply unbelievable. According to his current cultivation level, he was enough to dominate the continent. After all, there were not many half-saints. His 9th level of the Senior Grandmaster Realm was already enough to make him invincible. However, Lin Ran was still not satisfied. He fell into deep thought. If I want to break through, I have to see through life and death and nurture my sword with blood. Although he was now at the 9th level of the Senior Grandmaster Realm, he had never killed anyone, and the sword in his hand had never tasted blood either. However, if Lin Ran really attacked, no one would be able to withstand a single blow from him. He heard rustling sounds not far away. Someone was approaching. Lin Ran's figure blinked. He was wondering who it was, but it turned out to be the Empress. Her first reaction was to say, "I'm not going." Under the moonlight, the Empress was dressed in plain clothes. Without the disguise of the day, she looked more beautiful. When she heard this, she was stunned for a moment before letting out a chuckle, revealing a pair of dimples on her cheeks. Much to his surprise, the Empress said with a mischievous tone, "All right, forget it then." She waved the item in her hand. "I understand that Master Lin has been working hard recently and was about to give you another job. Since you say that you are not going, forget it." It was the token for the commander of the Imperial Guards. It was made of pure gold and carved with dragon patterns. Under the moonlight, it emitted a dazzling light and was used to command the Imperial Guards at the palace. That meant it was a symbol of power. In the next second, the token landed in Lin Ran's hand. "It's indeed a good thing. Thank you, Your Majesty." Looking at her empty hand, the Empress was puzzled as to when Lin Ran made the move. She said in surprise, "It seems that Master Lin's cultivation has elevated to another level. If this were done by anyone else, it would definitely be considered a capital offense." However, there was no one around now. The Empress and Lin Ran had a special relationship. Instead of saying that they were emperor and courtier, it was more precise to say that they were good friends. The Empress thought of something and her eyes looked mischievous. "Master Lin works hard at night but also cultivates hard during the day. I really need to learn from you." Lin Ran was unmoved by her tease. "If the Grand Secretary makes the same request again, please do it yourself. I really have enough beauty." The Empress snorted. For some reason, she felt a little upset. "I think Master Lin quite enjoys it. Those consorts have been giving me more soup recently." The soups were all made of deer antler and tiger penis, which help boost man's reproductivity. Lin Ran suddenly leaned over and said in a low voice, "Are you jealous?" Looking at the handsome face in front of her, the Empress's heart skipped a beat. His hot breath brushed past her ear like a feather, and she felt an itchiness surging in her heart. She pretended to be calm and said, "I'm the Emperor. Why would I be jealous of you?" The Empress looked calm, but the tips of her red ears betrayed her true feelings. For some reason, the atmosphere suddenly became a little quiet. The temperature in the air rose a little. Even with the cool night breeze, the Empress still felt her face heat up. She quickly changed the topic. Tomorrow, you'll need to report for duty as the commander of the Imperial Guards. After saying this, she left in a hurry, leaving Lin Ran to stand rooted on the ground. She acted like she was escaping from something. The next day, Lin Ran went to report. Coincidentally, there was an old acquaintance among the Imperial Guards who was in the same batch of contestants as Lin Ran. I heard that the new commander will take office today. I wonder who it is. Apparently, the new commander is appointed personally by His Majesty. He seems to have a powerful background. Either he's outstanding or comes from an extraordinary family. It seems like we have to build a good relationship with him. We can't afford to offend him as we'll be working for him in the future. By the way, what gifts did you prepare? Don't be like that pathetic Lin Ran. Although he's the champion, he's still a low-ranking mountain guardian. He'll probably be miserable for the rest of his life. The new commander is backed by His Majesty. This time, I've put in a lot of effort and prepared a gift worth tens of thousands of gold. Looking at the person walking towards them, they felt that he looked familiar. Why does it feel like I've seen this new commander before? Chapter 32. New Scheme, Friction at the Northern Border. After the new commander approached in front of them, everyone was completely dumbfounded. They thought that they were hallucinating. Wasn't this the pathetic Lin Ran they were talking about just now? Perhaps they were so shocked that the gifts they had prepared fell to the ground. They picked them up in a panic, afraid that Lin Ran would blame them. Fortunately, Lin Ran didn't mind. Long time no see. Looking at his clothes and the token that represented his identity as the commander, everyone understood that this was not a dream. Lin Ran really transformed from an insignificant mountain guardian to the commander of the Imperial Guards. They were still third-grade guards and had worked their asses off to climb up from the 5th grade. In the end, Lin Ran overtook them and became their leader. I knew all along that Lord Lin was a promising person back then with a bright future ahead of him. As expected, you made it. I congratulate you on your promotion. This is a small gift I prepared for you. I hope you can accept it. The others were dumbfounded. This bootlicking skill was simply too masterful. The others were not to be outdone and squeezed to Lin Ran's side. I knew that Lord Lin was blessed with a bright future. Now that you have become the commander of the Imperial Guards, it's really our honor to be able to work under your command. Exactly. I pray day and night just to get the chance to work with Lord Lin. Now that I have the chance, I will be loyal and dedicate my life to my job. They praised Lin Ran with nice words. Each of them was better at making nonsense up than the other, trying their best to please Lin Ran. If not for the fact that Lin Ran was summoned by the Emperor, he would probably be bootlicked by them for the entire morning. Soon, it was time for the Imperial Court meeting. As the commander of the Imperial Guard, he naturally had to stay by Emperor Xingyuan's side at all times. Lin Ran knew that the Emperor Xingyuan was in a difficult situation, but he did not expect the situation to be worse than he thought. Basically, the real decision-making power was in the hands of the ministers. At most, Emperor Xingyuan was just like a puppet and would not be able to interfere in important matters. Even if she did, her words wouldn't be taken seriously. Sun Jianghong and his faction looked at each other. Ordinary people couldn't detect that subtle interaction, but it couldn't escape Lin Ran's sharp eyes. As a 9th-level senior grandmaster, his 5 senses were extremely acute. No move in the Imperial Court could escape his eyes. What were these people plotting again? One of the ministers stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I have something to report." "Lord Li, please." The northern border is often harassed by the Yong army. Recently, there has been a lot of friction. Now that the Great Yong dynasty has suddenly mobilized their troops, I'm afraid they are up to no good. Many people echoed, "Lord Li, what you said makes sense. The Great Yong dynasty has been eyeing our country covetously and has been making small moves. I'm afraid they are really conspiring something. We have to take precautions." The Empress pondered for a moment and said, "We have signed a peace treaty with the Great Yong dynasty, so we can't afford to fall out with them. Why don't we send an envoy to negotiate first?" Lord Li shook his head. "This will take too long and give the Great Yong dynasty an opportunity. Besides, people who don't know will think that we're afraid of them and take us for cowards." The Empress's gaze gradually became sharp as she asked slowly, "Then what do you think we should do?" "I hope that your Majesty can send masters to suppress them. This way, we can intimidate those who have evil designs on us and also tell the world that the Heavenly Saint dynasty is not to be trifled with." As soon as he said that, many ministers agreed. What Lord Li said makes sense. The matter at the border has to be resolved as soon as possible to prevent the enemy from marching further. Speaking of masters, who in the entire Heavenly Saint dynasty is qualified and capable to take on such a mission? I think the Sword God is the most suitable. Didn't he just come out of seclusion? He should be able to teach the great Yong dynasty a lesson. After all, think about it. If we sent a weak master and lost, wouldn't we be embarrassing ourselves? Only the sword god can ensure that nothing goes wrong. At the mention of the sword god, the Empress's expression changed slightly and she subconsciously grabbed the throne. The sword god just cured my poison. He needs time to recuperate. Besides, he never interferes in secular matters. If I ask him to do that, I'm afraid. But the great Yong dynasty is not an easy opponent. We can only ask the sword god to scare off the enemy. Please consider it, Your Majesty. Most of the courtiers knelt down and said in unison, Your Majesty, please consider it. Among them were even those who supported Emperor Xing Yuan. After all, they did not know the truth, nor did they know about Sun Jianghong's scheme. Sun Jianghong smiled smugly. It turned out that after the poison scheme failed, this old fox came up with another plan. He was trying to send the sword god away. At that time, it would be easier for them to cause a stir in the palace and they would not have to worry about the threat the sword god posed. The northern border was thousands of miles away from the imperial city. It would not be easy for the sword god to rush back after receiving the news. To execute his plan, all he needed to do was send some people to secretly intensify the friction between the Yong army and the Heavenly Saint army at the northern border, fan the flames, and exaggerate the matter during the imperial court meeting. By that time, Emperor Xing Yuan would have no choice but summon the sword god again. Chapter 33 Chapter 33 A storm in the making, disguising as the sword god again. Seeing that most of the courtiers were kneeling on the ground and asking the sword god to go to the border to suppress the rebel lion, Emperor Xing Yuan's expression was extremely ugly. After all, the sword god was no longer alive. How could he be sent to the border? Besides, it was unrealistic to find someone with a strength comparable to the sword god to impersonate him. At this moment, she was caught between a rock and a hard place, but those people were still pressing on her. Your Majesty, this matter concerns the safety of the Heavenly Saint dynasty. Please make a decision quickly. Almost everyone agreed with this suggestion. They all thought that the sword god was still alive. It had to be said that this was indeed the best solution. However, the premise of that solution happening was that the sword god was still alive. Your Majesty, why are you so hesitant? Could it be that the sword god is in a special situation? Left with no choice, Emperor Xing Yuan could only say, then let's do as you suggested and let the sword god lead the army to suppress the rebel lion. After the court meeting ended, Emperor Xing Yuan was obviously exhausted. She didn't say anything to Lin Ran. It was obvious that she was worried about the matter concerning the sword god. After a long time, she finally broke the silence. This is the only way. After saying that, she stared at Lin Ran. He had a feeling that her plan had something to do with him. Do you want me to disguise? Again? Emperor Xing Yuan nodded and forced a smile. I know I'm making things difficult for you, and the way to the north is long and strenuous, but this is the only choice I'm left with. Emperor Xing Yuan had no choice. Sending anyone else to replace the sword god would only make the situation worse. You disguised as me before and beguiled everyone. I believe you can do it again. Lin Ran did not expect that he would have to disguise as the sword god again. What was more, this time, it was the Empress who requested it. So this was the plan she came up with. She originally thought that Lin Ran would reject her or take time to consider it, but he agreed without hesitation. This was out of the Empress's expectations. She couldn't help but ask, have you thought it through? Yes, I've thought it through. Lin Ran knew for a fact that this was a ploy by Sun Jianghong and the others to lure him away from the imperial city. How could it be such a coincidence? Just as the sword god showed up again, a rebel lion broke out in the north, and the sword god was forced to go to the north to crack down on the rebel lion. However, Lin Ran did not intend to expose the plan for the time being. He would take this opportunity to beat them at their own game. Perhaps, he could even get rid of all the rats in the imperial court. Looking at Lin Ran's determined gaze, Emperor Xing Yuan felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. This is the sword of the sword god. Although it's broken, it might be of help to you. Lin Ran took the dragon raw sword from her. He originally wanted to give this sword to Emperor Xing Yuan as a token to make her believe what the sword god said. He did not expect her to return it to him in the end. I know it's a dangerous mission this time. You have to be careful with every move you make. At King Zhao Manor, apart from Sun Jianghong and the other powerful ministers, there were also forces from the martial world led by Zhu Hao. It could be said that half of the Heavenly Saint dynasty's forces were gathered here. Last time, our plan to poison him failed. The sword god was actually able to cure the poison. Apparently, his strength has taken to another level over the years of his seclusion. This time, after sending him out of the capital, we don't have to worry about anything. Sun Jianghong sneered. Sect Master Zhu, you still have the cheek to talk? What kind of trash poison was that? It was easily removed. If I'd known about it, I wouldn't have put so much effort in cooperating with you. Zhu Hao and the others were puzzled. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be the case. Even the people from the Drug Valley can't remove the poison. Even if it's removed, it'll at least cost the sword god half of his internal energy. Could the sword god be pretending that he's unscathed? What's the point of making so many excuses? You'd better stop boasting in the future, Sect Master Zhu. Zhu Hao was not the kind of person who would put up with insults. The two of them were on the verge of starting a quarrel. King Zhao said in a low voice, "All right, you should focus on the business at hand and put aside your personal grudge." Although the two of them were still looking at each other with hatred, they didn't continue kicking up a fuss. The sword god will set off today. Now that the situation is advantageous for us, it's time to take action. The northern border is thousands of miles away from the imperial city. Even if he can fly back on his sword upon receiving the tragic news, the imperial city will already be in our control when he arrives. We can't be too cocky. I suggest that we stop the news from spreading out of the capital. When the situation is set in stone, no matter how capable the sword god is, he won't be able to change it. No matter what, this is the best time to execute the plan. Everyone, don't let your guard down. Life or death, wealth or poverty depends on this. Don't worry, our men have already disguised themselves and snuck into the capital. They are waiting for the order. There are also our people among the imperial city guards. When the time comes, they will open the city gate, and it'll be a piece of cake to take down the emperor. Everyone looked at each other and smiled, their eyes flashing with greed. Read latest chapters at Vuxia World. Site only https://vuxiaworld.site/right/. Emperor Xing Yuan also mobilized a portion of the imperial guards to go to the border with the sword god to suppress the rebel lion. As she watched the troop leave, Emperor Xing Yuan put her palms together and wished Lin Ran a safe trip. At this moment, she still didn't know that the real crisis was coming. Over the past few days, many unfamiliar faces had suddenly appeared in the capital. However, no one noticed them because they were dressed plainly. Besides, life was busy. Who would pay attention to some unfamiliar faces? A storm was in the making. When it came into form, it would wreak havoc to the ostensibly peaceful imperial city. Chapter 34. A great war is coming. The imperial city was gloomy with thick and dark clouds hanging above it. The originally majestic palace was shrouded in shadows. The palace maids and eunuchs passing by could not help but speed up. They looked at the sky and felt inexplicably depressed. I wonder what's wrong with this weather. It's been like this for a few days. Will it rain? At this moment, Emperor Xing Yuan was handling the state affairs in the throne hall. She couldn't help but think to herself that it had been 10 days since Lin Ran set out. If it went smoothly, he should be arriving at the northern border soon. I wonder how he's doing over there. At this moment, a eunuch ran over. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Why are you so flustered? How inappropriate. The eunuch knelt on the ground and said with a pale face, Your Majesty, King Zhao and his men declared open rebel lion against us. They are now heading towards Imperial City. What? Emperor Xing Yuan was shocked. She knew these vassals had ambitions to replace her, so she had been wanting to summon them to the capital to seize their military power, but she did not expect them to take action so quickly and suddenly. According to her estimation, these people wouldn't choose to rebel at this time. Now that they suddenly declared war, she was simply caught off guard. Emperor Xing Yuan rushed to the top of the city wall. Under the dark sky, she could vaguely see smoke rising not far away. The flames of war were raging, and the sound of fighting sent shivers down one's spine. Welcome, Your Majesty. There's no need for such formalities at the critical moment. How's the battle going? The generals guarding the city did not look too good. General Wu has already gone to defend the rebel lion, but there are people from the rebel army in the imperial city. With them working together, I'm afraid there's no chance of victory. Emperor Xing Yuan's expression was extremely solemn. It seems that this group of people planned this for a long time. What a good ploy. She was not a fool and quickly understood what was going on. As soon as the sword god left, these people started to rebel. It couldn't be a coincidence. These vassals are really capable. It turns out that they also have accomplices in the imperial court. I wonder who is colluding with them. A sharp glint flashed across Emperor Xing Yuan's eyes as she recalled the scene in the imperial court meeting that day. No wonder she was asked to summon the sword god to go to the border. It turned out that they were trying to lure the treat away. Your Majesty, Terrible news. General Wu tried his best to hold back the rebels, but he couldn't make it and was killed. Now that the rebel army has entered the palace gates, it's not safe here anymore. Please evacuate quickly. The battle reports from the front line were extremely disadvantageous to Emperor Xing Yuan. Her army was defeated repeatedly while the rebel army was unstoppable. There was nothing she could do. The rebels came prepared. In addition, they had the help of the people in the imperial city to open the gates for them, so their marching speed was unbelievably fast. On the other hand, Emperor Xing Yuan was not prepared at all. In addition, most of her imperial guards were not in the imperial city. Not long ago, she sent a portion of them to the north to help Lin Ran, which resulted in the current situation. Are people already sent out to inform the Sword God? The rebel army has sealed off the imperial city. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the news to even reach outside the city wall. Even if it does, it will be too late when the Sword God comes back to. Before he could finish, Emperor Xing Yuan understood what he was trying to say. The imperial guards were outnumbered and could only retreat again and again. The morale of the army was extremely low. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the entire army was wiped out. Emperor Xing Yuan immediately said, "Bring me armor. I will be supervising the battle in person." No matter what, she had to hold on until reinforcements arrived. When the people around heard that, they were stunned for a moment before immediately stopping her. "Your Majesty, you can't do that. Swords are cold-blooded. If the rebels take advantage of the chaos to attack and assassinate you, then there will be no coming back anymore. Your Majesty, don't act rashly. As long as you are alive, there's hope. There might be other ways. I've made up my mind." Stop the persuasion. Unfortunately, even so, the situation could not be salvaged. There were too many rebels and they had come prepared. In addition, there were too few troops in the imperial city. "Your Majesty, the rebels have reached the Black Tortoise Gate. They will arrive here in less than 5 minutes. The Empress could only give the order helplessly. Pass down my orders. All soldiers, retreat to the upper gate." The upper gate was the gate closest to Mount Sword. The 10-mile Sword God had set up an array formation there. Perhaps she could use it to resist the rebel army. Soon, they retreated to the vicinity of Mount Sword. Behind them were the ferocious rebels. "Your Majesty, what should we do now? Our army can't hold on for long." Only the emperors could activate the array formation on Mount Sword. Unless it was necessary, the emperor wouldn't resort to this last line of defense. Kill. If anyone can capture Emperor Xing Yuan alive, he will be rewarded with 10,000 tiles of gold and conferred the title of Marquise. Wealth and power were irresistible. For a moment, the rebels were filled with killing intent. Seeing that they were about to step into Mount Sword, Emperor Xing Yuan ordered the entire army to retreat. Her gaze was cold as she looked at the rebel army like they were just dead corpses. In the next second, countless dazzling rays of lights rose. As the array formation moved, the ground shook violently. The rebels were so shocked that their formation was in a mess. Countless people fell to the ground. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? The rebels still did not know what was happening. On Mount Sword, countless spiritual swords trembled, sounding like a humongous troop was approaching from the distance. Chapter 35. Major sects besieged the imperial city. A dazzling light burst out. In an instant, 10,000 swords shot out at the same time, filling the air with sharp sword energy and charging at the rebel army with a destructive force. With Mount Sword as the center, a huge ripple spread out quickly, so fast that no one could react. Humans had an instinct to sense danger. Looking at the white fog in front of them, even if they did not know what was happening, they could tell it was dangerous. "Retreat! There's something strange here." The leading general roared, but it was too late. Swish! The sound of sharp weapons piercing through the air could be heard. In the next second, the general widened his eyes as he looked down at the huge bloody hole in his chest that was pierced through by the sword energy. He fell to the ground, and at the same time, a large number of the troops fell with him. When the rebels behind saw the bloody scene, they were immediately shocked and did not dare to move forward. Emperor Xing Yuan and her army were safe and sound on Mount Sword, and they immediately burst out cheering. "That's great. With this array formation, we will definitely be able to last until the reinforcements arrive." However, after defeating this battalion of enemy troops, Emperor Xing Yuan didn't seem to be relieved. Instead, her expression was more solemn. "Do you think this array formation can stop these rebels from marching forward? Before they take action, they definitely have thought about all the possibilities." Emperor Xing Yuan could not help but sigh with a heavy mood. The battle ahead would probably be even more difficult. Hearing Emperor Xing Yuan's words, everyone's joyful smile froze. "That's right. They could defeat this legion, but what about the next one? The rebels were a stupid bunch. They would definitely come up with a solution. Soon, the news of what happened on Mount Sword reached the ears of King Zhao and the others. Your Highness, Emperor Xing Yuan and his army retreated to Mount Sword and used the array formation set up by the Sword God to defeat one of our battalions. King Zhao and the others' expressions changed drastically. I didn't expect the Sword God to have a backup plan. As if having thought of something, he snorted. So what? Does he really think a mere array formation can stop us? Since they decided to rebel, they must have taken all things into consideration. Ordinary troops were naturally helpless against an array formation, but what about martial artists? He turned his gaze towards Zhu Hao. Sect Master Zhu, then I'll leave the rest to you. When Zhu Hao heard that, he immediately revealed a smug smile. I've already contacted a few old friends of mine who are willing to help you overthrow the emperor. Soon, Zhu Hao began to gather large sects in the martial world. On the surface, the martial world and the imperial court minded their own business and never had anything to do with each other, but in fact, underneath the calm surface, it was not peaceful at all. After all, how could this group of martial artists with extraordinary ability be willing to let someone who was far inferior to them in terms of cultivation be their emperor? At the same time, the imperial court was also quite troubled by these people from the martial world. They were a rebellious bunch and hard to govern. Previously, with the Sword God guarding the imperial city, these people were well behaved. Now that they knew that the Sword God had gone to the northern border, they started to have evil designs. Although some neutral sects or sects that did not like to get involved in secular affairs rejected Zhu Hao's invitation, some sects chose to participate. After all, should this rebel lion succeed, they would benefit tremendously. At Lightning Mountain Villa, that's great. If the Sword God is really dispatched to the northern border, it will be our best chance to participate. If King Zhao succeeds, we will be the founding sect. You can imagine the honor. If the Sword God settles the score after he returns, I'm afraid we. So what? The Sword God can't change the situation alone. The Heavenly Dipper sect, disciples, listen up. Follow me to the imperial city to join the great cause. A brand new dynasty will be established with our help. For our Heavenly Dipper sect, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We have to seize it well. King Zhao has already promised that if we make a great contribution, he will give us great power. Firmament sect. The Heavenly Saint dynasty is at a disadvantage and is surrounded by King Zhao and his army. If the reinforcements don't arrive, it'll be just a matter of time before the Imperial Guards are all eliminated. The Sword God can't return either. It seems like King Zhao is even favored by the heavens. A wise man submits to circumstances. Now that King Zhao has made the invitation for us to join the great cause, if we can contribute to it, we will bring endless glory to our sect. Faced with the generous offer by the rebels, even these unworldly martial artists could not help but be tempted. The Blood Sword Pavilion, the Golden Yang sect, and a few other large sects quickly gathered near Mount Sword. Every sect in the martial world all had their own martial artists, martial masters, and senior martial masters. Now that the Sword God was not present and the other reinforcements could not arrive in time, the imperial city was like a lone island with no chance of winning. With Zhu Hao as the leader, the Second Legion could be said to be a martial artist army. Be it cultivation level or overall quality, it was not something the First Legion could compare to. Everyone, listen to my orders. We'll attack the array formation together and break it jointly. With Zhu Hao's order, countless energies spread out from their bodies and charged at the array formation. Boom! The loud bang that shook the mountain attracted the attention of Emperor Xing Yuan and the others. Your Majesty, now, the rebels are actually colluding with martial artists. There is a legion of martial artists outside, and they are attacking us. Emperor Xing Yuan was pale on the face. Apparently, the rebels weren't going to give her even the time to breathe. Even the array formation set up by the Sword God could not stop so many people. Chapter 36. The Fall of the Sword God? The rebel army is excited. Under the bombardment of the various large sects, the array formation that was originally emitting a dazzling white light gradually dimmed, as if it was covered in a shadow. As expected of the number one martial artist in the Heavenly Saint dynasty, the array formation set up by the Sword God is indeed powerful. Even with so many of us, we can't break it completely. It's only a matter of time. The energy of this array formation has been exhausted and can no longer resist our attack. Soon, we'll catch Emperor Xing Yuan. Everyone, come with me. If we made it, we'd be rewarded handsomely. Zhu Hao and the others looked determined as they increased the output of their energy. The energy in their palms became stronger and stronger, and the array formation became weaker and weaker. Once the array formation was broken, the rebels would march straight in, and there was almost no chance of Emperor Xingyuan surviving. The deafening sound was like a hammer smashing into her heart. Seeing that the array formation had become weaker, she felt helpless. "Am I destined to die today?" Emperor Xingyuan said solemnly. "How long can this array formation last?" With a terrified look on his face, one of the generals answered, "I'm afraid the array formation can only last a few more hours at most. Your Majesty, please retreat further back. We are willing to protect you with our lives." If waiting was not the way out, they might as well fight a way out. The other imperial guards also knelt on the ground and said firmly, "We will protect your Majesty with our lives." Looking at the energy fluctuations at the foot of the mountain, Emperor Xingyuan revealed a bitter expression. "I'm afraid there's no hope even if we fight our way out. With so many martial artists joining forces, how could she possibly escape? Then what should we do now?" Many ministers looked desperate. Is this calamity really going to end the Heavenly Saint dynasty? If we can get someone to break out of the encirclement with His Majesty's token to bring reinforcements, we might still have a chance of surviving. The rebel army would definitely not allow Emperor Xingyuan to escape. However, if it were anyone else, there was still some chance. Emperor Xingyuan could not help but sigh. "I have no reinforcements now." The East Sea Division was currently supporting the neighboring country. The Southern Division was defending the foreign forces and could not leave for the time being. The Western Division was idle, but it was the weakest troop and would be useless even if it came. The Northern Division couldn't possibly get back in time. In short, time was needed for reinforcements to march back. If only the Sword God could rush back at this moment, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight 10,000 enemies alone. Unfortunately, he's far away on the northern border now. Emperor Xingyuan wanted to say something but hesitated. The Sword God was long gone. The person who went to the northern border was Lin Ran in disguise, and most likely, he was in danger too. King Zhao had prepared this for a long time, so he must have set up a trap on the northern border too. Is there really no other way? Everyone's faces were ashen, as if the end of the world had arrived. Emperor Xingyuan seemed to have thought of something. Her expression was solemn as she said hesitantly, "It's not that there aren't any, but, in the rebel camp." "That's great." King Zhao slammed the table and stood up. He, who usually kept a straight face, was extremely excited at this moment. The others couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, what exactly happened?" "There's news from the northern border saying that the 10-mile Sword God is nowhere to be seen." Hearing that, some people were stunned. If the 10-mile Sword God is not in the northern border, is he still on Mount Sword then? Or is he already on his way back? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room became intense, and everyone felt a chill running down their spines. If the Sword God really managed to rush back, King Zhao laughed out loud and broke the silence. "You're all thinking too much. They didn't see the Sword God, but someone saw his broken sword." To a sword cultivator, the sword was equivalent to life. If the sword was intact, and so would the sword cultivator be. Everyone looked incredulous. Is that sword called 10 Miles Dragon Roar? When the Sword God made a name for himself, his sword, Dragon Roar, also became famous. They knew the meaning of a broken sword. Either the Sword God was already dead or he was seriously injured. Otherwise, the sword wouldn't be broken and he wouldn't abandon it. That's right. The spies I planted in the north saw everything clearly. There's no way it's fake. But when the Sword God came out of seclusion and treated Emperor Xingyuan, there was clearly nothing wrong with him. Perhaps we were all deceived. Perhaps, in fact, the Sword God was greatly injured after removing the poison. He was just pretending to be fine to fool us. Everyone thought this explanation made sense. Otherwise, why did the Sword God not show up after he set out to the border? And why was his sword broken and in the hands of others? There must be something going on. King Zhao and the others were greatly encouraged by this news. Initially, they were still fearful of being retaliated by the Sword God, but at this moment, they were completely relieved. At this moment, Zhu Hao also received a message from his sect. "Congratulations, Your Highness. A message from my sect said that the first sect elder has already broken through to the Grandmaster realm and is on his way here. I believe that in less than 2 hours, he will be able to break the array formation and capture the Emperor." Everyone quickly congratulated Zhu Hao. "Now that the Sword God is gone and your sect's elder has broken through to the Grandmaster realm, I believe victory is close at hand. I will reward Sect Master Zhu most handsomely after the new dynasty is established." King Zhao couldn't stop smiling. "Even the heavens are on my side. Emperor Xingyuan, you are doomed." Chapter 37. The Pride of the Emperor. I use my blood to change the course of events. Outside Mount Sword, A powerful pressure was approaching, and many people from the martial world were stunned on the spot. It was as if the pressure was so heavy that they could barely raise their heads. Everyone was terrified. This powerful aura is the sword god back. Then, he added, it can't be the sword god. Otherwise, we would have been dead already. They could not even withstand one shockwave of sword energy from the sword god. Someone from the Tao-seeking sect, which was also Ju Hao's sect, reacted immediately and said with excitement, "It's Elder Zai. Elder Zai has broken through to the Grandmaster realm." It had to be noted that in the past few hundred years, there had been no half-saints. There were only a handful of senior Grandmasters who were all in seclusion. The Grandmasters in this world were already unparalleled. With a Grandmaster backing up the rebel army, the battle became one-sided. "Welcome, Elder Zai. Congratulations on advancing to the Grandmaster realm," everyone said in unison. Even the other sects were full of respect. After all, they could not afford to offend a Grandmaster. As soon as they finished speaking, a powerful airflow surged, forcing them to close their eyes. In an instant, the sky darkened. The air in the surrounding condensed and formed a huge hand that was reaching towards Mount Sword. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground shook violently. A small crack actually appeared on the originally indestructible array formation that everyone had been unable to break through for a long time. The white light also became noticeably dim, flickering like a candle in the wind, as if it would be blown out in the next second. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. They had been attacking for an hour and only managed to dim the array formation. Now, with one move, Elder Zai actually managed to crack a hole in it. Was this the power of a Grandmaster? With the help of such a power, what was there to be afraid of? Everyone, join me. With the help from Elder Zai, the array formation dimed faster and faster. Everyone was excited and seemed to be on steroids, as if they could already see the demise of Emperor Xing Yuan. On the other side, Emperor Xing Yuan and the others also felt a strong commotion outside the array formation. This is the aura of a Grandmaster. A Grandmaster has joined the rebel army. This news made things worse. It was as if her chest was grabbed by something heavy. She said with difficulty, "If a Grandmaster joins, the array formation will probably collapse soon." Everyone panicked when they heard that. Then we're completely doomed. There's no hope at all. It was impossible to fetch reinforcements now. Initially, they wanted to fight a way out and help Emperor Xing Yuan escape. As long as the Emperor was alive, there was still hope of coming back, but in the blink of an eye, all the hopes were dashed. They were no match for the martial artists outside to begin with. Now that there was a Grandmaster, their chance of winning was grim even if the army doubled in size. Everyone seemed to have heard the sound of death knell as the morale plummeted. Someone suggested, "It seems that surrendering is the only way out." Actually, some people had such thoughts before. However, when the royalists heard this, they were furious. How can we surrender to that group of traitors? How will history talk about us in the future, and how will the future generations think of us? Wouldn't we be notorious? History has always been written by the victors. We can just pretend to surrender to save our lives first. As long as we can make a comeback, what's wrong with that? Don't be so stubborn. No, I firmly disagree. If you're afraid of death, you can surrender, you coward. You're lofty, you're dignified. If everyone dies, who will be there to rebuild the dynasty again? Surrendering is just a temporary measure. One group wanted to surrender while another group insisted on holding on. No one noticed Emperor Xing Yuan had returned to the tent alone with a solemn expression. Emperor Xing Yuan smiled sadly. If Father knew in the underworld that the Heavenly Saint dynasty would become like this in my hands, he would definitely scold me. I'm guilty. I've let down my ancestors and my father. As the ruler of a country, how can I surrender to the enemy? I'd rather die than live like a coward. Perhaps pretending to surrender to the enemy was indeed a good idea. In order to rightfully obtain the throne, King Zhao still needed her decree. Otherwise, no matter how nice his cause sounded, he would still be considered a traitor. In order to shut up the world, he would definitely keep her alive. He might even make her a king of some sort. However, Emperor Xing Yuan was dignified and wouldn't allow herself to live such a lowly life. I'd rather die than live like a coward. This was the pride of an emperor. She recalled what his father had said before he died. Emperor Xing Yuan could not help but sigh. I didn't expect that I would end up like this. After making up her mind, Emperor Xing Yuan took out the ruby necklace she was wearing. She bit open her finger and dripped the blood into the middle of the gem while muttering something that sounded like an ancient incantation. I'll use my blood to change the course of events. Chapter 38. He's back. Emperor Xing Yuan shouted. The blood instantly disappeared, as if it was absorbed by something. In an instant, a red light shot out from the gem and surrounded her. A huge force surged out of the ruby and entered Emperor Xing Yuan's body. Her face was pale and filled with pain. With her current cultivation, she could not withstand so much force. The power rampaged through her body and continuously absorbed everything. Emperor Xing Yuan could clearly feel her life force quickly being consumed. In the blink of an eye, half of her black hair turned into white, making her look somehow like a demon. It turned out that this ruby carried an enormous secret force. It was said that the founding emperor gathered powerful martial artists and blacksmiths to create this ruby to ensure that the dynasty would be passed down forever. Sealed in it was a powerful artifact called Heaven and Earth. It had the power to reverse anything. This artifact was extremely lethal and could be said to be a divine artifact that had kept the dynasty safe for centuries. In order to prevent it falling into the hands of those with ill intentions, only the emperor knew the secret and method of activation. Once this artifact was activated, it would cost the user a lot of lifespan, and it was almost irreversible and the activation unstoppable. This was Emperor Xing Yuan's trump card. At this point, there was nothing else she could do. In order to resist the rebels, she could only activate Heaven and Earth, even if she had to sacrifice her lifespan. "What are you doing?" The sudden voice shocked Emperor Xing Yuan. She did not notice that there were others around her. She said warily, "Who is it?" A tall figure slowly came out of the shadow. It was Lin Ran, who had disguised herself as the sword god and gone to the north. "Why are you here?" Emperor Xing Yuan was both surprised and happy. Seeing that Lin Ran was still alive and safe, for some reason, she felt relieved, even though she had many questions. Why wasn't Lin Ran on the northern border? Why was he able to rush back so quickly? Why was he able to break through the encirclement of the rebels? However, these questions were not important. Only she wanted to say was, "Thank God, you're safe." Although Emperor Xing Yuan had a lot to say, this was not a good time to talk. The rays of light emitted by the ruby connected to Emperor Xing Yuan like a huge net. Her vitality was draining rapidly. If this went on, she would probably be severely injured and her life would be in danger. Lin Ran's gaze landed on the necklace in Emperor Xing Yuan's hand. "I didn't expect it to be an artifact. Interesting." It was not surprising that he did not notice it. After all, this ruby could only be activated with the current emperor's blood, and when it wasn't activated, it was nothing more than an ordinary gem. Lin Ran waved his hand, and the ruby light quickly dimmed down. A sharp sword energy shot out from his fingertips, turning into thousands of sword beams that cut off the connection between Emperor Xing Yuan and the ruby. Fortunately, Emperor Xing Yuan was not injured at all, and all the life force that was absorbed returned to her body. Emperor Xing Yuan did not know what had just happened. The fatigue and weakness she felt previously were gone, replaced by a refreshness that felt like she had just come out of a nice bath. Her hair also turned back to black. She looked at Lin Ran in disbelief and was dumbfounded. What just happened? The ruby necklace had already returned to its original dormant state. It was as if what happened just now was just her illusion. Since childhood, she had been told repeatedly that once Heaven and Earth was activated, it could not be stopped. His father would never lie to her. Therefore, unless it was a must, she wouldn't resort to the ruby. However, Lin Han, with a light wave of his hand, could tame the ruby and cancel the activation. Was this so-called divine artifact a fake? Looking at Lin Ran's calm face, Emperor Xing Yuan had a complicated feeling. She stammered, "This is a divine artifact. It can't be stopped once it is activated." To others, it was impossible, but to Lin Ran, it was easy. He was now a 9th-level senior grandmaster, but Emperor Xing Yuan did not know about it. Lin Ran couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. A divine artifact? His tone was calm and flat, and Emperor Xing Yuan was struck by the ridiculous thought that this divine artifact might be fake. However, the powerful energy that came out of it just now could not be faked. Moreover, her vitality and life force were being drained. Not only was Lin Ran able to stop the activation, but he was also able to reverse the situation. How terrifying was his cultivation and strength? Emperor Xing Yuan quickly realized that it was not that the divine artifact was fake, but that the person in front of her was powerful. The huge amount of information stunned Emperor Xing Yuan for a long time. Lin Ran still had the same face, but she suddenly found him unrecognizable. She pursed her lips and wanted to say something. "I already know about the rebels. With me here, you need not worry." He could tell that Emperor Xing Yuan was packed with questions, but the most important thing now was to deal with the group of people outside. Lin Ran already knew everything about the rebels. Seeing that Lin Ran was about to go out, Emperor Xing Yuan stopped him. "There are many people outside, and there is even a grandmaster among them. I'm afraid you'll be in danger if you go alone." Facing Emperor Xing Yuan's worried gaze, Lin Ran gave her a reassuring smile. Just wait for me here. Chapter 39. Those who are not loyal and righteous will be punished. Emperor Xing Yuan was in a daze that she didn't even know when Lin Ran left. It was obvious that Lin Ran was more sophisticated than he appeared. In fact, his true strength and cultivation might be greater than one could ever imagine. Perhaps he had already obtained everything from the Sword God. If Emperor Xing Yuan knew that Lin Ran had already surpassed the Sword God, she would probably be even more shocked. Your Majesty, what happened just now? I felt a terrifying force. The martial artists who were attracted by the strange force rushed over, but they didn't find anything abnormal. No one could discern what just took place. However, the lingering pressure in the atmosphere frightened everyone, making them feel awed. Emperor Xing Yuan slowly revealed a smile, no longer as depressed and solemn as before. The Heavenly Saint dynasty is still salvageable. Lin Ran could stop the activation of heaven and earth with ease, which was enough to show how powerful he actually was. Moreover, since he had the confidence to say he could defeat the rebels, then he must have a way. For some reason, Emperor Xing Yuan had endless faith in him. Everyone was puzzled by what Emperor Xing Yuan said and could not help but ask why. Emperor Xing Yuan didn't explain further. At this moment, the rebel camp was filled with joy, probably because they were confident that they would win and that it was only a matter of time before they could claim victory. They weren't in a hurry to break through Mount Sword. Instead, they had already set up a celebration party. Those who did not know would think that they had already occupied the imperial city. Let's toast to Elder Zai's advancement to Grandmaster realm as well as our victory. When we capture Emperor Xing Yuan, I will hold a 3-day banquet to celebrate. From King Zhao's tone, it was as if he was already the next emperor. Here's a toast to Elder Zai. With that, he drained his glass. If nothing went wrong, King Zhao should be the next emperor. Everyone started to say nice things to please him. Your Highness, congratulations on your becoming the next emperor. Long live the emperor. I knew all along that your Highness would become the emperor. It is just a matter of time. These nice words pleased King Zhao very much, and the smile on his face widened radiantly. It's all thanks to everyone present that I have what I have today. If I become an emperor one day, I will definitely not forget your contributions and reward you. After congratulating King Zhao, everyone did not forget another important person. Now that the Sword God is dead, Elder Zai has to be the strongest martial artist in the world. You are undoubtedly our role model. Elder Zai is only 100 years old. There's still a long way to go. It's very likely that he can surpass the Sword God in the future. Elder Zai smiled faintly. I'm flattered. The Sword God is brilliant and talented. How can I compare to him? Although he said it humbly, his face revealed smugness. Under everyone's compliments, he was probably feeling complacent and did not even take the Sword God seriously. Elder Zai, you're too humble. Of course you can compare to him. I believe Elder Zai will break through to the realm of Senior Grandmaster, or even Half-Saint. At that time, Elder Zai will be recorded in history and worshipped by many generations to come. That's right. The Sword God is the past while Elder Zai is the future. King Zhao even said, Elder Zai deserves to be called the best in the world. When I become the emperor, I will definitely confer you the title of the Grand Preceptor. The Tao-seeking sect will be the orthodox sect. This was a great honor. Everyone from the Tao-seeking sect was overjoyed. The congratulatory words from the other sects made them even more wild with joy. Amidst this happy scene, a soldier rushed in, reporting, Your Highness, something bad has happened. King Zhao's face immediately darkened as he smashed the wine glass in his hand at the soldier. Watch your mouth. The soldier did not dare to dodge. He said in fear, Someone is attacking us, and this person is now at the camp gate. The crowd was in an uproar. At this juncture, who would dare to openly provoke King Zhao? They must be courting death. Could it be that Emperor Xing Yuan's reinforcements have arrived? That's impossible. We've blocked every entrance and exit in the imperial city. There is no way they can send someone out. Could it be that another sect wants to interfere? This was not realistic. After all, even if the #1 sect in the world was here, they would not be able to turn the situation around. King Zhao sneered. Let me go and see who is courting death. The others also followed out with curiosity. They originally thought that it was reinforcements or a sect, but it turned out that it was not. Looking at the unfamiliar person in front of them, everyone was a little surprised. King Zhao asked suspiciously, Just you? He thought that Lin Ran had set up a trap and some kind of array formations. Unexpectedly, Lin Ran nodded. Just me. Everyone burst into laughter. After all, not only were there thousands of troops here, but there was also a Grandmaster backing them up. At this moment, Lin Ran's cultivation was not revealed, and he looked no different from an ordinary person. Those who did not know better would think that he was here to make a fool of himself. King Zhao suppressed his laughter. Did Emperor Xing Yuan send you here? Lin Ran did not answer directly and only said, I'm sent here by the people of the dynasty. His words confused King Zhao and the others. The new emperor ascended to the throne not long ago, and he has been diligent in taking care of the dynasty and his subjects. He has never made a mistake and is kind to people. However, you, on the other hand, incited a rebel lion without a justifiable cause. You are traitors and will not be forgiven. Hearing that, the smile on King Zhao's face gradually faded. Although he knew that his actions were treacherous, he felt a little embarrassed to be criticized in front of so many people by someone who came out of nowhere. Chapter 40. The standard of the strongest is too low. King Zhao said angrily, Brat, who are you? How dare you talk to me like that? Tell me your name. Lin Ran. Everyone looked at each other in puzzlement. This name didn't ring a bell. Who is Lin Ran? I've never heard of such a person. After a while, someone said with uncertainty, he seems to be the champion of the martial arts competition. After the new emperor ascended the throne, he was sent to Mount Sword to be a mountain guardian. Initially, everyone was vigilant. After all, under such tight security, this person could actually sneak in without anyone knowing and even dared to provoke King Zhao. It seemed like he had some ability. At this moment, when they learned of Lin Ran's identity and background, they were immediately full of disdain and mockery. I was wondering who it was. It turns out that he's just a small official guarding the mountain. Emperor Xing Yuan is apparently at his wit's end. He actually sent someone like you to try to convince us. Do you really think we're 3 years old? Everyone looked down on Lin Ran even more and thought that he must have snuck in through a secret passage. His strength was nothing to be afraid of. If you go back now and tell Emperor Xing Yuan to surrender and stop resisting, we might consider sparing your life. Lin Ran remained perfectly collected and calm even if everyone was looking at him with mockery and sneer. Instead of living your life in this peaceful era, you chose to start a war and cause the innocent subjects to suffer. I advise you to give up while it's not too late. Lin Ran didn't want to make a move. It was naturally best if no one got hurt. Unfortunately, the group of people in front of him did not think so. King Zhao and the others immediately burst into laughter. Did I hear that right? What did this kid say? He really thinks he's the savior and wants us to give up. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're the sword god who can make us stop? You are just an insignificant mountain guardian. Stop embarrassing yourself. Elder Zai sized up Lin Ran. The news of the sword god's death and the compliments of everyone made his ambition soar. He sneered, Kid, you're really full of nonsense. Do you know that in this world where the strong prey on the weak, strength is everything? Whoever is stronger has the final say. You have no right to speak here. Lin Ran only glanced at him indifferently. It seems like you're very powerful. When he met that dark gaze, Elder Zai felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was being stared at by a ferocious monster. Before he could react, someone else spoke for him. You ignorant thing. Without the sword god, Elder Zai is now considered the strongest in the world. Lin Ran's tone immediately became playful as he said, Are the standards of the strongest in the world so low now? A grandmaster can actually be the strongest. Even if the sword god dies, this position of the strongest is not something you people can dream of. Everyone was stunned by his arrogant attitude, not knowing what to say. With no half-saints currently known to the world and most senior grandmasters in seclusion, a grandmaster could naturally be considered the strongest. Elder Zai's face turned livid when he was looked down upon by a nobody. Before he broke through, he was already powerful and no one dared to provoke him. After he broke through, he was more respected by everyone. Even King Zhao treated him with respect. It was the first time he was insulted like that. He said through gritted teeth, How dare you? If not for his pride, he would have already made a move. After all, he was a grandmaster and it was naturally not right for him to deal with someone who had no cultivation. King Zhao's face darkened as he gave the word. Instead of living your life, you came to seek death. Soldiers, take him down. The surrounding soldiers immediately swarmed forward. However, in the next second, boom, a powerful force swept out from Lin Ran as the center like a violent wind, sending all the soldiers flying away. This kid is probably hiding his strength. Seeing this, Elder Zai no longer cared about his pride and made a move. He slashed in the air, and a huge palm appeared in midair. It was like a mountain that carried a terrifying pressure. Under the huge palm, Lin Ran was as small as an ant, and it looked like he could easily be crushed to death. The sound of the heavenly rang, releasing extremely powerful and formidable energy. Crush him. Even the onlookers were in awe, let alone Lin Ran, who was in the center. He stood rooted to the ground and did not even have the intention to dodge. Everyone mocked, "Is this kid scared silly? He can't even move now. It seems like it. He's doomed today. Even if he runs, the palm will still crush him." Seeing that the giant palm was about to land, Lin Ran finally made a move. Without warning, a sharp sword energy soared into the sky. Everyone shuddered. They did not even see it clearly. They only saw a dazzling ray of light flashing by. Boom! The huge palm was split into two. When they looked up, the sky was already shrouded by countless sword intent, making one feel like they were in a different world. For a moment, they were shocked. Elder Zai took half a step back and fought back the blood that was surging up in his throat. His face revealed an expression of disbelief as he said with his eyes wide open, "How can this be?" Chapter 41, Breaking Through to the Half-Saint Realm, Someone You Should Not Provoke. After seeing the weapon Lin Ran was using, they realized that it was a dead branch that he had picked up from somewhere. Everyone was shocked. In just one move, he could actually break Elder Zai's famous ultimate technique. Where did this monster come from? Was he still human? This was what everyone thought. King Zhao and the others were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. What kind of a figure was Elder Zai? Moreover, Elder Zai used his famous ultimate technique, but he couldn't even last a round and was instantly defeated. What are you waiting for? Go and get him. Lin Ran sighed faintly. "I just wanted to persuade you not to use force. You chose this yourself." He took out a sword that was emitting cold light and the aura around him changed drastically. His black eyes were terrifying and he looked at everyone like they were already dead. If Lin Ran was taken as nobody before, at this moment, he was like a sharp sword unsheathed, dazzling everyone. For some reason, King Zhao felt an unprecedented fear in his heart, as if something bad was about to happen. He pretended to be calm. "You're just bluffing. No matter how powerful you are, can you compare to an army of thousands? Everyone, don't be fooled by this kid. He's just acting. There are so many masters present. Why should we be afraid of him?" Although he said that, the cold sweat on his forehead betrayed King Zhao's true feelings. For some reason, the fear in his heart became greater and greater. Elder Zai felt the same way as King Zhao. They didn't know that this was the power of a senior grandmaster. "If anyone can bring me his skull, I'll confer him the title of State General." King Zhao suppressed the fear in his heart and spoke. The other masters also joined the battle, showing all the abilities they had. Charge! Countless people swarmed towards Lin Ran. His expression was calm, and his cold face was reflected by the sword light. Every sword beam was accompanied by countless sword energy that attacked with a thunderous force. Before those people could get close, the sword energy swept across, causing blood to splash everywhere. It was done within a matter of seconds. As if he was cutting grass, the sword wave rippled out. Wherever it passed, no one survived. Before those masters could react, they were already beheaded. Their eyes widened with fear written all across their faces. The remaining people who had yet to attack were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. Their legs were extremely weak and they could not even hold the weapons in their hands as they fell to the ground with a clang. This person was probably a demon. Everyone was so shocked that they did not even dare to breathe loudly, afraid that they would further provoke the person in front of them. No matter how tempting an offer King Zhao gave, no one dared to act rashly. The scene in front of them was too terrifying, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Even if everyone liked fame and fortune, they liked their lives above everything else. Corpses were everywhere, and blood was flowing on the ground until it formed a stream. At this moment, it was slowly flowing towards Lin Ran, as if it had been summoned. A bright red color was condensing on the tip of the sword and immediately shone forth. The sword absorbed the blood of countless people to nourish itself. The color was even more dazzling as the blood thickened, making it look especially evil. The powerful pressure almost made everyone stop breathing. The sword energy and blood energy intertwined, forming two strong auras that soared into the sky. From afar, the red light was visible. He was not an ordinary person. His strength had long surpassed that of a grandmaster. Only then did King Zhao and Elder Zai realize that they had offended someone they shouldn't. However, it was too late. Lin Ran seemed to have sensed something and looked up at the sky. A crack appeared in the sky like a huge eye, watching everything on the ground. What the hell is this? It's too terrifying. I've never felt such an aura before. Everyone was terrified. They looked at the sky above them as if they were in another world. A blood moon slowly appeared and enveloped Lin Ran. At this moment, he was transforming. Inside his black pupils, a blood moon gradually appeared, as if a true demon god had descended. As time passed, the crescent moon gradually became rounder. At the same time, the pressure emitted by Lin Ran became even more terrifying. What would happen when the moon became full? No one dared to imagine it. No, we can't let him. Elder Zai's pupils constricted as if he had realized something. His face was filled with fear, and his facial features twisted. He suddenly attacked with all his might, wanting to catch Lin Ran off guard. An unprecedented force gathered in his hand. The destructive force seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was so fast that no one could see Elder Zai's movements clearly. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Elder Zai revealed a sinister smile. Go to hell. However, Lin Ran suddenly turned around and gazed at him faintly. With that, the world fell into silence. Elder Zai was immediately sent flying 100 meters away, drew a parabola in the air, and fell heavily to the ground. Then, he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. At this moment, Elder Zai's meridians were completely severed. Even if he could recover in the future, most of his foundation would probably be gone. Chapter 42. Everyone below the half-saint realm is a nobody. He is about to break through to the half-saint realm. Elder Zai spoke with a trembling voice as if his tongue was twisted. After saying this, he seemed to have no strength left. King Zhao and the others' faces contorted. It was as if an invisible hand was gripping their hearts tightly, making them stop breathing. Half-saint? What kind of a figure was that? Anyone below the half-saint realm was but a nobody. Their lives were at Lin Ran's mercy. No wonder he dared to come alone. No wonder a grandmaster was nothing in his eyes. It was too late for everyone to realize this now. At this moment, no one could stop Lin Ran. After all, even Elder Zai, who was the most powerful among them all, was already on the verge of death, let alone them. When the others saw this, they trembled in fear. They were no longer as arrogant as before. They had provoked someone they shouldn't have. Looking at the unconscious Elder Zai, Zhu Hao made a prompt decision. Sect disciples, listen up. Retreat immediately. There was an indescribable panic in his tone. He looked in Lin Ran's direction with an unprecedented solemn expression and had a hunch. Perhaps this would be an unprecedented calamity for the Tao-seeking sect. This time, the Tao-seeking sect had suffered a great loss. They had initially thought that they would be able to take advantage of this opportunity to obtain the glory of being the #1 sect in the world. Whether it was recruiting disciples or expanding their influence in the future, it was very beneficial. Who would have thought that this would be the outcome? According to Elder Zai's current state, he would probably be crippled if not dead. They had lost a grandmaster-level figure and other powerful disciples. It could be said that the casualties were heavy. Zhu Hao was filled with regret, but it was too late now. In the blink of an eye, the disciples of Tao-seeking sect had disappeared without a trace. The speed at which they disappeared left the cultivators of the other sects dumbfounded. Let's leave too. We can't stay here for long. Even a large sect like the Tao-seeking sect is like fleeing. What are we waiting for? The people from the other sects also hurriedly fled. After all, even Elder Zai, who had the highest cultivation, had ended up in such a state. There was no one more powerful than Elder Zai among them. As martial artists, they knew better than anyone how terrifying the power half-saint possessed. With Lin Ran's involvement, the table was turned completely and the situation became one-sided. Lin Ran's gaze landed on the others. I don't want to start a massacre. You know what to do next. The other vassals were like frightened quails. They kept nodding, afraid that this demon god would use them as blood sacrifices. Soon, the Empress received the report. Your Majesty, something seems to have happened to the rebels. Those cultivators are no longer attacking the array formation. The Empress didn't expect Lin Ran to be so fast and was in disbelief. Could it be him? Who is His Majesty talking about? Facing countless confused gazes, the Empress shook her head and said, let's go and see what's going on. When everyone walked out of the array formation, they realized what a tragic scene it was outside. There were mounds of corpses, all of which were rebels. It could be seen how intense the battle was just now. Everyone was stunned on the spot. Then, they were overjoyed. Could it be that reinforcements are here? Why didn't we hear anything if the battle was so intense just now? Then, everyone was puzzled. While everyone was discussing, the Empress was experiencing a complicated feeling. She had guessed that Lin Ran must be hiding his real strength, but she did not expect his strength to be so almighty. The Empress still didn't know that Lin Ran had already broken through to the half-saint realm. The remaining rebels were also in a state of disunity. Hurried footsteps came from not far away. There seemed to be a lot of people approaching. Your Majesty, be careful. Everyone carefully protected Emperor Xingyuan in the center and stared at the approaching group of people warily. It was the vassals, led by King Zhao. Unexpectedly, they had tied up a bunch of martial artists and brought them over. However, at this moment, King Zhao was in an extremely sorry state. He no longer looked as high-spirited as before. "Please forgive us for failing to come in time to save you, Your Majesty." The vassals all knelt on the ground and said indignantly, "We received news that someone colluded with the martial artists to plot a rebel lion. Fortunately, His Majesty was not injured. Otherwise, we will forever be condemned by the people." Those who did not know the truth would think that these people were loyal to their emperor. The people around Emperor Xingyuan were dumbfounded. A few ministers looked at each other, their faces as pale as paper. What turned out was completely different from what they had planned. Initially, they planned to work with the rebels from inside to take down the city together. Emperor Xingyuan was not a fool. For the rebels to be able to take down the city gate so quickly, there must be their collaborators inside. When they returned to the imperial city, they would definitely die. Sun Jianghong and the others were sweating profusely as they looked around. It was almost impossible for them to escape. The Empress did not expose these vassals. After all, it was not beneficial for her to fall out with them now. "All right, I will definitely reward you." The Empress said the last few words meaningfully. After all, there was still a long way to go. It was not too late to settle the score later. The vassals could not help but heave a sigh of relief. At least for the time being, Emperor Xingyuan would not find trouble with them. Soon, all the martial artists who did not manage to escape in time were killed, including King Zhao's army. Countless people died, and the rest disarmed and surrendered. Lin Ran had long left without saying a word. The statesman thought that they were rescued by a mysterious reinforcement, so they did not ask too much. Chapter 43: Cleaning the Imperial Court. The imperial city quickly returned to its usual order. However, after being washed for a long time, the blood stains on the limestone bricks still left dark red marks, as if they were trying to remind people of something. This coup came and went quickly. Looking at the dignified Emperor Xingyuan sitting on the dragon throne, no one in the royal court dared to breathe loudly. "Your Majesty, we've killed about 10,000 rebels this time. The troops led by King Zhao have all been sent to prison. How should Your Majesty deal with them?" "Good. Kill anyone who is King Zhao's trusted aide without mercy. The rest of the people who surrender can be dealt with leniently. The men will be executed together with King Zhao, and the women will be sent to the border. Does anyone have any object irons?" Those ministers who used to be full of opinions in the past did not dare to have any object irons at this moment. All the courtiers knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty is wise." The Empress nodded. The fact that King Zhao could have advanced to the imperial city so smoothly meant that there must be his collaborators within the walls. The moment Emperor Xingyuan finished speaking, Sun Jianghong's heart skipped a beat and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had expected this day to come since King Zhao failed. However, he still had some hope. Even if he was collaborating with King Zhao and the others, it was done very secretly. "Sun Jianghong, do you admit your crime?" In the next second, Emperor Xingyuan's voice sent a shudder down his spine. Sun Jianghong knelt on the ground in shock and said with a trembling voice, I don't know what crime I committed. You colluded with King Zhao to rebel and intend to overthrow the Heavenly Saint dynasty. Your crimes are unforgivable." Oh no, this was the first thought in the minds of Sun Jianghong and the others. "Your Majesty, please spare me. There must be a misunderstanding. I'm loyal and devoted to Your Majesty. I definitely won't do such a treasonous thing." Sun Jianghong and the others still wanted to defend themselves, but when the Empress threw the evidence in their faces, they were instantly speechless. None of the officials who were on good terms with Sun Jianghong in the past dared to stand up and plead for mercy for him. After all, this was a serious crime of treason. If they were not careful, they would be implicated. However, the Empress did not intend to let them off easily. "I heard that Lord Jiang, Lord Li, and the others are on good terms with Sun Jianghong. Why didn't you all discover the plot he's planning?" The face of the officials who were called out immediately turned pale. They said in fear, "Your Majesty, Sun Jianghong is cunning and ambitious. We were deceived too. We definitely won't collude with such a traitor." The Empress said meaningfully, "Is that so? Your Majesty, please spare us. We know our mistake. Your Majesty, please spare me." A few more important ministers of the imperial court were dragged out. The Empress was furious and ordered a thorough investigation of this rebel lion. She took this opportunity to gather power and get rid of those who were disloyal. The Empress also used this opportunity to take back most of the power she'd lost in the imperial court, laying the foundation for future prosperity. This incident was later regarded as the Heavenly Saint incident. These days, the Empress had been busy dealing with the rebel lion from morning to night and had never stopped. Finally, she found an opportunity to come to Mount Sword. Lin Ran seemed to know that she was coming. The Empress placed her left hand on her chest and bowed respectfully. This was the highest etiquette of the Heavenly Saint dynasty, and it was personally given by the current Emperor. I really have to thank you this time. If not for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to survive this calamity. The Heavenly Saint would have fallen into chaos again. The Empress had many questions, such as why did Lin Ran hide his cultivation level previously? He could have done something great, but he chose to stay in Mount Sword. In the end, she didn't ask, "What do you want? Gold, silver, treasure, or fame and fortune? As long as I can give you, I will. I can even confer you the title of a king." After experiencing the rebel lion, the Empress could still be so generous. It was obvious how much she trusted Lin Ran. It was not an exaggeration to say that Lin Ran was her most trusted aide as of now. He had saved the country. No one knew better than the Empress about Lin Ran's contribution in this rebel lion. It could be said that without Lin Ran, no one would know who would currently be sitting on the throne. The Emperor promised to give him priceless treasure, but Lin Ran was not moved at all. "I'm used to being free and unrestrained. I think the position of the guard commander suits me quite well. There's no need to change anything." Seeing that Lin Ran was calm and unmoved, the Empress admired him even more. "Although the sword god is not around now, I believe that with you around, no one will dare to invade the Heavenly Saint dynasty. No matter what I said today will still count in the future. If you change your mind, you can come to me." The Empress seemed to have thought of something. "I've dealt with most of the people in the imperial court, but I don't have enough army at my disposal to deal with the rebels in the martial world for the time being. However, they participated in the rebel lion after all and shouldn't get away with it unpunished. Don't worry about this. Leave them to me." Those martial artists thought that they could rest easy after escaping, but they didn't expect Lin Ran to have no intention of letting them off. "Then I'll wait for your good news." Chapter 44. Within one move, the world was in an uproar. Translator, Hanyi Translations Editor, Hanyi Translations. After resolving the crisis of the dynasty, Lin Ran returned to Mount Sword to stabilize his half-saint cultivation. 3 days later, a terrifying sword intent spread out from Lin Ran's body, and sword marks were suddenly engraved on the surrounding stone walls. Lin Ran slowly opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "Everyone below the half-saint realm is just an ant to me. Now that my sword heart has been completely stabilized, sitting here brooding over cultivation won't do me any good. It's time for me to go into the secular world and take a look." With that, Lin Ran stood up and arrived at the peak of Mount Sword with a sway of his body. Metal, as Lin Ran shouted, "Golden sword intent soared into the sky from all over Mount Sword." Roar, a huge white tiger formed by golden sword intent roared at the sky, looking like a majestic king. Wood, with another shout, countless green sword intent filled with life quickly gathered, and a green dragon gradually condensed. Roar, the azure dragon roared at the white tiger in the distance with a hint of fear in its eyes. Earth, Lin Ran ignored the 2 divine beasts formed by sword intent in the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, a divine beast Kailing condensed from earth and sword intent slowly rose. Water, the divine beast, the black tortoise, floated up. Fire, the divine bird, Vermilion bird, cried and flew into the sky. The moment the divine beasts that represented the power of the 5 elements gathered in the sky above the entire dynasty changed drastically. From the nobles to the peddlers, they stopped what they were doing and looked up at Mount Sword. Many of the weak-willed people even bowed and said in awe, "Long live the sword god." Among these people, only Emperor Xing Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Only she knew that Grandpa Sword God had already died. Now, the only one guarding Mount Sword was her Imperial Guard commander, Lin Ran. Emperor Xing Yuan muttered, "Is a half-saint so powerful? How did he become so powerful in just a few years?" At this moment, Emperor Xing Yuan was alone. If anyone else was around, they would definitely realize that he was no longer as decisive as when he was in the court. Instead, he was like a girl who was infatuated. Lin Ran, who had summoned the power of the 5 elements to form divine beasts, was sweating profusely. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled bitterly. He just wanted to test his current cultivation level. On a whim, he thought of the 5 divine beasts that represented the power of the 5 elements in his previous life. Therefore, he condensed the sword intent into the image of a divine beast according to his memory. Unexpectedly, the moment the white tiger divine beast condensed, a trace of the will of the world with metal attributes landed on the white tiger divine beast. As a half-saint, he had already seen through the will of heaven and earth. He naturally knew that this trace of will was not something a cultivator at the initial stage of the saint realm could resist. At that moment, he even felt that the sword intent that filled the sky seemed to have escaped his control. If not for the fact that he had already consolidated his half-saint cultivation, he would probably have completely messed up his sword heart. At that time, the sword intent that filled the sky would definitely go out of control and the surroundings of Mount Sword would definitely be turned into hell. Looking at the 5 divine beasts roaring and confronting each other above his head, Lin Ran felt a headache coming on. Although he could barely suppress the 5 elements divine beasts with his own will, he could still feel the resistance of the 5 elements divine beasts against him. Moreover, this resistance was becoming stronger and stronger. What should I do? Just as Lin Ran was in a terrible fix, a black and a white light suddenly spread out from his body. 2 rays of light flashed into the air and formed a Tiji pattern. It seemed to be devouring each other, but also seemed to be slowly rotating. The power of yin and yang kept fusing, and a peaceful aura spread. The surrounding 5 elements divine beasts immediately calmed down and looked up at the Tiji pattern. The ruthlessness in their eyes dissipated in the blink of an eye. Lin Ran frowned and looked at the sky. Although he didn't understand what was going on, the dangerous aura in the air had already dissipated. The trace of the will of heaven and earth returned to the world, and the majestic sword intent that formed the 5 elements divine beast returned to Lin Ran's control. Seeing this, Lin Ran had no time to think too much about it. With a wave of his hand, the 5 elements divine beasts dissipated with the sword intent. The Tiji pattern that was slowly rotating in the air also dimmed out and was absorbed into Lin Ran's body. Phew! After the chaos was resolved, Lin Ran let out a long breath, but there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. I didn't expect the exorcism sword energy to be summoned on its own and take the initiative to attack. Could it be that that trace of the will of the world is not righteous? When the sword intent went out of his control, Lin Ran did feel a ruthless aura. It was definitely not his own sword intent. However, that feeling only lasted for a moment. Now that he thought about it, it was so short that it seemed like an illusion. Lin Ran frowned and fell into deep thought. He did not know that the situation over Mount Sword had caused a huge commotion in the world. In the imperial court, the civil and military officials lined up neatly and congratulated the emperor in unison. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The 10-mile sword god has advanced to another realm again. Our heavenly saint dynasty will definitely be prosperous for generations to come. In the market, whether it was the rich merchants or the commoners, they were all discussing the 5 elements divine beasts on Mount Sword and the yin-yang image that covered the sky. Some people said that the sword god was eliminating demons, while others said that the sword god was intimidating the enemy. In short, the sword god had been in seclusion for decades. Even though he was still famous, his influence had reduced greatly in the passage of time. Lin Ran's act today caused an uproar across the dynasty and aroused the reverence of the people for the 10-mile sword god. At this moment, Lin Ran, who was looked up to by thousands upon thousands, was sitting on the mountaintop and scratching his head. If he wanted to figure out if that trace of the will of the world was evil or not, the only way was to summon the 5 elements divine beasts again and force that trace of the will to show up. However, the feeling of losing control of the sword intent just now really frightened Lin Ran. Even though he had the exorcism sword energy in his body, he could not guarantee that he could still control it this time. In the end, Lin Ran shook his head and stood up. In any case, as long as he didn't trigger that will of the world, he would be fine. Why should he worry? It wouldn't be too late to study the will of the world when he entered the Saint Realm in the future. After returning to his residence, Lin Ran washed up, changed into black clothes, and rode his sword towards the palace. He had once promised to help the Empress deal with those martial artists who had participated in the Rebel Lion. Now that he was about to go down the mountain to do it, it was only right for him to go and bid farewell to her. In the imperial court, the Empress was sitting on the dragon throne in a dragon robe. Although she looked solemn, there was a hint of anxiety in her eyes. Others thought that the phenomenon was caused by the sword god, but she clearly felt a trace of ruthlessness in the majestic sword intent just now. The Empress knew Lin Ran very well. It was impossible for him to have such a ruthless sword intent. She couldn't wait to go to Mount Sword to investigate, but the ministers kept on saying that it was an auspicious sign from the heavens and a banquet should be held to celebrate it. Seeing that the new minister was still talking non-stop, the Empress was about to leave when she suddenly heard a eunuch outside the hall shout, "Your Majesty, the 10-mile sword god is here to see you." Before the eunuch could finish speaking, a black figure wrapped in endless sword intent had already appeared in the imperial court. Chapter 45, Sword God comes out of seclusion, Jade Token Message. The black-robed man appeared out of thin air. Although his face could not be seen clearly, the majestic sword intent lingering around him made his identity obvious. The civil and military officials immediately bowed. "Welcome, Sword God." When the Empress heard this, an imperceptible smile flashed across her eyes. Then, she ordered with a dignified expression, "I have something to discuss with Sword God. Everyone, leave first." "Yes, Your Majesty." The civil and military officials left the hall. The Empress waved her hand and dismissed the palace maids and eunuchs around her. In the huge palace, only the Empress and the 10-mile Sword God were left. Phew, I'm really suffocating. Lin Ran took off his mask and took a long breath. Then, he smiled and cupped his hands at the Empress. "I'm the commander of the Imperial Guards. My greetings, Your Majesty. No need for formalities." The Empress raised her hand gently and stared at Lin Ran with a frown for a long time. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, the worry in her eyes dissipated. She chuckled and said, "It's been a few days since we last met. Lord Lin, your cultivation has really improved." "Your Majesty, please don't tease me." Lin Ran smiled and replied, "I just consolidated my half-saint cultivation. What's there to shout about? Isn't that something worth shouting about?" The smile on the Empress's beautiful face deepened. "If I remember correctly, when Lord Lin came to the palace to meet me back then, you hadn't even touched the threshold of a martial master. In just a few years, you stepped into the half-saint realm. This speed of advancement is unprecedented." Well, Lin Ran stopped in mid-sentence. If they continued to chat, they would probably touch on his biggest secret. He changed the topic and said, "Your Majesty, I'm here today to bid you farewell." "Farewell?" The Empress was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on her. "You're leaving?" Lin Ran nodded. The Empress asked again, "When King Zhao rebelled, most of the martial artists who participated in the rebel lion were just hooligans. When they saw that the situation was bad, they fled immediately. Do you have any clues?" Back then, the Dao-seeking sect was in charge of gathering and leading the martial artists. As for the scattered bandits, I'll find out after I capture the Dao-seeking sect master. Lin Ran replied without thinking. His tone was so relaxed that it was as if he was saying, "I'm going home to get something." The Empress could not help but feel a little surprised when she heard this. Although the Dao-seeking sect was not the #1 sect in the world, its strength was not to be underestimated since it was chosen by King Zhao to help. However, seeing Lin Ran's indifferent expression, the Empress was relieved. With Lin Ran's current strength, the Dao-seeking sect was indeed nothing to him. After thinking for a moment, the Empress said, "Since you already have a plan, I won't stop you. However, can you stay in the palace for a few more days?" "Stay a few more days?" Lin Ran was puzzled. Seeing that the Empress was about to say something, he suddenly had an ominous feeling. "Did you take in another concubine? What are you thinking?" The Empress slapped the dragon throne, and her pretty face turned red from embarrassment. She pretended to be calm and said, "Just now, you caused a commotion in Mount Sword. Rumor has it that the Sword God is about to come out of seclusion. If you leave in such a hurry, people will think that I sent you to defeat the enemy because the dynasty is under threat." Only then did Lin Ran understand what the Empress meant. He couldn't help but blush and cough awkwardly. "In that case, I'll stay in the palace for a few more days. However, the rumors about the Sword God coming out of his seclusion have already spread. I'm afraid the Dao-seeking sect won't sit back and do nothing." As he spoke, Lin Ran took out the jade token that Taoist Li had given him. He left a wisp of sword intent in it. Then, he threw it gently, and the jade token turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. When the Empress saw how powerful Lin Ran was, her eyes lit up. She paused for a moment and continued, "Later, I'll arrange a quiet place for you to cultivate in peace. However, I hope that you can come out occasionally as the 10-mile Sword God. Now that the rebels have not been eliminated, you want the presence of the Sword God to intimidate them, right?" Lin Ran guessed what the Empress was thinking and cupped his hands with a smile. "Don't worry, boss, I will do what you said." The Empress frowned slightly, not understanding what boss meant. However, she had known Lin Ran for a long time and knew that he often said strange things, so she didn't mind. After gesturing for Lin Ran to cover his face with a mask, the Empress called over the chief eunuch, Li Tianyi, and instructed, "Sword God will stay in Mingjiao Hall for a few more days. Pass down my order that Sword God can come and go as he pleases. No one is to stop him." Li Tianyi bowed and accepted the decree. Facing the 10-mile Sword God, his attitude became much more respectful. He bowed and invited Lin Ran out of the hall. The Empress looked at the empty imperial court, but she was no longer as confused as before. Now that Lin Ran was already a half-saint, he was undoubtedly her greatest aid. What she had always wanted to do could finally begin. "Father, Grandpa Sword God, just watch. I will definitely bring our heavenly saint dynasty to its former glory." The Empress looked somewhere and muttered to herself. Her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. 70 miles north of the capital, at the top of Tianju Peak, the Tao-seeking sect Master Ju sat cross-legged in the stone room and looked at the word calmness carved on the wall. However, he could not calm down no matter what. It had been a few days since the battle in the imperial city, but the heavily injured elder's eye showed no signs of waking up. Not to mention the countless disciples of the Tao-seeking sect who had died, it could be said that the Tao-seeking sect's 100-year-old foundation had been destroyed. Boom! Sect Master Ju shattered the stone wall in front of him with a punch, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Damn King Zhao! He said that he would definitely be able to overthrow the new emperor, but in the end, a mounting guard caused my sect to suffer heavy casualties. As for seeing the sword god's broken sword, I'm afraid he was just spouting nonsense. The true chi in his body surged. Sect Master Ju could no longer hold it in and simply stood up to leave the stone room. As soon as he left, a sect disciple ran over anxiously. Sect Master, something bad has happened. The disciple came close and knelt down. He pointed at Mount Sword and said with a trembling voice, "When you were cultivating just now, divine beasts appeared above Mount Sword. Rumor has it that the 10-mile sword god has come out of seclusion." What? Sect Master Ju was shocked when he heard this. A mere mounting guardian was able to beat up an elder of his sect to the point of being unable to fight back. If the sword god personally took action, his Tao-seeking sect would probably disappear from the world. Without wasting any time to think, Sect Master Ju hurriedly ordered, "Pass down my orders. Everyone, pack your things immediately. Before noon today, everyone will retreat from Tianju Peak. Meet at the border in 10 days. Yes." Just as the disciple opened his mouth to say, "Yes," another disciple ran over in a panic with a jade token in his hand. Before he got close, he shouted anxiously, "Sect Master, just now, a sword energy broke through the mounting gate and turned into a jade token when it landed. Please take a look. Asterisk 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 asterisk." Chapter 46, An Unexpected Turn of Attitude. Sect Master Ju raised his hand and grabbed the jade token. The quality and workmanship were only average. On the front were the words, "Mount Sword Token. It's from Mount Sword." Sect Master Ju frowned slightly and subconsciously looked intently at the jade token. In an instant, his expression changed drastically, as if his entire body was being pointed at by countless sharp blades. If he moved slightly, he would be cut into minced meat. At the same time, an extremely dignified voice sounded in his mind. "I'll visit you soon. Sect Master Ju, please wait. If you dare to run away, there will be no place for you in the world." The sword intent dissipated in an instant, but Sect Master Ju's clothes were already drenched in cold sweat. His face was pale and he was trembling as if he had just experienced a life-and-death battle. "Sect Master, are you all right?" The disciple hurriedly went forward to ask, but Sect Master Ju was in no mood to answer. The dignified voice seemed to still echo in his ears. He could not help but think of the terrifying scene of a young man defeating the entire army with a tree branch and severely injuring Elder's eye with a single strike. "It's Lin Ran. It's that mounting guard." Sect Master Ju muttered to himself with lingering fear, his eyes filled with deep despair. Without a doubt, this jade token was sent by Lin Ran. The two disciples looked at each other, completely unaware of what had happened. One of them took the jade token and examined it carefully, but the sword intent in it had already dissipated. Naturally, they could not find any clues. They only knew that their sect master was frightened out of his wits by a Mount Sword token. Many years later, this matter was still a laughingstock circulating among the martial artists. As the sender of this token, Lin Ran did not know what an impact the token had left. At this moment, he was eating the delicacies sent by the Imperial Kitchen in Mingjiao Hall. After eating half the table of delicacies, Lin Ran burped with satisfaction. In fact, with Lin Ran's current realm, he could already abstain from eating. However, the delicacies in the palace were too tempting. Compared to the simple meals in Mount Sword, they were simply irresistible. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Ran changed into the clothes of the guard commander and prepared to go out for a walk. After all, in the disguise of the sword god, he had to maintain the surging sword intent at all times. It was too tiring. Lin Ran was already familiar with the palace. After strolling for a while, he suddenly encountered a group of guards walking towards him. The leader wore a purple gold crown and a red-toothed sea python robe. He looked extraordinary and dignified. Seeing Lin Ran walking over from afar, the man's eyes lit up. He immediately rushed forward and knelt on the ground. "Greetings, Commander Lin. I'm Ju Hao." "It's you?" Lin Ran recognized the person. It was Ju Hao, who was ranked second in the martial arts examination with him. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. The last time the two of them met, Ju Hao looked down at him. The sudden change of attitude made Lin Ran confused. The accompanying guards with Ju Hao were also puzzled. They didn't know Lin Ran's strength yet and thought that he didn't deserve the title of the commander of Imperial Guards. Seeing this, they couldn't help but tease him. Yo, isn't this the commander of the guards, Lord Lin? You must be happy to have Lord Ju bow to you, right? I guess so. Look at how smug he is. Don't be arrogant. You were lucky to become the commander of the guards. When His Majesty finds out that you're not qualified, you will be severely punished. Hearing them ridiculing Lin Ran, Ju Hao's face turned pale as he knelt on the ground. He hurriedly turned around and shouted sternly, "How dare you? Not only did you not greet Lord Lin, but you're even behaving so impudently. Slap yourself 20 times. The guards thought that Ju Hao was mocking Lin Ran, so no one took it seriously and was still jeering. Seeing this, Ju Hao became even angrier. He stood up and walked to them. He raised his hand and knocked one of them to the ground. "I ask you to slap yourself 20 times. Didn't you hear me?" Only then did the guards realize that he was serious. They immediately panicked and looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Seeing that everyone was disobeying, Ju Hao felt embarrassed. His eyes turned cold and he was about to do it himself when he heard Lin Ran ask in a low voice, "Lord Ju, what is this show you put on about?" "Lord Lin, I'm teaching them to show respect to you." Ju Hao hurriedly turned around and replied with a flattering smile, "These guys are insensible. I didn't teach them well. Don't worry, I'll teach them a lesson later." Lin Ran was no longer the same as before, but when he saw Ju Hao's attitude, he couldn't help but be curious. "What I mean is, why did you do this, Lord Lin?" "Because I sincerely admire your strength." Ju Hao cupped his hands and replied with a serious expression, "I was lucky enough to participate in the same examination with you last time and learned a lot. It also made me realize that your strength is beyond my reach. Therefore, after I returned, I told myself that you were the role model from whom I should learn for the rest of my life." After hearing his speech, Lin Ran interpreted it as Ju Hao was scared out of his wits. He could not help but find it funny. He did not expect Ju Hao to be a sensible person even though he looked arrogant. After figuring out the reason, Lin Ran was no longer in the mood to stay. He chuckled and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Ju Hao followed him again. Lin Ran frowned and asked coldly, "What's the matter?" Ju Hao smiled obsequiously and said, "Lord Lin, I'm afraid you're not familiar with the palace. Where are you going? I can lead the way for you." Lin Ran had a strange expression on his face. He thought to himself, "I know the palace better than you." However, he could not say this out loud. After all, in the eyes of others, he took office only a few days ago. If he showed that he was familiar with the palace, it might arouse suspicion. Thinking of this, Lin Ran's expression turned serious. "Thank you then, Lord Ju." "What are you talking about, Lord Lin? It's my great fortune to be able to serve you." Without another word, Ju Hao knelt down again with a pious attitude, making his subordinates dumbfounded. Actually, Lin Ran came out because he wanted to take a walk after a big meal. He didn't have any special purpose, so he asked Ju Hao to show him around. Unknowingly, they arrived near the Imperial Garden. This was the garden for the royal family. Even with Lin Ran's official status, he was not allowed to enter unless summoned. After introducing the garden briefly, Ju Hao was about to lead Lin Ran away when a purple-robed figure walked out of the garden. It was the head eunuch, Li Tianyi. "Greetings, Inanch Li." Ju Hao hurriedly knelt down. The guards he brought also knelt down. In this way, Lin Ran, who was still standing on the spot, was especially conspicuous. Li Tianyi naturally knew Lin Ran. It was his idea to let Lin Ran go to Mount Sword. Although Lin Ran had been transferred back to the palace, he was only a commander of the guards. Seeing that he did not kneel, Li Tianyi was immediately displeased. He made up his mind to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Chapter 47, The Unexpected Effect of the 9 Yin-Yang Swords. As he thought about it, Li Tianyi approached and narrowed his eyes at Lin Ran. He sneered and said, "Lord Lin, why didn't you greet me when you saw me? Do you think your status is above me?" Hearing displeasure in Li Tianyi's tone, Ju Hao's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly tugged at Lin Ran's clothes, indicating for him to quickly bow. However, Lin Ran didn't seem to notice. He looked at Li Tianyi and said calmly, "Eunuch Li, you're really humorous. You're just a 4th grade official, and I'm the commander of the Imperial Guards. You should be the one bowing to me, right?" Ju Hao cursed in his heart. Although Lin Ran was right, this was not how things worked in the palace. Although Li Tianyi was only a 4th grade eunuch, he was the one with the emperor most of the time. Even the first-grade officials in the imperial court had to greet him when they saw Li Tianyi. Lin Ju was clearly trying to give Li Tianyi a hard time by bringing up official rank. As expected, when Zhu Hao raised his head, he saw that Li Tianyi's expression was as dark as an inkpot. His mind raced as he hurriedly explained, "Eunuch Li, Commander Lin is new to the palace and is not familiar with these rules. Please don't take offense. Lord Lin, quickly greet Eunuch Li." As he spoke, he tried to pull Lin Ran to the ground, but no matter how hard he tried, Lin Ran stood there like a mountain. Seeing that Li Tianyi's expression was getting uglier and uglier, Zhu Hao was so anxious that he was about to sweat. At this moment, Lin Ran said in a low voice, "You're also third-grade guards. You're not supposed to bend your knees to him." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Ran quietly released a wisp of sword intent, causing a strong vortex to rise on the ground. Zhu Hao and the guards were forcefully helped up. Li Tianyi couldn't take it anymore. He pointed at Lin Ran and shouted, "Lin Ran, how dare you?" Lin Ran sneered and didn't care. He looked at Li Tianyi and asked calmly, "I still have to patrol the palace. If there is nothing, I'll take my leave." With that, Lin Ran turned around and left. Li Tianyi gritted his teeth and was silent for a moment before saying, "Lord Lin, please wait. His Majesty summons you to the Imperial Garden. Please follow me." Hearing that the Empress was looking for him, Lin Ran stopped in his tracks. He turned around and gestured to Li Tianyi. "Please lead the way, Eunuch Li." "Sure." Li Tianyi nodded with a faint smile. Anyone could tell that he was up to no good. Seeing this, Zhu Hao couldn't help but worry. He brushed the dust off his clothes and was about to follow when Li Tianyi glared at him. "His Majesty only summons Commander Lin. The rest of you can go back." With that, Li Tianyi went straight into the Imperial Garden. Lin Ran followed him without hesitation. In order to help the Empress, Lin Ran had stayed in the palace for a period of time, but this was the first time he had come to the Imperial Garden. Lin Ran, who was used to seeing strange rocks on Mount Sword, felt that his mind was blown away when he saw the endless exotic flowers. After walking for a while and passing by an empty path, Li Tianyi, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. Lin Ran felt that something was wrong, but he asked despite knowing the answer, "Why did you stop, Eunuch Li? It doesn't look like the Emperor is here." "Lord Lin, you must be joking. His Majesty is still far ahead." Li Tianyi pointed ahead and glanced at Lin Ran with a smile. "Back then, Lord Lin came out first in the examination but was sent to be a mountain guardian by me. I wonder if you resent me for doing that?" "Eunuch Li, you must be joking. If you didn't let me go to Mount Sword back then, I'm afraid I wouldn't be where I am today. Speaking of which, I have to thank you." Lin Ran smiled sincerely. Although he didn't have a good impression of Li Tianyi, he was sincerely grateful to this damn eunuch for sending him to Mount Sword. Li Tianyi let out some strange laughter. It was obvious that he didn't believe Lin Ran, but he still said, "Actually, I did it on purpose back then for your own good. Commander Lin, you won the examination at such a young age. If you got too high an official position, I'm afraid you'd be too cocky. It was beneficial for you to train yourself for a few years on Mount Sword." Lin Ran laughed in his heart, but he looked like he was grateful. He said bitterly, "So what Eunuch Li did back then was actually so meaningful. I thought it was because I didn't give you a gift so you deliberately made things difficult for me. I misunderstood." Hearing Lin Ran's words of gratitude, Li Tianyi didn't know whether he should feel relieved or not. After taking a few breaths, Li Tianyi continued with a smile, "Let's not talk about the past. Since you've been transferred back to the palace, it's best for you to learn the ways of the palace. Being an official here is not that easy. If you don't have a backer, you might offend someone you shouldn't and lose your head." Given how smart Lin Ran was, he could naturally tell that Li Tianyi was asking for benefits. He reached out and took off the commander's token on his waist. He said seriously, "I understand. It's just that I came out in a hurry today and didn't bring anything valuable. This thing was given to me by His Majesty. Please take it." What a blockhead. Li Tianyi cursed in his mind. Looking at the pure gold waist token of the commander of the Imperial Guards, he gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. "Commander Lin, you must be joking. That was just a kind reminder from me. I didn't mean anything. Let's continue walking and not make His Majesty wait." Li Tianyi forced a smile and left in a hurry. He was greedy, but he did not dare to take the waist token given to Lin Ran by the Emperor. If it was found out that the token was in his possession, even if he had 1,000 heads, it wouldn't be enough. Looking at Li Tianyi walking in front hurriedly, Lin Ran couldn't help but smile. With such a clown around, it seemed that he would not be too bored in the palace these few days. Lin Ran put back the token and followed Li Tianyi. They walked around a goldfish pond and finally saw the empress in an exquisite octagonal pavilion. Accompanying her was a concubine. Lin Ran recognized her as Consort Rong of the Cloud Prayer Palace, the daughter of General Diophian. It had only been a few days since they last met, but Consort Rong seemed to have become bustier. Good lord, hers is almost as good as Consort Jin of the Lotus Palace. I didn't know that the 9 yin-yang swords had this utility. Lin Ran was so lost in thought that his gaze continued to linger on Consort Rong. When the empress saw this, she couldn't help but look down on him in her heart. She thought to herself that all the men in the world were the same. Back then, Lin Ran was full of righteousness and morality, but now that he saw the consort, he couldn't take his eyes off of her. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 48, A Mission at Night. However, they were in public after all. The empress did not show disdain on her face. She cleared her throat and asked, "Lord Lin, how have you been doing in the palace for the past few days?" Hearing the empress's voice, Lin Ran came back to his senses and knelt on one knee. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I'm doing very well in the palace." "Stand up." The empress waved her hand and said with a faint smile, "In that case, I'll arrange an errand for you." "Your Majesty, at your service." "Recently, I heard from Consort Rong that she's been hearing some strange sounds in the Cloud Prayer Palace every midnight." Consort Rong was so scared that she couldn't eat or sleep well. She also lost a lot of weight, so I decided to accompany Consort Rong tonight. "Lord Lin, you are very capable, so I'll let you patrol the area around the Cloud Prayer Palace." When others heard this, they would not think too much about it, but Lin Ran instantly understood that Consort Rong was not pregnant yet. The empress asked him to continue working hard at night. Lin Ran didn't want to agree. If he had the time, he would rather find somewhere quiet to cultivate. However, since the empress had given the order, Lin Ran's refusal was equivalent to an offense punishable by death. Helpless, Lin Ran could only reply, "Your Majesty, don't worry, I'll definitely patrol the area well. I won't let anyone get close to the Cloud Prayer Palace." What Lin Ran meant was that he would not get close to the Cloud Prayer Palace too. It was unknown if the empress understood what he meant, but she changed the topic and said, "Sword God is staying in the palace these days. He might take a walk in the palace at night. Pass down the order to let the guards not to stop Sword God when they see him." "Yes, Your Majesty." Lin Ran cupped his hands and accepted the order, but he was cursing the empress in his mind. Not only did he have to work hard at the Cloud Prayer Palace tonight, but he also had to take the time to pretend to be the Sword God. Even the donkeys in the production team were not used like this. As if having guessed what Lin Ran was thinking, the empress's smile deepened. She waved her hand and said calmly, "All right, if there's nothing else, you can leave first. Don't forget to patrol the Cloud Prayer Palace tonight." "Then I'll take my leave first." Lin Ran agreed and stood up to leave. Before he left, he subconsciously looked at Consort Rong again. It was not that he was addicted to sex, but the change in her was a little shocking. At this moment, Consort Rong also looked at Lin Ran. Their eyes met, and a strange look suddenly flashed across Consort Rong's eyes. Seeing this, Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she recognized him as the one who slept with her? The lights in the bedroom were dim, and the human skin mask given by the empress was of excellent quality. There was definitely no flaw with the disguise. However, no matter how good the human skin mask was, it could not hide the eyes. At that time, the distance between the two of them was extremely close. Thinking of this, Lin Ran didn't dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly lowered his head to avoid Consort Rong's gaze and quickly left. After leaving the Imperial Garden, Ju Hao and the others were still waiting outside. Seeing Lin Ran come out, Ju Hao hurriedly went forward and smiled obsequiously. "Lord Lin, why did His Majesty summon you?" "Nothing. I'm asked by His Majesty to patrol the Cloud Prayer Palace tonight." Lin Ran replied casually. Unexpectedly, when Ju Hao heard this, he suddenly revealed a happy expression. "Congratulations, sir." Lin Ran frowned in confusion. Ju Hao explained in a low voice, "Sir, you might not know this, but I heard that His Majesty is going to the Cloud Prayer Palace to sleep tonight. Now, he wants you to patrol the area. Doesn't it mean that His Majesty values you very much?" "I see." Lin Ran smiled lightly. He instructed Ju Hao to continue patrolling and return to Mingjiao Hall alone. After changing into black clothes, Lin Ran went out again and rode sword straight to the Imperial study. When the guard outside the door saw that someone had barged in, he immediately drew his saber and blocked the door of the Imperial study. After realizing that the person was the 10-mile sword god, he sheathed his saber and continued to guard. Lin Ran pushed open the door and walked into the imperial study. The empress was dealing with some state affairs. When she saw Lin Ran enter, she couldn't help but frown slightly. "You came too early. I will only depart for the Cloud Prayer Palace 2 hours later. I'm here to talk about this." Lin Ran took off his mask and smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid you'll have to rely on yourself tonight." The empress stopped what she was doing. "Rely on myself?" Lin Ran nodded. Although he was certain that no one was eavesdropping outside, he still subconsciously lowered his voice. "When we were in the Imperial Garden today, Consort Rong seemed to have recognized me." "What?" The empress was also shocked when she heard this, but then she looked puzzled. "But how is that possible? The human skin mask I gave you was flawless. How could Consort Rong easily recognize you?" "You might not believe it, but I feel that she recognized my gaze," Lin Ran said with a strange expression. Then, he recounted how he and Consort Rong looked at each other. The empress nodded slightly. "In that case, it's indeed possible for Consort Rong to discover something, but you want me to go and do that?" Lin Ran looked helpless. "I know you can't, but if I'm really recognized by Consort Rong, the consequences will be unimaginable." The empress frowned and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, she chuckled. "That's easy. When you arrive at the Cloud Prayer Palace tonight, tell her that you're tired from dealing with state affairs and want to rest early. No matter how suspicious Consort Rong is, she can't force your eyes open, can she?" Lin Ran hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Although this tactic could work, if Consort Rong touched something that she should not touch on Lin Ran, he would probably have to kill her to protect the empress's secret. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened. Li Tianyai's voice came from outside the imperial study. "Your Majesty, it's getting late. You should go to the Cloud Prayer Palace to rest." "I know. Prepare the dragon carriage," the empress replied loudly. Then, she looked at Lin Ran, who was disguised as her. "Believe in yourself. You can do it." Lin Ran smiled bitterly. However, the moment he stepped out of the imperial study, his aura changed. His face was solemn, and his eyes were deep. He exuded the faint dignity of an emperor. "Let's go." With Li Tianyai's shout, Lin Ran was carried by more than 10 palace servants towards the direction of the Cloud Prayer Palace. In less than half an hour, he stood in front of the door. When he entered the room, the palace maids and eunuchs had already been dismissed. Consort Rong stood by the bed in a pink gauze robe. Her fair skin was faintly visible under the light, and there was a hint of shyness in her eyes. She had both the charm of a married woman and an innocent girl. "Your Majesty, I'll help you change." Consort Rong spoke softly like a bird. As she spoke, she walked behind Lin Ran and reached out to touch the jade belt on Lin Ran's waist. Just as Lin Ran was about to tell her he was tired, he suddenly felt a strong killing intent. Then, he tightened his waist and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. A cold voice shouted behind him, "Useless Emperor, go to hell!" Chapter 49, Unlucky Assassin. A cold dagger quickly appeared in Lin Ran's vision. The long and narrow blade was about a foot long. The back of the blade had teeth, and the blade had a slot. The entire blade emitted a blue luster under the dim light. It was obvious that it had been coated with poison. In addition, Consort Rong had been hiding very well and only attacked at the last moment. If the Empress was standing here, death was surely unavoidable. Unfortunately, the person standing here was Lin Ran. He did not know why Consort Rong wanted to assassinate the Empress, but with his current cultivation level, Consort Rong's all-out attack was almost as slow as a nail. Seeing the saber beam coming at him, Lin Ran even had time to lean back. Feeling the soft touch on his back, he couldn't help but feel surprised by how busty she was. There was indeed something wrong with Consort Rong. Looks like this Consort Rong came prepared, Lin Ran thought to himself. At the same time, the sharp tip of the knife was about to touch his neck. Only until this moment did Lin Ran snap his fingers and shout, "Divine Sword Technique Manual." Clang! A long sword appeared in Lin Ran's hand. The sword was divided into black and white. It was the yin-yang sword he found near Mount Sword Seal. Metal, endless sharp golden sword energy penetrated the short saber and a destructive aura instantly turned it into powder. Earth. A powerful sword energy with earth attribute shot out from the ground like an invisible python and climbed up Consort Rong's body. In an instant, it formed a sword cage and imprisoned Consort Rong. All of this happened within a matter of seconds. Lin Ran turned his body slightly and broke free from Consort Rong's arm. Looking at Consort Rong, who couldn't move, Lin Ran first sized her up carefully. Then, he reached out and touched the back of Consort Rong's ear. Then, he looked surprised. "You're not wearing a human skin mask?" Seeing that her intentions had been exposed, Consort Rong no longer hid it. She stared at Lin Ran with hatred in her eyes and sneered. Although the human skin mask is useful, there are subtle flaws when you look closely. Of course, I can't allow any flaws for such a big assassination. How did you discover it? Lin Ran smiled and looked down from Consort Rong's face. Because I have a photographic memory of women's figures. Tell me, who sent you? As he spoke, the powerful earth attribute sword energy transformed into sharp metal sword energy according to the 5 elements. Consort Rong was imprisoned by the sword energy cage. She felt countless cold swords stuck to her body, instantly scaring her until her face turned pale. Even so, Consort Rong still pretended to be calm and replied, "No one sent me here to do this. I just want to kill you, you useless emperor. Do you think I'm stupid?" Lin Ran sneered and looked at Consort Rong as if he was looking at an idiot. Consort Rong is the daughter of General Guo Fuan, who is in charge of the northern border. Previously, when the war in the north was lost, General Guo couldn't absolve himself from the blame. Fortunately, His Majesty was lenient enough to not kill him and asked him to stay in the north to kill the enemy and redeem himself. Consort Rong frowned at Lin Ran, her eyes filled with fear and confusion. She knew about this information, but she didn't know why Lin Ran mentioned this. Seeing that Consort Rong didn't understand, Lin Ran could only explain. Outsiders only thought that General Guo was grateful to His Majesty, so he left his only daughter here in the palace, but they don't know that it was Consort Rong who took the initiative to ask to stay in the palace. In other words, among all the consorts in the harem, Consort Rong is the last person who would want to kill His Majesty. You're unlucky. After hearing Lin Ran's explanation, Consort Rong's expression immediately became complicated. After a moment, she suddenly thought of something and narrowed her eyes. "You kept saying His Majesty just now, are you not?" "Yeah." When Lin Ran realized the mistake he'd made, he slapped his forehead, but then he looked relieved. "It's okay. You'll die sooner or later anyway. It doesn't matter if I let you know." As he spoke, Lin Ran grabbed the edge of the human skin mask and tore it open, revealing his original appearance. Although he was not as good-looking as the Empress, he was still considered handsome. Consort Rong was stunned for a moment before she smiled sadly. "So the rumors are true. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to spread the news." Lin Ran looked puzzled. "What rumor?" Consort Rong looked at Lin Ran and smiled without saying anything. Lin Ran was a little anxious and tried to persuade her patiently. "If you cooperate and tell me who's behind this, I can plead with His Majesty and spare you." Before he could finish his sentence, Consort Rong's face suddenly jerked. Then, dark red blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth, and her eyes became frighteningly wide open. Lin Ran quickly retracted his sword energy to save her. However, he did not expect the poison to be so strong that in the blink of an eye, Consort Rong was already dead. As the corpse fell to the ground, Lin Ran immediately felt a headache coming on. Now that Consort Rong had died, although she was fake, this face was flawless. Moreover, it was impossible for a person to disappear into thin air for no reason. If the fake Consort Rong died here, where was the real Consort Rong? Lin Ran had no idea what to do, so he could only go and inform the Empress of this matter first. However, Li Tianyi was guarding outside with a group of eunuchs. It was definitely impossible for him to go out like this. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ran gently took off his dragon robe and chanted, 5-element sword technique, water. Outside the Cloud Prayer Palace, Li Tianyi was sitting on a rattan chair and drinking tea when he suddenly heard the sound of rain. The originally bright night sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds. Large raindrops fell from the sky, and in an instant, heavy rain poured down. "That's strange, didn't the imperial astronomer say that it won't rain this month?" Li Tianyi held his teacup and muttered to himself. He did not notice that a drop of water had seeped out of the door and disappeared into the heavy rain. In imperial study, after the Empress finished dealing with the last 8 affair, she put down the brush and gently pinched the space between her eyebrows. Just as she was about to go to the dragon bed to rest for a moment, she accidentally saw a water droplet seeping in through the crack in the door. Then, it slowly twisted and turned into a human form in front of her eyes. "Guard, don't shout, it's me." Just as the Empress was about to call for the guards to protect her, the waterman actually spoke. Moreover, his voice was very familiar. "You're Lin Ran?" Before she could finish speaking, the waterman quickly took shape. It was Lin Ran, who was wearing a yellow robe. Seeing this, the Empress heaved a sigh of relief. She frowned slightly and asked softly, "Why aren't you in the Cloud Prayer Palace in the middle of the night? What are you doing here? Where's your mask?" "It's a long story." Lin Ran sighed and looked at the Empress seriously. "Someone wants you dead." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 50 Life is unpredictable. Lin Ran roughly explained what happened in the Cloud Prayer Palace. Seeing that the Empress was confused, Lin Ran said helplessly, I don't think I can explain it clearly. You should go take a look yourself. You want me to go? The Empress frowned slightly. Logically speaking, I indeed should go, but I don't have the ability to travel in the form of water like you. Now that the servants think that I'm in the Cloud Prayer Palace, how can I explain myself if I show up outside the door? That's a problem. Lin Ran rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. He accidentally saw the scroll stacked on the desk and suddenly had an idea. Your Majesty, Lin Ran smiled evilly. I just thought of a brilliant idea. Outside the Cloud Prayer Palace, Li Tianyi looked at the pouring rain worriedly, afraid that this sound would disturb the Emperor. Li Tianyi's expression changed drastically when he saw water seeping into the door. He quickly called the young eunuch over and whispered, hurry up and fill up the crack. If His Majesty is disturbed, your head will not be on your body. A few eunuchs nodded. Some ran to get the tools, while others were afraid that it would be too late. They actually lay on the ground at the door and used their bodies to block the rainwater from seeping in. Unexpectedly, the rain came and went quickly. Before the eunuch who went to get the tools returned, the rain had already stopped. Li Tianyi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Just as he was about to return to the rattan chair to rest, he saw a figure carrying a lantern pass through the door and walk over. Hey, how dare you come near this place? Li Tianyi shouted and immediately went to confront the figure. Only then did he see that it was the commander of the Imperial Guards, Lin Ran. Seeing Lin Ran, Li Tianyi's face darkened. He had been angered by this guy in the Imperial Garden during the day. He was just worrying about how to deal with this blockhead when he came. Li Tianyi stopped in front of Lin Ran and asked with a faint smile, Lord Lin, why are you in such a hurry? An urgent report from the border. I have to send it to His Majesty as soon as possible. Please make way. Lin Ran raised a scroll and wanted to move forward, but he realized that Li Tianyi had no intention of making way for him. Lord Lin, you came at the wrong time. His Majesty is already resting. Li Tianyi smiled faintly. His Majesty has been busy with state affairs for the past few days. He's really tired. Now that the war in the north is stable, I don't think there's anything important to be reported. Lord Lin, come back tomorrow morning. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes and exuded a faint aura of an emperor. It's not up to you to decide if there's anything urgent in the north. Intimidated by the regal aura, in a daze, Li Tianyi seemed to have seen the emperor standing in front of him. He was so frightened that his legs went weak and he knelt on the ground. Lin Ran snorted and walked past him. Only then did Li Tianyi react and quickly get up from the ground. Thinking that he had been frightened by Lin Ran and embarrassed himself in public, Li Tianyi couldn't help but burn with anger. His face darkened as he turned around and shouted, stop him. Don't let him disturb His Majesty. The eunuchs hurriedly went forward, but before they could touch Lin Ran knocked on the door without hesitation. Your Majesty, an urgent report from the border. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was opened from the inside. The Empress stood in the door in a yellow robe. Oh, it's Lord Lin. Come in and talk. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Ran walked in and then closed the door. Li Tianyi looked at this scene and had a hard time processing it. After all, this was Consort Rong's bedroom. According to the rules of the palace, other than the eunuchs serving the consorts, even he, the head of eunuchs, was not allowed to enter. Otherwise, it would be a crime punishable by death. Li Tianyi was puzzled outside the hall. In the Cloud Prayer Palace, Lin Ran, who had just entered, raised his hand to touch his face, revealing a handsome face. Lord Lin, let me see that assassin. The two of them walked up to the corpse. In no time, the Empress understood the whole story. She frowned and asked softly, so today, in the Imperial Garden, you realized that Consort Rong's gaze was strange. It's not that she recognized you, but she heard that I sent you here to patrol and was worried that you would get in her way. When did she sneak into the palace? I'm not sure, but it should have been a long time. Lin Ran replied seriously. Consort Rong said that she can always hear strange sounds in the middle of the night and asked you to come to the Cloud Prayer Palace tonight. From the looks of it, this is also part of the assassin's plan. Think about it carefully. When did she say it the first time? The Empress recalled for a moment before shaking her head. I didn't pay much attention to it. However, since this person can disguise as Consort Rong, she must have a collaborator in the palace. Could they be with King Zhao too? Impossible. Lin Ran immediately shook his head. You killed King Zhao and the men in his mansion. The women were all sent to the border. Even if his subordinates don't want to give up, it's useless even if they kill you now. You are right. Is she a martial artist then? That's impossible too. Lin Ran shook his head again and pointed at the corpse on the ground with his chin. This face is not a disguise, but plastic surgery. It will take at least a few years to prepare before the plastic surgery can be done so flawlessly. Those mob martial artists can't be so far-sighted. The Empress's face immediately turned pale. Both her guesses were rejected. She really had no clue. At this moment, Lin Ran suddenly thought of something. By the way, when she tried to assassinate me, the weapon she used was very special. Perhaps it can give us some clues. The Empress's eyes lit up. Quick, show it to me. This I accidentally broke the weapon. Lin Ran replied awkwardly. Actually, he wasn't careless. He just felt that he could get some clues from the assassin, so he didn't care about the short saber. However, he did not expect the assassin to be so decisive. She took the poison immediately after the assassination failed without any hesitation. However, this was not a problem. Lin Ran found a brush and ink and sketched out the short saber with a few strokes. Although the lines were a little simple, with his supreme comprehension of sword intent, he managed to draw a pretty identical saber. The Empress took the paper and her expression changed. It's actually him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 51, A Strange Sound in the Night. Cloud Prayer Palace is not clean. Seeing the Empress's reaction, Lin Ran's eyes flickered. Do you know this saber? The Empress nodded subconsciously. Then, as if she had suddenly woken up, she adjusted her expression and said softly, I roughly know what's going on. I will continue to investigate this matter. You stay out of it. Lin Ran rolled his eyes. What do you mean? If I was weaker, I would be the one lying here now. You want me to stay out of it? I know you're unwilling, but this matter can't be rushed. The Empress looked straight at Lin Ran with an unprecedented solemn expression. Currently, King Zhao's accomplices are still out there in the world. This matter must not be spread. Do your job first. Lin Ran looked at the Empress's serious expression and couldn't help but feel a little strange. Even when King Zhao rebelled and the Empress was in danger, she did not look so serious. What could be more serious than King Zhao's rebel lion? Lin Ran quickly recalled what the Empress had said and suddenly had a guess. Then, he smiled. I already know who the mastermind is. The Empress narrowed her eyes. How did you know? Lin Ran revealed a faint smile, but he did not answer the Empress's question directly. Instead, he analyzed. This assassin sneaked into the palace and disguised as your consort. She definitely needs someone from the palace to cooperate with her. Otherwise, it's impossible for her to have come thus far. Previously, when you were searching for King Zhao's collaborators in the palace, you didn't find anyone related to this assassin. This means that the other party has been hiding for a long time. Perhaps even King Zhao doesn't know. Am I right? The Empress's eyes flickered. Continue. Lin Ran continued to analyze. To be able to spend a few years nurturing such an assassin and set up this trap, be it manpower, material resources, or financial resources, it's not something an ordinary person can do. In the entire Heavenly Saint dynasty, only a few vassals have the ability. And you just said that internal affairs must be taken care of before taking care of the external affairs. If I'm not wrong, this internal affairs doesn't refer to the palace or the capital. The Empress looked at Lin Ran with a faint smile. So you're guessing that some vassals set all of this up? If not for this saber, I might really think that it was done by a vassal. Lin Ran chuckled and pointed at the drawing of the saber. The Heavenly Saint dynasty advocates the sword Dao. There are very few martial artists who use sabers. The style of this saber is strange. If it's really a weapon of the Heavenly Saint dynasty, I must have heard of it since I've been guarding Mount Sword for so many years. The Empress lowered her eyes and Lin Ran knew that he had guessed correctly. He took a deep breath and said firmly, the mastermind behind this assassination is the Great Yong dynasty. Sai, you're indeed smarter than I thought. Lin Ran looked not particularly surprised. Although this answer was a little shocking, it was the most reasonable answer. The war between the Heavenly Saint dynasty and the Great Yong dynasty had been going on for a long time. Sending a few assassins and spies to each other was not uncommon. Moreover, the timing of this assassination was very ingenious. Right now, King Zhao's rebel lion had just been suppressed. To the Heavenly Saint dynasty, it was a critical period for them to rest and recover. If the Empress was assassinated at this moment, the Heavenly Saint dynasty would be leaderless. If the Great Yong dynasty sent troops south, it would definitely be effortless to take down the dynasty. The Great Yong dynasty is really sinister. Lin Ran sneered, and a trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Don't worry, I'll go to the north now and bring back the emperor of the Great Yong dynasty. No, The Empress hurriedly stopped Lin Ran and said with a serious expression, "There's an agreement between the dynasties that those above the Grandmaster realm are not allowed to participate in the war." Lin Ran was speechless. This kind of agreement is to fool children. When the country is on the verge of destruction, who cares about such things? "I care," the Empress said in a low voice with a dignified expression. "No matter what, those who break the agreement will become the target of public criticism. At that time, many foreign powers will send their masters to attack us with righteous cause." Lin Ran nodded thoughtfully. "Got it. Whoever makes the first move is not in the right." The Empress rolled her eyes. "This is not a matter of being right or not. Once a war starts, the people will die first. So what if we win?" Only then did Lin Ran completely understand. He looked at the Empress with heartache. "So you have to think about this every day. It seems that it's not easy for you to be the Emperor. As the Emperor, I have to be responsible for the people of the world." The Empress let out a long sigh. Her gaze landed on the assassin's corpse and she could not help but look worried. "We found this assassin, but where did the real consort Rong go? Could it be that this assassin has been consort Rong all along?" Lin Ran said firmly without hesitation, "She and consort Rong are two different people." The Empress raised her eyebrows. "How can you be so sure?" "Well," Lin Ran hesitated for a long time and didn't know how to put it. He only raised his hand and pointed at his chest. The Empress instantly understood and a blush appeared on her face. She cleared her throat and pretended to be calm. "The most important thing now is to find consort Rong. If anything happens to her, I'm afraid it will affect General Gyo, who is still in the north." Lin Ran nodded in agreement. "They are probably afraid of General Gyo and wanted to use this to dishearten him and bring him down." "That's true, General Gyo." Just as the Empress was about to say something, a rustling sound suddenly came from somewhere. The voice sounded like nails scratching on a wooden board. If one listened carefully, it sounded like a person talking, but they could not tell what it was. Lin Ran's expression changed slightly. He swallowed and asked softly, "Your Majesty, didn't you say that the noise in the Cloud Prayer Palace was just an excuse for consort Rong to get you to come over?" The Empress's expression was solemn. "I was just guessing. Ever since consort Rong entered the palace, this is the first time I've come to the Cloud Prayer Palace. Didn't you hear the noise last time you came?" "I was too busy to care about it." As soon as Lin Ran finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong. He turned around and realized that the Empress was indeed staring at him strangely. At this moment, the strange sound was heard again. Lin Ran listened carefully and pointed at the bed. "Over there." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Ran had already flashed to the bed like a ghost. The yin-yang sword flashed in his hand and slashed out sword energy. In the blink of an eye, the carved wooden bed was cut into pieces. All the cuts were extremely clean. The wood was scattered, but there was nothing under the bed. Just as Lin Ran was feeling strange, the noise sounded again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 52, Hidden Sword Pavilion. Seeing that Lin Ran had cut open the bed, the Empress came closer and realized that there was nothing under the bed. She couldn't help but look puzzled. It ran away? Impossible. Although Lin Ran did not use his full strength in that strike just now, it was still extremely fast. Even a Grandmaster would not be able to dodge it easily. Just as the Empress was about to say something, the strange sound was heard again. The two of them looked at each other. Lin Ran pointed at the floor under the bed, indicating that the sound was coming from below. The Empress nodded and took a few steps back. Lin Ran slashed out his sword energy again and cut open the floor. Only then did he realize that there was a secret compartment below. A woman in pink was tied up and hidden inside. It was consort Rong, who had been missing for a long time. At this moment, consort Rong's face was pale and her breathing was weak. Even if the wooden board in front of her was cut open by the sword energy, she did not react at all. She only kept scratching the surrounding wooden board with her nails. It was obvious that she was already unconscious. Lin Ran jumped down into the secret compartment and checked her pulse. He turned around and said to the Empress, "She's fine. She was just drugged." The Empress nodded and was about to call for help when Lin Ran stopped her in a low voice. Before she could ask, she saw Lin Ran take off his yellow robe, revealing his well-defined muscles. The Empress immediately felt her face heat up. She hurriedly looked away and asked in a low voice, "What do you want to do? Now is not the time to do that kind of thing. What are you thinking about?" Lin Ran rolled his eyes and said angrily, "It'll be hard to explain if others see us dressed like this. Put on your robe. After you change, give me my clothes." With that, Lin Ran hid behind the screen, clearly indicating that he wouldn't peep. The Empress picked up the yellow robe hesitantly. She could still smell Lin Ran's scent on it. It was like grass mixed with dew and smelled very fresh. However, this was the robe that the man had just worn. However, the Empress also knew that Lin Ran was right. She was wearing the uniform of a guard commander. If outsiders saw her, she would be put in a difficult position. Thinking of this, the Empress no longer hesitated. She glanced at the screen and made sure that Lin Ran was not peeping at her before she slowly untied her clothes, but she did not notice a puddle of water slowly flowing out from under the screen. When the Empress took off her clothes, the water on the ground suddenly rippled. I thought that Consort Jin of Hishang Palace was unmatched. I didn't expect her to be even more busty than her as expected. One shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Lin Ran thought to himself and looked at her critically for a while. Only when the Empress put on the yellow robe did he reluctantly retreat behind the screen. "I'm done," the Empress said softly with a hint of shyness in her voice. At the same time, a few pieces of clothes were placed on the screen. Lin Ran put on his clothes and walked out of the screen. Suddenly, a few sword energies shot out and disfigured the assassin. "Lin Ran, what are you doing?" When the Empress saw this scene, she couldn't help but reveal a sullen expression. "She's already dead. Even if she's an assassin, you can't treat her like this." Lin Ran glanced at the Empress and said helplessly, "Do you think I want to? She looks like Consort Wrong. If I don't ruin her face, how will you explain it later?" Only then did the Empress react and stop blaming him. Then, Lin Ran rescued Consort Wrong from the secret compartment, untied her, and placed her aside. He then dragged the assassin's corpse to the outer hall and gestured for the Empress to call for help. "Assassin! Guard! Where is the guard?" With that, several guards immediately barged in, followed by Li Tianyi with a few eunuchs. However, when everyone entered, they saw the Empress being protected by Lin Ran. There was only an unrecognizable corpse on the ground. Li Tianyi was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly went forward and asked, "Your Majesty, are you harmed?" "I'm fine." The Empress waved her hand and pointed at the corpse on the ground. "Just now, this person took advantage of my carelessness and appeared from under the bed to assassinate me. Fortunately, Lord Lin reacted quickly and killed the assassin. However, Consort Wrong was drugged by the assassin and fainted. Quick, go and summon the imperial physician to treat her." Li Tianyi immediately went to fetch the imperial physician. Lin Ran secretly gave the Empress a look and snuck out unnoticed. By the next morning, the news of the Emperor's assassination had already spread throughout the palace. The civil and military officials waiting in the hall discussed animatedly. However, the Empress had no intention of hiding anything. In the morning court assembly, she briefly explained this matter and rewarded Lin Ran with some gold, silver, and jewelry. The ministers in the hall couldn't help but flatter Lin Ran. Similar assassinations happened a few times a year. The Empress did not seem to mind, so the others were used to it. Just like that, this assassination incident was forgotten after the morning court assembly. As for how dangerous it was, only Lin Ran and the Empress knew. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. During this period of time, Lin Ran changed into sword god's attire and appeared in the palace a few times. The rest of the time, he had been cultivating in Mingjiao Hall. The Empress summoned him, but he turned it down with the excuse that he had suffered internal injuries from fighting the assassin. The Empress knew that he was avoiding her, but she couldn't do anything. It was strange that Lin Ran's cultivation speed had slowed down after entering the half-saint realm. No matter how hard he cultivated, he could not sense any improvement. Even the sign-in system went dormant. It seemed that the system had classified the palace as a location. He had previously signed in the throne room, so this location was already expired. This morning, Lin Ran was meditating in Mingjiao Hall when he suddenly sensed someone approaching the door. He thought that it should be the young eunuch who came to deliver food, so Lin Ran didn't mind and continued cultivating. In fact, given his current cultivation level, he no longer needed to eat or drink. However, since he lived in the palace, he was naturally given the best treatment. Therefore, even if he never ate the food would still be delivered to him. But after half an hour, Lin Ran felt that something was wrong. In the past, this young eunuch would leave after delivering food. Why was he still here today? Puzzled, Lin Ran stopped cultivating and got up. He put on his sword god outfit and prepared to go out to take a look. Lin Ran activated Endless Sword Intents to protect himself. He waved his hand and opened the door with sword energy. Only then did he realize that it was not a eunuch outside at all, but Ju Hao, who was ranked second in the martial arts examination. Ju Hao stood at the door with a hesitant expression. The sudden appearance of the 10-mile sword god shocked him. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, "Greetings, 10-mile sword god." "You?" Lin Ran subconsciously wanted to ask, "Why are you here?" But just as he opened his mouth, he immediately changed his words. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Zhu Hao did not suspect anything. He knelt on the ground and explained, "I'm the Imperial Guard, Zhu Hao. A few days ago, an assassination was attempted on His Majesty, so His Majesty wanted to strengthen the security. The Hidden Sword Pavilion will be open today to provide the guards with new sets of armors and weapons. I took the liberty to come here to ask you if you're interested in visiting the Sword Pavilion." Hidden Sword Pavilion? Lin Ran's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had once heard from Taoist Li that Mount Sword wasn't the only place where swords were collected and stored in the Heavenly Saint dynasty. The other place was the Hidden Sword Pavilion in the palace. Chapter 53, Heavenly Saint Dynasty's Hidden Sword Pavilion. According to Taoist Li, on the surface, the Hidden Sword Pavilion was the armory for the palace guards. In fact, there was a secret room inside. Most of the divine artifacts stored there were used by famous generals. After the generals died on the battlefield or retired to the countryside, they would keep the weapons they used in the Hidden Sword Pavilion. When the generals in the future made extraordinary contributions, the royal family would reward them with this. It was considered a supreme honor for the soldiers. Therefore, compared to the divine weapons of Mount Sword, the divine weapons in the Hidden Sword Pavilion not only had incomparable power, but they were also passed down from generation to generation. When Lin Ran first arrived in the palace, he had also wanted to go to the Hidden Sword Pavilion to expand his knowledge, but he had never found a good cause to do so. Now that the Empress was preparing to open the Hidden Sword Pavilion, wasn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? If he could obtain the inheritance of a famous general in the Hidden Sword Pavilion, his cultivation might advance further. Thinking of this, Lin Ran immediately became excited, but he still pretended to be calm. "I didn't want to join in the fun, but since you're sincere in inviting me, I'll go with you." "Thank you, Sword God." Zhu Hao was overjoyed. Then, he took out a wooden box from his pocket. After opening it, he carefully took out an incomplete manual. "Sword God, this is the sword manual that has been passed down in the Zhu family for generations. Unfortunately, it's incomplete. Although it's nothing to you, it's the most precious gift I can give." Lin Ran looked puzzled. "What is this all about, Imperial Guard Zhu?" Zhu Hao replied in a low voice in embarrassment, "To be honest, I have my own selfish motives for inviting you today. I've long heard that the 10-mile sword god has a pair of discerning eyes that can distinguish the divine weapons in the world, so I want you to choose a suitable weapon for me. Please fulfill my wish." "No problem." Lin Ran nodded without hesitation and put away the sword manual. As for choosing a weapon for Zhu Hao, he did not take it to heart at all. Zhu Hao was just an ordinary guard. There were thousands of such guards in the palace. Even if the guards were going to get new weapons, they couldn't possibly be allowed to use divine weapons. If he agreed, he would get a sword manual for nothing. Why would Lin Ran say no? Unfortunately, Zhu Hao did not know he was being fooled. Seeing that the sword god agreed so readily, Zhu Hao was so happy that the corners of his mouth were about to reach the back of his head. He lay on the ground and kowtowed to thank him. Lin Ran was worried that he would have a concussion from kowtowing like that. After Zhu Hao was done kowtowing, he added, "Sword God, I still have to inform the commander of the guards, Lin Ran. Please wait here for a moment." "Stop." Lin Ran hurriedly called out to stop Zhu Hao. "I heard that His Majesty was assassinated a few days ago and Commander Lin was injured while protecting him. Let him rest and recover." When Zhu Hao heard this, he cupped his hands and said in admiration, "Sword God, although you've been staying in Mingjiao Hall all this while, you know everything in the palace like the back of your hand. I simply can't express how much I admire you." Lin Ran waved his hand and said indifferently, "Don't waste time. Lead the way." Yes. Under Zhu Hao's lead, the two of them left Mingjiao Hall and arrived at the Hidden Sword Pavilion in the northeast corner of the palace. When Lin Ran arrived, the place was already filled with people lining up to receive their new weapons. Fortunately, these guards were well trained. They lined up in small groups and handed over their swords one after another. Then, the officials of the Hidden Sword Pavilion distributed new swords to them. The entire process was orderly. Although there were many people, it was not messy at all. Lin Ran nodded in approval. The Empress really had a way of managing such a big palace. However, Zhu Hao couldn't stay calm. He thought that he could enter the Hidden Sword Pavilion to choose a weapon of his choice, so he gave his precious manual to 10-mile sword god. He didn't expect the process would be done in this way. Then wouldn't his sword manual be given away for nothing? Thinking of this, Zhu Hao immediately felt his blood boil. Lin Ran, who was standing at the side, sensed something wrong. Before Ju Hao could speak, he took the initiative to speak first. Guard Ju, I'm afraid I can't do what you wanted me to. This sword manual, you can keep it. Take it as a gift from me. Ju Hao replied with a pained expression. In fact, he had stolen this sword manual from his family. He thought that he would be able to choose a divine weapon. He did not expect to end up with nothing. However, if he could use this sword manual to get close to the 10-mile sword god, Ju Hao thought it was worth it. At the very least, his father wouldn't beat him to death for the sake of the 10-mile sword god. Lin Ran didn't care. He nodded and walked straight to the hidden sword pavilion. When the guard saw a black-clothed figure walking over with endless sword intent, they immediately knelt down. Even the officials of the hidden sword pavilion hurriedly stood up from their seats and knelt down to welcome the sword god. The empress had long ordered that the 10-mile sword god could go where he wished in the palace and no one was to stop him. Lin Ran took advantage of this privilege today. He raised his hand and gestured for everyone to stand up before walking into the hidden sword pavilion. As soon as he stepped across the threshold, a familiar voice sounded in Lin Ran's mind. Ding! Special location detected. The host is in the Heavenly Saint Dynasty's hidden sword pavilion. Host, do you want to sign in? Lin Ran was delighted. His previous guess was right. A location with divine weapons was a special location. At the same time, Lin Ran also noticed that the location detected by the system was the Heavenly Saint Dynasty's hidden sword pavilion. In other words, there were also hidden sword pavilion in other dynasties. If he had the chance to visit the hidden sword pavilion of other dynasties, who knew how many rewards he would receive? After being excited for a while, Lin Ran calmed down and began to size up the hidden sword pavilion. The first thing he saw was rows of weapon racks made of ebony. Standard long swords were placed neatly in the rack. Just by standing in front of them, one could feel the sharp sword intent contained in them. However, Lin Ran's goal this time was the secret room in the hidden sword pavilion. Even if he wiped these weapons and signed in, he probably wouldn't get anything good. Thinking of this, Lin Ran continued walking. He quickly passed through the rows of weapon racks and walked straight to the secret room in the depths. Lin Ran remembered that Taoist Li had said that the secret room in the hidden sword pavilion was surrounded by layers of weapon racks, which was the center of the hidden sword pavilion. However, Lin Ran walked all the way to the end of the hidden sword pavilion and didn't see anything that looked like a room. Could it be that the secret room has been moved away? Chapter 54, The Truth About the Hidden Sword Pavilion. With doubts in his heart, Lin Ran turned around and walked towards the door. This time, Lin Ran walked very slowly. Along the way, he kept looking around and even used his spiritual energy to investigate. However, even when he reached the door, he still did not find any traces of the secret room. Just as Lin Ran was feeling puzzled, an official from the hidden sword pavilion walked in and bowed with his left hand on his chest. Greetings, 10-mile sword god. Lin Ran retracted his thoughts. Looking at Lu Dao's imperial attire, he knew that he was a 4th-grade official. He asked, Lord Lu, what's the matter? Lu Dao smiled and probed. I noticed just now that you seem to be looking for something in the hidden sword pavilion. I've been staying here for a long time. Perhaps I can be of service to you. When Lin Ran heard this, he felt that it was a good idea, so he pretended to be calm and said, I'm not looking for anything in particular. I just heard that the hidden sword pavilion has a collection of many famous generals' weapons, so I wanted to see them for myself. Famous generals' weapons? When Lu Dao heard this, he looked confused. Sword God, where did you hear the rumors? I've been in the hidden sword pavilion for 7 years and have never heard of any weapons from famous generals. No? This time, Lin Ran was completely stunned. Had he been deceived by Taoist Li? However, if there were no famous general weapons here, why would the system ring? Could it be that it was a special location without weapons? As soon as this thought appeared, Lin Ran immediately denied it. Ever since he awakened the system, Lin Ran had only signed in at Mount Sword. The great opportunities he obtained were also related to the divine weapons in Mount Sword. Therefore, there was no doubt that the system and divine weapons were inextricably linked. At that time, Lin Ran was just a mounting guard. Taoist Li had no reason to lie to him, so there must be a secret room here. It was just that he had yet to find the right way to find it. Thinking of this, Lin Ran waved at Lu Dao. It's fine. You can leave first. I'll look around. Lu Dao nodded and walked away, and Lin Ran returned to the center of the hidden sword pavilion. The exterior of the hidden sword pavilion was an octagonal building, and the weapons racks were arranged according to the 8 trigrams. In the middle of the hidden sword pavilion was the 8 trigrams. Logically speaking, if there was a secret treasure room hidden here, it was most likely in the center. Lin Ran found the center and sat down cross-legged. He looked around and suddenly felt a little strange. Logically speaking, for the sake of convenience, these weapon racks should be arranged in a straight line, but in reality, all the weapon racks were placed in a staggered manner. From Lin Ran's point of view, there seemed to be endless weapons racks in all directions. Lin Ran closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. A thought flashed through his mind. He knew what he had thought of, but he just couldn't grasp the message of it. Just as Lin Ran was feeling anxious, a few officials who came in to get swords saw him sitting there cross-legged. They did not dare to disturb him and quietly took the swords and left. When one of them passed by Lin Ran, he couldn't help but stagger and a long sword fell from his arms. The hilt of the sword hit the ground and slipped out of the scabbard with a clang. The snow-white sword drew an arc in the air and landed in Lin Ran's palm. Oh no! Lin Ran's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly withdrew his palm, but it was too late. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and obtaining the chime-in sword technique. A golden light that ordinary people could not see entered his glabella. After signing in a few times, Lin Ran already had a preliminary understanding of the mechanism of this system. Although he could sign in at the same location repeatedly, the rewards he obtained the first time were the best. For example, the formless sword body he obtained in Mount Sword and the 9 yin-yang swords he obtained in the throne room. At the same time, the value of the system reward was also related to the sword Lin Ran had wiped when he signed in. When he wiped those divine weapons on Mount Sword, the rewards he obtained were all extremely difficult to obtain just by cultivating like sword bodies and sword intent. When he wiped ordinary swords, he could only obtain cultivation techniques and sword techniques. Therefore, before coming to the hidden sword pavilion, Lin Ran had made up his mind to find a divine weapon. He did not expect this standard longsword to find its way to touch him. The ancient manual slowly unfolded in his mind. Lin Ran was surprised to find that although this reward was called a sword technique, it was actually more like a movement technique. However, the content of the manual was too obscure. Lin Ran, who was feeling frustrated, was really not in the mood to study it. He only read it briefly before throwing it to the back of his mind. At this moment, when the low-ranking official saw that the sword had actually fallen into the hands of the sword god, his face instantly turned pale. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. "Sword god, please forgive me. Please forgive me. I didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive me." The other low-ranking officials also knelt down like a group of frightened quails, trembling and not daring to speak. "Forget it, it's all fate." Lin Ran waved and dismissed them, sounding indescribably frustrated. After being disturbed by this low-ranking official, Lin Ran no longer had the mood to continue searching for the secret room. Since he had already obtained the reward for signing in today, he planned to go back and study the manual before coming back tomorrow. After making up his mind, Lin Ran walked out absent-mindedly. However, as he walked, he realized that something was wrong. He seemed to have arrived at a place he had never been to before. He was surrounded by weapons racks made of ebony. The long swords on the racks were arranged exactly the same, but he felt that he had never been to this place before. Lin Ran stood on his tiptoes and could see that the door of the hidden sword pavilion was not far to the right. However, a thought suddenly occurred to him that drove him to walk to the left. This thought appeared for no reason, but the driving force was very strong. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands pushing him from behind, making Lin Ran feel that he had to go left. Chime-in technique, chime-in, chime-in. Lin Ran suddenly felt enlightened. No wonder the weapon racks here were placed like this. It turned out that someone had done it on purpose. The few officials just now were the best example. Logically speaking, when they saw Lin Ran sitting there, they would definitely take a detour. However, they still walked past him. There must be a reason why they did that. In other words, their path in the hidden sword pavilion was fixed. Once they deviated from the path, something bad would happen. They would be lost in the chime-in array. This also explained why Lu Dao did not know about the existence of the secret room. The technique of the mystic sect was obscure and mysterious. Even Lin Ran was tricked when he entered. Even if Lu Dao and the others guarded here until they died, they would not know the truth of the hidden sword pavilion. After figuring this out, Lin Ran immediately moved between the weapons racks. Soon, a black boulder appeared out of thin air in front of him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 55, The Key to Open the Treasure Vault. The huge boulder was about the height of a person. Because it was blocked by many weapon racks, its size could not be seen. It was pitch black, but its surface emitted a grayish-white luster. With just a glance, Lin Ran confirmed that this boulder was the same thing as the material on Mount Sword. Taoist Li had once told Lin Ran that Mount Sword was formed by a very special mineral. Not only could this mineral nurture the sword intent in the divine weapon, but it could also form a natural barrier and keep these sword intents within the mountain range. That was why the outside world did not know much about the situation of Mount Sword. The appearance of the boulder here explained why Lin Ran could not sense any sword intent previously. While he was thinking, Lin Ran had already arrived in front of the huge boulder. It was about the width of 6 people standing side by side, but Lin Ran could only see a portion of it. It was unknown what was hidden underneath it. At the same time, Lin Ran sensed a faint and sharp sword intent. This wisp of sword intent was hidden among the tens of thousands of standard swords in the hidden sword pavilion. It was as inconspicuous as a red leaf in the pine forest. The Chaimen array hid the treasure vault, and tens of thousands of standard swords covered the sword intent. With just 2 simple arrangements, the treasure vault disappeared from the hidden sword pavilion. Lin Ran placed his hand on the boulder and touched the material that he was familiar with. He couldn't help but look nostalgic. Now that he was a master of the half-saint realm, it was hard to find a match for him in the world. However, his happiest time was actually when he was guarding Mount Sword. After reminiscing for a while, Lin Ran got down to business. He first walked around the boulder but could not find any clues to the entrance. There were no flaws or cracks on the surface, except for a sword mark on the northeast side of it. The sword mark was about 3 fingers long. Lin Ran tried to use his spiritual energy to feel it, but just as he injected his spiritual energy into the sword mark, he heard a loud clanging sound. The surging sword intent surged out and forced him back a few steps. What a domineering sword intent! Lin Ran's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. Ever since he stepped into the martial Dao, he had never felt such a sharp sword intent. Even the 10 miles dragon roar that contained the sword intent of the sword god was probably only a tenth of this sword intent. One had to know that the 10 miles sword god was already at the peak of the senior grandmaster realm at that time. Even if only a portion of his sword intent was left in the 10 miles dragon roar, it was enough to shake the world. How could anyone's sword intent be more powerful than the 10 miles sword god's? After the shock, Lin Ran felt puzzled. He frowned and pondered. Soon, he realized something strange. Although the sword intent just now was surging and fierce, it did not contain any hostility. Compared to an attack, it was more like a respected senior demonstrating to a junior. Most importantly, Lin Ran seemed to feel a sense of familiarity and closeness from the sword intent. Could it be because of this huge rock boulder from Mount Sword? Lin Ran guessed and shook his head. No. Taoist Li said that this boulder can only nurture and contain sword intent, but it won't affect the essence of the sword intent. Lin Ran fell into deep thought again. His gaze subconsciously landed on the sword mark. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it looked, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. What exactly is this? Lin Ran stroked the sword mark and muttered to himself. This time, he did not try to test it, so the sword intent was not triggered. At the same time, the familiar and intimate feeling became stronger. Looking into the deep crack of the sword mark, Lin Ran seemed to see another world in it. There was a figure in black walking among tens of thousands of soldiers with a sword in his hand. With just a light wave of his sword, a surging sword intent filled the world. The enemy fell to the ground like wheat being cut, but the black-robed figure remained calm. He was like a graceful dragon amidst the lights and sword shadows. 10 miles dragon roar. Lin Ran's eyes lit up, and the battlefield in front of him disappeared. At this moment, he was enlightened. No wonder this sword mark was so familiar. This was the sword mark left behind by the 10-mile sword god. The sword of the sword god, 10-mile dragon roar, was the key to opening this divine sword treasure vault. Without needing to confirm it, Lin Ran knew that he was right. What he had to do next was very simple. He had to obtain the 10 miles dragon roar, open the treasure vault, and use the famous divine weapon inside to sign in for the reward. The only problem was that in order to reassure the Empress, Lin Ran had left the 10 miles dragon roar under her pillow. This broken sword was of great significance to the Empress. If he asked for it, she might not give it back, and there was nothing he could do about it. The safest way was to sneak into her bedroom at night and steal it. At most, he would send it back after using it. After making up his mind, Lin Ran took one last look at the sword mark and left the hidden sword pavilion. After returning to Mingjiao Hall, Lin Ran changed into the uniform of the guard commander and went out again. Changing weaponry was a big thing for the palace guards. Although Lin Ran didn't care about those standard swords, he was the commander of the Imperial Guards after all. It wasn't appropriate for him to not show up. Lin Ran returned to the hidden sword pavilion as if nothing had happened. At this moment, most of the guards had received their new swords, and only 100 or so people were still waiting in line. Lin Ran waited quietly at the back of the line while thinking about his plan to sneak into the Empress's bedroom tonight. At this moment, a group of eunuchs in palace clothes walked into the courtyard. The person in the lead was wearing a purple robe and a jade belt. He held a Tai Chi whisk in his hand. It was Li Tianyi, the head eunuch. A few eunuchs followed behind with a big brass lock. The lock was 3 feet square, and there was a bent copper rod protruding from each corner. It was completely different from the shape of an ordinary copper lock. Lin Ran could recognize it as a lock thanks to the pentagonal keyhole on the front. Looking at the exhausted expressions of the eunuchs, Lin Ran knew that the weight of this lock was definitely not light. It was probably used to lock the sword pavilion. It seems that other than the 10 miles dragon roar, I have to think of a way to steal the key for this lock. Lin Ran thought to himself. At this moment, Li Tianyi had already entered the courtyard. He ignored the guards in line and walked straight towards the hidden sword pavilion. Lu Dao was supervising the procedure when he saw Li Tianyi suddenly show up. He hurriedly walked up and greeted, "Greetings, Eunuch Li." Lu Dao's attitude was very humble. Although the two of them were both 4th-grade officials, one was the head of all eunuchs in the imperial palace who was with the emperor all the time, and the other was a military official who was not even qualified to attend a court meeting. Their status in the palace was naturally incomparable. Li Tianyi waved his hand and asked absent-mindedly, "His Majesty sent me to ask you how the matter of changing the sword is going." Eunuch Li, most of the guards in the palace have already upgraded their swords. There are only 100 people left in line. Good. Li Tianyi nodded and waved his Tai Chi whisk impatiently. "Let them go back, someone. Lock the door. Asterisk 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 asterisk." Chapter 56, Dilemma. As soon as Li Tianyi finished speaking, a few eunuchs carried the brass lock over. The expressions of the 100 guards who had yet to change their swords turned ugly. However, when they saw that it was Li Tianyi who gave the order, they held back their anger. Only Lin Ran's eyes darkened as if he was thinking about something. Lu Dao hurriedly stopped the young eunuch and asked with a smile, "Eunuch Li, these people have yet to change their swords. If His Majesty finds out and blames me, I won't be able to bear the responsibility." Li Tianyi's expression darkened. "What? You're being inefficient, so naturally you are to blame. Do you want me to wait for you here?" Lu Dao hurriedly shook his head. No, that's not what I mean. But Eunuch Li, changing the sword is His Majesty's order. Locking down the hidden sword pavilion is also His Majesty's order. Li Tianyi reprimanded coldly. Lu Dao immediately lowered his head, not daring to talk back. Li Tianyi snorted and waved his Tai Chi whisk at the eunuchs. "Lock it." "Wait," someone sounded. Li Tianyi was furious. His face turned cold as he wanted to see who was so bold as to stop him. He turned around and saw Lin Ran walking out of the line. Seeing that face, Li Tianyi immediately recalled the night the assassination was attempted on the emperor. He was so frightened by Lin Ran that he knelt down uncontrollably and made a fool of himself. The anger in his heart immediately rose. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but feel puzzled, not knowing why Li Tianyi got so angry just because he was interrupted. Naturally, they didn't know about the grudge between Lin Ran and Li Tianyi. Besides, although Lin Ran had saved the emperor a few days ago, he had just entered the palace, so very few people knew him. However, when the guards saw that someone was standing up for them, they couldn't help but look happy. They looked at Lin Ran with admiration and gratitude, but when they thought about how he interrupted Li Tianyi, worry appeared on their faces. Lu Dao sensed that Li Tian was angry and quickly went forward to stop Lin Ran. He pretended to be angry and said, "Who are you? How dare you shout?" Lin Ran stood still and cupped his hands. "Greetings, Lord Lu. I'm the new commander of Imperial Guards, Lin Ran." "Who is Lin Ran? That name sounds familiar. Don't you know? A few days ago, he saved His Majesty. Now, is highly valued and trusted by His Majesty. I remember now. No wonder he dared to talk back to Eunuch Li. It turns out that he has the Emperor's support." After Lin Ran introduced himself, the guards in the courtyard immediately started discussing. Lu Dao was delighted inwardly. The commander of the Imperial Guards was a 3rd-grade official, 1 grade higher than him. From Lin Ran's attitude, it was obvious that he was here to go against Eunuch Li. "So it's Commander Lin. It's an honor to meet you." Just as Lu Dao was thinking about how to compliment Lin Ran, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. "It's the first time I met Commander Lin. How did Commander Lin know my name?" "Well," Lin Ran's expression froze. He couldn't possibly say that he was here just now, right? Fortunately, Lin Ran was quick-witted. He smiled calmly. Lord Lu is the deputy commander of the palace arsenal and controls all the weapons in the palace. As the commander of the guards, I've heard a lot about you, but I've been too busy with work to visit you. Lin Ran's flattery was just right. Not only did he praise Lu Dao, but he also did not degrade himself. Lu Dao naturally did not suspect anything else. He waved his hand and said politely, Lord Lin, you're being too serious. I'm just a 4th grade official. I should be the one visiting you. Ahem. Li Tianian coughed a few times to interrupt the two of them. He asked coldly with an unfriendly expression, Lord Lu, Commander Lin, if the two of you want to chat, please find another place. Don't delay my task of closing the hidden sword pavilion. Only then did Lu Dao remember Eunuch Li was also here. He looked down and realized that Lin Ran was using an old sword. He immediately had an idea. Eunuch Li. Lu Dao bowed with a smile and continued, I don't dare to waste your time, but Commander Lin is still using an old sword. Can you wait for a moment? Li Tianyi glanced at Lin Ran coldly. I'm in charge of the palace affairs every day. How can I waste time here? Lock the door. You can try. Lin Ran took a step forward and asked without looking back, Lord Lu, what did His Majesty say? Commander Lin, previously, His Majesty issued an order to upgrade the swords for the palace guards. Before noon, the guards have to have their new swords. Midnight? Lin Ran muttered softly and looked up at the sky. It's about 7 in the morning. It's not time to lock the door yet. Lord Lu, continue with your task. Hearing this, Lu Dao's heart skipped a beat. Although there was no sundial here, he had been delayed by the 10-mile sword god for a while. He knew that it was definitely past noon, so he did not disobey Eunuch Li. He did not expect Lin Ran to mention the time. As expected, as soon as Lin Ran finished speaking, Li Tianyi scolded angrily, Nonsense. It's clearly past noon. Lin Ran ignored him and continued to look at the sky. He said indifferently, Is that so? I think it's 7 in the morning. Isn't that so, Lord Lu? Huh? Lu Dao stood rooted to the ground and did not dare to speak. If he said yes, he would inevitably offend Li Tianyi, but if he said no, he would offend Lin Ran. This was really a dilemma. Fortunately, the two of them were already in a confrontation, so no one cared about Lu Dao's answer. Li Tian's expression darkened. Although he wanted to cut Lin Ran into pieces, he didn't dare to do so in public. After a short moment of thought, Li Tianyi said, Commander Lin, I'm under orders. If you're displeased, I can get Lord Lu to change your sword. However, it's already late. I hope Commander Lin won't continue to stop me from locking the door. Everyone present could tell that Li Tianyi was using the emperor to suppress Lin Ran. Lin Ran smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he asked politely, after hearing what Eunuch Li said, I just remembered that I haven't paid my respects to His Majesty today. Where is His Majesty now? Li Tianyi didn't know what Lin Ran wanted to do. He hesitated for a moment before replying, His Majesty just had lunch and should be resting. Thank you. Lin Ran bowed and looked at Lu Dao. Lord Lu, wait here for a moment. With that, Lin Ran turned around and left. Everyone was confused. They didn't understand why Lin Ran suddenly backed down. Li Tianyi was also puzzled, but he did not waste his time dwelling on it. His intuition told him that he could not let Lin Ran see the emperor, otherwise, he would definitely be in trouble. Chapter 57 It's a Blessing in Disguise. After instructing his eunuchs to close the hidden sword pavilion, Li Tianyi immediately rushed to the Hall of Mental Cultivation where the emperor was resting. After rushing to the Hall of Mental Cultivation, he saw Lin Ran standing outside the door with the palace guards. His hand was on the hilt of his sword, and his expression was cold. He looked majestic. Seeing this, Li Tian was puzzled. He thought that Lin Ran was here to complain to the emperor. Why was he standing at the door? At this moment, Lin Ran also saw Li Tianyi. He chuckled and went forward to ask, Eunuch Li, you're so fast. Has the hidden sword pavilion been closed? Seeing Lin Ran's calm attitude, Li Tianyi couldn't help but be vigilant. He nodded and replied, Thank you for asking, Commander Lin. What are you doing here? Lin Ran smiled and returned to his post silently. The ominous feeling in Li Tianyi's heart intensified. Just as he was thinking about how to find out, he heard the Empress's voice coming from inside. Someone, prepare the carriage. I'm going to the Imperial study. Yes, Your Majesty, Li Tianyi replied loudly. Then, he hurriedly entered the Hall of Mental Cultivation to help the Empress out. Seeing the Empress come out, the palace guards hurriedly knelt down and greeted. Only one person remained standing. It was the commander of the Imperial Guards, Lin Ran. The Empress had just taken a nap and was still a little sleepy. For a moment, she did not recognize Lin Ran. When she saw that someone was not kneeling, she immediately looked displeased. "How dare you? Why aren't you kneeling when you see me?" Lin Ran calmly took off the sword belt and held it in his hand. "Your Majesty, my sword has been in poor condition for a long time. Just now, the sword belt suddenly fell off. I was in panic and forgot to kneel. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Only then did the Empress recognize Lin Ran. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "So it's Lord Lin this morning. I gave the order for every palace guard to upgrade their sword. Why haven't you got your new sword yet?" "Your Majesty, I went late due to some official affairs. The hidden sword pavilion has already closed. The same goes for the 100 or so guards." Hearing this, Li Tianyai's expression changed. He thought to himself, "You little bastard, so this is what you are trying to do." As expected, the Empress's expression instantly darkened. She pondered for a moment and shouted, "Guards, summon the deputy commander of the palace arsenal." Soon, Lu Dao was brought over from the hidden sword pavilion. He was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and did not dare to move. The Empress frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "Lord Lu, changing swords is a huge matter. Even if some guards are late, they should still be allowed to upgrade their swords. How can you make the decision on your own to close the hidden sword pavilion?" "Your Majesty, I'm innocent." Your Majesty, I want to say something." Lu Dao's eyes turned red and he was about to defend himself when Li Tianyai suddenly interrupted. Li Tianyai knew that he couldn't afford to let Lin Ran be a few moves ahead of him anymore. Without waiting for Lu Dao to continue, Li Tianyai told the Empress what had happened truthfully and repeatedly emphasized that Lin Ran and the others had missed the time and that he was just following orders. Lin Ran listened silently and did not interrupt. When Li Tianyai finished speaking, Lin Ran took a step forward and said, "Your Majesty, may I ask when assassins usually assassinate?" As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Li Tianyai took a few steps forward and pointed at Lin Ran. "How dare you bring up this question? Are you colluding with those assassins?" Lin Ran only looked at the Empress without saying anything. A moment later, the Empress suddenly chuckled. "Lord Lin is right. The assassins will try to carry out their mission whenever possible. Naturally, the palace guards can't relax for a moment. It's understandable that they are late." Hearing that, Li Tianyai's expression turned ugly. The Empress ignored that. After thinking for a moment, she ordered, "Eunuch Li, you're just following orders. There's naturally nothing wrong with that. However, you have to follow Lord Lu to the hidden sword pavilion again and change the swords for the remaining guards." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lin Ran and Lu Dao bowed in unison, and Li Tianyai also did so reluctantly. After settling this conflict, the Empress went straight to the imperial study. Lin Ran and the others went to the hidden sword pavilion again. They walked side by side and looked harmonious, but what was on their minds was very different. Anyone could tell that the Empress was biased towards Lin Ran this time. Li Tianyai, as an eunuch who had served 3 previous emperors, was very sensitive to this subtle change of attitude in the emperors. Lin Ran was thinking about how to steal the key to the hidden sword pavilion at night. Lu Dao turned to look at him every few steps, clearly very curious about this new guard commander. Li Tianyai, on the other hand, gritted his teeth. He couldn't remember how many times he had been made a fool by Lin Ran. From this moment on, he finally decided to take the initiative to strike back. "Just you wait. You're not the first person to talk back to me in the palace, but you'll definitely be the most miserable one." Li Tianyai looked at Lin Ran coldly and thought to himself. At this moment, he did not realize how much danger this decision would bring him. In the end, he became Lin Ran's stepping stone in the palace. After the 3 of them returned to the hidden sword pavilion, Li Tianyai opened the bronze lock and asked Lu Dao to change the swords for the remaining guards. Lin Ran also took the opportunity to see the appearance of the key and secretly attached a wisp of sword energy to it. If not for this, he wouldn't have bothered to go to the Hall of Mental Cultivation. When the hidden sword pavilion closed again, all the guards had gotten their new swords. Li Tianyai said a few sarcastic words and left in a hurry with the eunuchs. Lin Ran also returned to Mingjiao Hall and waited quietly for the night to make a move. Seeing that there was still some time before the sky turned dark, Lin Ran took out the new Chaiman sword technique. This sword technique was difficult to understand at first glance, but with Lin Ran's half-saint comprehension of the martial Dao, it only took him an hour to master the essence. With a thought, the yin-yang sword appeared in his hand. Lin Ran turned his wrist and shot out a sword light. In the next second, he appeared outside the door. Sword light flashed again, and Lin Ran appeared in the corner of the courtyard. He did not leave any trace at all, as if he had been standing there since the beginning. It's a blessing in disguise I've picked up a treasure this time. Lin Ran couldn't help but feel excited. With the Chaimen sword technique and graceful sword moves, he could tour the palace without alerting anyone. It was simply tailor-made for his actions tonight. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 58, Opening the Treasure Vault. As the sky darkened, Lin Ran changed into his sword god attire and flashed outside the door. The mystic sword technique could enable him to pass through walls, so he did not steal the key anymore and went straight to the Empress's chamber. After finding the 10 miles dragon roar, he went straight to the hidden sword pavilion to open the treasure vault. At the same time, groups of eunuchs holding lanterns were walking in the palace. In a daze, they saw a figure flashing by, but when they looked closely, there was nothing. The thing was that even the guards had encountered such a strange situation. For a long time after that, there were rumors about that night ghost circulating in the palace. At this moment, Lin Ran still didn't know that he had become the protagonist of the rumors. With the convenience of the unique sword technique, he quickly arrived at the Empress's bedroom. At this moment, the sky had just turned dark. The Empress should still be dealing with state affairs in the imperial study. Therefore, Lin Ran was not being overly cautious. After successfully sneaking into the bedroom, he revealed himself and went to the inner room to look for the 10 miles dragon roar. With his ability to sense divine swords, Lin Ran quickly found a brocade box under the bed. Just as he was about to open the brocade box, he heard the sound of a door opening. Lin Ran thought that the Empress had returned and hurriedly hid under the bed. However, a moment later, he saw a purple-robed figure walking in quietly. Li Tianyi? Lin Ran recognized the person and couldn't help but frown in confusion. Why did this eunuch sneak into the Empress's bedroom instead of guarding her? Lin Ran was puzzled, but he did not alert Li Tianyi. He silently watched as Li Tianyi opened a cabinet and crawled in. After a moment, he climbed out, tidied his clothes, and pretended to be calm as he left the bedroom. Lin Ran was confused. After Li Tianyi left, he flashed out and went to the cabinet. This cabinet was about half the height of a person and was made of camphor wood. It was used to temporarily store dragon robes and other outerwear when the Empress went to bed. Now that the Empress was still in the imperial study, the cabinet was naturally empty. However, when Lin Ran opened it, he saw an old standard sword inside. There was a pair of footprints on the bottom of the cabinet. It looked like someone was hiding inside with a weapon but had forgotten to take it with him when he left. What is this damn eunuch trying to do? Lin Ran was puzzled. He accidentally saw the hilt and his eyes narrowed. There was no sword tassel on this standard sword. As a rule, all the swords in the palace had to have a yellow tassel attached to it. However, there was nothing on this sword. It had to be noted that according to the rules, it was not a serious crime for a guard to lose his sword tassel, but he would still be flogged 30 times. Therefore, the guards were very careful not to lose it. There was probably only one standard sword in the palace without a sword tassel, and that was the one used by Lin Ran. Outside the Hall of Mental Cultivation, he had torn the tassel off in front of the Empress and eunuch Li. In an instant, Lin Ran understood everything. It was already a serious crime to enter the Emperor's bedroom with a weapon, let alone hide in the cabinet. Once the Empress returned and found this sword, Lin Ran wouldn't be able to explain himself. Li Tianyi wanted him dead. You damn eunuch, you can't win in the open, so you started playing dirty, right? Lin Ran smiled, but his eyes were extremely cold. He knew that the Empress wouldn't be fooled by this kind of dirty trick, but Li Tianyi's despicable trick really made Lin Ran want to kill him. After putting the 10 miles dragon roar into the divine sword technique manual, Lin Ran took out the standard sword and flashed out of the bedroom. After arriving at Li Tianyi's residence, Lin Ran took a spare Tai Chi whisk and returned to the Empress's bedroom to put it into the cabinet. Li Tianyi wouldn't be accused of assassination because of a Tai Chi whisk, but he would definitely be scolded by the Empress. This would also lay the foundation for Lin Ran to kill Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi had served 3 previous emperors after all. If Lin Ran insisted on killing him, the Empress would definitely object. However, he did not want to make things difficult for the Empress, so he could only wait a few more days. After making the necessary arrangements, Lin Ran went to the hidden sword pavilion. Only then did he realize that he had thought too simply. The hidden sword pavilion looked ordinary on the surface, but there seemed to be a formation protecting it in secret. If he wanted to barge in forcefully, he would cause a huge commotion. He had to steal the key. Lin Ran easily returned with the key and opened the door of the hidden sword pavilion. In a few seconds, he arrived in front of the huge boulder. With a thought, the dragon roar sword appeared in Lin Ran's hand. Then, he slowly stabbed it into the sword mark on the boulder. Then, the dragon gem on the hilt suddenly lit up. Before Lin Ran could react, the entire boulder began to shake at an extremely high frequency. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound became louder and louder. Soon, the ground began to tremble, and then the surrounding wooden shelves. When Lin Ran realized that something was wrong, the entire hidden sword pavilion began to tremble violently with the boulder. Countless old dust fell from the beams, and tens of thousands of standard swords fell to the ground. The doors, windows, and corridors began to emit a strange sound, as if the entire hidden sword pavilion was about to collapse. D*MN This is getting serious. Lin Ran's face was pale, not because of fear but guilty of sneaking in here. He thought that he could enter the treasure vault quietly, but he did not expect it to cause such a huge commotion. If the hidden sword pavilion really collapsed, how would he explain it to the Empress? At this moment, all the sounds suddenly quieted down, and a strange silence filled the air. Other than the swords on the ground and the dust falling from the sky, it was as if nothing had happened. Lin Ran didn't know what was going on. He stood rooted to the ground and didn't dare to move. Suddenly, he heard a crack and looked up to see a deep crack on the boulder. A surging sword intent surged out of the crack. It was sharp and filled with killing intent. Lin Ran was caught off guard by the sword intent and couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The sword intent here was much more ferocious than in the depths of Mount Sword. If not for the fact that he was already a half-saint, he would have been seriously injured. After quickly activating his spiritual energy to protect his body, Lin Ran had time to observe the crack carefully. The crack almost split the boulder into two. It was just wide enough for a person to pass through. Thanks to the moonlight outside the window, one could vaguely see a stone staircase leading down. Lin Ran took a deep breath, but he still couldn't stop his body from trembling with excitement. If nothing went wrong, the treasure vault should be down there. *******. Chapter 59, The Divine Sword That Shouldn't Be Here. He had already signed in today. Even if he found a divine weapon, he would not be rewarded. Therefore, Lin Ran's initial plan was to come over and scout the way. After confirming the location of the treasure vault, he would come to sign in tomorrow. However, when he sensed the incomparably pure surging sword intent in the treasure vault, he instantly changed his mind. By the time he reacted, he was already deep down the stone steps. Looking up from where he was, he could only see a beam of faint light above his head. Lin Ran couldn't help but click his tongue. He was at least 50 meters below the ground, but the stone steps in front of him were still winding down without end. The walls on both sides of the stone steps were the same as the ones on Mount Sword. They were rough and dry, but there were no cracks at all. It was as if this was a naturally formed cave. Lin Ran took a deep breath and calmed himself down. With a thought, he summoned the yin-yang sword. With another thought, the black and white sword burned with raging flames. Holding the yin-yang sword as a torch, Lin Ran activated the startling sword steps and sped up. Even so, it still took Lin Ran nearly half a minute to finish the journey. Roughly, it was about 7 or 8 miles. The sword intent here was already quite turbulent. Lin Ran didn't even need to deliberately sense it to feel that he was in a storm of sword intent. Most importantly, these sword intents were filled with intense killing intent. After a while, Lin Ran felt a little anxious. He had to focus all his energy to ensure that he was not affected. I wonder who built this place in the first place. Lin Ran muttered softly and took a few more steps along the corridor. Then, he was blocked by a stone door. More precisely, it was more like a wall, because it blended into the surrounding stone wall perfectly without any gaps. Lin Ran recognized it as a door because he saw something familiar on it. It was a pattern about the size of a table. Although it had been hidden underground for a long time, it still looked quite new. In the middle of the pattern was a 5-pointed star. Each sharp corner was connected to a ring, and inside the ring were strange symbols carved from 5-colored gems, looking like totems of some sorts. Further out were 2 large circles that covered the entire pentagon. The middle of the 2 circles was filled with ciphertext. It did not look like the language used in the Heavenly Saint dynasty. Lin Ran naturally didn't know this language, but he knew that it was a 5-element array because this array formation was almost identical to the one on Mount Sword's demon subduing tablet. There was no pattern on Mount Sword's demon subduing tablet. However, after Taoist Li passed away, he had strengthened the array formation a few times, so he was familiar with the structure of the array formation. The only difference was that the operating principles of the 2 array formations were completely opposite. The array formation of the demon subduing tablet prevented the things inside from coming out, while the array formation on the stone door prevented the things outside from entering. In other words, this was a lock. Lin Ran leaned closer and realized that the pattern was made of extremely thin golden threads. He didn't know what method the craftsman used, but he couldn't find the finishing point where the threads were connected. It was as if it was drawn on the stone door with molten metal. It seems that this place is indeed related to Mount Sword. I can ask the Empress later. As Lin Ran thought about this, he put the yin-yang sword back into the Divine Sword Technique manual and replaced it with a wooden sword. This wooden sword was carved from a peachwood. The tip of the sword was round and the blade was blunt. Even in Lin Ran's hand, it was not very powerful. Its only use was to activate the 5 elements array. 5-element sword technique, metal. Lin Ran slashed out 5 times, and the 5 colored totems on the array formation lit up one after another. Then, with a slight buzz, the entire stone door shattered into dust in front of him. What? This door can only be opened one time? Lin Ran subconsciously exclaimed, but in the next second, he was caught off guard. This was because an even more violent and turbulent sword intent surged out from behind the door. Its strength was not inferior to the deepest part of Mount Sword. Apart from the sword intent, the air was also filled with surging and dense killing intent. In a daze, Lin Ran felt as if he was transported to a battlefield. Thousands of soldiers and horses were charging crazily like floods and ferocious beasts. The sounds of killing shook the sky, and everywhere he looked was filled with dust. Sadness, hatred, brutality, killing. Countless negative emotions surged into his heart in an instant. Although the illusion only lasted for a moment, it still made Lin Ran break out in cold sweat. He never thought that a real war would be so cruel. Compared to the war in the illusion, the battle he fought to quell King Zhao's rebel lion was nothing. As expected of divine weapons from famous generals, Lin Ran muttered to himself in shock. After taking a few deep breaths to calm himself down, he bowed respectfully to the stone room and walked in with a serious expression. The stone room was not very big, about 30 square meters. Dozens of divine swords were stabbed straight into the uneven ground, as if they were arranged in a specific order. Seeing this scene, Lin Ran suddenly felt a little familiar, as if he had returned to Mount Sword. Lin Ran looked at the nearest sword. The shape of this sword was similar to the swords used by the palace guards. However, the body of the sword was emerald green, as if it was carved from high-quality jade. There was a dark red thread running through the sword. It was so exquisite that it did not look like a weapon. Instead, it looked like some kind of handicraft. This sword looked quite intimidating at first glance, but as long as one sensed it carefully, they would realize that the sword intent on it was not particularly strong. Therefore, Lin Ran did not stare at it for too long. After taking a quick look, he went to study the other divine swords. However, just studying them took up a lot of Lin Ran's time. After all, the divine weapons here were different from those in Mount Sword. Each of them had a story. The sword intents overlapped. In order to determine which was the strongest, Lin Ran had to focus. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ran finally reached the end of the stone room. There was only one sword left in front of him. Unlike the other divine swords, this sword was embedded in the wall. At a glance, Lin Ran knew that this sword must be the most special, not only because of its special position, but also because he saw 2 small golden words on the sword, Sacred Abyss. Why is it here? That's not right. Lin Ran looked shocked, as if he had seen something unbelievable. He didn't know much about the famous swords of the Heavenly Saint dynasty, but the Sacred Abyss sword happened to be one of them. Chapter 60 Unintentional Advancement. The Sacred Abyss is the most important treasure of the country. It served the Heavenly Saint Emperor to conquer the world and was as terrifying as the Abyss. That's why it's called the Sacred Abyss. This was the sword of the Heavenly Saint Emperor. Lin Ran frowned, his eyes filled with confusion. Legend had it that after the death of the Heavenly Saint Emperor, the Emperor buried the Sacred Abyss sword in Mount Sword. It was also because of this that Mount Sword's status in the Heavenly Saint dynasty was so high that it was almost equivalent to the second Heavenly Saint Imperial Mausoleum. But if the Sacred Abyss sword was buried in Mount Sword, what was this sword in front of him? Looking at the layout of the stone room, the Sacred Abyss sword was embedded in the wall high above. The remaining divine swords used by the past generals surrounded it, like the scene of the civil and military officials bowing before the emperor. From the looks of it, this Sacred Abyss sword must be quite special, but was it really the sword of the former Heavenly Saint Emperor? Lin Ran forced himself to focus and began to observe the Sacred Abyss sword carefully. The first thing he noticed was the exaggerated grip on the hilt. There were 9 intertwined golden dragons carved on it. Each golden dragon was less than a foot long, but they were carved vividly. Their tails were intertwined into a sword hilt, and their dragon bodies circled around the sword, almost enveloping most of the sword body. The dragon claw was holding all kinds of gems. Even in this dark room, they were still shining brightly. Lin Ran did not know what material the sword was made of, but it was as smooth as a mirror. He could even clearly see his reflection on the sword. Seeing this, Lin Ran knew that this was definitely not a weapon because it was too exquisite. Compared to this sacred abyss sword, the green sword at the entrance was like a fire stick that had been passed down 4 generations. Compared to a weapon, this was more like a sacrificial item. It was something that the emperor used during grand celebrations like worshipping the heavens and ancestors. Could it be a replica? Lin Ran suddenly had this idea. After all, the royal family valued inheritance the most. After the emperor buried the sacred abyss sword in Mount Sword, he forged another one and used it as the heirloom. Lin Ran knew that it was unlikely because if that was the case, the sacred abyss sword must not be lying here. After a while, Lin Ran stopped thinking about it. After all, he wasn't here to study history. If he was really curious, he would find a chance to ask the empress. With this in mind, Lin Ran walked back among the swords. After having studied them just now, he had already chosen 3 divine swords to sign in with. Coincidentally, Lin Ran had read about these 3 swords in 10 Miles Sword God's letter. To be able to obtain Sword God's approval, they must be top-notch swords. The first one was called Army Breaker. It was the sword of the founding general of the Heavenly Saint Dynasty, Xiao Pingtuan. This person was most famous for leading 300 elite soldiers to attack the enemy camp at night during the founding war. After wiping out 50,000 enemies, he returned unscathed with 300 elite soldiers. Although Lin Ran felt that this legend was exaggerated, it was undeniable that before the 10-Mile Sword God became famous, General Xiao Pingtuan's reputation was almost on par with the current Sword God. The second sword Lin Ran chose was called Thunderball. Its original owner was called Lei Chiming. He had countless battle achievements in his life and was the only king with a different surname who was conferred the title after the Heavenly Saint Dynasty was founded. The third sword was called Star Splitter, and it was the only divine sword that Lin Ran chose without a moment of hesitation. This sword was about 3 feet long. The blade was slender like an iron spike, but it was cross-shaped, which meant that it had 4 blades. Unlike the previous 2 swords, which came from prominent generals, the original owner of Star Splitter was the deputy general of the northern battlefront. Moreover, she was a female general. Because she was only a deputy general, her name was not that well known. However, she was respected in the army and went by the code name, No One Returned. If the enemy attacked, the deputy general needed to go out of the city to face the enemy. No matter how many enemies were there, as long as this female deputy general led the troops, she never failed to secure the victory. She wouldn't capture her enemies or persuade her enemies to surrender. Instead, she would kill them all even if her enemies had put down their weapons. Even in the war-torn era, this female deputy general's actions were inhuman. Therefore, her contributions were often evened out by her punishment. As a result, even after guarding the Northern Territory for more than 10 years, she was never promoted. The information about her was also deliberately erased, leaving only this unclear legend. Lin Ran didn't want to judge if what the female deputy general did was right or wrong. He only knew that the despairing killing intent of Star Splitter was what he lacked. After cracking down on King Zhao's rebel lion, he originally thought that he was no longer burdened by the guilt that came with killing. However, the moment he entered the treasure vault and saw the true cruelty of war in the illusion, he realized that he was still not ready enough. Because his strength had increased too quickly, Lin Ran had never experienced a life-and-death battle that could make people break down in despair. All the battles he had experienced so far were as easy as eating and drinking to him. If he didn't adjust his attitude about killing, he would eventually die in the hands of his enemy. He rarely met a match in the Heavenly Saint Dynasty, but what about outside? Judging from the current situation, there was bound to be a war between the Heavenly Saint Dynasty and the Great Yong Dynasty. Although each country had an agreement that those above the Grandmaster realm were not allowed to participate in the war, if they were at the end of their rope, who would care about that agreement? Therefore, Lin Ran had to be fully prepared. Putting the 3 swords together, Lin Ran sat down in the empty space among the swords. He originally planned to just scout the way, but after spending so much time in the treasure vault, it was probably almost midnight. He might as well wait here for a while so that he didn't have to make a journey back again. Now that Lin Ran was somewhat used to the sword intent here, amidst the surging sword intent, he didn't feel as uncomfortable as when he had just entered. What? Half an hour later, Lin Ran suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. Perhaps it was because he had been affected by the sword intent for too long, but he seemed to feel that some shackles in his body were showing signs of loosening. Puzzled, Lin Ran hurriedly activated his spiritual energy to remove the restriction he had cast on his cultivation. In an instant, an extremely pure and sharp sword intent seeped out of his body. As it circled in the air, Lin Ran's power also leveled up steadily. Senior Martial Master, Grandmaster, Senior Grandmaster, First Level Half Saint, Second Level, Third Level, ********. Chapter 61, Regal Technique, Sovereign Descent. It was not until he reached the peak of the 5th level of the Half-Saint realm that Lin Ran's leveling up ground to a halt. Sensing the violent power flowing through his body, Lin Ran couldn't help but look shocked. He had only encountered such a situation where his cultivation level soared 3 times. The first 2 times, he inherited the internal energy of deceased masters. The 3rd time, while he was helping the Empress reproduce, he used the 9 yin-yang swords to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy. However, this time, Lin Ran did not do anything. After sitting here for a while, his cultivation level jumped from the 1st level of the Half-Saint realm to the 5th level. This was too strange. Did I accidentally sign in while meditating? Lin Ran was suspicious, but then he knew that it was impossible. With the lesson he had learned in the Hidden Sword Pavilion, Lin Ran had full control over which sword to sign in with. After looking around suspiciously for a moment, Lin Ran finally fixed his gaze at Sacred Abyss Sword on the wall. When Lin Ran was studying Sacred Abyss Sword, he realized that although this sword was also filled with sword intent, it was still much weaker than other divine swords. It was precisely because of this that he felt that this sword was a fake. However, when he looked at Sacred Abyss Sword again, Lin Ran immediately realized that something was wrong. The sword intent contained in this sword was gradually condensing, while the sword intent in the other divine swords was gradually lessening. It was as if their sword intent had been absorbed by Sacred Abyss Sword. At first, Lin Ran thought that he was hallucinating, but after careful investigation, he realized that it wasn't. When he first entered the treasure vault, the sword intent in Sacred Abyss Sword could only be ranked medium here. However, at this moment, it could be ranked in the top 3. Moreover, the sword intent in it was still condensing and showed no signs of stopping. Seeing this scene, Lin Ran suddenly had a strange feeling. It was as if the Sacred Abyss Sword in front of him was a living thing that was breathing, and that air it breathed was sword intent. That was why it alternated between strong and weak. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Ran's mind. Ding! Special location detected. The host is in the Heavenly Saint Dynasty's Hidden Sword Pavilion. Host, do you want to sign in? When the system sounded, Lin Ran knew that it was already the next day. But now, there was a problem in front of him. Should he choose the 3 swords that he knew very well and could almost guess what reward he could obtain, or should he choose the Sacred Abyss Sword that he wasn't sure was the real one or not? Logically speaking, Lin Ran didn't have to be so conflicted. The treasure vault was here. At most, he could stay for a few more days. However, the commotion caused by opening the treasure vault just now was too great. The Empress must have already known about it. Even if she didn't blame Lin Ran, she would definitely ask him to explain the matter clearly. At that time, he would have to face 2 choices. One was to tell her all his secrets, and the other was to make up a lie. Lin Ran would never choose the former. As for the latter, the Empress was not so easy to fool. If he said something wrong and the Empress forbade Lin Ran from entering the treasure vault again, he would have to barge in. His eyes darted around like lightning between the swords, unable to make up his mind. Don't put the eggs in the same basket. Lin Ran muttered to himself, his gaze shifting between the Sacred Abyss Sword and the 3 swords. He was so conflicted that he didn't know what he was talking about. In the end, Lin Ran gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and placed it on Sacred Abyss Sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and obtaining the Regal Technique, Sovereign Descent. Regal Technique? Lin Ran frowned in confusion. He had obtained a lot of rewards from the system, and it was the first one with a prefix. What exactly was the Regal Technique? Was it a cultivation technique that only emperors could practice? As if sensing Lin Ran's confusion, a golden manual slowly unfolded in his mind. All the lands in the world belong to the emperor, and all the humans in the world are emperor's people. Lin Ran muttered in his heart. This manual did not have many words. He quickly finished reading it, but he was still confused. From the contents of the manual, this was indeed a secret manual of the royal family that only the royal family could cultivate. However, it was so only because the royal family members kept it a secret. This cultivation technique only had 2 uses, taking and giving. The taking was to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temporarily increase one's cultivation for a short period of time. As for giving, it was to temporarily increase the cultivation of others in a short period of time with one's own spiritual energy. This technique was quite useful. With it, Lin Ran had 2 life-saving tools. If it were any other time, he would definitely raise his arms and cheer, but right now, he was filled with doubts. Sovereign descent had the effect of temporarily increasing one's cultivation level, but Lin Ran didn't touch the sacred abyss sword just now. Why did his cultivation level up so drastically? Just as Lin Ran was feeling puzzled, he was suddenly pulled back to reality by light footsteps. Someone's coming. Lin Ran's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously wanted to hide. However, the stone room was an open space, and there was only one stone step in and out. If he went out now, he would definitely bump into the other party. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ran finally decided to use Mystic Gate technique to leave. After all, his appearance here was too suspicious. Once he was seen, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Just as Lin Ran was about to flash away, he suddenly heard someone ask outside the stone door, "Grandpa Sword God, is that you, Your Majesty?" Lin Ran relaxed when he heard the familiar voice. There was only one person walking down the stone steps. Since it was the Empress, based on their relationship, it wouldn't be a big deal. Thinking of this, Lin Ran hurriedly tore off the outer layer of his black clothes, revealing the uniform of the guard commander inside. Then, he grabbed Star Splitter's sword on the ground and put it away. Lin Ran only wanted the killing sword intent in Star Splitter's sword. There was no harm in signing in elsewhere. After doing all this, light appeared outside the stone door. Then, the Empress walked in wearing a dragon robe and carrying a lantern. As soon as their eyes met, Lin Ran immediately knelt on one knee and greeted with a mischievous smile, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Normally, the Empress would tell Lin Ran to stand up and ask what he was doing here. However, this time, Lin Ran waited for a long time but did not receive the order to stand up. Instead, he felt a faint killing intent. *******. Chapter 62, Summoned at the Same Time. "What are you doing here?" the Empress said in a voice devoid of emotions. Lin Ran immediately felt that something was wrong. After hesitating for a moment, he probed, "Your Majesty, if I said that I'm here to visit, would you believe me? What do you think?" "I don't think you will believe me." Just as Lin Ran was in a dilemma, he suddenly had an idea and said, "Your Majesty, actually Sword God entrusted me with a task." "What task?" As expected, when she heard the words Sword God, the Empress's attitude softened a lot. Although she was still expressionless, her tone was no longer as cold. "The task is. There was naturally no task." As he stalled for time, he looked around for inspiration. He accidentally saw the green sword at the entrance and his eyes lit up. He hurriedly pointed at the green sword and said, "It's this sword. Senior Sword God asked me to bring this sword back to Mount Sword, Blue Mountain." The Empress clearly recognized that sword. She was stunned for a moment before she said in confusion, "This is only the sword of a general in the recent era. Although it's also a divine weapon, Mount Sword doesn't seem to lack such things, right?" "I don't know. Don't ask me." Lin Ran shrugged and said, "Anyway, Sword God asked me to bring it back. He didn't say what it was used for, so I didn't ask." "I see." The Empress nodded. Her attitude had completely softened, and she seemed to believe Lin Ran's words. Only then did Lin Ran stand up and see the ruby necklace on the Empress's chest glowing. It was probably activated spontaneously to protect the Empress. Otherwise, with the Empress's cultivation, she would be severely injured by the surging sword intent on the stone steps before she even reached this stone room. After a short silence, the Empress walked around the stone room with the lantern. When she saw the sacred abyss sword on the wall, she heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she looked at Lin Ran and asked, "Since it's a task entrusted by Grandpa Sword God, why didn't you tell me in advance? Why did you have to come down secretly?" At this moment, Lin Ran was no longer nervous. Hearing this, he said helplessly, "Senior Sword God specially instructed me not to let you know about this. However, the commotion caused by me opening this place still alerted you." There was a hint of suspicion in the Empress's eyes. Lin Ran added, "What I said is true. Think about it. There's an array formation in the hidden sword pavilion. If Senior Sword God didn't tell me, how would I know that there was a secret room down here? How would I find this place?" "It makes sense." The Empress nodded thoughtfully and finally believed Lin Ran. Then, Lin Ran said a few more words and suggested going back to the ground. Seeing that the Empress agreed, Lin Ran was about to pick up the lantern when the Empress suddenly said, "Wait." "Oh no." Almost equal to Lin Ran's heart was in his throat. He thought that the Empress had discovered something and forced a smile. "What's wrong, Your Majesty? Is there anything else?" The Empress raised her hand and pointed at Blue Mountain Sword. "Aren't you here to take this sword?" "Oh, right. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it." Lin Ran laughed foolishly and picked up the sword. The Empress rolled her eyes in disdain. "You're so careless. I really don't know why Grandpa Sword God asked you to do this. I'm the only one on Mount Sword now. Who else can he look for?" Lin Ran chuckled and urged the Empress to hurry up. As soon as the two of them went out, Lin Ran suddenly heard a rustling sound. He turned around and saw that the stone door, which had been shattered into pieces, was quickly restored as if time had reversed. This stone room was personally built by Grandpa Sword God. "There's a special array formation on the door. It's powerful, right?" the Empress introduced with a proud expression like a little girl showing off her toys. Lin Ran was very cooperative and complimented. Then, the two of them walked up the stone steps. As soon as the two of them walked out of the boulder, it seemed to have sensed something and began to tremble before quickly closing. Soon, it returned to its original state. The Empress pulled out the 10 miles dragon roar from the boulder and stroked it for a moment with a nostalgic expression. Then, she instructed Lin Ran, "Imperial guards have surrounded this place. Wait here for a moment. You can go out after I take them away." Lin Ran nodded and the Empress walked out alone with the lantern. Soon, the sound of footsteps were heard. After the guards left, Lin Ran opened the door a crack and made sure that no one was outside before coming out. After locking the door of the hidden sword pavilion, Lin Ran put the key back to its place. Then, he activated the Mystic Gate sword technique and flashed all the way back to Mingjiao Hall. After closing the door, he finally felt relieved. After a night of ups and downs, Lin Ran realized that his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. "Sigh, it's really stressful for an honest and upright young man like me to do something so sneaky," Lin Ran muttered to himself for a while. When he calmed down, he looked at Blue Mountain Sword and started to feel troubled. Although this sword was a divine weapon, it was useless to Lin Ran. There were already several divine swords in his possession. Compared to those divine swords, Blue Mountain Sword was nothing special in terms of sword intent or power. Naturally, Lin Ran would not want to keep it. "Looks like I really have to take a journey back to Mount Sword." Lin Ran smiled bitterly and put Blue Mountain Sword aside. He lay on the bed and began to rest. The next morning, Lin Ran had just opened his eyes in a daze when he heard someone knocking on the door. "Senior Sword God, are you still resting? His Majesty wants to see you in the Imperial study." "Got it," Lin Ran replied casually and was about to go back to sleep when he suddenly sat up with a start. Why did the voice of the person outside sound like Li Tianyi? Li Tianyi knew Lin Ran. If he recognized Lin Ran's voice, it would definitely be a big problem. As expected, Li Tianyi recognized Lin Ran's voice almost instantly. His tone changed as he continued, "So Commander Lin is also here. That's good. It saves me the trouble of bringing this message to you." Hearing this, Lin Ran's expression immediately became complicated. Back then, the Empress asked Lin Ran to pretend to be the Sword God in the palace. Now, she was summoning Lin Ran and Sword God 10 miles at the same time. What was going on? However, the Emperor's orders were not to be challenged. He changed into the uniform of the guard commander and prepared to go out. When he walked out of the door, he saw Li Tianyi standing outside. Lin Ran pulled a long face and was about to speak when he realized that Li Tianyi's attitude seemed a little strange. *******. Chapter 63 Trouble is Coming, Sword God's Fanboy. Usually, when Li Tianyi saw Lin Ran, although he wasn't as bossy as he was to others, he always had a high and mighty attitude. But now, Li Tianyi was smiling and bowing, looking surprisingly humble. What's going on? Why did this damn eunuch change overnight? Lin Ran was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized that this old eunuch had probably been taught a lesson by the Empress after she found his Tai Chi whisk in the closet. A lesson was naturally not enough for this foxy old eunuch to change. What really changed him should be his fear of the unknown. Li Tianyi set up a trap to frame Lin Ran, but it turned out that he was the one being set up. He didn't know how his whisk ended up in that closet, but the more mysterious the unknown was, the more terrified a person like him, who had been in a high position for a long time, would be. If he can replace the sword with my whisk without anyone knowing, he can take my head off without anyone knowing too. This time, the fact that my whisk is here is his warning to me. This was what Li Tianyi thought when he was reprimanded by the Empress. "Commander Lin." Li Tianyi greeted him politely. Seeing him being so polite, Lin Ran was really not used to it. He reached out and helped Li Tianyi up. "Speak properly. I'm more used to the rude side of you." "Commander Lin, you must be joking." Li Tianyi hurriedly waved his hand and bowed again. "Why are you in Mingjiao Hall so early in the morning? Don't misunderstand. I'm just curious. It's fine if you don't want to tell me." "Oh, I came to ask Senior Sword God for guidance last night. It was too late, so I slept here." Lin Ran casually made up a reason and continued, "Senior Sword God is still resting. Why is His Majesty looking for us? If there's nothing important, don't disturb Sword God." When Li Tianyi heard this, he quickly said, "His Majesty asked me to invite Sword God and said that if Sword God is not around, I need to make a journey to the barrack to invite you. Since we met here, please come with me to the Imperial study." Only then did Lin Ran understand that the Empress was summoning both him and Sword God. It was just that she did not know what identity Lin Ran would use after leaving the Hidden Sword Pavilion, so she got Li Tianyi to invite both of them. Feeling relieved, Lin Ran pretended to bid farewell to the 10-mile sword god and followed Li Tianyi to the Imperial study. Along the way, Li Tianyi kept asking Lin Ran when he went to look for the 10-mile sword god yesterday, and if he had heard any rumors yesterday. Lin Ran knew that Li Tianyi wanted to ask him if he knew anything about the trap he set up, but Lin Ran pretended not to know. Since Li Tianyi was so terrified, let him be terrified for a few more days. Soon, they arrived at the Imperial study. Lin Ran walked in and saw the Empress writing something on a piece of cloth. From time to time, she would frown. When she saw him enter, she only took a glance before lowering her head to continue studying. Seeing that the Empress had no intention of speaking, Lin Ran did not urge her. He found a chair to sit on and closed his eyes to rest. Too many things had happened last night, which made Lin Ran a little exhausted. Even after resting for a night, he still felt exhausted. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Lin Ran heard the sound of a chair moving. When he opened his eyes, he saw the Empress walking over with a piece of cloth. "Take a look first." The Empress handed him a silk cloth. Lin Ran took it and saw that it was an invitation. The invitation wrote that when the Emperor was quelling King Zhao's rebel lion, many martial artists had helped him. Now that everything was settled, he wanted to hold a banquet in the palace to thank those martial artists. After reading it, Lin Ran frowned and asked in confusion, "Did anyone from the martial world offer help?" The Empress chuckled and shook her head. Lin Ran was even more puzzled. "Then why are you inviting them?" The Empress smiled faintly and said, "I want to see their attitude." Lin Ran thought for a moment before coming to a realization. He looked at the Empress and said, "You're giving them a chance to turn themselves in." Hearing this, the Empress suddenly became serious. "Those who come, I will let bygones be bygones. As for those who are guilty and don't dare to show up, those who openly supported King Zhao will be captured and killed." Lin Ran continued the second half of the sentence tacitly. He suddenly admired the Empress's wisdom. The Empress sighed and did not continue. She changed the topic and said, "However, I still need you to capture them personally. There are countless cultivation sects in the dynasty. I don't know how long it will take for you to return this time." "Why? Are you already missing me before I even set out?" Lin Ran raised his eyebrows and smiled. Realizing that the Empress was not in the mood for jokes, he shut his mouth awkwardly. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Ran probed, "Did something happen in the palace? If anything happens, I can set out later." "There is indeed something, but it's about me. It's about you." The Empress looked at Lin Ran and said seriously. Her gaze was very strange and complicated. There was sadness, helplessness, and hesitance. Seeing this, Lin Ran couldn't help but become serious. He sat up straight and said, "Tell me about it." "Huo Qian is back." The Empress threw out a name. Lin Ran knew that she would definitely introduce this person, so he didn't ask who Huo Qian was. "He's a genius. Although he's not as good as you, he's still a rare genius." After he exhibited his talent in martial arts, he wanted to become Grandpa Sword God's disciple. However, Grandpa Sword God was about to enter seclusion at that time, so he didn't take him in. He only taught him for about half a year before going into seclusion on Mount Sword. Later on, Huo Qian said that he wanted to travel the world like Grandpa Sword God, but he admired Grandpa Sword God too much and didn't allow anyone to defame him. In the last year alone, more than 10 people were killed by him because of this. Good Lord, he's a brainless fan. Lin Ran nodded, then looked puzzled. "But what does his return have to do with me?" The Empress began to look at Lin Ran with a complicated and strange gaze. "You're the 10-mile sword god now." Lin Ran was stunned for a moment before his mind went blank. Huo Qian was clearly here for the 10-mile sword god. It was easy for Lin Ran to fool outsiders, but Huo Qian had been with the 10-mile sword god for half a year. It wasn't easy to fool him. If Huo Qian found out that someone was pretending to be his idol, how would he react? Lin Ran couldn't imagine it. Although with his strength, he didn't have to worry at all. his identity as the 10-mile sword god was probably going to be exposed. Chapter 64, The Relationship Between the Hidden Sword Pavilion and Mount Sword. Seeing Lin Ran's expression, the Empress knew that he had understood. There was a strange silence in the imperial study, as if neither of them knew how to continue this topic. After half an hour, Lin Ran probed with a strange expression, "Is that you of something very sinister?" The Empress was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Lin Ran suddenly asked this, but she still shook her head. He's a very upright person, but his thoughts are a little extreme. For example, he will kill anyone who says anything bad about Grandpa Sword God. When Lin Ran heard this, he instantly relaxed. If Yuo Qian was sinister and unscrupulous, Lin Ran would have no choice but to get rid of him. Lin Ran was at the 5th level of the half-saint realm. In the Heavenly Saint dynasty, the few old fellows who could fight him were all in seclusion. No matter how talented Yuo Qian was, there was an 80% chance that Lin Ran wouldn't be able to defeat him with one strike. If one strike didn't work, then 2 strikes. Yuo Qian had been taught by the 10-mile sword god for half a year, and Lin Ran had also obtained the inheritance of the 10-mile sword god. The two of them were considered from the same sect. Unless he had to, Lin Ran didn't want to kill him. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ran suddenly asked, "Wait, if I pack up and set out now, he won't be able to see me, right?" "No, you have to be at this state banquet." The Empress sighed and pointed at the invitation in Lin Ran's hand. This idea was suggested by Yuo Qian. In order to achieve the goal, we need a formidable presence at the scene. Only then will those martial artists behave themselves. Lin Ran instantly understood and smiled bitterly. "Didn't you say that Yuo Qian is very upright? This idea is simply despicable. It's obvious that he wants to keep me the 10-mile sword god here." The Empress nodded, but her expression was not as nervous as before. "Actually, you don't have to worry too much. It's not like there's nothing we can do about this." Lin Ran was immediately interested. "What's on your mind?" The Empress suddenly revealed a playful expression. "I was a little uncertain at first, but when I saw how smart Lord Lin was, I felt that this plan is feasible." Lin Ran rolled his eyes and didn't comment on the Empress's evaluation on him. "You actually don't have to meet him. As long as you do something, such as releasing your sword intent at the state banquet to intimidate everyone and make him feel that no one else can do this except Sword God, he will naturally believe in your identity." Lin Ran thought for a moment and realized that this plan was feasible. However, there was another problem, and that was that Yuo Qian's suspicion was not baseless. To such die-hard fans, when they suddenly heard the news of their idol coming out of seclusion, they would either be excited or question the validity of the news, but they would never think that someone was pretending to be their idol, unless he was already certain that his idol was no longer alive. This was a very simple logic. It was impossible for the Empress not to notice it. However, she did not mention it at all. Because Lin Ran did not have any evidence to support this speculation, he did not dwell on it. At this moment, he did not realize that this speculation would become a key in the future. Let's not talk about the future for now. After confirming that Yuo Qian was not a threat to him, Lin Ran put this matter to the back of his mind. Recalling that his cultivation had increased drastically last night, Lin Ran changed the topic and asked, "Your Majesty, there's something I couldn't figure out all night. Can you give me some pointers?" The Empress was surprised. "Oh, there's something you can't figure out?" At first glance, this question sounded like a compliment, but Lin Ran felt a little embarrassed. He paused for a moment before asking, "Last night, in the treasure vault of the Hidden Sword Pavilion, I saw the Sacred Abyss sword, but wasn't that sword buried in Mount Sword? Could it be that the one in Mount Sword is fake?" "No, the Sacred Abyss sword in Mount Sword is real." The Empress shook her head and denied it. Before Lin Ran could ask further, she continued, "The sword in the Hidden Sword Pavilion is also real." Lin Ran was a little confused. "What do you mean? Did the Heavenly Saint Emperor have 2 swords back then?" The Empress shook her head again. "Back then, my ancestor only had 1 sword." Lin Ran pursed his lips and muttered unhappily, "You can trample on my dignity, but you can't insult my intelligence. Since the Heavenly Saint Emperor only had 1 sword, how can both Sacred Abyss swords be real?" Seeing Lin Ran's angry expression, the Empress smirked. She looked at him with interest for a long time before saying softly with a faint smile, "I never said that there are 2 Sacred Abyss swords in the world." Then just now, Lin Ran stopped mid-sentence as a guess suddenly popped up in his mind. This guess caused his hands to tremble uncontrollably. "The Hidden Sword Pavilion and Mount Sword are the same place?" Lin Ran asked tentatively. It was unknown if he was shocked or nervous, but his voice was trembling. The Empress smiled without saying anything, but a sly look flashed across her eyes, proving that Lin Ran was right. Lin Ran covered his face and took a deep breath, cursing himself for being a fool and failing to figure out something so obvious. The huge boulder in the hidden sword pavilion was made of the same material as Mount Sword, so it must be related to Mount Sword. If it was just a boulder, it might have been moved from Mount Sword. However, there were 7 to 8 miles of stone steps down there. It was impossible for anyone to move something so huge from one place to another. Even the current Lin Ran could not do it. The only possibility was that the boulder was also a part of Mount Sword. The hidden sword pavilion and Mount Sword were connected, but the connecting part was hidden under the ground. The hidden sword pavilion was Mount Sword, and Mount Sword was the hidden sword pavilion. It was said that the sacred abyss sword was buried in Mount Sword, but it had actually been stored underground in the palace. Chapter 65, Speaking of the Devil. Congratulations on discovering one of the greatest secrets of the Heavenly Saint dynasty. This is a path of retreat left behind by the founding ancestor. There's another secret passage in that stone room that can only be opened by divine artifacts passed down from generation to generation. Once we are under siege, we can retreat into Mount Sword through the secret passage. The reason why there are a huge number of divine weapons stored there is also to prepare us for the last fight. The Empress explained in a tone that sounded neither happy nor sad. Lin Ran nodded. Compared to the hidden sword pavilion is Mount Sword, the other secret was nothing. After a pause, Lin Ran asked, "It's not just a secret passage, right? There should be an array formation in that stone room to boost cultivation." Then, Lin Ran told the Empress everything about his drastic cultivation advancement. After returning last night, Lin Ran had thought about this strange phenomenon. After eliminating all the possibilities, the most likely possibility was that there was an array formation in the stone room to boost cultivation. However, to Lin Ran's surprise, the Empress looked confused. "What array formation? Why haven't I heard of it before?" "You don't know?" Lin Ran was a little surprised. He thought for a moment and asked, "Did your elders forget to tell you?" "Impossible." The Empress shook her head firmly, her eyes revealing a nostalgic expression. "About 30 years ago, when my father was still in power, Grandpa Sword God was entrusted by my father to repair the stone room. At that time, Grandpa Sword God reinforced the array formation that activates the opening of the secret passage and left the 5-element seal on the stone door. Grandpa Sword God is very accomplished in array formations. If there are other array formations there, it's impossible for him not to notice. Actually, not really that accomplished. Otherwise, the demon sealed in Mount Sword wouldn't have been able to escape." Lin Ran muttered under his breath, but he didn't say it out loud. Then, Lin Ran proposed a few more possibilities, but they were all rejected by the Empress. In short, neither of them knew what was going on. In the end, Lin Ran could only put this question to the back of his mind and study it when he had the chance. After resting for a while, the Empress began to explain the process of the state banquet. Because those martial artists still had to travel after being invited, the state banquet was temporarily set to be held in 3 days. However, Huo Qian would arrive tonight, so for the next 3 days, the 10-mile sword god must not show up. Otherwise, once Huo Qian saw him, he would definitely think of a way to test him. Lin Ran had no objections to this arrangement. He didn't have to pretend to be the sword god and show up everywhere, which meant he would have more time to do things with his real identity. The second arrangement was that this state banquet was not only to thank the martial artists for offering help, but also a farewell banquet for the 10-mile sword god. In order to prevent outsiders from saying that the Heavenly Saint dynasty was massacring the martial artists who participated in the Rebel Lion, it was necessary for Lin Ran to cooperate with the Empress to put up a show. At that time, the Empress would express her objection while the sword god would insist on wiping out the rebellious martial artists. Then, in the midst of the debate, he would leave on his sword. Originally, this was just a small show, but now that Huo Qian had appeared, the two of them had no choice but to take it seriously. The Empress said with a solemn expression, "My suggestion is that you don't speak. Otherwise, if Huo Qian hears something wrong with his personality, he will definitely expose you openly at the banquet and threaten to kill you." Lin Ran frowned and said, "I don't care about Huo Qian, but if the matter of me pretending to be sword god is exposed, all our efforts will be in vain. But if I don't speak, how can I make my stand clear? If I leave on my sword straight away without saying a word, more people will be suspicious, right?" The Empress sighed. "There's nothing we can do. If you don't speak, even if they are suspicious of you, they have no evidence to accuse you with. We still have a chance to make it right in the future, but if your identity is exposed, it will be a disaster." Lin Ran nodded and was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed slightly. He sensed a strong sword intent approaching the Imperial study at high speed. The sword intent was not powerful. At most, it was from someone at the peak of senior martial master realm. However, someone who dared to fly at such a speed in the palace was definitely not an ordinary person. Before Lin Ran could remind the Empress, the sword intent had already arrived outside the door. Then, a young man shouted in a clear voice, "I'm Huo Qian. I request to see His Majesty." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ran and the Empress looked at each other, and their expressions changed. "Speaking of the devil, here he comes. Your Majesty, can you be reliable for once? Didn't you say that he won't be back until tonight?" Lin Ran asked in a low voice. Fortunately, he was using the identity as the commander of the guards. Even if Huo Qian saw him, nothing would happen. "How would I know? The message he sent back said so," the Empress explained softly. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly as she thought of something. "I'm afraid this is also his scheme. This little bastard actually doesn't even trust me now." Hearing the way the Empress called Huo Qian, Lin Ran knew that Huo Qian was not too old, at least not older than the Empress. But now was not the time to care about that. Lin Ran hurriedly stood up and suppressed his cultivation to the level of a senior martial master. "Find an excuse to send him away. Otherwise, I won't be able to return to Mingjiao Hall. If he finds out that there's no sword intent there, he'll barge in." The Empress nodded to show that she understood. Then, she adjusted her expression and said, "Qian, come in." Creak. The door of the Imperial study was pushed open and a figure in white walked in. Lin Ran was stunned when he saw Huo Qian. He had guessed that Huo Qian would be very young, but he didn't expect him to be so young. He was tall and handsome with a face that looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. However, many cultivators had the ability to retain their youth, so his age might not be what it seemed. After all, the 10-mile sword god had been dead 4 decades. If Huo Qian was really only in his teens, how could he have spent half a year with the 10-mile sword god? As if sensing that someone was looking at him, Huo Qian also glanced at Lin Ran and realized that he was only a senior martial master. He sneered and ignored him. Then, he bowed to the Empress. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Please get up." The Empress personally went forward to help Huo Qian up. After sizing him up for a moment, her eyes couldn't help but reveal gentleness. "I haven't seen you for a few years and you've grown taller. You look like a little adult now, Your Majesty." Huo Qian looked displeased and was about to speak when he suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Ran. He said angrily, "Get out. I have something to discuss with His Majesty." Lin Ran couldn't wait to leave. Hearing this, he nodded and left. As the door closed, Lin Ran was about to rush back to Mingjiao Hall when he suddenly heard Huo Qian say softly, "Sister Empress, I missed you so much." Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. Huo Qian also knew that the current emperor was a woman. Chapter 66. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Time was running out, so Lin Ran didn't have time to linger around. After quickly walking away, he activated his movement technique and headed straight for Mingjiao Hall. As soon as he arrived at Mingjiao Hall and got changed, Huo Qian arrived. "Grandpa Sword God, I'm here to see you." Huo Qian's voice was very young and refreshing. If it were anyone else, they might feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze upon hearing that voice, but Lin Ran only felt uncomfortable. With a thought, Lin Ran released his half-saint sword intent. Outside the door, Huo Qian was stunned for a moment before he said excitedly, "Grandpa Sword God, you really broke through to the half-saint realm." Lin Ran still didn't speak. Although his silence might make Huo Qian suspicious, if he spoke, he would only expose himself. "Grandpa Sword God, why are you ignoring me? Grandpa Sword God, are you cultivating? Grandpa Sword God, guess what realm I'm in now?" Huo Qian continued one question after another, as if he would not stop unless the 10-mile sword god in the room spoke. Lin Ran knew that Huo Qian was testing him. At this moment, it was a competition of patience. He retracted his sword intent and maintained it in a range that Huo Qian could sense but couldn't investigate carefully. Then, he waited patiently. To Lin Ran's surprise, Huo Qian was far more patient than he had imagined. After an hour, Huo Qian finally gave up on testing. "Grandpa Sword God, since you're busy, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll visit you another day." Soon, it was quiet outside. Lin Ran quietly released his divine sense and confirmed that Huo Qian had really left. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He knew that he had passed today's test. However, Huo Qian really gave Lin Ran a headache. Although this kid was young, he was swift and decisive. The trick he used was very effective. It was not something a 15 or 16-year-old child could come up with. However, what Lin Ran cared about the most was that Huo Qian called the Empress Sister Empress. At that time, Lin Ran left in a hurry. He wasn't sure if he had heard wrongly, but if he hadn't heard wrongly, this would have been interesting. Before Huo Qian called the Empress Sister Empress, he sent Lin Ran away, which meant that he didn't want others to know about this. This way, Lin Ran could use this matter as leverage to get Huo Qian to not make a fuss about him impersonating the 10-mile sword god. Although the success rate seemed to be a little low, it was still a solution. After waiting for another hour and making sure that Huo Qian did not suddenly return, Lin Ran slipped out of the room. During the days he spent in the palace, he could go wherever he wanted openly. This was the first time he had to be so sneaky. Thinking of this, Lin Ran felt a little frustrated. He was a half-saint. Why did he have to sneak around like a thief because of a brat? However, Lin Ran was a mature man after all. Although he was frustrated, he didn't intend to do anything to Huo Qian. He only cursed in his mind before rushing back to the imperial study. The Empress seemed to know that Lin Ran would be back. As soon as he entered, she came over and closed the door. After making sure that no one was eavesdropping outside, the Empress looked at Lin Ran and asked anxiously, "How is it? He doesn't suspect anything, right?" Lin Ran shook his head and went straight to the point. "Does Huo Qian know your secret?" The Empress was stunned for a moment before she reacted and nodded. "When he first entered the palace, I hadn't succeeded the throne. I didn't expect I would end up ascending the throne, so I didn't hide my identity. The late emperor didn't have any other children. It can be said that he was my only playmate when I was young." Lin Ran nodded and explained the threat plan he had just thought of. "Will this work?" The Empress revealed a suspicious expression. "Do you know that once you threaten him with this, it will be equivalent to telling him that you are impersonating the sword god? It's fine if he agrees, but if he doesn't, we won't have any way out." Lin Ran said helplessly, "We have no choice. This kid is too cunning. If I don't take the risk and give it a try, he'll find a way to expose me tomorrow." The Empress frowned and didn't say anything. She knew that Lin Ran was right, but this plan was too risky. Lin Ran knew that it was risky too, so when he saw that the Empress was in a dilemma, he did not urge her. He sat on the chair and waited for her to think it through. Before he could lean back, a clear young man's voice came from outside the door again. "I'm Huo Qian. I request to see His Majesty." "Not again." Lin Ran held his forehead speechlessly and shrugged. "What did I say? He is cunning. Either we tell him or wait for him to find out and beat the drum about it." The Empress nodded with a conflicted expression. "I understand. Don't speak later. I'll think of a way to test him first." Lin Ran nodded and suppressed his realm to the level of a senior martial master again. Only then did the Empress call Huo Qian in. Seeing Lin Ran, Huo Qian immediately frowned. "You again? Why do I see you every time I come? What do you do?" "Commander of the Imperial Guards, Lin Ran." Lin Ran forced a smile and added after some thought, "I'm His Majesty's personal guard." Huo Qian nodded and said coldly, "Get out. I have something to discuss with His Majesty." Lin Ran left. When he closed the door, he suddenly felt as if time had returned to an hour ago. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, this time, Lin Ran did not have to return to Mingjiao Hall. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and stood guard outside the Imperial study. The two of them deliberately lowered their voices in the Imperial study. Lin Ran didn't release his divine sense, so he didn't know what the two of them were talking about inside. After waiting in boredom for about half an hour, the door of the Imperial study suddenly opened. Huo Qian stood at the door and curled his finger at Lin Ran. "Come." Huo Qian's tone was very strange. Lin Ran suddenly remembered that when he was in high school, this was the tone students from other classes spoke when they came to ask for a fight. It was a kind of contempt for one's opponent under blind confidence. Moreover, this tone was usually malicious. "Sire, newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger." Lin Ran sighed in his heart and strode over, not caring about the hostility Huo Qian showed. The difference in their cultivation levels was obvious. If Huo Qian dared to attack, Lin Ran didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Chapter 67, Secret Exposed. As soon as Lin Ran walked into the Imperial study, Huo Qian closed the door behind him. Then, he pulled out his sword and blocked the door, as if he was afraid that Lin Ran would run away. Seeing Huo Qian draw his sword, the Empress's expression changed slightly. "Qian, what are you doing? Put away your sword." Huo Qian didn't reply. He just looked at Lin Ran coldly and said in a commanding tone, "Draw your sword and let me see what you're capable of." Lin Ran turned around and glanced at Huo Qian casually. Then, he looked at the Empress. Did you tell him? Most of it. The Empress nodded, but her expression was a little subtle. Lin Ran instantly understood. Most of it had been said, which meant that she had left out something crucial. At the thought of this, Lin Ran finally turned to face Huo Qian and asked with a smile, "Why do you want to see what I'm capable of? You're His Majesty's personal guard. I want to see if you have the ability to protect His Majesty." Huo Qian replied calmly, but before he spoke, he clearly turned his eyes to the upper right. That was a sign that he was lying. Lin Ran chuckled to himself. It seemed that Huo Qian was indeed a genius, just like him. "All right, I'll show you." Lin Ran nodded, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Then, some invisible shackles in his body began to shatter. Huo Qian's expression changed almost instantly. "No, you're not a senior martial master." Lin Ran only smiled and didn't say anything. His aura began to rise steadily. Senior martial master, grandmaster, senior grandmaster, senior grandmaster level 1, 2, 3. It wasn't until he reached the peak of the 9th level of senior grandmaster realm that Lin Ran's aura stabilized. Although it was still far from his limit, his intuition told him that he had to keep enough trump cards when facing this strange kid. However, even if it was only the 9th level of the senior grandmaster realm, it was enough to make Huo Qian's face turn pale. He did not even notice that the sword in his hand had fallen to the ground. The endless sharp sword intent seemed to have materialized. The imperial study was calm, but Huo Qian felt as if he was in a turbulent sea. The wind howled and the waves surged, but he was like a small boat that could only drift along with the waves in the destructive storm. Gulp. Huo Qian gulped and knelt down instinctively. Lin Ran didn't expect this cocky kid to be so gun-shy. He quickly retracted his sword intent and suppressed his cultivation to the realm of a senior martial master. The sword intent dissipated, but Huo Qian was still kneeling on the ground in a daze. Seeing this, the Empress couldn't help but look worried. She came to Lin Ran's side and asked softly, "What did you do to him? Will he be fine?" "He's fine. He was just scared." Lin Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When Huo Qian gradually came back to his senses, Lin Ran asked with a faint smile, "How is it? Did you see what I'm capable of? Do you want to see it again?" "No need, no need. I've seen it clearly." Huo Qian's expression changed and he waved his hand repeatedly. After saying that, he realized that he was still kneeling on the ground. He quickly got up and pretended to be calm. Lin Ran found it funny, but he couldn't be bothered to expose him. He went straight to the point and said, "Senior Sword God has to deal with some private matters. I don't know when he'll be back, so His Majesty wants me to pretend to be him for the time being. Are you willing to cooperate with us?" The Empress also said, "Qian, the situation between the Heavenly Saint dynasty and the Great Yong dynasty is tense. If people know Grandpa Sword God isn't around, a war might break out. This is for the sake of the world. Are you willing to help me this time?" As long as Huo Qian still had justice in his heart, he would definitely not refuse. Even if he did not cooperate with them to put up a show, he would at least promise to keep it a secret. However, after a while, Huo Qian still didn't say anything. He just frowned at Lin Ran as if he couldn't figure out what was going on. Lin Ran didn't expect Huo Qian to have this reaction. He suddenly felt a little uncertain. He leaned over to the Empress and asked in a low voice, "Is he going to say no? If that's the case, I have to kill him." The Empress shook her head. "No, Qian has been a good child since he was young. Moreover, this matter is for the sake of the world. He will definitely agree. A good child who wanders around and kills a dozen people in a year." Lin Ran pursed his lips and looked at the Empress teasingly. "It seems that our definition of good child is a little different." The Empress rolled her eyes and did not speak. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Qian, I know that you admire Grandpa Sword God. If you don't want to help, I can understand. I just hope you can keep this a secret." "Got it." Huo Qian suddenly spoke, but he didn't answer the Empress. He looked at Lin Ran excitedly. "I felt that your sword intent was a little familiar just now." "That's Grandpa Sword God's sword intent." Lin Ran was surprised. "You almost peed your pants just now. How can you distinguish my sword intent?" "Grandpa Sword God taught me to stay calm at all times. Panic and anger will only kill you faster." Huo Qian repeated it as if he was reciting it from memory. Then, he ran up to Lin Ran and sized him up as if it was their first time meeting. "Who are you? Why do you have Grandpa Sword God's sword intent?" Before Lin Ran could speak, the Empress explained, "Commander Lin used to be a mountain guardian of Mount Sword. He received a lot of guidance from Grandpa Sword God. He is considered your senior apprentice brother. No, no, no. Grandpa Sword God taught me first. I'm the senior brother. Huo Qian shook his finger and stared at Lin Ran with a scrutinizing gaze. His sword intent is not only similar to Grandpa Sword God's, but it's almost identical. If he wasn't so ugly, I would have suspected that Grandpa Sword God had returned to his youth. Lin Ran's expression instantly darkened. He grabbed Huo Qian's collar and said coldly, "You can insult my intelligence, but you can't insult my looks. I don't care if you are a child or not. If you dare to say that again, I'll kill you." The Empress's expression turned solemn. If Huo Qian said another word about Lin Ran being ugly, she had no doubt that Lin Ran would really attack. However, Huo Qian didn't seem to be afraid at all. Instead, he looked at Lin Ran meaningfully. "You won't kill me. I know your secret." Lin Ran's attitude softened, but he still pretended to be fierce. "Then tell me, what secret do you have that can stop me from killing you?" Huo Qian's eyes suddenly turned red. He whispered into Lin Ran's ear, "Grandpa Sword God is no longer around, right?" Chapter 68, The Truth is Revealed, Successor of the 10-Mile Sword God. Lin Ran's expression changed instantly. He even looked at Huo Qian in shock. He knew that Huo Qian was a little difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Only Lin Ran knew that the 10-Mile Sword God had died in Mount Sword. Perhaps Taoist Li knew too, but he was already dead, so it didn't matter if he knew or not. To the outside world, Lin Ran had always said that the Sword God was a way to settle private matters. Even to the Empress, he said the same thing. Therefore, he couldn't figure out how Huo Qian knew about this. Lin Ran wanted to ask, but he couldn't because the Empress was still beside him. After hesitating for half a second, Lin Ran grabbed Huo Qian's collar and tossed him over his shoulder. After bidding farewell to the Empress, he quickly left the Imperial study and flew back to Mingjiao Hall. Huo Qian already knew that the Sword God had died, so Lin Ran naturally didn't have to continue pretending. After returning to Mingjiao Hall, Lin Ran threw Huo Qian down. At the same time, he drew his sword and activated the 5-element sword technique. Earth, boom! A powerful earth attribute sword energy rose from the ground and instantly formed a cage that trapped Huo Qian. Lin Ran stepped forward and pressed his sword against Huo Qian's neck. He asked coldly, "Who are you? Why are you approaching me?" Before Huo Qian could speak, Lin Ran added, "Don't lie, or you'll die." It was different from the threat in the Imperial study. At that time, although Lin Ran was angry, he didn't really want to kill Huo Qian. It was just intimidation. But at this moment, he really wanted to kill Huo Qian. On the way back, he had already thought about it. It was impossible for him to leak the news of the Sword God's death. The only explanation was that Huo Qian was monitoring him and learned about this through surveillance. In the sword energy cage, Huo Qian's face was pale. He clearly didn't expect Lin Ran to have such a big reaction. After a few minutes, Huo Qian slowly calmed down. He stared at the sword blade that was an inch away from him and quickly said, "It's the sword intent. Your sword intent is exactly the same as Grandpa Sword God's. Only when Grandpa Sword God takes the initiative to give you his cultivation will this happen." Lin Ran's eyes flickered. It wasn't that he believed Huo Qian, but he suddenly realized an awkward situation. Although he was now at the half-saint realm, it was all thanks to the system. As a transmigrator, he knew nothing about cultivation inheritance. In other words, Lin Ran couldn't tell if Huo Qian was telling the truth. Fortunately, Lin Ran's aura was terrifying enough. Seeing that Lin Ran was silent, Huo Qian thought that he didn't believe him. He quickly added, "Grandpa Sword God told me this. Back then, I wanted to become his disciple, but he was about to enter seclusion, so it didn't work out. Before Grandpa Sword God went into seclusion, he promised me that if he came out alive, he would take me in as his disciple. If he failed, he would seal all his cultivation in the 10 miles Dragon Raw. He told me to go to the place where he went into seclusion to find the Dragon Raw sword and fulfill his wish if I hear the news of his death." As if afraid that Lin Ran wouldn't be patient enough to listen to him, Huo Qian spoke very quickly. Fortunately, he could speak clearly. After Lin Ran heard this, he almost immediately believed him. Previously, when he left the cave where the Sword God was in seclusion, in order to prevent outsiders from discovering that the demon had escaped, he destroyed the only entrance. It was impossible for Huo Qian to know what was going on inside, but what he said was accurate. This meant that Huo Qian was not lying. In fact, when he found the Sword God's remains at the top of Mount Sword, Lin Ran had discovered many strange things. For example, although the letter left behind by the Sword God did not mention who it was for, the tone indicated that it was written for an acquaintance. For example, after Lin Ran obtained the 10 miles dragon roar, the system gave him 2 rewards for the first time. At that time, Lin Ran thought that the system was being generous. Now that he thought about it, the so-called obtaining the remnant internal energy of the 10-mile sword god was actually something that the sword god had stored in the dragon roar sword from the beginning. Lin Ran sheathed his sword and waved his hand to dispel the sword energy cage. Although Huo Qian had been wandering about the continent for many years, he was still a child. Frightened by Lin Ran, he fell to the ground almost instantly, his body trembling. Lin Ran went over to help him up. He wanted to say something, but he realized that he didn't know what to say. After knowing the whole story, Lin Ran actually felt bad about Huo Qian. Huo Qian was the successor appointed by the 10 miles sword god. If Lin Ran did not appear, the 10 miles dragon roar and the cultivation of the sword god would belong to Huo Qian. Lin Ran happened to stumble upon the sword god's remains and obtained what was not for him to obtain. Although he hadn't done anything to let the sword god down, he felt sorry for Huo Qian. After a moment of silence, Lin Ran suddenly looked at Huo Qian. "Shall I take you in as my disciple? Those sword techniques and internal energy were originally left to you by the sword god. I might not be able to give you the internal energy, but I can teach you the sword techniques. If you don't want to call me master, don't." Huo Qian's gaze became even stranger. He stared at Lin Ran and asked suspiciously, "I don't think you're lying to me, but why are you doing this?" I guess it's to return the favor." Lin Ran smiled bitterly and added after some thought, "After all, I owe senior sword god a favor." Huo Qian didn't say anything. He just looked at Lin Ran carefully, wanting to find signs of lying on his face. As expected, Huo Qian didn't find anything. "I got it." Huo Qian nodded and stood up to tidy up his clothes. He placed his right hand on his left shoulder and bowed respectfully to Lin Ran. Before Lin Ran could ask, Huo Qian had already stood up and said coldly, "I won't call you master. Grandpa Sword God is my only master." Lin Ran chuckled. "It's okay, as long as you practice hard." Huo Qian nodded and put on a serious expression. "There are still 3 days until the state banquet. You have to learn to speak and act perfectly like Grandpa Sword God. You definitely won't be able to do it in 3 days, but I can try my best to make you look like him." Lin Ran nodded and suddenly thought of something. "So you agree to help us keep it a secret?" "I'm not helping you. I'm helping the world." Huo Qian's face revealed a mature look that did not match his age. "I came back this time because I found a secret. If it's not handled well, the Heavenly Saint dynasty will fall into war again." Chapter 69, Crisis of the Heavenly Saint Dynasty. Lin Ran was immediately interested in this secret. However, when he asked again, Huo Qian refused to say anything. He only said that the secret was huge and that he had to report it to the Empress in person. Seeing this, Lin Ran could only bring Huo Qian back to the imperial study. As for the secret Huo Qian mentioned, he didn't take it to heart. After all, Lin Ran had once been young and knew that young people were always full of crap. Soon, the two of them returned to the imperial study. With a frown, the Empress seemed to be dealing with state affairs, but in fact, she was holding the brush in her hand upside down. From this, one could tell how anxious she was. Seeing Lin Ran and Huo Qian walk in side by side, the Empress hurriedly stood up and asked, "Lord Lin Qian, where did you go just now? We just found a place to catch up with each other." Lin Ran smiled and put his arm around Huo Qian's shoulder, pretending to be a good friend with him. Then, Huo Qian pushed him away with a look of disdain. The Empress sensed that although the atmosphere between the two of them was strange, it was indeed not as tense as before. She finally relaxed and put on a playful expression as she asked with a smile, "It seems that the outcome of your catching up was not very good." Lin Ran rubbed his nose awkwardly and pointed at Huo Qian. "This kid is willing to help us. We'll talk about it later. He said that he has a big secret to tell you. You guys chat first." With that, Lin Ran closed the door of the imperial study and sat behind the desk. He picked up a brush and began to write down the sword technique, preparing to give it to Huo Qian later. Huo Qian didn't know what Lin Ran was doing, but he didn't care. He pulled the Empress to the desk and took out a wooden box. The wooden box was about the size of an egg. The surface was painted red, and there were decorative patterns outlined by gold paint on the edges. When Huo Qian opened the wooden box, there was only a green mud ball inside. "What is this?" The Empress wanted to take it out to take a look, but Huo Qian grabbed her wrist. "Don't touch it. This thing is very dangerous." Lin Ran stuck his head out and took a look. Then, he revealed a disdainful expression. "Huo, if you're really bored, get your Emperor sister to give you some toys. Donkey dung is not fun." When the empress heard this, she burst into laughter. This mud ball indeed looked similar to a donkey dung. Shut up, what do you know? Huo Qian glared at Lin Ran, then looked like he was reminiscing. I got this from a martial artist. About 3 months ago, I found out that he publicly insulted Grandpa Sword Saint, so I challenged him to a duel. His cultivation level is about the same as mine, also at the 9th level of Senior Martial Master Realm. However, I still managed to take the upper hand. Just as I thought that victory was near, he suddenly took this thing and broke through to the Grandmaster Realm. At this point, Huo Qian suddenly stopped. Lin Ran and the Empress thought that he wanted to catch his breath, so they didn't rush him. However, after waiting for half a minute, they didn't hear anything else. Just as Lin Ran was feeling puzzled, Huo Qian couldn't help but frown at the two of them and ask suspiciously, "Are you with me? I'm only at the 9th level of Senior Martial Master Realm. Aren't you curious about what happened after that? Is that necessary?" The Empress didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "If you can stand here now, doesn't that mean that you won in the end?" Lin Ran continued after the Empress. "It happened 3 months ago. If I'm not wrong, you must have experienced a tough battle and might have even been injured, so you recuperated for 3 months. Huo Qian's expression changed slightly. Lin Ran continued as if he did not see it. "It was nearly impossible for a senior martial master to fight a grandmaster, but you did. It means that the effect of this pill is not stable. When the other party was attacked by the side effect of the pill, you took the opportunity to kill him. There's another possibility. This kind of pill has a time limit. Qian lasted until the pill lost its effect before killing him." Following Lin Ran's train of thought, the Empress also analyzed. It could be said that the two of them had developed a tacit understanding recently. After saying that, she realized that Huo Qian was looking at her with a bitter expression. She quickly smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry to interrupt you. Continue. What else is there to say?" "You've already said everything I wanted to say." Huo Qian's face fell, then his eyes lit up as he said, "By the way, there's one more thing. You don't think you know where this pill is produced?" Great Yong Dynasty. Lin Ran and the Empress spoke in unison. Then, the two of them looked at each other, as if surprised by the tacit understanding between them. Huo Qian's expression changed as he glared at the two of them and asked, "How did you know? Have you seen this pill before?" Lin Ran smiled and did not say anything. The Empress pointed at the wooden box on the desk and said, "The pattern drawn on it is called Moth Pattern. It symbolizes bravery and fearlessness. It's a special pattern used by the Great Yong Dynasty's army. If you want to keep us in suspense, change the box." This time, Huo Qian finally stopped making them guess. He slumped into the chair beside him like a deflated ball. "Since you all know, I'll just say it. After seeing the effect of this pill, I infiltrated into the Great Yong Dynasty to investigate. This thing is not common in the Great Yong Dynasty, but it's not rare either. Almost every large-scale spiritual medicine shop sells it. It's just that the price is relatively high. The effect of this pill is so shocking. If it is used in the army, won't the army be invincible? Therefore, I guess that this pill is still in trial. The army of the Great Yong Dynasty should already be equipped with an even more powerful pill." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the Imperial study suddenly became serious. Lin Ran stopped smiling and subconsciously looked at the Empress. The two of them could see the same seriousness in each other's eyes. It wasn't a big deal for one senior martial master to advance to Grandmaster, but what if the entire army could advance at such a speed? The Empress's face was ashen, and her brows were furrowed tightly. The latest secret report from the Grand Council has it that in the past half a year, the Great Yong Dynasty has been recruiting soldiers. As of 3 days ago, a conservative estimate is that they have 700,000 soldiers with an average cultivation of the 4th level of the Martial Master Realm. Lin Ran and Huo Qian immediately understood what the Empress meant. Even if this pill could only help one advance to the 9th level of the Senior Martial Master Realm, it would still be able to produce an army of 700,000 9th level Senior Martial Masters. A force of this scale could almost sweep through the entire world, let alone the Heavenly Saint Dynasty. Chapter 70 Impersonating the Sword God, From Entry to Giving Up. After a full quarter of an hour, the Empress finally broke the silence. "I originally thought that with Grandpa Sword God's appearance, we would at least be able to buy some time. I didn't expect the Great Yong Dynasty to be so ambitious. First, it was an assassination. Now, they have developed such a thing. If Qian didn't discover it, I wouldn't know danger is so near." When Huo Qian heard this, his expression changed and he hurriedly stood up from his chair. "Your Majesty, you were assassinated? When did this happen?" "Just a few days ago." The Empress roughly told him about the assassin pretending to be Consort Rong. Originally, only she and Lin Ran knew about this. Now, there was also Huo Qian. It was obvious that she trusted him a lot. Damn Great Yong Dynasty. Huo Qian was furious. He swung his sword and cut off a corner of the desk. Then, he looked at Lin Ran and said with a murderous aura, "Let's set off now and go to the Great Yong Dynasty to cut off that evil emperor's head. You're at the 9th level of the senior Grandmaster realm. Even if they have this pill, none of them can hurt you." Lin Ran was also a little angry, but he remained seated on the chair and said calmly, "Enough. With my cultivation level, we'll be in big trouble if I really go with you." Huo Qian looked disdainful. "Are you afraid? You?" Lin Ran was about to curse, but at the thought that he owed Huo Qian so much, he restrained himself. There's an agreement between the countries that those above the Grandmaster realm are not allowed to participate in the battle. If I interfere, the Heavenly Saint dynasty will become the target of public criticism. Huo Qian clearly didn't know about this agreement. He was stunned for a moment before scolding. What kind of a bastard would agree to this kind of an agreement? "I was the one who agreed," the Empress said angrily. Huo Qian smiled awkwardly and stopped talking. After a moment of silence, the Empress continued, "No matter what the Great Yong Dynasty is planning in secret, even if they are really prepared to start a war, they will still need a justifiable cause. There's no need to worry too much." Lin Ran and Huo Qian nodded in agreement. The Empress continued, "The most important thing now is to stabilize the Heavenly Saint dynasty. We have to get rid of those martial artists who participated in the Rebel Lion as soon as possible. They are already afraid of us settling scores with them. If they join hands with the Great Yong Dynasty at this juncture, we will be done for. In that case, let's bring forward the state banquet." Lin Ran said, "Tomorrow at noon, hold a state banquet in the square in front of the palace." When the Empress heard this, she frowned slightly. "Although this is an urgent matter, isn't tomorrow a little too early? There are many things that we can't prepare in time." Lin Ran sneered. "What preparations are needed? This is a state banquet. If the emperor invites them to a banquet, even if there is only tea to drink, it's enough for them to brag about for half their lives." The Empress thought for a moment and still felt that it was inappropriate. "It's already past noon. We have less than 24 hours. Even if we immediately send out the invitation letters, some of them might not be able to make the journey here in time. Then they don't have to." As Lin Ran spoke, he grabbed the invitation letter and added something on it. "Those who are far and unable to make the journey in time can hang a yellow flag outside their gate to express their gratitude to His Majesty." The Empress frowned. "Will that work? If they can't see Grandpa Sword God in person, I'm afraid they won't sincerely side with us, right?" Lin Ran smiled, but his tone was extremely cold. "To put it bluntly, this state banquet is just an occasion for them to show their attitude. As for whether they are sincere or not, is it that important?" The Empress looked puzzled, not completely understanding what Lin Ran meant. Huo Qian's expression changed slightly as he looked at Lin Ran in surprise. "Are you trying to make an example out of some? If you wipe out a few large sects that don't hang yellow flags outside the gate, the remaining small fries will naturally be terrified." Lin Ran smiled in approval. Actually, he didn't want to do such a cold-blooded thing. But now, the Great Yong Dynasty was eager to make a move. Who knew when a war would break out? He could only try to settle it in the quickest manner, even if it meant he had to do something he did not want to do. As for whether the Empress would agree, Lin Ran was actually not worried. From the way the Empress dealt with the traitors in the imperial court, it could be seen that although she was a woman, she was not so benevolent. Otherwise, she would have lost her power long ago. As expected, after only half a minute, the hesitation in the Empress's eyes disappeared. "Let's do it your way." As the Empress spoke, she picked up the invitation letter and said, "I'll immediately get someone to send it. I don't know how many people will come tomorrow. To what extent they will be intimidated depends on you." Lin Ran nodded with a smile. Huo Qian said, "It's too early to smile. Since the state banquet is brought forward, we have to start preparing now. Let's go back to Mingjiao Hall. I'll teach you how to act like Grandpa Sword God." "Thank you, then." Lin Ran smiled again, but his eye expression had turned serious. Although Lin Ran had been pretending to be the sword god for a while, he spent most of his time in the palace. As long as he covered his face and released his sword intent, the civil and military officials and palace eunuchs would not be able to tell if he was real or fake. However, at the state banquet tomorrow, there would be a large number of martial artists present. Most of them had seen the 10-mile sword god with their own eyes. Some of the sect masters and elders of large sects had even interacted with the 10-mile sword god closely. If Lin Ran couldn't fool them, the entire plan would be ruined. After finalizing the plan, the three of them split up. The Empress summoned Li Tianyi and instructed him to distribute the invitation letters. Lin Ran and Huo Qian returned to Mingjiao Hall and began the lesson of impersonating 10-mile sword god imitation. The two of them sat facing each other. Huo Qian pointed at Lin Ran and said, "The human skin mask can't hide your expression. Grandpa Sword God is a powerful master. He definitely won't show his thoughts on his face like you. So the first step is to put away your stupid expression." "Why do I feel like you're using this opportunity to take revenge on me?" Lin Ran pursed his lips and touched his face. "When did I write my thoughts on my face?" Huo Qian didn't say anything. With a flick of his thumb, he unsheathed his sword and held it in front of Lin Ran to use it as a mirror. Lin Ran looked at himself in the sword and saw that he was frowning and pursing his lips. It was indeed not the expression of a master. "Sigh, I've been troubled by too many things these days." Rubbing his slightly furrowed brows, Lin Ran asked, "Why don't I cover my face tomorrow?" "No." Huo Qian firmly denied it. "Grandpa Sword God never wears a mask. You have to show your face at the state banquet tomorrow. You have to tell everyone that the 10-mile sword god is back and that those who dare to play dirty tricks will die." Lin Ran smacked his lips and didn't say anything, but he already had the thought of giving up. This was much harder than he had imagined. Chapter 71, Entrusted by someone to protect you. In the blink of an eye, 8 hours passed. Lin Ran kept looking at himself in the mirror and practicing the facial expressions that Huo Qian had said. In the end, Lin Ran felt his entire face stiffen. The rebellious feeling in his heart reached its peak. He slapped the mirror away and said angrily, "I'm done. I'm not practicing anymore. I'll cover my face tomorrow. If anyone dares to doubt me, I'll stab him. Don't move." Huo Qian suddenly widened his eyes and pointed at Lin Ran in surprise. "Your expression is especially good now. You already look like Grandpa Sword God." When Lin Ran heard this, he hurriedly picked up the mirror. However, when he saw his fierce face in the mirror, he suddenly felt a little complicated. Is 10-mile sword god usually so angry looking? How unhappy is his life? Lin Ran subconsciously complained. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that Huo Qian's expression had darkened. He quickly pressed his palms together and bowed to the sky to apologize to the 10-mile sword god. Only then did Huo Qian's expression soften a little. He rolled his eyes at Lin Ran and said angrily, "What do you know? Grandpa Sword God cares about the people of the world. His unhappiness is not for himself, but for the people." Lin Ran nodded and didn't refute. To a brainless fan like Huo Qian, no negative comments about the 10-mile sword god were allowed, so Lin Ran couldn't be bothered to argue with him. After Lin Ran massaged his face and rested for 5 minutes, Huo Qian stood up again. "That's all for facial expressions. Next, I'll teach you Grandpa Sword God's posture." "Wait a minute." Lin Ran quickly made a pause gesture. "Let me ask you something first. Is the posture strange?" "Don't worry, Grandpa Sword God's usual posture is very simple." As Huo Qian spoke, he first tied the sword to the left side of his belt with a rope. Then, he placed his hands behind his back and stepped forward with his left foot. Lin Ran waited for half a minute, but seeing that Huo Qian wasn't moving, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "That's it? That's it?" Lin Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Next time, just tell me to stand at ease." As he spoke, Lin Ran stood up and stood at ease. Before he transmigrated, he had been trained at a military camp and was familiar with the command "stand at ease." After putting on that fierce-looking facial expression, Lin Ran immediately realized that Huo Qian's gaze had changed. It was a look of nostalgia and sadness. Without Huo Qian saying anything, Lin Ran knew that he had already graduated from the 10-mile sword god impersonation crash course. "Take a rest first. I'll go get something." With that, Huo Qian turned around and left. The moment he turned around, Lin Ran saw that his eyes were red. This was the greatest compliment for Lin Ran's impersonation, but Lin Ran looked a little worried, wondering how the Empress would react when she saw him looking almost exactly like Sword God. For some reason, Lin Ran recalled that when he was helping the Empress remove the poison, the Empress looked like an aggrieved little girl who was crying in his arms. It was unfortunate for a young girl to bear the fate of the entire dynasty. An innocent girl was forced to become a decisive and cold emperor. Moreover, she had to hide her identity from everyone. Before Lin Ran entered the palace, she didn't even have anyone to pour out her heart. Lin Ran had only practiced impersonating someone for 8 hours, but he had already thought of giving up several times. However, the Empress had to impersonate someone for years. Thinking of this, Lin Ran suddenly felt his heart ache for her. She was carrying too much. Lin Ran didn't know how much courage it took, but he knew that he couldn't do it. I was entrusted by Sword God to protect you with me around, you don't have to bear it alone. Lin Ran adjusted his expression before continuing to practice seriously in the mirror. It was not until past midnight that Huo Qian returned with a flat wooden box in his hand. Lin Ran had seen this wooden box before. Previously, when the Empress asked him to pretend to be her to sleep with the consorts, he used this box to store the human skin mask. Opening the wooden box, there was indeed a human skin mask inside, but the material seemed to be different. Beside it were a few small porcelain jars and 3 strands of black and white beard. Because you're going to show up during the day tomorrow, the requirements for the human skin mask are higher. It will take a while for this mask to fit your face completely. I'll dress you up in a while. Otherwise, there won't be enough time. As Huo Qian spoke, he started working. His eyes were still a little red, and his voice was hoarse. It was obvious that he had just cried. Lin Ran pretended to not notice it. He agreed and sat down in front of the mirror, letting Huo Qian do his face. High-level human skin masks were different. Even the process of wearing it was much more complicated. The one that the Empress had given to him previously only needed to be dipped in water before he put it on his face. However, before wearing this mask, he had to shave his fine hair to prevent it from affecting the effect of the mask. If Lin Ran hadn't objected strongly, Huo Qian would have shaved off his eyebrows. After finishing the preparatory work, Huo Qian took out a small porcelain jar. After opening it, there was something translucent and sticky inside. He dipped a small brush into it and carefully applied it to every corner of Lin Ran's face. When it reached his eyebrows, Lin Ran suddenly thought of something and asked, "This thing is so sticky. Will my eyebrows be peeled off when I take off the mask? Who knows?" Huo Qian shrugged indifferently and patted Lin Ran. "Don't move or speak. Otherwise, if my hand slipped, your entire face would be ruined." Lin Ran didn't dare to move. He didn't particularly care about his appearance, but that didn't mean he could accept a balding hairstyle. With Lin Ran's cooperation, the paste was quickly applied. When the surface of the paste was a little dry, Huo Qian picked up the human skin mask in the box and carefully covered Lin Ran's face. Then, he used his thumb to press it carefully from bottom to top. This process was very long. In order to cooperate, Lin Ran kept his eyes closed. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he finally heard Huo Qian's voice. "It's done." When Lin Ran opened his eyes, he realized that his face had changed completely. The eyebrows and beard had yet to be put on, so he looked a little strange at first glance. There were more than 10 wrinkles on his forehead and at the corners of his eyes. His face was old, but he didn't have a strand of gray hair, which made him look strange. He looked at the mirror for a moment and suddenly had a strange feeling. He seemed to have seen this face somewhere before. Chapter 72, Unintentional Realization. This sense of familiarity was different from seeing a common face on the street. It was a real sense of familiarity. However, this face seemed to be missing a certain characteristic, so he couldn't connect it to a specific person. But how was that possible? This was the face of the 10-mile sword god. When Lin Ran found the sword god's remains on Mount Sword, the pile of bones was at least decades old. At that time, he had yet to transmigrate. How could he have seen this face? Could it be someone he knew before transmigrating? Eyebrows, beards. Lin Ran patted Huo Qian. "Hurry, put it all on my face." "No, we have to wait for the adhesive to dry out first." Huo Qian shook his head. As if sensing Lin Ran's anxiety, he added, "An hour. Just wait another hour." Lin Ran had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue waiting. However, in anxiety, every second felt like a year for him. In the end, Lin Ran felt his cheeks turn numb. Just as he couldn't help but want to do it himself, Huo Qian, who was meditating at the side, suddenly stood up. "Close your eyes." Lin Ran immediately closed his eyes and heard Huo Qian take something and slowly place it on his brow. Although there was a human skin mask on his face, he still felt a furry sensation. The process of applying the beards and eyebrows was very fast. In just 2 to 3 minutes, Huo Qian was done. Lin Ran hurriedly opened his eyes to look at himself in the mirror. With gray eyebrows and beards, his face became more distinct. But even so, Lin Ran still couldn't connect this face with someone. He felt that there was still something missing. Lin Ran looked at Huo Qian. "Is there nothing else?" Huo Qian shook his head in confusion. "No, the last step is to dye your hair gray. We can do that tomorrow." "No, you must have forgotten something," Lin Ran said excitedly. That familiar feeling had reached its peak. He was so close to catching it. "Think about it again. There must be something else. For example, age spots, buck teeth, eye patch." At the mention of eye patch, Lin Ran suddenly thought of something. He raised a hand to block his eyes and looked at the face in the mirror through his fingers. Boom! Lin Ran was struck dumb. After he covered his eyes, his face was exactly the same as Taoist Li's. Taoist Li was blind, and his eyeballs were all white. Every time Lin Ran saw him, his attention was on his eyes. Therefore, in Lin Ran's memory, a pair of white eyes was Taoist Li's facial features. It was also because of this that he did not recognize this face immediately. But how was this possible? Taoist Li actually looked exactly the same as the 10-mile sword god? Twins? Or was he the real 10-mile sword god? But if Taoist Li was the 10-mile sword god, who was the skeleton in the cave on Mount Sword? Was it the sealed demon? After recognizing this face, countless questions surged out like a fountain. Lin Ran felt that his mind was about to explode, but he quickly thought of a key question. Taoist Li looked exactly like the 10-mile sword god. Did the Empress know about this? Obviously, she knew. Then why had she never mentioned it? Lin Ran couldn't figure it out. If it were any other time, he would put the questions to the back of his mind in no time. But now, he was in the same boat as the Empress. This feeling of not being trusted made him very unhappy. This is the sword technique left behind by Sword God. Take a look yourself. I need to go out for a while. Lin ran through the sword technique he had written to Huo Qian and left. At this point, in another 2 hours, it would be dawn. Logically speaking, the Empress should be resting in the bedroom at this moment, but tomorrow was the state banquet. There were too many things for her to deal with, so Lin Ran did not go to the bedroom. Instead, he went straight to the Imperial Study. As expected, the Imperial Study was brightly lit. Countless eunuchs came in and out. Although no one spoke, one could feel the busy atmosphere in the air. Lin Ran was in a hurry to clarify the doubts in his heart. Without waiting for the eunuch to inform the Empress, he walked in. The Empress was still sitting in front of the desk and was explaining something to Li Tianyi. When she saw someone coming in, she subconsciously took a look. Then, her body trembled and her eyes instantly turned red. Li Tianyi, who was at the side, also revealed a strange expression. He had naturally seen the 10-mile sword god before. Although he would occasionally meet Sword God in the palace these few days, his face was covered. Now that he suddenly saw this familiar face, it immediately evoked many memories. Fortunately, the Empress did not lose her composure in front of everyone. She took a deep breath and held back her tears. She instructed Li Tianyi, "You all can leave first. No one is allowed to enter without my permission." "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Tianyi nodded and went out with the eunuchs. He even tactfully closed the door. The Empress couldn't keep calm anymore and immediately walked forward. She reached out, wanting to hug Lin Ran with tears in her eyes, but she suddenly frowned and asked, "Lord Lin?" "As expected, I can't fool you." Lin Ran chuckled strangely. Anyone could hear the displeasure in his voice. The Empress smiled and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Don't be discouraged. You already look very much like Grandpa Sword God. It's just that your eyes betrayed your inexperience in life. After all, you're still young. There's nothing you can do about that. I'm not here to hear you praise me." Lin Ran said coldly, "Do you still remember Taoist Li from Mount Sword?" "Of course I remember." The Empress nodded as if she knew what Lin Ran wanted to ask. Without waiting for him to speak, she smiled and said, "What a coincidence. Other than his eyes, he looks almost identical to Grandpa Sword God." Seeing that the Empress admitted it so readily, Lin Ran was a little at a loss. He was stunned for a moment before continuing to ask, "Then why haven't I heard you mention it before? Why did I have to mention it?" The Empress asked in confusion, as if she did not understand this question. "There has to be an opportunity for me to bring this up. You've never asked about Grandpa Sword God's appearance. Why did I have to mention it for no reason?" Lin Ran was speechless. Only then did he remember that the person in front of him was the current emperor, not his female classmates who liked gossiping. There was no way the Empress would suddenly come to him one day and say, "Do you know that Taoist Li from Mount Sword looks exactly the same as the 10-mile sword god?" Thinking of what the Empress had just said, Lin Ran was so embarrassed that his toes curled up. However, this embarrassment was quickly gone. Initially, Lin Ran only wanted to ask a question, but now that he looked into the Empress's eyes, perhaps it was because of the tacit understanding between the two of them or his sharp intuition, he was almost 100% sure that this woman was hiding something very important from him. Chapter 73. What was the Empress hiding? "There's something you're not telling me." Lin Ran went straight to the point and said in a firm tone. Almost at the same time, he saw a trace of panic flash across the Empress's eyes. The panic disappeared in a flash. The Empress curled her lips and revealed a playful expression. What nonsense are you talking about? In this palace, I trust you and Qian the most. Why would I hide anything from you? Lin Ran didn't say anything and just stared at the Empress with a fierce expression. This was a technique he had just learned from Huo Qian. He named it pressure of silence. Even though the 10-mile sword god had an extraordinary status, he was not omniscient. Most of the time, he had to obtain some information through asking. As expected, the Empress only lasted for half a minute under the pressure. You're cheating. The Empress pouted and said aggrievedly with tears in her eyes. No one would associate her with the emperor of a country. Lin Ran couldn't help but be moved. He retracted his gaze and said helplessly, I didn't want to do this either. It's you who doesn't want to cooperate. The Empress seemed to be still angry. She pouted and didn't look at Lin Ran. Lin Ran didn't know how to coax her, so he could only wait patiently for her to calm down. Fortunately, the Empress was not a grumpy person. After a few minutes, she calmed down. You're right, I'm hiding something from you. The Empress returned to her usual calm self. She looked at Lin Ran and said seriously, at first, I didn't tell you because this matter might concern your life and death. I was worried that you would be afraid and escape. Later, I didn't tell you because this matter can't threaten you anymore. It's pointless to bring it up. Lin Ran said flatly, go to the point. The Empress sighed and seemed to be a little conflicted. After a few seconds, she said, how about this? It's getting late. Go back and rest first. After the banquet is over, I'll tell you the whole thing. Lin Ran frowned. This sounded like an excuse to stall for time. After the state banquet, the Empress might turn hostile and refuse to admit it. If that was the case, he really couldn't do anything to the Empress. Even so, Lin Ran still nodded in agreement. The two of them had worked together for so long. Even if they did not go through thick and thin together, they should still trust each other. I'll be very sad if you go back on your word. With that, Lin Ran left the imperial study. When he returned to Mingjiao Hall, Huo Qian was still reading the sword technique. His expression was sometimes stunned and sometimes puzzled, but most of the time, he was puzzled. Seeing Lin Ran enter, Huo Qian immediately leaned over and asked with a frown, did you remember this sword technique wrongly? Why can't I understand most of it? Lin Ran didn't get the answer he wanted and was in a bad mood. When he heard this, he retorted, of course. This is the sword technique left behind by the 10-mile sword god. If it's so easy to understand, wouldn't everyone be able to become the sword god? After saying that, Lin Ran felt a little proud. When he saw the sword technique in the cave, although he didn't master it at first glance, he could at least understand it. Genius? Not so much. Lin Ran thought smugly to himself. Seeing Huo Qian rack his brain, trying to understand it, Lin Ran's heart suddenly softened. He comforted him, it took me at least a year to learn this sword technique, so don't worry. Memorize it first, otherwise, you won't understand even if I teach you. All right, I'll memorize it. After being encouraged, Huo Qian was instantly motivated and went near the oil lamp to continue reading it seriously. Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh before lying down on the bed. There was still a major event tomorrow. As the main character, he had to rest well. When Lin Ran opened his eyes again, it was already 10 o'clock the next day. There was only an hour left until the state banquet at noon. The reason why he knew it was because he was forcefully pulled up by Huo Qian. Hurry up, your hair hasn't been dyed yet. It'll be too late if you dawdle any longer. As Huo Qian spoke, he pulled the groggy Lin Ran to a chair and began to fiddle with his tools. When Lin Ran was completely awake, his black hair had already turned grey. Coupled with his age-old face, even if he didn't show any expression, he looked like a senior master. Then, Lin Ran changed into a black robe. There were dragon patterns embroidered with golden thread on his clothes and sleeves. Logically speaking, this was a pattern that only the royal family could use. However, with 10-mile sword god status, no one would dare to find fault with him. After everything was prepared, Huo Qian brought over a long wooden box. Sensing the familiar sword intent, Lin Ran couldn't help but smile. After opening it, it was indeed the sword god's sword, 10 miles dragon roar. 10 miles dragon roar was broken, so in order to hide the broken part, the Empress specially equipped a scabbard for this sword. The scabbard was made of metal with a 5-clawed golden dragon coiling around it. The dragon's body happened to be connected to the dragon head on the sword hilt. There were also 7 rubies on the scabbard, arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper, which reflected the dragon pattern rubies on the hilt. Lin Ran couldn't help but praise, it's as if this scabbard was tailor-made for the 10 miles dragon roar. When Huo Qian heard this, he looked at Lin Ran in disdain. Why are you talking about? This is the original scabbard of the 10 miles dragon roar. Lin Ran was stunned when he heard this. Back then, he only found the broken dragon roar in the cave and thought that this sword did not have a scabbard. He did not expect that the scabbard had always been in the palace. But why wasn't the scabbard and sword together? Lin Ran vaguely felt that this might have something to do with the thing the Empress was hiding from him. Anyway, he could get the answer after the state banquet, so he put it to the back of his mind for the time being. With the 10 miles dragon roar, all the preparations were ready. Huo Qian also grabbed his sword and pushed open the door of Mingjiao Hall. He turned around and cupped his hand solemnly. "Grandpa Sword God, let's go." Lin Ran nodded and walked out of Mingjiao Hall with his hands behind his back. The moment he walked out of the door and looked at the reverent gazes of the palace guards around him, Lin Ran suddenly had a strange feeling, as if he had always been the sword god. Chapter 74, State Banquet, Undercurrents. After passing through the Gate of Supreme Harmony, they arrived at the yard in front of the throne room. It was different from the usual solemn atmosphere. Today, the drums in the yard were playing. There were about 300 tea tables placed on both sides of the main road. Right behind the tables were cushions for the guests to sit on. 30 steps behind the tea table were 300 palace guards. All of them had their hands on their swords and their backs were straight. In front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, there was a long table facing the gate. The Empress was sitting behind the table, wearing a black robe embroidered with golden dragons and a 9-dragon crown on her head. She looked around with supreme dignity. On the right side of the long table, there was a mahogany table. Its position and height were all equal to the long table. This meant that the status of the person at this table was not inferior to the current emperor. When it was almost noon, a young eunuch rushed in from outside the Gate of Supreme Harmony. After whispering a few words into Li Tianyai's ear, he bowed and left. Li Tianyai raised his head to look at the sky again. Then, he bowed to the Empress and said, "Your Majesty, there's still 15 minutes before noon. There are 261 martial artists waiting outside the gate." The Empress nodded and said calmly, "Open the gate." "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Tianyai bowed. Then, he stood up and faced the Gate of Supreme Harmony. He raised his voice and shouted, "His Majesty has decreed that the martial artists of the martial world are allowed to enter." As soon as he finished speaking, the yard was filled with music. 2 young eunuchs walked in front with a signboard and led the way. 261 martial artists cupped their fists and bowed. They knelt in front of the long table and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Everyone, rise." Everyone stood up. However, they still lowered their heads and did not dare to look around. If they lifted their heads without being asked to do so by the emperor, it would be considered a crime punishable by death. Although most of these people were sect masters, at this moment, they had to abide by the rules of the palace. After everyone stood up, Li Tianyai took out a roll of yellow silk from his sleeve and unfolded it. "Sect Master Son of the Dark Cloud Sect, please take a seat in the first row. Master Lu of the 8-Directional Mountain, please take a seat in the second row. Elder Li of the Time Immemorial Cave, please take a seat in the third row." Every time Li Tianyai called a name, the corresponding people would walk out of the line and walk to their seats after cupping their hands in gratitude. However, no one sat down. They only stood beside their seats with their hands by their sides. This was also a rule in the palace. Only when the emperor gave the order would they be allowed to sit down. However, when Li Tianyai was about to announce the 7th guest, an accident happened. "Elder Song of the Thousand Peak, please take a seat in the 7th row." As soon as Li Tianyai called out his name, a white-haired old man was about to thank the Empress when a rough voice suddenly shouted from a few feet away, "Your Majesty, I have something to say." At this moment, the Empress was resting with her eyes closed. When she heard the voice, she opened her eyes and looked over. She realized that the person who spoke was a burly man. This person looked to be in his 40s. He had a tall nose and a wide mouth. His abnormally tall figure was very eye-catching in the crowd. He knew that he was entering the palace to meet the emperor, but he was only wearing a tattered shirt. The muscles on his arms and chest were bulging, shining under the sun. Although this person cupped his hands and lowered his head, anyone could tell that he was not sincere in doing that. The Empress thought to herself, "What should come has come." Then, she asked, "What do you have to say?" The burly man cupped his fists again and replied in a low voice, "I wonder how the seers are arranged." Li Tianyai frowned. "How dare you? You have to use honorifics when replying to His Majesty. Did no one teach you?" The burly man was not intimidated when he heard that. He raised his head and glared at Li Tianyai. "I'm a boor. I can't learn your rules." Li Tianyai was so angry that his face turned red. He widened his eyes and was about to call for the guards when the Empress raised her hand to stop him. Eunuch Li, this martial artist must be used to being carefree. It's understandable that he's unfamiliar with palace etiquette. It's fine. The Empress smiled, then looked at the burly man and replied, the seats are arranged according to the ranking on the sacred martial roll. Is there a problem? The sacred martial roll was the ranking of the sects in the Heavenly Saint dynasty. Every July, an arena would be set up in the capital. The various sects would go on stage to spar and determine their status in the martial world. Although some sects deliberately lost or forfeited in order to hide their strength, overall, the rankings on the sacred martial roll were still relatively reliable. The burly man laughed when he heard that. Your Majesty, I have something to say about this. My name is Tai Nu. I'm the chief disciple of the Northern Mystic Gate. Last year, in the arena, my sect tied with the Thousand Peak sect. Why are they given a seat in the 7th row while I have to sit behind them? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere became strange. It was as if there was an undercurrent under the calm lake. The martial artists knew for a fact that today's state banquet was not held to thank them for offering a hand in the rebel lion. Now that the 10-mile sword god had come out of seclusion, this state banquet was most likely an occasion to test their loyalty. However, the sword god's coming out of seclusion had always been a rumor. None of them had seen him with their own eyes. Now was a good opportunity to find it out. How could the Empress not know what these people were thinking? She sneered in her heart and looked at the white-haired old man who was about to bow. Elder Song, is what he said true? The Thousand Peak sect had always supported the royal family. When Elder Song heard this, he immediately said, Your Majesty, everything Tai Nu said is true. The Empress nodded. Then are you willing to change seats with him? Elder Song cupped his hands. As you command, Your Majesty. Pfft. What a bootlicker. Someone in the crowd sneered. The Empress pretended not to hear it. She raised her hand and instructed, since Elder Song has no object irons, Tai Nu, take the seat in the 7th row. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tai Nu agreed and walked to his seat. He sat down and began to scratch his feet. The sect masters and elders frowned when they saw this, but since His Majesty did not say anything, they naturally did not dare to say anything. When Elder Song walked up to his seat, Li Tianyi continued announcing the remaining seats. After about 10 minutes, the 216 seats were allocated. During this period, there were a few people who stood up to cause trouble. Although they were not as rude as Tai Nu, they were clearly trying to test the Empress. The strange thing was that the Empress was not angry at all. Instead, she calmed them down one by one. Some people could not help but suspect if the rumor about the sword god was real, but little did they know that the Empress had remembered everyone who dared to challenge her just now. At the same time, outside the Gate of Supreme Harmony, Lin Ran and Huo Qian had already arrived. They had heard and seen everything that happened in the yard. Huo. Lin Ran called out and his cold gaze landed on Huo Qian's sword. Are you ready? Chapter 75. A monkey calls the shots in the mountain where there is no tiger. Tai Nu from the Northern Mystic Gate, Zhao Taiping from Mount Wufeng, Lu Fangxia from the Silver Cave, Zhu Jiqing from the Goddess Peak, and Huang Sanfeng from Mount Qianyuan. Huo Qian listed a few names with a faint smile. He actually recognized those people just from their voices. Lin Ran looked at Huo Qian in surprise. You've really not wasted the past few years wandering around the country. You know a lot of people, don't you? I've killed many people from these 5 sects. After Empress Sister ascended the throne, they have secretly expressed their dissatisfaction many times. If people from the martial world participated in the rebel lion, they must be among them. As Huo Qian spoke, he took out a white handkerchief and folded it into a triangle to cover his face. Seeing this, Lin Ran asked curiously, What are you doing? Are you afraid that they'll seek revenge? I'm afraid they won't dare to seek revenge. Huo Qian shook his head and smiled. These people are just small fries. If they run away in fear when they see me, how can they catch the big fish? I see. Lin Ran nodded. He thought that the martial artist who dared to attend the banquet must have a clear conscience, but now it seemed that he had underestimated these people's courage. After a quick explanation, Huo Qian signaled Lin Ran to remain silent. Then, the two of them pricked up their ears and listened quietly. After everyone sat down, the banquet officially began. The Empress raised her cup to thank everyone. She did not expect Tai Nu to make a scene again. I didn't help during the rebel lion. I won't drink this wine. After Tai Nu finished speaking, he poured the wine in his cup onto the ground. Immediately, everyone gasped. No matter what occasion it was, this would be considered a great offense. Even so, the Empress did not show any anger. Instead, she chuckled and said, Tai Nu is indeed straightforward. However, if you don't want to drink the wine, why did you come? Of course it's for him. Tai Nu pointed at the empty seat beside the Empress. That place is reserved for the sword god, right? He has been missing 4 decades. I rushed over because I wanted to see if it was true that he had come out of seclusion. A cold glint flashed across the Empress's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. She continued to raise her glass and smiled. In that case, you have to drink this glass of wine even more because this is also a banquet I hold for the sword god. For the sword god? Everyone was in an uproar. From what the Empress said, the rumor that the sword god had come out of seclusion was most likely true. But why didn't he appear? Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, Tai Nu asked, why didn't he show up then? According to the rules of my sect, if one is late, one will be punished to drink 3 glasses of wine. The Empress chuckled. Sure thing. However, you have to down your glass of wine before you can see him. Is that so? Then I'll drink it. As Tai Nu spoke, he raised his wine cup and said, servant, fill my cup. After he finished speaking, none of the eunuchs stepped forward. Tai Nu couldn't help but look displeased. He glared at them and said angrily, are you all deaf? I said fill my cup. Your glass of wine is on the ground. The Empress said coldly with no trace of a smile on her face, guard, help Tai Nu finish his wine. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 guards rushed over. They grabbed Tai Nu's arms and restrained him. Before Tai Nu could react, they grabbed his head and pinned him against the ground. Ouch! Tai Nu was caught off guard and his front teeth were broken. The smell of blood instantly filled his mouth, and his eyes turned red. He wanted to attack, but just as he released his 4th level martial master aura, the 2 guards released their aura at the same time. They were at the 6th level of the martial master realm. At the same time, the other guards by the palace wall seemed to have received a signal. They pressed their hands on the hilts of their swords and released their auras. Among them, the 6th level of the martial master realm was the lowest. Some of them had even reached the realm of senior martial master. It had to be known that the average realm of the sect masters and elders present was only at the senior martial master realm. Grandmaster realm was rare, and most of them had sided with the Empress. The few sect masters and elders who were about to stand up to help sat back down silently, lowering their heads as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Tai Nu was already furious after being restrained. Seeing that no one was helping him, he became even angrier. He struggled and shouted, Sect Master Chen, Elder Huang, Master Zhao, you promised to help me, why aren't you saying anything now? The ones who were mentioned hurriedly covered their faces with their hands. Tai Nu looked to the other side and said, Sect Master Lu, what did you say last night at the 8-directional mountain? Shut up, Master Lu shouted. He raised his hand and shot out a black shadow. It was so fast that the guards beside Tai Nu could not react in time. The black shadow instantly pierced through Tai Nu's head and nailed him to the ground. It was actually an ordinary bamboo chopstick. Blood splattered and the scene was in an uproar. The sect masters and elders had solemn expressions. It was not because someone died, but because they did not expect Master Lu to be able to kill with bamboo chopsticks. Protect His Majesty, Li Tianyi hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs. Before the guards present could move, Master Lu had already stood up and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, this person has repeatedly spoken rudely to you and ignored the rules of the palace and the dignity of the royal family. I can't take it anymore, so I killed him here as a warning to others. Please forgive me for disturbing such a joyful occasion. When the Empress heard this, her face turned ashen. She knew that Master Lu was trying to silence Tai Nu, but she did not have any evidence to accuse him of that. At this moment, she could not punish people rashly. She could only wave her hand and force a smile. Master Lu, you did it to uphold the rule. What kind of crime? The crime of deceiving the Emperor. A cold shout interrupted the Empress. Immediately after that, a white figure rushed in from outside the gate of supreme harmony. Accompanied by the sound of a sharp blade being unsheathed, a cold light came straight at Master Lu. Everyone cried out in shock. Master Lu also sensed that something was wrong. He released all his power and instantly flashed behind the white figure. He was about to attack when another even more majestic aura descended from the sky. A powerful sword intent exploded out of thin air. Everyone present was instantly so shocked that their faces turned pale. Even though they had already activated their cultivation to resist, they were still pressed to the ground by the pressure and could not move. A monkey calls the shots in the mountain where there is no tiger. A cold laugh sounded. Everyone lying on the ground turned their heads with difficulty and saw a figure walking over from outside the gate. Dressed in a black embroidered robe with dragon patterns and equipped with dragon roar, he gave off a dignified aura that made people not dare to resist. 10-mile sword god, half-saint realm. The 200 or so martial artists came to a conclusion at the same time. The rumors were true. The 10-mile sword god had really come out of seclusion. Chapter 76, Settling the Score. Lin Ran had already mastered the control of his sword intent very well. In the huge yard, only the martial artists were affected by the pressure. The others did not feel anything unusual. As the main target, Master Lu's body bore almost half of the pressure. He lay on the ground like a pool of mud and could not move. Just rolling his eyes was enough to exhaust all his strength. Seeing that familiar face, Master Lu immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Damn the demon! Why did he say the sword god is dead? T. Sect Master Lu cursed in his heart, but he forced a fawning smile on his face and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Sword god, I'm Lu Yundao. You even gave me pointers back then. This is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Lin Ran pretended not to hear him and strolled past expressionlessly. The moment he walked past Lu Yundao's head rolled off from his body. There was still a smile on his face, as if he didn't know that he was dead. That power Lin Ran possessed that could kill a grandmaster instantly caused the expressions of the other sect masters to turn ashen. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Lin Ran walked up to the desk and bowed respectfully to the emperors. Greetings, Your Majesty. As soon as he finished speaking, the raging sword intent calmed down. Everyone felt their bodies lighten. They hurriedly stood up to bow. Greetings, 10-mile sword god. Unlike when they greeted the empress previously, everyone's voices were filled with respect. The empress stood up personally and said, Senior sword god, there's no need for formalities. Please take your seat. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I still have something to do. After saying that, Lin Ran turned to face the martial artists on both sides and glanced at them indifferently. Among the remaining 259 people, only a dozen or so dared to look at him. Lin Ran pointed at Lu Yundao, who was beheaded. Do you know why I killed him? Those who could attend the state banquet as representatives of their sects were naturally not fools. They were all well aware of the situation just now, but at this moment, no one spoke. Only Sun Daolin, the sect master of the Dark Cloud sect, who sat on the first row, stood up and said in a low voice, Tai Nu has repeatedly offended His Majesty, but according to what he said, he was clearly instructed to do this. However, he was killed by Master Lu before he could finish speaking. I think Master Lu must have a guilty conscience, right? Everyone nodded, agreeing to what Sun Daolin said. However, to their surprise, the 10-mile sword god sneered and shook his head. No. Sun Daolin couldn't help but look puzzled. Senior sword god, please enlighten me. Do I need to give you an explanation for killing someone? Lin Ran's voice was calm, but it was domineering. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Lin Ran called out a few more names. Where are the people from Northern Mystic Gate, Silver Cave, Goddess Peak, Mount Jianyuan, and Windy Creek Valley? The faces of the people who were called out turned pale. Others might not know the reason why they were called out, but they knew very well. Plop. A square-faced middle-aged man knelt down. Sword god, please spare me. I was just deceived by someone. I have no intention of rebelling. With the first person taking the lead, the rest also hurriedly knelt down to beg for mercy. The huge yard was immediately filled with cries. Lin Ran pressed those people to the ground with majestic pressure and said coldly, Since you were deceived, tell me who the deceiver is. The middle-aged man who was the first to beg for mercy was overjoyed. Sword god, will I be spared if I tell you? I can't. Lin Ran said calmly, but if you don't tell me, my disciple will make you beg for death. Disciple? The 10-mile sword god took in a disciple. This was not less mind-blowing than the appearance of the sword god. Everyone's expressions changed again as they looked at the white-robed person who had assassinated Lu Yundao in unison, wanting to see who this person was. Huo Qian was standing in the yard pretending to be cool. When he heard this, his expression turned cold. This was not in the plan they had discussed previously. Lin Ran was taking advantage of him. However, under everyone's gaze, Huo Qian couldn't expose him directly. He could only grit his teeth and bow to Lin Ran. When the Empress saw this scene, she almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. She hurriedly raised her glass to hide her smile, but she didn't expect the people present to misunderstand her action. Seeing her raise her glass, they hurriedly raised their glasses and congratulated. Congratulations to Sword God for getting a disciple. Congratulations to Senior God for getting a disciple. More than 200 people congratulated him in unison. The veins on Huo Qian's forehead were about to pop out. He accidentally saw Zhao Taiping reach into his pocket sneakily and immediately rushed forward. With a flash of cold light, another head fell to the ground. With a thud, the corpse fell to the ground and the hand fell out, holding a dagger. Everyone gasped. In the blink of an eye, 3 lives were taken here. No matter how slow on the uptaking they were, they now understood the situation at this moment. These 3 people came to the banquet with ulterior motives, but they did not expect the 10-mile sword god to see through them. Apart from being shocked, everyone was more afraid of the 10-mile sword god. They all tried to recall if they had done anything inappropriate. Seeing how ruthless Huo Qian was, Lin Ran knew that he was really angry with him, so he stopped teasing him and continued with a serious expression, "Those who claim to be deceived. If you can tell me who the deceiver is, I'll give you a quick death." Even Lu Yundao, who was at the Grandmaster realm, was dead. How could the people who were called out earlier dare to say so? They immediately threw out some names. Almost at the same time, those people were beheaded by Huo Qian. In the blink of an eye, only the few people Lin Ran had called out before were left standing. The strong smell of blood filled the air. Even though these sect masters and elders were experienced and knowledgeable, they couldn't help but feel a little terrified. They lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at Lin Ran and Huo Qian, worried that they would be next. In the strange and solemn atmosphere, Lin Ran slowly held the hilt of the 10-mile dragon roar and looked at the traitors coldly. "Let me ask you one more time, do you want to die or live?" Chapter 77, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. Those people originally thought that they were definitely going to die. When they heard this, their hopes were immediately reignited. They hurriedly kowtowed and shouted, "We want to live. We want to live. In that case, I'll give you a chance." Lin Ran nodded and pointed at the corpses that had just been killed. "It's impossible for such a small fry to mobilize so many people. I'll give you 3 days to find out who's behind this." Before he could finish speaking, a young girl suddenly stood up and said, "Sword God, I'm Zhu Jiqing, a disciple of the goddess Peak. I know who the mastermind is." "Oh?" Lin Ran was a little surprised, but Zhu Jiqing pointed at Lu Yundao, who was beheaded. These people today were all bewitched by Master Lu of the 8-directional mountain. As soon as she finished speaking, the remaining traitors nodded repeatedly, indicating that Zhu Jiqing was right. Lin Ran's expression under the mask instantly froze. He killed Lu Yundao just to intimidate everyone, but he did not expect to have killed the mastermind. But on second thought, Lin Ran felt that something was wrong. Before King Zhao rebelled, he had eavesdropped on the secret meeting and knew that the Dao-seeking sect participated as the representative of the martial world. Why did it become the 8-directional mountain? Lin Ran was puzzled, but he couldn't ask directly. Logically speaking, the 10-mile sword god had just come out of seclusion and shouldn't know so much. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ran could only choose to interrogate them in private. Then, he waved at Huo Qian, indicating for him to take these people away first. Huo Qian nodded and brought people to take the traitors away. Then the guards went forward to carry the corpses away, but no one cleaned up the blood. Large pools of blood coagulated on the ground, as if it was a silent warning to the people. Lin Ran finally sat back down. The Empress raised her glass and said a few words before indicating that the dishes could be served. Hundreds of palace maids served delicacies on the table. Even the empty seats were not left out. The fragrance of the delicacies mixed with the pungent smell of blood made the atmosphere of the banquet especially strange. The Empress stood up again and raised her wine glass. "Everyone, there's something I didn't mention just now. Today's banquet is held to express my gratitude to you all as well as to announce that Sword God is back. In fact, there's a third thing." When everyone heard this, they looked confused. Lin Ran stood up and said, "King Zhao has been executed for his rebel lion, but during his rebel lion, he received the help of many in the martial world. The people I killed just now are among them. However, the Heavenly Saint dynasty is vast and there are still many traitors who have yet to be caught." On the invitation, it was written that those who can't make it in time to the state banquet must hang a yellow flag outside the gate to show respect to the emperor. Today, I'll ask all of you to bear witness. Anyone who doesn't have a yellow flag outside their gates will be treated as a traitor and killed without mercy. With that, Lin Ran's figure shot into the sky from the ground with the sword intent and instantly turned into a stream of light that disappeared into the horizon. "Sword God, I wish you a triumphant return," the Empress shouted loudly. Then, she raised her wine glass and drank it in one gulp. "Sword God, I wish you a triumphant return." The sect masters and elders present also raised their cups to express their good wishes. At the same time, they were secretly shocked. Even though they did not participate in the rebel lion, they had heard about it. The new emperor killed King Zhao and a group of important ministers in one day, but he did not punish those martial artists who had participated. At first, everyone thought that the new emperor was being lenient. They did not expect that the emperor was just waiting for the 10-mile sword god to come out of seclusion. For a moment, apart from being terrified by the 10-mile sword god, everyone present was also a little afraid of the new emperor who had just ascended the throne. To be able to rope in people, intimidate people, and eliminate people concurrently at a state banquet, this new emperor was indeed not simple. At the same time, outside Mingjiao Hall, Huo Qian had already taken off his mask and was pacing back and forth in the courtyard. Suddenly, he heard a whoosh. He turned around and saw Lin Ran quietly landing behind him. "You really dare to come back?" Huo Qian had a smile on his face, but his voice was extremely cold. "Why didn't you act according to plan just now? You even called me your disciple who said I wanted to be your disciple?" Lin Ran smiled calmly. "Who said you're my disciple? You're clearly the disciple of the 10-mile sword god. Let's not talk about this first. Hurry up and take off my mask. I'm suffocating. I can't." Huo Qian rolled his eyes. "Didn't I tell you that once you put on this mask, it will take at least 3 days to take it off?" 3 days? Lin Ran was shocked. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Am I going to wear this mask for 3 days? Oh, then maybe I forgot." Huo Qian slapped his forehead and looked at Lin Ran with a faint smile. 3 days is the minimum. If this adhesive is good, it might take more than half a month. Lin Ran instantly understood. "It's pure retaliation. I learned it from you, Shifu." Huo Qian teased and waved his hand impatiently. "Now, let's get down to business. I interrogated those people just now, but the situation was a little strange. You should come and take a look yourself." With that, Huo Qian entered Mingjiao Hall. Although Lin Ran was angry, he could only follow him in. The traitors were knocked out and tied up in a corner. Huo Qian picked up a few pieces of paper from the table and handed them to Lin Ran with a frown. "These are their confess irons. Take a look." Lin Ran took it. The confess irons of the traitors were basically about how Lu Yundao incited them to rebel and how they refused. In the end, they were forced to agree because of being threatened. Only Zhu Jiqing's confession mentioned that she had once overheard Lu Yundao talking to someone in the 8-directional mountain. She did not see who the person was, but she heard that Lu Yundao called him Supreme Mo. Lin Ran asked casually, "Who is this Supreme Mo? You've been traveling around for so many years, so you should know a little about him, right?" The 8-directional mountain was the second largest sect in the Heavenly Saint dynasty. For Lu Yundao to receive someone alone, this person was definitely not ordinary. It was impossible for Huo Qian not to know. However, to Lin Ran's surprise, Huo Qian shook his head. Lin Ran was stunned. "What do you mean? You don't know or you don't want to tell me?" "I don't know," Huo Qian said with a solemn expression. "I've been traveling in the martial world for so many years and have even visited those hidden sects that haven't been listed on the sacred martial roll, but I've never heard of the name Supreme Mo." Lin Ran's expression changed slightly. Could he be someone from the Great Yong dynasty? Huo Qian shook his head again and subconsciously looked at the unconscious Zhu Jiqing. He muttered with a complicated expression, "According to her description, I feel that this Supreme Mo might not be human." Chapter 78, Danger. Quickly return. Lin Ran originally had some clues, but when he heard Huo Qian's words, he was instantly confused. Not human? What's that? Could it be a phone? Is Lu Yundao actually on the phone with someone else? What's a phone? Huo Qian asked in confusion. Before Lin Ran could explain, he shook his head. "Forget it. You can ask her." As he spoke, Huo Qian took out a small porcelain bottle to shake under Zhu Jiqing's nose. Soon, Zhu Jiqing opened her eyes, but when she saw the 10-mile sword god standing in front of her, her eyes rolled back and she was about to faint again. "Don't be afraid. He won't kill you." Only then did Zhu Jiqing hold on and not faint. However, her face was pale and her body was trembling. It was obvious that she was still frightened. Seeing this, Lin Ran said in a friendly tone, "As long as you cooperate obediently, I won't kill you. Tell me about that Supreme Mo." "Yes, I'll tell you." Zhu Jiqing nodded and took a few more breaths before explaining, "I saw Supreme Mo at the 8-directional mountain last night. No, I didn't see him. I only heard him talking to Lu Yundao in private. I heard them mention something like Sword Mount and Fate, but I was discovered before I could hear much. After that, I was stunned by a wave of sword intent. I've never seen such a strange sword intent. It's unlike ordinary sword intent, and it gives off a very cold feeling. It felt as if I've fallen into an ice cave." "Like falling into an ice cave?" Lin Ran felt that this description was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it at the moment. He looked at Huo Qian and asked, just based on these two descriptions, you're certain that Supremo Mo isn't human? Isn't that a little arbitrary? Huo Qian pursed his lips. I didn't say that I was certain. I just have this feeling. Lin Ran's lips twitched. Feel whatever you like. The state banquet should be over by now. I'll go ask His Majesty something first. With that, Lin Ran turned around and left. He had made an appointment with the Empress last night. After the state banquet ended, she would tell him why Taoist Li looked exactly like the 10-mile sword god. Huo Qian could roughly guess what Lin Ran was going to ask. He sighed with a complicated expression and knocked Zhu Jiqing unconscious again. Then, he took out a porcelain bottle and walked towards the others. After leaving Mingjiao Hall, Lin Ran went straight to the Imperial Study. Now that he couldn't take off the mask of the 10-mile sword god, it was much more convenient for him to walk in the palace. As he had expected, the Empress was indeed in the Imperial Study. When she saw Lin Ran, she couldn't help but sigh. Lord Lin, you came so early. Do you really want to know so much? I just don't want to be kept in the dark by my friend. As Lin Ran spoke, he moved a chair and sat opposite the Empress. Tell me, what are you hiding from me? Actually, you're not the first to pretend to be the 10-mile sword god. Lin Ran's expression changed. It was not because the news was shocking, but because he did not expect the Empress to be so straightforward. According to Lin Ran's previous speculation, even if the Empress agreed to tell him, he would still have to nag her. After half a minute, Lin Ran came back to his senses. What do you mean? What do you mean that I'm not the first to pretend to be the sword god? Literally. The Empress smiled, but there was a hint of bitterness in her smile. Back then, after Grandpa Sword God went into seclusion, the Great Yong dynasty in the north began to make trouble. At that time, the Heavenly Saint dynasty was weak. Once the war started, we would definitely lose. Helpless, my father found someone to pretend to be Grandpa Sword God, hoping to intimidate the Great Yong dynasty, and that person is Taoist Li. Lin Ran nodded in understanding, then looked puzzled. But if that's the case, why is Taoist Li guarding Mount Sword? Why is he blind? The Empress revealed a sly look. I only said that I would tell you why Taoist Li looks like Grandpa Sword God. As for why he's blind and why he's guarding Mount Sword, that's another matter. Lin Ran was speechless. You're cheating. Lin Ran was frustrated. Suddenly, he thought of something and smiled. I found out something just now. It might be related to the Great Yong dynasty. Hearing the words Great Yong dynasty, the Empress's expression instantly turned serious. Tell me, Lin Ran smirked. Then tell me why Taoist Li is blind first. The Empress's expression turned cold. Lord Lin, please don't forget who you are. You can't use matters related to the Great Yong dynasty to bargain with me. Seeing that the Empress was so serious, Lin Ran realized that he had gone overboard. Although the two of them were considered friends, the Empress was still the ruler of the Heavenly Saint dynasty. When it came to state affairs, she would not show any mercy. After realizing this, Lin Ran revealed an apologetic expression. Then, he roughly explained the results of Huo Qian's interrogation. After a pause, he added, at the moment, we're still investigating the identity of this Supreme Mo, but if it's a person, it's most likely someone from the Great Yong dynasty. The Empress thought for a moment and nodded. Qian knows the sect of the Heavenly Saint dynasty very well. If he says that there's no such person, there definitely isn't. However, Lu Yundao is already dead. How are you going to investigate? Lin Ran smiled. That's simple. Supreme Mo has been to the 8-directional mountain before, so he'll definitely leave traces. Perhaps he's still in the mountain. If we act as soon as possible, we might be able to catch him. The Empress's eyes lit up. You are right. I order you to go to the 8-directional mountain immediately and find out who this Supreme Mo is. Now, Lin Ran was stunned. He didn't expect the Empress to be so impatient. Seeing that Lin Ran was unwilling, the Empress suddenly thought of something and teased with a faint smile. Why? You don't want to leave after staying in the palace for a few days? Is it because your heart is stolen by one of the consorts in the harem? Lin Ran was speechless. Don't talk nonsense. According to the previous plan, I should go to the Tao-seeking sect first. After all, they were really involved in the rebel lion. Now that I suddenly have to go to the 8-directional mountain, I'm afraid the Tao-seeking sect will take this chance to flee. The Empress began to hesitate. That makes sense. Why don't you and Qian split up? Just as Lin Ran was about to speak, he suddenly felt a sword intent rushing over. He instinctively raised his hand and grabbed it. It was a jade token that looked like a small sword. There were actually a few drops of blood on its surface. Seeing the blood, Lin Ran's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly infused his divine sense into it and realized that it was a message from Huo Qian. It said, "Danger. Return quickly." Chapter 79, Asura Hell, Strange Death Curse. After Lin Ran explained the situation, the Emperor said, "There's blood on this jade token. It seems like it's really urgent. Go back first. I'll be there soon." "Yes." Lin Ran agreed and instantly rushed out of the imperial study. When he arrived in the courtyard, he rode his sword and flew towards Mingjiao Hall. In less than 5 seconds, Lin Ran landed in the courtyard of Mingjiao Hall. Huo Qian was sitting alone on the stone steps at the entrance of the hall. His plain clothes were stained with blood, and even his face was covered in blood. The strong smell of blood was almost nauseating. Huo Qian frowned with a solemn expression, as if he was in great pain. He did not even notice Lin Ran's arrival. Lin Ran hurriedly used his divine sense to check, only to find that Huo Qian was not injured at all. Puzzled, he quickly walked forward and asked, "What happened? Why are you in such a sorry state?" Hearing the voice, Huo Qian finally came back to his senses. He looked up at Lin Ran and wanted to speak, but then he frowned and sighed. "I can't explain it clearly. See for yourself." With that, Huo Qian stood up and went to the door. Just as he was about to push it open, he turned to look at Lin Ran. "The situation inside is not good. You'd better prepare yourself." Lin Ran waved his hand to indicate that it was fine. Huo Qian took another deep breath and pushed the door open with a serious expression. Red. In Mingjiao Hall, there was a glaring scarlet color everywhere. The thick smell of blood almost spewed out. Broken limbs and torn clothes covered almost every inch of the door. The once beautiful and quiet Mingjiao Hall had already become a purgatory on earth. No matter how calm Lin Ran was, he couldn't help but be stunned by such a tragic scene. After a few minutes, Lin Ran came back to his senses and frowned at Huo Qian. "What's going on? This place is not far from the imperial study. Why didn't I notice a battle happening?" Huo Qian's eyes flickered. "There's no battle here. There's no internal energy fluctuation at all." Lin Ran looked puzzled. If there was no battle, how did this place become like this? "Follow me." Huo Qian walked in, as if he was already used to this tragic scene. Lin Ran hesitated for a moment outside the door before finally stepping over the threshold. The feeling under his feet was wet and sticky. Occasionally, he would step on someone's limb or leg. Staring at Huo Qian's back, Lin Ran tried his best not to be affected by this scene. Soon, the two of them arrived at the back hall of Mingjiao Hall. Previously, Huo Qian had captured 5 people from the state banquet. Among them, Zhao Taiping tried to sneak attack and was killed on the spot. The remaining 4 were brought to this place for interrogation. Lin Ran thought that the scene in the back hall would be better. However, when he entered the back hall, he realized that the scene was even more tragic than outside. Lin Ran asked Huo Qian, "Why did you bring me here?" Huo Qian asked back, "Didn't you notice anything wrong? This place is even more tragic than the outside. It should be the first place where the accident happened. Look closely." Lin Ran took another glance across the hall and realized that 2 of the 4 prisoners had gone missing. Only a man and a woman were left behind in a corner. Their faces were covered in blood. Lin Ran could only recognize Zhu Jiqing, whom he had just questioned. As for the other, he couldn't recognize him at all. "Where are they? Why are there 2 missing?" Lin Ran asked subconsciously, but he saw Huo Qian smile strangely and spin his finger a few times. "They are everywhere. Everywhere." Lin Ran muttered to himself and was shocked. "Are you saying that those 2 people exploded and died?" Huo Qian nodded. "You asked me to continue investigating, so I interrogated them again and asked them about Supreme Mo. The first person I interrogated was Lu Fangxia from Silver Cave. When I asked about Supreme Mo, she first said that she didn't know, but I realized that she was obviously hiding something, so I used some methods. In the end, she still gave in. It turned out that she had also eavesdropped on Lu Yundao and Supreme Mo's conversation last night. However, she was not as lucky as Zhu Jiqing. After eavesdropping for a while, she was caught by them on the spot." Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. In that case, she must know what Supreme Mo looks like. Huo Qian nodded, his eyes revealing a hint of fear, as if he had thought of something extremely terrifying. "I asked her to describe Supreme Mo's appearance, but just as she was about to answer, suddenly, halfway through, Huo Qian suddenly stopped and raised his hand to make an explosion gesture. At that time, I didn't understand what was going on, so I continued to interrogate Wang Sanfeng. As expected, when he opened his eyes and saw this hellish scene, he was immediately frightened out of his wits. I only scared him a little and he confessed everything." Lin Ran thought for a moment and made a guess. "Let me guess. He also overheard the conversation between Lu Yundao and Supremo and was caught on the spot. But when he was about to describe Supremo Mo, his body exploded and he died. Huo Qian nodded. But this time, I sensed the explosion coming and quickly slapped him into the outer hall at the last moment. However, I don't dare to interrogate the remaining two. Then you might as well let him explode here. If the palace servants in charge of cleaning see this, they will definitely curse you behind your back. Lin Ran casually joked to ease the atmosphere and analyzed seriously. The timing of their deaths is too coincidental. I think it's most likely Lu Yundao or Supremo had cast some kind of restriction on their bodies. Once they want to reveal Supremo's identity, their bodies will explode and they'll die. That's what I thought, but it's wrong. Huo Qian denied Lin Ran's guess. After Lu Fangxia died, I thought of this. However, after my examination, I found no restrictions on the bodies of the remaining 3 people, but Huang Sanfeng still died. No restrictions? Lin Ran found it hard to believe when he heard that. If the restriction existed, then everything could be explained. However, if there was no restriction, why would Lu Fangxia and Huang Sanfeng explode and die for the same reason? Could it be a coincidence? Chapter 80: The Identity of Supremo. After frowning and thinking for a long time, Lin Ran still had no clue. He felt that the restriction should be the only explanation. Lin Ran looked at Huo Qian. Could it be that you're too weak so you can't find the restriction? Huo Qian looked displeased when he heard this, but he realized that Lin Ran was serious about it. He spread his hands and said, "Maybe, there are 2 more. Why don't you check them yourself?" Looking at the 2 figures covered in blood in the corner, Lin Ran really didn't want to get close, but he had no choice but to walk over. Lin Ran hesitated for a moment and finally decided to start with Zhu Jiqing. The 2 of them were both covered in blood, so it was naturally better to start with the young girl. However, before Lin Ran could touch Zhu Jiqing, there was a light knock on the door. Lin Ran and Huo Qian looked at each other and had no choice but to put off the examination for the time being. They turned around and went to the front hall. Huo Qian was about to open the door when Lin Ran reminded him, "Let's see who it is first. Your Empress sister said that she would come over. This place is so terrifying. If she comes, tell her to go back." "Got it." Huo Qian agreed and looked out through the crack in the door. Then, he turned around and looked at Lin Ran with a strange expression. Seeing this, Lin Ran couldn't help but feel a little anxious. "Why are you looking at me? Tell me who's outside." "The person outside." Huo Qian hesitated for a moment before saying in an extremely strange tone, "It seems to be you." Lin Ran was stunned. Huo Qian said, "No, more precisely, it is you." "What do you mean it's me? What the hell are you talking about?" When Lin Ran heard this, he felt a headache coming on. He had no choice but to go forward and check it out himself. However, when he saw who it was outside, his mind was blown away. The person standing outside the door was none other than himself. What the f***ck? Why is everything strange happening on the same day? Lin Ran rubbed his eyes and looked again. He realized that the person outside was indeed him dressed as the commander of the Imperial Guards. Huo Qian asked softly, "What's going on? Why did anyone even bother to impersonate you?" "Impersonate?" Lin Ran suddenly thought of something and asked softly through the door, "Your Majesty, is that you?" Lin Ran, who was outside the door, nodded. "It's me. Open the door." Hearing the Empress's voice, the 2 people in the room looked at each other and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Ran was impersonating the 10-mile sword god, and the Empress was impersonating Lin Ran. Huo Qian, who was still his original identity, inexplicably felt isolated. After a moment of silence, Huo Qian leaned close to the door and whispered, "Empress sister, the scene here is a little not good. Why don't you go back first?" When the Empress heard this, her expression darkened. "Nonsense. I'm just here to see what's going on. How can I leave just like that?" Lin Ran also advised, "You should listen to Huo. The scene here is really not suitable for you to see. I ascended the throne at the age of 19. I've been through a lot and seen a lot. What's there to be afraid of?" The Empress asked coldly, clearly displeased. Lin Ran and Huo Qian looked at each other. Huo Qian said in a low voice, "Let's open the door. Otherwise, with Empress sister's temper, she'll probably barge in." Lin Ran nodded helplessly. The 2 of them told the Empress to get ready before slowly opening the door a crack. The Empress's expression immediately changed when she saw the terrifying scene in Mingjiao Hall through the crack in the door. However, the Empress was brave. After a moment, she calmed herself down and asked softly with a frown, "Why did Mingjiao Hall become like this? What did you do?" Seeing that the Empress was not scared away, Lin Ran opened the door and invited her in. Then, in a few words, he roughly explained what had happened. The Empress pondered for a moment. In that case, there might indeed be some kind of restriction. What's the result of your examination? I was just about to do it when you came. Lin Ran shrugged helplessly and gestured to the back hall. If you're not afraid, why don't you come and take a look? The Empress raised her head slightly. Lead the way. When the three of them returned to the back hall, Lin Ran placed his hand on Zhu Jiqing's shoulder. After some investigation, he realized that just as Huo Qian had said, there were no traces of restrictions in her body. After shaking his head to indicate that he didn't find anything, Lin Ran placed his hand on the other person's shoulder. He didn't have much hope at first, but as soon as his divine sense was released, he immediately felt a familiar power. It was not sword intent or internal energy. This power was cold and cruel. It hid in the man's body like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity in the shadows. At the same time, this power was extremely subtle. If Lin Ran wasn't a half-saint, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. There's something in him. As Lin Ran spoke, he released more divine sense. At the same time, the feeling that he had seen this force somewhere before surged in his heart. Upon hearing that, the Empress immediately asked, "What is it? Is it a restriction?" Lin Ran shook his head and raised his hand to signal her not to speak. As his divine sense gradually entered deeper into the person's body, the familiar feeling became stronger. After recalling carefully for a moment, Lin Ran's expression changed drastically. "I remember now. I've seen this power before." The Empress's expression froze. "Could it be that you've seen Supreme Mo before? Where did you see him?" "The nameless cave at the peak of Mount Sword." Lin Ran felt a chill run down his spine. This cold and evil aura was exactly the same as the evil aura in the cave where the sword god was buried. The so-called Supreme Mo was probably the demon who killed the sword god and broke out of the seal. When Lin Ran discovered that the demon had escaped, he had been planning to track him down. However, he couldn't find any clues of his whereabouts, so he could only put it off for the time being and deal with something else first. Now that Lin Ran knew Supreme Mo was the demon, he needed to plan how to deal with him carefully. Lin Ran didn't know why Lu Yundao had something to do with the demon, but he couldn't let the Empress know about this. If possible, it was best if no one else knew about it. After all, this was no small matter. If the news spread to the world, it would probably cause greater unrest than a war. Chapter 81, A Dilemma. The Empress and Huo Qian didn't know what Lin Ran was thinking. When they heard this place, they couldn't help but look puzzled. Huo Qian asked, "The nameless cave at the top of Mount Sword, isn't that where Grandpa Sword God cultivated in seclusion? Could this be Grandpa Sword God's aura?" Lin Ran instantly thought of an excuse. "This is not Senior Sword God's aura, but the aura of a sword." With that, he took out the yin-yang sword from the Divine Sword Technique Manual. Looking at the black and white dual-colored sword, the Empress and Huo Qian couldn't help but look surprised. Huo Qian sensed the sword carefully and said in surprise, "This sword is really strange. On one side, it's filled with evil aura, and on the other side, it's filled with good aura. It's often said that good and evil can't coexist, but that's not the case with this sword. Mount Sword has a sealed demon and is guarded by Sword God, so there is a constant presence of both good and evil auras all year round. This sword happens to be located on a spot where two auras collide. After years of corrosion, this strange phenomenon appeared." As Lin Ran spoke, he performed the sword technique. Then, a yin-yang pattern spread out from the sword. The black and white colors formed a circle and slowly rotated. After a moment, black fog began to flow out of the man's 7 orifices and slowly fused into the spinning yin-yang pattern. When there was no more black fog flowing out, Lin Ran stopped and put the yin-yang sword back into the Divine Sword Technique Manual. "All right, I've broken the restriction in his body. You can continue interrogating him." Huo Qian nodded and took out the small porcelain bottle. He shook it under the man's nose. Almost at the same time, the man slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the bloody scene in front of him, the man was first stunned before quickly crawling up to Lin Ran on all fours. "Sword God, please spare me. I was really deceived." Lin Ran ignored his begging and asked directly, "Did you eavesdrop on Lu Yundao and Supreme Mo's conversation?" "Sword God, please spare me. I really don't know who Supreme Mo is." The man denied it, but Lin Ran clearly noticed that when he heard Supreme Mo, there was a subtle expression on his face. At the side, Huo Qian said, "Don't worry, the restriction in your body has been removed by Grandpa Sword God. Tell us the truth, and you'll be fine." Hearing this, the man suddenly stopped crying and stood up to look at Huo Qian with hatred. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? The restriction Supreme Mo casts are indestructible. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't be so afraid of him. Huo Qian frowned. He suddenly suspected if Lin Ran had really removed the restriction. Although there was black fog flowing out of this person's 7 orifices just now, who knew if it was a trick Lin Ran played to fool people? If the restriction was not removed, this person would definitely explode and die if they continued to interrogate him. Thinking of this, Huo Qian became even more suspicious. Just as he was about to ask, the Empress suddenly took out her sword and placed it on the man's neck. If you don't tell us, you'll certainly die. But if you do, you might live. The Empress's cold voice sounded. Although the man didn't know Lin Ran's face, he could feel the killing intent and the dignity of an emperor. Involuntarily, the man's aura weakened. He stammered, I'll tell you everything. As soon as he said that, the man broke out in a cold sweat. Huo Qian hurriedly pulled the Empress away because according to his previous experience, as long as this person had the intention to betray Supreme Mo, he would instantly explode and die. However, after waiting for half a minute, nothing happened to the man at all. Only then did they believe that the restriction in his body had really been removed. Lin Ran made an expression that said, I told you so. Then, he looked at the man and asked, do you believe me now? Then tell me quickly, who is Supreme Mo? He is not human. The man said hesitantly. After realizing that he really did not explode and die, he became bolder. Actually, I'm not sure if he's human or not. I already told you about our trip to the 8-directional mountain last night. Lu Yundao said that the sword god coming out of seclusion might be a scam, so he wants to rope us in to challenge the new emperor. I agreed at that time, but I felt that something was wrong, so after the meeting ended, I secretly followed Lu Yundao and eavesdropped on his conversation with Supreme Mo. However, after listening for a while, I was discovered. After I was caught, I found out that a few other sect masters had also gone to eavesdrop. Lu Yundao brought us into the room. That's where I saw Supreme Mo. Lin Ran already knew what was going on, but in order not to make the Emperor suspicious, when he heard Supreme Mo appear, he pretended to be anxious and asked, what does Supreme Mo look like? Why did you say that is not human? Because all I saw last night was a black fog. The man said with a reminiscent expression, anyway, I didn't see his face or hear his voice. After he placed a restriction on us, he asked Lu Yundao to let us go. As soon as he finished speaking, the Empress and Huo Qian looked at each other with solemn expressions. Although this man was very cooperative, there was almost no useful information from him. After releasing a wisp of sword intent to knock the man out, Lin Ran turned around and looked at the Empress. Your Majesty, I'm afraid this matter will get more serious if it drags on. I want to go to the 8-directional mountain to investigate. Before the Empress could say anything, Huo Qian rejected his proposal. No, we've already announced at the banquet today that you're leaving the palace to destroy those sects that were involved in the rebel lion. As far as I know, when King Zhao rebelled, the Dao-seeking sect was the first to join hands with them. Even if you want to go to the 8-directional mountain to investigate, you should go to the Dao-seeking sect first. The Empress nodded slightly when she heard that. Qian is right. No matter who this Supreme Mo is, since he's hiding in the dark, there's no need to be in a hurry to deal with him. We have to prioritize matters. Lin Ran was speechless as he thought to himself, what do the two of you know? If I'm slow and the demon escapes, it'll be difficult to find him again. However, he couldn't really say this out loud. Otherwise, the news of the demon breaking out of the seal would be exposed. Lin Ran immediately fell into a dilemma and felt conflicted. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ran suddenly smiled. I have a way to get the best of both worlds. Chapter 82 Split Up, Unknown Enemies Are the Most Dangerous. Hearing Lin Ran's words, the Empress and Huo Qian were confused. In their opinion, Lin Ran just had to go to the Dao-seeking sect first before going to the 8-directional mountain. Why did he have to think of a way to get the best of both worlds? However, since Lin Ran said so, the Empress still played along and asked, Lord Lin, what do you have in mind? Lin Ran pointed at Huo Qian. He's quite capable. The Dao-seeking sect is already scared out of its wits by me. Let him pretend to be the sword god and go to settle the score. Are you kidding me? Huo Qian's expression changed and he waved his hand to refuse. You're a half-saint, so you can naturally pretend to be Grandpa Sword God. I'm only at the peak of the 9th level of the senior martial master realm. If I show up, I'll be seen through immediately. At that time, if the Dao-seeking sect gets angry for trying to fool them, I won't be able to handle it alone. That's easy. You want more cultivation? I can lend it to you. As Lin Ran spoke, he took off the 10-mile dragon roar from his waist and wiped it gently on the scabbard, leaving a sword intent on it. With this sword, as long as you don't engage in a fight with anyone, no one will be able to see through you. Huoqian took the 10 miles dragon roar with both hands and felt the sharp half-saint sword intent on it, but he still felt that it wasn't right. However, before Huoqian could refuse, the Empress suddenly said, "In that case, let's do as Lord Lin says." "Empress sister, I say no more." The Empress raised her hand and interrupted Huoqian. "Go to the Dao-seeking sect to keep them from fleeing. After Lord Lin is done with his mission, he'll meet up with you." This plan didn't sound too bad. Huoqian hesitated for a moment before agreeing. The Empress continued, "There's no time to lose. Go and prepare to set off immediately." Huoqian agreed and turned to leave with the 10 miles dragon roar. Lin Ran was about to leave when he saw the Empress staring at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Lin Ran felt that something was wrong. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with my face?" The Empress ignored Lin Ran's joke and continued to stare at him. "Why do you insist on going to the 8-directional mountain? Do you know something?" As expected, nothing can be hidden from her. Lin Ran heaved a long sigh in his heart, but he had a relaxed expression on his face. "I don't know. That's why I insist on going. I think differently from you. In my opinion, unknown enemies are the most dangerous." The Empress narrowed her eyes, clearly doubting Lin Ran's words. However, in the end, she didn't continue asking. She sighed and said softly, "I believe you must have your own reasons for making this choice. Don't let me down." "Don't worry, boss." Lin Ran chuckled. The Empress looked at him intently before turning to leave. After the Empress left, Lin Ran heaved a sigh of relief, but then his expression turned serious. Outsiders might not know the actual situation, but Lin Ran knew very well that when he went to the 8-directional mountain this time, it was very likely that he would fight the demon that broke out of the seal. That was a demon that even caused the 10-mile sword god to lose his life. It would be a lie to say Lin Ran was not afraid. However, this fear was mostly due to caution. After all, when the 10-mile sword god was defeated, he was still at the peak of the 9th level of the senior Grandmaster realm, whereas the demon was at the half-saint realm and played a dirty trick to win. Even so, the demon was still severely injured by the sword god. From the fact that it had been hiding for decades, the 10-mile sword god must have inflicted serious injury on him back then. Moreover, the demon had probably not fully recovered yet. Otherwise, there was no need for a demon of the half-saint realm to hide like this. All in all, Lin Ran felt that he had a high chance of winning. The only problem was how to keep the news from spreading. The ideal scenario was to kill the demon directly, but Lin Ran felt that this demon would not die so easily. Otherwise, back then, the 10-mile sword god would not have chosen to seal it. The second best scenario was to bring the demon back to Mount Sword and seal it again, but this would cause another problem. The demon would definitely not go back with Lin Ran obediently, and subduing the demon would inevitably cause a huge commotion. He had to find a way to hide the demon's identity. Otherwise, once the news spread, the world would know that the demon had once escaped. Even if Lin Ran could seal it again, it would still affect the world's confidence in this seal. Lin Ran didn't know what to do. He had no choice but to set off for the 8-directional mountain first. He could think of a solution when the time came, but if he was late and the demon escaped, it would be a huge crisis for the world. After leaving Mingjiao Hall, Lin Ran took out a map. This was drawn by Huoqian previously and marked the locations of almost all the sects in and outside the capital. After finding the location of the 8-directional mountain, Lin Ran rode his sword and soared into the sky. The 8-directional mountain was 300 kilometers away from the palace. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Ran arrived above the 8-directional mountain and hid in the clouds. Looking down, there was a towering mountain peak standing in the wilderness. Looking down from above, the surroundings of the mountain had been cut into an octagon by someone. There were cliffs that were more than 100 feet tall in all directions. There was only one rope for people to climb up and down. This stopped ordinary people from disturbing them. On the cliff, a large number of thatched cottages were built against the mountain. There was a flat area on the top of the mountain. On the side of the training ground, a magnificent wooden building was built beside the cliff. It was probably the residence of Lu Yundao and the sect elders. Lin Ran hid in the clouds and observed for a moment. Suddenly, he felt that the atmosphere on the mountain was a little strange. Currently, the sect master of the 8-directional mountain, Lu Yundao, had already been killed in the palace, but the news had yet to reach the sect. Logically speaking, the disciples and elders on the mountain should be cultivating as they normally should, but on this huge mountain, there was not a single person. Could it be that because the sect master is not around, everyone is lazy and doesn't cultivate? Lin Ran thought to himself. Just as he was about to approach the mountain protecting array formation, he activated the Mystic Gate Sword technique, and his figure disappeared, reappearing later on the training ground. Ding! New location detected. The host is in the 8-directional mountain sect. Host, do you want to sign in? The system notification suddenly sounded, but Lin Ran was in no mood to pay attention to it. Previously, because of the mountain protecting array formation, Lin Ran could only observe the mountain with his naked eye. But now that he was standing on the training ground, he realized that it was a little terrifyingly quiet. There was even a faint smell of blood in the air. Chapter 83, Silent Land, Uninhabited 8-Directional Mountain. Translator, Hanyi Translations Editor, Hanyi Translations. Lin Ran stood at the edge of the training ground. Beside him was the wooden building where Lu Yundao lived. According to Zhu Jiqing and the others, that was where they saw the demon. Logically speaking, he should have rushed into the wooden building to find the traces of the demon, but the sudden smell of blood made him have an ominous feeling. Lin Ran hesitated for a moment. In the end, he decided to take a look at the situation first. Then, he activated the Mystic Gate Sword technique and sneaked towards the thatched houses on the hill. The structure of these thatched houses was similar. They looked like they were for disciples to live in. They were built roughly, but there were quite a lot of them. The low eaves were almost connected, and there was only a narrow path between each house for people to pass through, which made it convenient for Lin Ran to sneak around. After flashing closer, he realized that there were too many thatched houses. It was obviously unrealistic to look at them one by one. Lin Ran could only start from the nearest one. After listening carefully and confirming that there was no movement inside, Lin Ran lifted the window panel and jumped in nimbly like a cat. This room was not small. It was 30 steps long and 15 steps wide. There was a wooden partition that divided the entire thatched house into 2 rooms, the bedroom and the living room. Lin Ran entered the bedroom through the window. He could tell that the furniture was of high quality. The person who lived here must be a highly valued disciple. The room was very clean, and the bedding on the bed was neatly folded. Lin Ran looked around and didn't find anything unusual, so he lifted the curtain and went to the living room. This place was also very clean. Lin Ran looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the table. There was nothing strange about the table. What was strange was that there was a cup of tea on the table. At this moment, it was steaming. Lin Ran picked up the teacup and took a look. The tea was still warm. It was as if someone had gone to do something else after making the tea. After patrolling the room and making sure that there was nothing unusual, Lin Ran climbed out of the window and went to another room. After checking 5 to 6 rooms in a row, he did not find anything unusual. Lin Ran felt that he was probably not going to find anything in this area, so he walked further and came to a small thatched house. Compared to the previous thatched houses, the thatched houses in this area looked a little shabby. Each house only had 1 room, and beside the bed were tables and chairs. The disciples living here must have lower statuses and were not so self-disciplined. Soon, Lin Ran found many personal items, such as books and drawings. When he was checking the 4th small thatched house, Lin Ran discovered something strange again. There was a white cloth covering the table, and underneath the cloth, something bulged. Lin Ran lifted the white cloth and saw a plate of marinated beef with half a steamed bun beside it. However, it didn't look like it was leftovers. Instead, it looked like someone was suddenly called away halfway through the meal, so he covered it with a cloth and prepared to come back to eat later. Thinking of the cup of tea, Lin Ran finally felt that something was wrong. Every house Lin Ran had been to, there were more or less traces of daily life. People who suddenly stopped halfway through doing something like this could be seen in almost every house. The strangest thing was that there was no one in this residential area. Lin Ran wasn't sure if there was anyone in the thatched houses further away, but he didn't see anyone in the area he had already checked. It was as if the people here suddenly stopped doing their things when they were called to assemble. Sect Master is not around. Why would they assemble? Lin Ran looked puzzled and subconsciously turned to look in the direction of the training ground at the top of the mountain. If it was really an emergency assembly that interrupted these people from doing their things, the only place they could go was that training ground. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Ran finally decided to take the risk and use his divine sense to investigate. Otherwise, if he checked the thatched houses one by one, it would take him a month. After finding a hidden corner, Lin Ran started spreading his divine sense. 15 minutes later, Lin Ran's divine sense had reached a mile away and covered almost half of the mountain, but he still couldn't find anyone. Could they really be at the top of the mountain? Can that wooden building accommodate so many people? Lin Ran muttered in his heart. He activated the Mystic Gate Sword technique, and after a few flashes, he arrived at the training ground at the top of the mountain. Now, he was basically certain that there was no one here, so he did not have to hide like before. He walked straight to the wooden building at the end of the training ground. First, he released his divine sense to scout the way. Lin Ran instantly discovered the residual evil aura in the wooden building, but it was already very weak. Either the demon was seriously injured and its aura was weak, or it had been gone for a long time. Lin Ran was a little frustrated that he still came late. The demon was no longer here. Lin Ran couldn't be bothered to continue hiding. He stood in the middle of the training ground and exuded the majestic aura of a half-saint. The 10-mile sword god is here. Disciples of the 8-directional mountain, show yourself. A powerful aura swept through the entire mountain. Even the mountain protecting array formation was affected by this aura, and a hazy halo appeared in the air. However, the entire mountain was still silent. Lin Ran stood alone in the training ground and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Then, he realized that there was something strange in the room on the top floor. Whooshiro. Lin Ran appeared in midair as if he had teleported. Then, he casually slashed out a sword energy that instantly tore the entire roof into pieces. Countless wood chips and tiles flew out. Lin Ran took a closer look and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. In the room on the top floor, there were countless bones piled up. Chapter 84, Dangerous Girl, Something's Wrong. Countless bones were stacked together like a dam built by beavers. From afar, it was a vast expanse of white. If not for the large number of skulls mixed in, Lin Ran wouldn't have recognized what it was. Suddenly, Lin Ran's eyes narrowed. In the next second, he appeared in the wooden building. Meanwhile, the flying wood shavings and tiles had yet to fall to the ground. Lin Ran stood still and summoned the yin-yang sword. The 3 essence sword technique and the 9 yin-yang sword technique were activated at the same time, giving out penetrating sword intent. At this moment, he looked like he was facing a great enemy. However, what appeared in the corner of the wooden building was only a little girl. The little girl was about 7 or 8 years old. Her face was round and she was wearing rough clothes. There were 2 braids on her head. She looked at Lin Ran with her big black eyes, as if wondering where this old man came from. On the surface, this little girl did not seem to pose any threat. However, for a 7 or 8-year-old girl to stand in front of this pile of bones without looking terrified was already enough to explain many things. Lin Ran tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" The girl didn't say anything and continued to look at Lin Ran with her big hollow eyes. "Are you from the mountains? Where are the others? What's with the bones?" Lin Ran asked more than 10 questions in a row, but he received no response. "Is she mute?" Lin Ran muttered to himself, but the girl opposite him suddenly spoke. "Interesting, very interesting." The little girl spoke clearly, but her voice sounded a little strange, as if she was afraid that Lin Ran would recognize her voice, so she deliberately used a strange voice. "So you can talk?" Lin Ran smiled and straightened his body. He seemed to have let down his guard, but the surging power in his body was still on the verge of eruption. "Are you from the mountains?" Lin Ran asked the same question again. The girl still didn't say anything, but this time, she shook her head. "So you're not a local?" Lin Ran asked. "Then do you know what's with the bones?" The girl nodded. "It's related to you, isn't it?" Lin Ran continued to ask with a kind smile on his face and a relaxed tone, but his words were terrifying. "You killed these people and devoured their flesh and blood. Is this some kind of a cultivation technique?" No, it should be a way to heal your injuries, right, evil demon?" The girl listened quietly, her big black eyes like a bottomless pool of water. After Lin Ran finished speaking, the girl nodded and smiled strangely, as if an invisible hand was tugging at the corner of her mouth. "So you recognized me?" Hearing that the girl, or rather, the demon, had admitted her identity, Lin Ran couldn't help but feel surprised. Ever since Lin Ran was determined to bring the demon back to Mount Sword, he had imagined the scene of meeting the demon countless times. However, he had never thought that the infamous demon was actually a harmless-looking little girl. However, when he used his divine sense to investigate the wooden building just now, he did find a familiar evil aura in this little girl's body. The two of them looked at each other across the mounds of bones. The girl's clear eyes landed on the yin-yang sword in Lin Ran's hand. "You have my aura on your sword, but you're not me. You have his aura on you, but you're not him. Why are you like this? Maybe it's fate?" Lin Ran looked at the yin-yang sword in his hand and smiled with emotion. "I inherited a portion of Sword God's internal energy. This sword is stained with a portion of your evil aura, but no matter what, I will use this power to completely destroy you. Is that so?" The strange smile on the girl's face widened. Interesting, very interesting. You don't even know where I am, and you actually want to destroy me? Lin Ran frowned slightly. Aren't you here? I'm here, but at the same time, I'm not here. As the girl spoke, she pointed at herself with the hand that was holding the rattle drum. This is just a puppet. Everyone in her village is dead. I left a wisp of evil aura in her body to see what kind of person is pretending to be the 10-mile sword god. When she said pretending to be the 10-mile sword god, the girl's tone did not fluctuate at all, as if she had already known about this. Back then, the 10-mile sword god had died at the hands of this demon, so when it heard that the sword god had come out of seclusion, it immediately knew that the news was fake. However, this would raise another problem. Since the demon was already certain that the sword god was dead, why didn't he just tell Lu Yundao about it? Instead, he asked Lu Yundao to lure everyone to the state banquet to test the waters. Countless questions poured out like a fountain, but now was not the time to think. Lin Ran took a deep breath and looked at the girl's dark eyes from afar. Although she is only a puppet, if I kill her, you will also be injured, right? The girl looked at Lin Ran with a strange smile. There was no fear on her young face. You can try. All right. Lin Ran nodded and walked towards the girl with the yin-yang sword. With the first step forward, countless destructive sword energy crushed the bones blocking the way. With the second step forward, invisible sword energy formed a cage that instantly trapped the girl. With the third step forward, Lin Ran was already in front of the girl. The tip of the yin-yang sword was less than half an inch away from the girl's throat. Even so, there was no fear on the girl's face. Endless sharp sword intent wreaked havoc around her like a snowstorm in winter, but she seemed to be bathing in the spring sun without even bothering to flinch. You win. Lin Ran sighed and sat down cross-legged in front of the girl, placing the yin-yang sword horizontally on his lap. Why? You can't do it? The girl continued to ask with a strange smile. Didn't you want to destroy me? Why are you giving up so quickly? I just don't want you to get what you want. Lin Ran shrugged and analyzed as if he was talking to himself. Even if I kill her, you will only lose a wisp of evil aura. The girl did not speak, but her eyes suddenly turned cold. Lin Ran looked at the girl and smiled brightly. Unfortunately, he was wearing the face of the 10-mile sword god, making this smile look more frightening. You want to find out more about me, and I want to find out more about you. Why don't we talk? Chapter 85, 8-Directional Mountain, Destroying the Sect with one slash. The girl looked at Lin Ran as if she wanted to see through him from his expression. However, Lin Ran still had a sinister smile on his face. The girl looked at him for a long time before giving up. Interesting, very interesting. The strange smile on her face disappeared. How do you want to talk? Take turns asking questions. Every time one of us asks a question, the person who answers must give an accurate answer. Lin Ran smiled and raised his hand. After you. The girl said nothing, as if trying to figure out if it was a trap. After half a minute, she said, Who are you? Lin Ran. Lin Ran replied readily, and the girl immediately frowned. I didn't ask for your name. I asked for your identity. It's fine. You can wait for the next question to ask me that. Lin Ran waved his hand and smiled. What do I have to do to find you? The girl did not speak. At first, Lin Ran thought that she was thinking about the answer. After a long while, he realized that she was refusing to answer. Lin Ran's expression darkened. It's only the first question and you're already going back on your words. Do you want to talk or not? A strange smile appeared on the girl's face again. Kill me if you dare. I'm not going to kill you. Lin Ran smiled and looked at the girl as if she was a fool. As soon as I attack, you'll know everything about me, so I won't kill this girl until I obtain enough information about you. The smile on the girl's face instantly disappeared. Then let's waste time here. I won't answer this question. Fine, I'll change it. Lin Ran asked, What do I have to do to kill you? You can't kill me. The girl answered very quickly this time. Lin Ran subconsciously asked, Why can't I kill you? That's another question. The girl blinked, a hint of slyness reflected in her hollow eyes. Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh and raised his hand. Ask away. What is your identity? Commander of the Imperial Guards. Lin Ran quickly replied, then asked almost at the same time, Why can't I kill you? The girl was still thinking about what Commander of the Imperial Guards was when she subconsciously replied, No way, you just can't kill me. Lin Ran's eyes flickered. The girl spoke in the manner of plain statement of fact. In other words, it wasn't the difference in their strength that made the demon unkillable. Back then, the 10-mile sword god, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the senior Grandmaster realm, couldn't kill the demon. Now that Lin Ran had entered the half-saint realm, he still couldn't. Even if he entered the realm of saint, it might still be the case. Therefore, the 10-mile sword god could only choose to seal the demon instead of killing it. For some reason, Lin Ran thought of the wisp of will of the world that suddenly appeared when he formed the 5 elements divine beasts with sword energy. Although it was only a tiny wisp, it almost made Lin Ran lose control of his sword intent. Most importantly, the will of the world could not be resisted or absorbed. If not for the fact that the yin-yang sword had appeared to protect him, Lin Ran would probably be 6 feet under now. Could it be that this demon also belonged to the will of the world? Lin Ran retracted his thought and said, "It's your turn. I have no more questions." The girl said coldly, "You won't answer me honestly even if I ask." Lin Ran scratched his head in embarrassment. The girl snorted, "Kill her now, or I'll let her kill herself." All right, I'll do it." Lin Ran shrugged and stood up to place the yin-yang sword on the girl's neck. However, there was still no fear on the girl's face. There was even a hint of fanaticism in her hollow eyes. She couldn't wait to die under Lin Ran's sword. "I'll take this life for you," Lin Ran said coldly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "By the way, since you've told me so much, let me tell you a secret." The girl's hollow eyes flicked. "What secret?" "Not only is this sword good-looking, but it also has a special function," Lin Ran whispered. Before the girl could hear everything, a black and white halo suddenly appeared on the sword and instantly enveloped the two of them. A moment later, the halo dissipated, and the girl was already lying limply in Lin Ran's arms. After using his divine sense to check and confirm that there was no evil aura left, Lin Ran looked at the yin-yang sword in his hand and couldn't help but feel a little lingering fear. If not for the fact that the yin-yang sword happened to have the ability to absorb evil aura, he would have really killed this little girl today. Looking at the little girl in his arms whose eyelashes fluttered slightly, Lin Ran wondered what sweet dream she was having. Lin Ran smiled and used his sword energy to form a barrier to protect the little girl. Then, he tapped the ground and jumped into the sky like an agile cat. The winds howled, but there was no noise inside the sword energy barrier. Lin Ran looked down at the girl. After confirming that her sleep was not disturbed, his eyes turned cold as he raised the yin-yang sword and slashed down. Billions of sharp sword energy wreaked havoc like an apocalyptic earthquake. Endless cold light flickered in the air, and it could even be seen dozens of kilometers away. A huge sword phantom condensed from sword energy tore through the sky and smashed into the 8-directional mountain. Boom! After a loud bang, the mountain that was hundreds of feet tall split into two, but this was only the beginning. After cutting open the mountain, the huge sword phantom tore open a colossal gap on the ground. Countless boulders and rubble mixed with bones fell into the pitch-black gap. When the mountain was completely wiped off the face of the earth, the gap closed on its own. This slash was not only to eliminate the traces of the demon, but also to warn the other sects. After all, other than Lin Ran, no one knew what had happened here. On that day, everyone within 100 miles of the 8-directional mountain saw a sword phantom descend from the sky. On that day, the entire 8-directional mountain was reduced to rubbles. On that day, a total of 1,731 elders and disciples of the 8-directional mountain sect were wiped out of the face of the earth. According to the historical records of later generations, in the year 341 of the Saint calendar, the second sect on the sacred martial roll, the 8-directional mountain sect, plotted a rebel lion and was destroyed. Chapter 86 It's Good to Repent. In the palace, in Mingjiao Hall, Lin Ran had gone for a few hours. The incense burner was lit with ambergris, but there was still a faint smell of blood in the air. Lin Ran rubbed his nose and did not leave the girl here. Instead, he went to the imperial study. On the desk, all kinds of scrolls were piled up like a mountain, almost covering the Empress's figure. Suddenly, a strong wind blew past her. The Empress looked up and saw Lin Ran standing in the imperial study with a little girl in his arms. The Empress was stunned for a moment. Then she stood up and teased, "I have so many consorts in the palace. Why do you have to bring back a homeless child?" Surprisingly, Lin Ran didn't talk back. He just looked at the little girl in his arms. "She's the only one left in her village." The Empress's expression turned cold. "What happened? Were the villagers affected by the battle? Is there anyone in the 8-directional mountain who can fight you?" "No, it's just forget it, I can't explain it in a few words." Lin Ran wanted to explain, but he realized that he didn't know how to start. He paused for a moment and said, "I caused a commotion at the 8-directional mountain just now. The Tao-seeking sect has probably sensed it. Huo Qian is in danger. I have to go there immediately." The Empress nodded. Lin Ran said, "But it's inconvenient to bring the child along. Why don't you help me take care of her for a while?" "What did you say?" The Empress's expression turned serious. She frowned and scolded in a low voice, "I'm the emperor of a country. How dare you ask me to take care of a child?" Lin Ran said with a cheeky smile, "You'll have a child sooner or later anyway. Just treat it as a rehearsal." The empress was speechless. Just when she wanted to say something, Lin Ran was no longer in the imperial study. Only the little girl was lying on the low couch where she usually rested. After staring at the little girl for a while, the empress suddenly realized that this little girl was quite cute. She couldn't help but smile and cover the girl with the dragon robe. Tianju Peak, Tao-seeking sect. After entrusting the little girl to the empress, Lin Ran immediately rushed here. Previously, when he destroyed the 8-directional mountain, the commotion caused could probably be felt within 100 miles. Most likely, the people of the Tao-seeking sect already knew about it. This way, Huo Qian, who was pretending to be the sword god, would be in a very dangerous situation. The power of that strike is something only a half-saint can achieve. However, if the 10-mile sword god is on the 8-directional mountain, who will the sword god on Tianju Peak? As long as anyone thought about this, what awaited Huo Qian would be death. "Hold on, you must hold on," Lin Ran muttered to himself as he rode on his sword. However, when he saw the entrance of the Tao-seeking sect, he instantly swallowed his words. The Tao-seeking sect's mountain gate was 100 feet tall and was carved from white jade. The words Tao-seeking sect were engraved on the lintel. Although there were no fancy decorations, it was still magnificent. However, at this moment, the entire mountain gate was covered by a yellow flag. Even the words Tao-seeking sect were blocked. These guys have a strong desire to live. Lin Ran looked at the mountain gate with his mouth agape. He suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Previously, Lin Ran added a sentence on the invitation letter the empress wrote, asking those sects that were too far away to hang yellow flags on their mountain gates. This would indicate that they were willing to submit to the Heavenly Saint dynasty. Although the Tao-seeking sect was not far from the capital, they did not dare to attend the state banquet. However, looking at the size of the yellow flag on the mountain gate, Lin Ran knew that these people knew very well what they'd done wrong. After observing for a while, Lin Ran went straight through the mountain gate and headed for the top. Not long after, he arrived at the hinterland of the mountain and saw Huo Qian in the arena. However, the strange thing was that Huo Qian was not disguised as the 10-mile sword god. Instead, he was sparring with others in his true identity. At the same time, the people present also discovered Lin Ran. Seeing an unfamiliar old man enter the sect, the Tao-seeking sect disciples subconsciously drew their swords. However, when they felt the terrifying aura coming from Lin Ran, their faces turned pale in an instant. At this moment, Huo Qian looked up and saw Lin Ran. He immediately jumped off the arena and raised the 10 miles dragon roar with both hands. Shifu, Shifu, he's the 10-mile sword god. No wonder his aura is so powerful. Quickly inform the sect master. The surrounding disciples instantly burst into uproar, but no one attacked Lin Ran. Although Lin Ran didn't know what was going on, he was not in the least worried. He landed in front of Huo Qian and asked in a low voice, "What's going on? Why aren't you wearing a mask? When I saw the yellow flag hanging on the gate, I thought there was no need to use a mask. The war with the Great Yong dynasty is imminent. It's time to recruit people. If they repent from the bottom of their hearts, it's not a bad thing to give them a chance." Huo Qian replied quickly. Then, he patted the dragon raw sword on Lin Ran's waist. "I told them that I'm the disciple of the 10-mile sword god and that I came to visit on behalf of my Shifu with the 10 miles dragon roar." Lin Ran just nodded to show that he understood when a large group of people came from afar. The person in the lead was Zhu Hao, the sect master of the Tao-seeking sect, whom Lin Ran had seen in King Zhao's tent. "Sword god, I didn't know that you would come. Please don't take offense to us not being at the gate to receive you." Zhu Hao was still a dozen steps away from Lin Ran when he bowed to apologize. His smile was so wide that it reached his ears. If outsiders saw this fawning look, no one would think that he was the head of a sect. "Sect Master Zhu, you're being too polite. I should be the one apologizing." Lin Ran chuckled. He was wearing a human skin mask, so he wasn't afraid that Zhu Hao would recognize him. When Zhu Hao heard this, he was about to kneel on the ground. "Sword God, you're flattering me. There is no need for you to apologize. From now on, the Tao-seeking sect is your home. You can come and go as you please." Lin Ran nodded and put his hand on the hilt of the dragon raw sword at his waist. He said in a strange tone, "That depends on whether or not the Tao-seeking sect will still exist in this world." When Zhu Hao heard this, his face instantly turned pale and he collapsed to the ground. He had just received the news that the 8-directional mountain had been annihilated. Now, from what the 10-mile sword god said, he seemed to want to annihilate them too. Chapter 87, Roping in the Tao-seeking Sect. When he first found out that the sword god had come out of seclusion, Zhu Hao indeed wanted to run. However, later on, Lin Ran sent a message with the Mount Sword Sect token, threatening to chase him to the ends of the earth if he ran. Zhu Hao had no choice but to stay. Therefore, after seeing the invitation from the palace, although Zhu Hao did not dare to attend the banquet, he immediately ordered his disciples to hang yellow flags all over the mountain gate to show his loyalty. After that, Huo Qian came with the 10 miles dragon roar. Zhu Hao also treated him with hospitality. However, he did not expect that all his efforts would be in vain. The 10-mile sword god still wanted to exterminate his entire Tao-seeking sect. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He didn't care about his status as the sect master of the Tao-seeking sect and immediately broke down crying. Sword God, I admit that I did something wrong in the past, but I was also deceived by King Zhao. The moment elder son broke through to the Grandmaster realm, he was beaten into a cripple by that mountain guardian surnamed Lin. He's still lying in bed in a coma. I have to use all kinds of spiritual pills to keep him alive every day. I spent the most effort and money during the Rebel Lion, and lots of my disciples died. In the end, I did not obtain anything. It's unfair. A huge grievance welled up in his heart. Zhu Hao was like a resentful woman who had suffered a lot. He did not care if he could say anything or not. In any case, he spilled the beans. Lin Ran and Huo Qian were dumbfounded looking at Zhu Hao. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that the sect master of the Tao-seeking sect had such a side to him? The surrounding Tao-seeking sect disciples also looked ashamed. When Lin Ran saw their gazes, he knew that some of them definitely wanted to leave the sect. However, Lin Ran couldn't bear to see Zhu Hao in such a miserable state. He just wanted to scare him and see how he would react, but he didn't expect him to be so weak and fragile. Lin Ran explained that he wouldn't resort to violence, but Zhu Hao refused to listen. In the end, someone invited the elders of the Tao-seeking sect over. After they consoled him for a long time, Zhu Hao finally calmed down. Then, both parties came to the living room. After taking their seats, Lin Ran said, "Let's not beat around the bush. I'm here today to settle scores with your sect on behalf of His Majesty." When Zhu Hao heard that, he was about to cry again. Lin Ran hurriedly said, "But after I came here, I can feel that you're really repenting, so I want to give you a chance to make amends. I wonder if you're willing?" The elders looked at each other and then at Zhu Hao. Zhu Hao wiped his tears and asked tentatively, "Sword God, can you tell me what chance it is first?" "Join the army." Lin Ran said bluntly, "Form an elite army of disciples who are above the 1st level martial master realm and below the 9th level senior martial master realm in your sect. When we attack, you'll charge in front. When we retreat, you'll cover us." At the side, Huo Qian widened his eyes in surprise and questioning, as if to say, "Are you supposed to tell them this so early?" Lin Ran blinked, indicating that he knew what he was doing. Zhu Hao lowered his head and pondered for a moment. With a strange expression, he asked, "Sword God, why does this elite army you mentioned sound like a shield? You could say that." Lin Ran nodded and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Or you can refuse." "No, no, no. We won't refuse." Zhu Hao hurriedly waved his hand when he saw Lin Ran's actions. He paused and said awkwardly, "But Sword God, can I make a request?" Zhu Hao looked back at the elders and suddenly knelt down in front of Lin Ran. "Sword God, it was my decision to participate in King Zhao's Rebel Lion. You and His Majesty can punish me however you want, but the disciples are innocent." Zhu Hao knelt on the ground and looked straight at Lin Ran. "I don't want any disciple of the sect to die in vain because of my decision. That's why I want to make a request. Let me gather the disciples of the sect and tell them this. If any disciple wants to leave the sect, I won't force him to stay, and you can't force him to join the army either. We pledge our lives to follow the sect master. Sword God, please agree to this request." An elder knelt down and said. Then, the remaining elders knelt down as well. "We pledge our lives to follow the sect master. Sword God, please agree to this request." Lin Ran and Huo Qian looked at each other in surprise. After a moment, Huo Qian nodded. Lin Ran said, "Since sect master Zhu cherishes his disciples so much, I'll agree to your request. However, you have to tell me about the people who participated in the Rebel Lion first." "Thank you for your understanding, Sword God." Zhu Hao kowtowed to thank him. Then, he took out a bamboo slip and held it above his head with both hands. "This is the list of all the sects that participated in the Rebel Lion. Some individual cultivators are also recorded." "Oh, you seem to be well prepared." Lin Ran chuckled and took the bamboo slip. he realized that it was quite detailed. Lin Ran had long known about a few of the sects, such as Mount Genyuan and Silver Cave. However, he didn't find the eight-directional mountain. From this, it seems that the eight-directional mountain is just used by the demon. Lin Ran thought to himself. Then, he waved the bamboo slip in his hand. Although none of the sects are famous, there are a lot of them. It seems that Sect Master Zhu does have a lot of friends. Zhu Hao smiled awkwardly. Lin Ran continued, I have something to ask of you. Can you help me? I will do my best. There's an agreement between the dynasties that those above the Grandmaster realm are not allowed to participate in the battle. Do you know about this? Seeing Zhu Hao nod, Lin Ran continued, so as the sect master, you definitely can't go to the battlefield, but don't be idle. Help me investigate where strange murders have happened recently. Strange murder? Zhu Hao looked confused. May I ask, what do you mean by strange? The kind where a lot of people die at once, or a person becomes a pile of bones as soon as they are dead. Lin Ran thought for a moment and explained. After talking to the demon at the eight-directional mountain, he was already certain that the demon was using human flesh and blood to heal his injuries. He couldn't save those who had died, but he could find the demon to prevent more people from dying. Chapter 88, New Clue, Two Possibilities. Of course, Zhu Hao didn't know what Lin Ran was thinking. When he was asked to investigate this kind of murder case, he couldn't help but find it strange. Sword God, is there a reason why you want me to do this? Huo Qian also looked at Lin Ran with a curious gaze. In his heart, he always had a plan. It was a list of problems that he had summarized over the years. If the Heavenly Saint dynasty wanted to live in peace for a long time, these problems had to be solved as soon as possible. However, what Lin Ai said wasn't one of the problems. Lin Ran wanted to find an excuse to fool him, but he suddenly thought of something and narrowed his eyes at Zhu Hao. From what you said, you seem to know something? Zhu Hao did not dare to lie in front of the 10-mile sword god. After a pause, he hurriedly said, I don't know the details, but your description just now reminds me of an unsolved case from decades ago. Do you even remember something that happened decades ago? Lin Ran raised his eyebrows in surprise. Tell me about it. Sword god, you got me wrong. It's not that I have a good memory. That unsolved case is too strange and hard to forget. Zhu Hao let out an embarrassed smile, and a hint of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. About 60 years ago, I was just an ordinary disciple of the Tao-seeking sect. I was ordered by my late master to travel outside to gain experiences. When I arrived at a village one day, I wanted to go in and get some water, but I realized that the village was very strange. There were farming tools thrown everywhere and unfinished food in every house, but I walked through the entire village and didn't see anyone. When Lin Ran heard this, his pupils constricted. This was almost the same situation as what he had encountered on the eight-directional mountain. Zhu Hao didn't notice the change in Lin Ran's expression and continued, at that time, I thought that the villagers were going out together, so I didn't pay much attention to it. But a few days later, I heard. On that day, a total of more than 3,000 people went missing in 7 villages. 3 days later, the officials found a large number of bones in a mountain 20 miles away. After the coroner counted them, they basically matched the number of the missing villagers. Huo Qian continued Zhu Hao's words. Seeing that Lin Ran and Zhu Hao were both looking at him, he said matter-of-factly, at that time, I was also traveling around. That case concerned the lives of more than 3,000 people. Of course I've heard about it. Lin Ran looked at him solemnly. Have you been to that mountain? What do the bones look like? Huo Qian shook his head. I was at the southern border at that time. When I came back and wanted to visit the mountain, it had already been cleaned up by the officials, but what else could the bones look like? I've been there. Zhu Hao raised his hand hesitantly. Sword God, when it happened back then, I was nearby. Later, I went to the col to take a look. The valley that was dozens of feet deep was filled with bones. All the bones were so clean that it looked like. Zhu Hao looked troubled, as if he did not know how to describe it. Lin Ran thought of something. Like jade? Zhu Hao immediately nodded. Yes, jade. Like jade. Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat and he asked, then do you remember what the 7 villages are called? I really can't remember this. Zhu Hao shook his head in embarrassment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of something. By the way, those villages are near Mount Sword where you were in seclusion. There you go, Lin Ran exclaimed in his heart. He could basically conclude that this unsolved case was caused by the demon. The time when the case took place was exactly the same as when the demon broke the seal. When all the dots were connected, Lin Ran felt inexplicably refreshed. 60 years ago, the demon broke through to the half-saint realm and fought with the 10-mile sword god in the cave. After that, the demon used tricks to defeat and kill the 10-mile sword god. However, the demon was also severely injured by the 10-mile sword god. After escaping from Mount Sword, it used the flesh and blood of the villagers in the nearby village to repair its injuries. After that, it disappeared without a trace until Lin Ran discovered it not long ago. In Lin Ran's mind, the thread began to split and lead to two different possibilities. The first possibility was that the demon could devour flesh and drink blood to heal. In the past 60 years, the demon must have done this often, but it still didn't dare to face Lin Ran in its true form, which meant that it hadn't returned to its peak state. The second possibility was that the demons could devour flesh and drink blood to increase its cultivation. If that was the case, even if the demon only devoured one person a day, there would still be a total amount of more than 20,000 lives taken over the course of 60 years. Lin Ran could not imagine how powerful the demon was now. At this moment, Lin Ran could only think of these two possibilities. He couldn't help but feel conflicted. If it was the former, after Lin Ran found traces of the demon, he could just kill it with his sword. But if it was the latter, he had to be prepared. But no matter what, Lin Ran had never thought of giving up. After sorting out what to do next, Lin Ran looked at Zhu Hao. Since you've seen that scene with your own eyes, it must be much easier to investigate. Go, after the meeting, start investigating. Yes. After Zhu Hao bowed respectfully, he stood up and left with the elders. After a few of them walked away, Huo Qian couldn't help but step forward and say, "What's wrong with you? Although it's time to recruit people, isn't it inappropriate for you to tell them that the war is about to begin? Do you think they are all fools?" Lin Ran glanced at Huo Qian and said helplessly, "All these years, the Great Yong dynasty has repeatedly invaded the border. Your Empress sister declared officially that the Heavenly Saint dynasty will not abandon any city or chase after the enemy, but do you really think she'll let it go just like that?" Huo Qian was speechless for a moment. Lin Ran continued, "Besides, the Great Yong dynasty has been gathering troops since 3 years ago. Now, if you go to the north and ask any commoner, they all know about this. They've never thought of hiding it." Huo Qian's expression began to turn solemn, but he still argued stubbornly, "Even so, the war between the two countries is still not declared. War is inevitable, but when to start is uncertain." "Silly child." Lin Ran stood up and patted Huo Qian's shoulder. He was almost a head taller than Huo Qian, and this action made him look like an elder lecturing a junior. When the 10-mile sword god came out of seclusion, the war had already begun. Huo Qian shook off Lin Ran's hand. Just as he was about to speak with a heavy expression, he suddenly seemed to understand something, and his youthful face instantly turned pale. Seeing Huo Qian's reaction, Lin Ran knew that he understood. He smiled and didn't say anything else. He brought the dragon raw sword and walked towards the sect training ground, wanting to see how Zhu Hao was going to hold this assembly. Chapter 89, One Strike. All it takes is one strike. Everyone knew that in a war, the charging troop always had the highest casualty rate. Letting the Tao-seeking sect's disciples join the army was basically sending them to their deaths. Most importantly, ordinary soldiers could retire at an old age. As for these people, unless the Heavenly Saint dynasty unified the world and there were no more wars, they must stay in the army until they died in battle or died of old age. It was precisely because of this that Zhu Hao suggested explaining the pros and cons to the disciples. Lin Ran wasn't an unreasonable person, so he agreed to Zhu Hao's request. When Lin Ran came out of the room, he saw that the training ground was so crowded that there was barely any space for another person. Even so, occasionally, there were still disciples rushing over from all over the sect and continuing to squeeze into the enormous crowd. Zhu Hao and the elders stood on the platform and faced the countless disciples below. It was impossible to tell if they were sad or guilty. "Do you think they'll object?" Huo Qian asked. "Who knows?" Lin Ran said, narrowing his eyes. "That's why I have to keep an eye on their attitude." Huo Qian nodded. After a few seconds, he continued, "There are about 1,500 people here. Their average cultivation level is at the 6th level of the senior martial master realm. According to the information, Zhu Hao's cultivation level should be at the 4th level of the grandmaster realm. As for the elders, they should be around the same level as me." Lin Ran tilted his head and glanced at Huo Qian. "What are you trying to say?" Huo Qian looked at the huge crowd not far away, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. "What I want to say is that if a fight breaks out later, I'll leave Zhu Hao and the elders to you. I'll try my best to stall for time for you. By the way, how long will it take you to deal with them?" Lin Ran thought for a moment and extended a finger. 1 hour? Huo Qian nodded thoughtfully. 1 against 1,500 I should be able to, but you'd better be quicker. I meant 1 stroke. Lin Ran looked at Huo Qian with a faint smile and stretched out his finger. Just 1 strike. Huo Qian's eyes were filled with shock. After a while, he came back to his senses and muttered softly, "Monster." Lin Ran smiled and didn't say anything. He casually raised the dragon raw sword at his waist and stroked the smooth blade with his fingertips. A moment later, Lin Ran sheathed his sword and sighed, as if something had disappointed him. At the side, Huo Qian frowned as he watched Lin Ran draw his sword and put it away. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, "Weirdo." After waiting for another half an hour, no new disciples appeared. Zhu Hao took a few deep breaths and said to the crowd, "Disciples, first of all, I want to thank you for trusting me for so many years." With that, Zhu Hao bowed deeply to all the disciples. Almost at the same time, all the disciples knelt down to return the greeting. Even if some disciples were pushed out of the training ground into the gravel road, they still knelt down without hesitation. When Zhu Hao stood up, his eyes were red, but his voice was still calm. "Everyone knows that I made a huge mistake a while ago. To stone for this mistake, I deserve to be cut into pieces. However, His Majesty loves the people as if they were his children. He gave me a chance to make up for my mistake. That is, he wants disciples above the martial master realm and below the Grandmaster to join the army and be the shield for the soldiers of the Heavenly Saint dynasty. He wants you to suffer." At this point, Zhu Hao turned around and looked at the two of them. Huo Qian instantly grabbed the hilt of his sword, but Lin Ran stopped him. "Take it easy. Let him finish." Lin Ran smiled and gestured for Zhu Hao to continue. Only then did Zhu Hao turn to the disciples. "You didn't hear wrongly. We will be the shield and the ones to suffer. I know that I have to take responsibility for my own actions. Therefore, I specially ask Sword God for a chance to let you choose. If you don't want to be implicated by me, you can leave the Dao-seeking sect now. Sword God has said that those who quit will no longer be forced to join the army." After saying that, Zhu Hao put his hands behind his back and stopped talking. Unwillingness, sadness, hatred, and self-blame flashed across his eyes one by one. In the end, they mixed together and became the calmness found in people who had seen the vicissitude of life. Silent. The training ground packed with 1,500 people was dead silent. Huo Qian looked at these people expressionlessly. His hand that was holding the hilt of his sword was sweating. After an unknown period of time, it might have been 15 minutes or an hour, a voice suddenly shouted from the crowd, "Sect Master, we're going to die anyway. Why don't we fight back? We can't wait any longer." Huo Qian's expression turned cold. He suddenly activated his internal energy to break free from Lin Ran. However, before he could unsheath his sword, a spiritual sword suddenly sounded and a head flew high into the air. The blood dripped down like spring rain, covering the faces of many disciples with a layer of scarlet red. Many people revealed terrified expressions, but no one said anything. Huo Qian was stunned. His sword was still in its sheath, and Lin Ran didn't move either. "Then who did that? I've already made a mistake, and I don't want to make it again." On the platform, Zhu Hao sheathed his sword. He looked coldly at the disciples below the stage. "I don't care if you stay or leave, but if anyone dares to rebel, I, Zhu Hao, will be the first to punish them." At this point, Huo Qian finally looked enlightened. He suddenly turned to look at Lin Ran. "You didn't let me attack, because you knew that he was really sincere in repenting, right?" Lin Ran frowned slightly and narrowed his eyes in confusion. "Is it really important if he's sincere?" Huo Qian wanted to say that it was of course important, but when he saw the confidence in Lin Ran's eyes, he suddenly realized that it didn't matter. Regardless of whether Zhu Hao was sincere or not, as long as he dared to betray the Heavenly Saint dynasty, Lin Ran could just kill him. In any case, to Lin Ran, it was just a matter of one strike. After figuring this out, Huo Qian looked at Lin Ran with admiration. "If I cultivate hard enough, can I become as powerful as you? Who knows?" Lin Ran chuckled again. His casual expression made Huo Qian clench his fists. Before knowing Lin Ran, Huo Qian had never thought that Sword God's face could be so annoying. At this moment, Lin Ran suddenly raised his chin and said, "Stop fooling around. The show is about to begin." Chapter 90. Swords have two blades, people have two sides. Seeing how serious Lin Ran was, Huo Qian could only put aside his personal grudge for the time being and look at the training ground. Someone in the crowd raised his hand, but there were too many people. Huo Qian couldn't see the person who raised his hand at all. He could only hear a trembling voice say, "Sect Master, my parents still need to be taken care of. Sect Master, please allow me to quit." "Granted." Zhu Hao nodded. Then, he took out a golden leaf from his belt and threw it in that direction. You've been on the mountain for 3 years, but you haven't made any progress. Take this money back and start a small business. Thank you, sect master. After that person thanked him loudly, the crowd burst into an uproar. A moment later, an honest-looking young man walked out of the crowd and took off his hat. He placed it on the ground respectfully and kowtowed 3 times before turning around and walking down the mountain. Sect master, I've only been married for less than a month. Granted. Sect master, I'm the only son of my family. Granted. Sect master, granted. In the following period of time, more than 200 people left the Tao-seeking sect. No matter what reason they gave, or if there was no reason, Zhu Hao's answer was always granted and a golden leaf. 15 minutes later, the training ground fell silent again. At this moment, there were only about 1,300 people left. Zhu Hao looked around for a moment. Those below the martial master realm, leave. As soon as he finished speaking, another 400 to 500 people left. Zhu Hao treated everyone equally and gave each of them a golden leaf. After nearly half of the disciples left, the training ground was finally less crowded. Tears appeared in Zhu Hao's eyes once again. From today onwards, the Tao-seeking sect is officially disbanded. Zhu Hao, thank you, fellow Taoists. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Hao knelt on the ground with his hands folded on his forehead and bowed deeply to the remaining disciples below the stage. This time, no one bowed back. Since the sect was disbanded, the rules of the sect were naturally gone. Zhu Hao knelt on the ground, his shoulders trembling. As the breeze blew the training ground, sobs were heard. Gradually, it became louder and louder. No one knew what they were crying about. Perhaps even they themselves did not know. The air was filled with suppressed sadness. Even Huo Qian couldn't help but be moved, but his eyes were still filled with confusion. Why are there so many people loyal to a person like Zhu Hao? 746 golden leaves is almost 30 years' worth of salary for a first-rank official. Lin Ran rubbed the corners of his eyes and put on a casual smile. There are 2 sides to a sword. Perhaps he's not a good person, but he's indeed a good sect master. Huo Qian didn't say anything. He just looked at the grieving Zhu Hao on the platform, his eyes flickering as he pondered about something. At night, in the main building of the Tao-seeking sect, Lin Ran and Huo Qian sat at a round table that was 10 feet wide. Beside them were Zhu Hao and the elders of the Tao-seeking sect. On the dining table that was big enough to roll on, there were only a dozen simple dishes. Most of them were something black that didn't look edible at all. Sword God, the disciples working in the kitchen left the mountain today. This is cooked by me and the elders, if you don't mind. Zhu Hao couldn't continue. The awkward expression on his face even made Huo Qian's heart ache. Sect Master Zhu, you don't have to be so polite. Although the dishes don't look good, Lin Ran chuckled, picked up his chopsticks, and put a piece of meat into his mouth. Then, he silently spat it out on the ground. We're not here to eat. Let's get down to business. Yes, yes, yes. Let's get down to business. Zhu Hao nodded and waved his hand. Immediately, 2 elders stood up and shouted, "Arise." Then, they carried the table and ran out. There were only chairs left in the huge dining room. Lin Ran pinched his thigh to hold back his laughter as he took out a bamboo slip. This technique is called sword flight. Only senior martial masters can cultivate it. However, after mastering it, you can travel 800 miles a day on the sword. Sect Master Zhu, make sure your disciples can master it as soon as possible. Zhu Hao hurriedly knelt on the ground when he heard that. Sword God, I'm already grateful that you gave me this chance. I can't take anything from you anymore. It's fine. This is also to let them serve the Heavenly Saint dynasty better. Lin Ran chuckled and said, although you're going to the battlefield, you're not enlisted soldiers after all, so the Heavenly Saint dynasty won't provide you with anything. This sect will be your future base. This place is very far from the border. With this technique, you can rush to the battlefield as soon as the battle starts. Otherwise, what's the use of having you? Zhu Hao kowtowed respectfully and took the bamboo slip with both hands. From today onwards, you are a special force of the Heavenly Saint dynasty. Lin Ran stood up and said in a deep voice, all of you have to cultivate on Tianju Peak. If the war starts, you have to rush to the battlefield immediately. Don't delay for no reason. Sword God, don't worry, Zhu Hao replied in a deep voice. He raised the bamboo slip with both hands as if he was holding an imperial edict. The sinners of Tianju Peak will do their best to serve His Majesty. Good, I should get going now. As soon as Lin Ran finished speaking, he flashed out of the door. Caught off guard, Huo Qian got up and chased after him until he reached the entrance of the mountain. Only then did he see Lin Ran by the roadside. "What's wrong with you? Why are you running so fast?" Huo Qian glared at Lin Ran. He was completely unprepared just now. He suddenly activated his internal energy and sped up, almost causing internal injuries. Lin Ran held his stomach helplessly. "Do you think I want to? I've been out for a day and I'm already starving. If I don't leave now, how can I go on impersonating when my stomach rumbles?" As if afraid that Huo Qian wouldn't believe him, Lin Ran's stomach rumbled. Seeing this, Huo Qian could not say anything else. He looked around to determine the direction and suggested, "This place is not far from the palace. If we move faster, we might be able to make it in time for dinner." "It's too late." Lin Ran waved his hand and picked a fruit from the tree beside him. He took a bite and said, "We have to rush to the next sect that participated in the rebel lion as soon as possible." Huo Qian frowned slightly. "Although time is tight, it's not that tight, right? Didn't you say that I can only wear this mask for 3 days? Lin Ran finished one fruit in a few bites and picked another one. His eyes flashed cunningly in the darkness. "I just thought of a brilliant plan." Chapter 91, A Special Army Formed. Huo Qian frowned at Lin Ran. "For some reason, I don't think I will like your plan." Lin Ran grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "This means that your intuition is very accurate." Huo Qian pointed at the fruit in Lin Ran's hand. "This fruit is called half-saint perish. As the name suggests, it's poisonous to martial artists below the half-saint realm." Lin Ran's face turned pale. Although it couldn't be seen under the mask, his voice was already trembling. "What poison?" A sly smile appeared on Huo Qian's childish face. "Don't be nervous. It's not very poisonous. At most, it's gonna cause diarrhea." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lin Ran shouted and wanted to feed Huo Qian one, but before he could do it, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. An hour later, Lin Ran and Huo Qian flew straight towards the next sect that participated in King Zhao's rebel lion. "I want to take back what I said." Huo Qian shouted loudly, his lips curled up in admiration. "I quite like your plan." Lin Ran glanced at Huo Qian, who was 100 feet away, and then at the half-saint perish in his hand. "Come here. I'll believe you if you come over." Huo Qian didn't say anything and just raised his hand to cover his nose. Lin Ran was furious. He activated the Mystic Gate Sword technique and instantly appeared beside Huo Qian. He reached out and pushed the half-saint perish into Huo Qian's mouth. "One for each of us." After saying that, Lin Ran disappeared in a flash, leaving only his hearty laughter in the night. For the next 2 days, Lin Ran and Huo Qian traveled day and night. Finally, before the mask began to lose its effect, they visited all the sects that had participated in King Zhao's rebel lion. Among them, there was no lack of people like Zhu Hao and the Tao-seeking disciples who were sincere in repenting. However, there were also people who fought back desperately after being forced into a corner. Lin Ran naturally didn't mind killing those who fought back. Huo Qian finally believed that Lin Ran was not bragging about being able to kill the rebels with one strike. As for the sects that were sincerely repenting, Lin Ran recruited them. In just 2 days, the Heavenly Saint dynasty had an additional force of 30,000 people. In the war between the 2 countries, 30,000 people was not a lot. Perhaps not many people would be left after the war, but if the average cultivation of these 30,000 people was that of a senior martial master, it would be completely different. Most importantly, these 30,000 people were not part of the regular army of the Heavenly Saint dynasty. They didn't have a base or salary. Only Lin Ran's token, a small jade sword that carried the half-saint sword intent, could mobilize them. This meant that the Great Yong dynasty had no way of knowing about this 30,000 strong army in advance. In addition, the high mobility provided by the sword flight allowed them to appear anywhere at any time. For a battle that was originally evenly matched, these 30,000 people could almost be said to be the key to victory. In the subsequent war, this special force did shine on the battlefield. The Empress was overjoyed. Not only did she issue a decree to pardon these sects who had participated in the rebel lion, but she also personally named this special army the Royal Forest Army. As for the meaning of this name, only Lin Ran, the Empress, and a few others knew. Let's not talk about the future for now. When Lin Ran and Huo Qian arrived at a small town outside the capital, it was already the morning of the 3rd day. This town was called Lotus Town and was dozens of kilometers away from the capital. The 2 of them were not in a hurry to travel, so they planned to rest in Lotus Town. Of course, there was another more important reason why they decided to stay, which was that the mask on Lin Ran's face was starting to lose its effect. Before dawn, the adhesive on the mask began to lose its effect. Parts of the mask began to fall off, making Lin Ran look terrifyingly ugly. Lin Ran had no choice but to wrap the entire head with a cloth. Then, the two of them found an inn in Lotus Town and prepared to take off the masks. Compared to wearing the mask, the process of removing the mask was much simpler. Huo Qian asked the waiter to get a basin of hot water. After soaking a towel in it, he slapped it on Lin Ran's face. Put it on for 15 minutes. You can take it off when the mask softens. Lin Ran nodded and said in a muffled voice, "Be careful when you take it off. Don't peel off my eyebrows." Huo Qian sneered and imitated Lin Ran's casual tone. "Who knows? You." Lin Ran was speechless. Feeling bored, with a hot towel on his face, he fell asleep unknowingly. After a while, when Lin Ran opened his eyes again, Huo Qian was no longer in the room. The towel on his face was gone. He touched the corners of his eyes and forehead. There were no wrinkles, which meant that his mask had been removed. Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. He slowly touched his eyes with trembling hands. After feeling the furry touch, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this kid knows what's good for him. Lin Ran took a deep breath and muttered to himself. After confirming that his eyebrows were still there, he felt much better. Sitting up from the bed, Lin Ran saw a set of black clothes on the table. The sleeves and lapels were embroidered with silver patterns. The material and workmanship were ordinary, but it was still better than the old-fashioned sword god outfit. Huo Qian had probably prepared this for him. This kid. Lin Ran smiled and changed his clothes, preparing to go out to look for Huo Qian. As soon as he reached the stairs, he saw the waiter running up in a hurry. Lin Ran asked casually, "Waiter, where's the guest who came with me?" When the waiter heard this, he stood still and looked up. Suddenly, a confused expression appeared on his face. "Pardon me, who are you? You don't even recognize me?" Lin Ran suddenly remembered that when he came in this morning, his entire face was covered in a cloth, revealing only his eyes. "So it's you." The waiter was excited, but then he panicked. "Oh no, go and take a look. The guest with you is about to be beaten to death." Chapter 92, Qi Deviation. When he heard that Huo Qian was about to be beaten to death, Lin Ran's first reaction was that the waiter was joking with him. Huo Qian was at the 9th level of the senior martial master realm and had a lot of combat experience. How could he almost be beaten to death in this small town in the middle of nowhere? However, on second thought, unless this waiter was courting death, he would not make such a joke. Lin Ran hesitated for a moment before deciding to take a look. He followed the waiter out of the inn. Not far away was a market. At this moment, the market was filled with people. Everyone tacitly formed a circle. It was obvious that there was something interesting to watch. The waiter brought Lin Ran to the periphery of the crowd and pointed inside anxiously. "Hurry up and take a look. I saw blood just now." "All right, you can go back now." Then, Lin Ran stood on his tiptoes and saw an empty space 10 steps wide in the middle of the crowd. A burly man with a fierce face stood in the middle. He was only wearing a waistcoat and was holding a heavy sword that was as wide as a palm and as tall as half a person. His exposed arms were muscular and he was cursing. The burly man didn't look like someone to be trifled with, but Lin Ran narrowed his eyes and knew that the burly man was a low-level martial artist. Not to mention beating Huo Qian to death, such a person was not even qualified to be beaten to death by Huo Qian. "I knew the waiter was fooling me." Lin Ran cursed under his breath and was about to go back when he suddenly heard a familiar voice from the crowd. "You'd better kill me now, or I'll make you wish you were dead." This voice sounded weak and powerless. However, Lin Ran still noticed it because it was Huo Qian's voice. "Excuse me, excuse me," Lin Ran shouted and squeezed into the crowd. Although he did not use his internal energy, his physical fitness at the half-saint realm was not something ordinary people could withstand. Many people were pushed to the floor and started cursing. Lin Ran didn't mind. He squeezed to the side of the empty space and saw Huo Qian lying on the ground. However, Huo Qian was in an awful state. Her black hair scattered around, and her childish face was covered in blood. There was a terrifying wound on his left shoulder, and if one looked carefully, they could even see the bones inside. His white clothes were inevitably stained with blood. However, even so, he still stared fixedly at the burly man with the huge sword. His face was bulging with muscles, and his eyes were filled with anger, as if the person in front of him was his sworn enemy. Lin Ran rubbed his eyes to make sure that he wasn't hallucinating. He quickly squeezed out of the crowd and came to Huo Qian's side. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he asked, "Are you addicted to fighting? Can't you just not fight for a day? I came out to buy something just now and saw him bullying the commoners. Of course I have to interfere." Huo Qian was talking to Lin Ran, but his eyes were still fixed on the burly man. Lin Ran turned to look around. He realized that these people were all looking at Huo Qian worriedly. When they looked at the burly man with the huge sword, their eyes were filled with fear. Lin Ran reached out to help Huo Qian up, but just as he placed his hand on Huo Qian's body, his expression changed. "Where's your internal energy? Where's your sword intent? Where did it go?" Huo Qian panted heavily and glared at Lin Ran. "You still have the cheek to ask me this? It's all your fault. That sword technique you gave me is not right." "Not right? How come?" "I don't know." Huo Qian gritted his teeth and replied, "I came out to buy something just now and saw him bullying the commoners, so I wanted to teach him a lesson. In the end, just as I activated the sword technique you gave me, my entire body was in pain. Then, I couldn't use any internal energy. It must be a qi deviation." Lin Ran shrugged and said helplessly, "I told you to memorize the sword technique first and then I'll teach you. Why did you start practicing it without my guidance? Look, now something happened to you." Huo Qian was about to say something when the burly man with the huge sword suddenly shouted, "Hey, are you two done? This kid challenged me to a death duel. If you want to collect his corpse, wait for me to kill him." "Did you challenge someone to a death duel again?" Lin Ran's expression immediately changed. Looking at Huo Qian's miserable appearance, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You really have a problem that needs to be fixed." Huo Qian rolled his eyes with difficulty. "What do you know? It's illegal to kill someone without challenging him to a death duel." "Then good luck." Lin Ran shrugged and stood up. "According to the rules of the death duel, outsiders are not allowed to interfere during the duel. I can't help you even if I want to." With that, Lin Ran retreated into the crowd with his arms crossed, looking like he was watching a show. When the burly man with the huge sword saw this, he could not help but reveal an ecstatic expression. Although he looked arrogant just now, his heart was pounding. When Lin Ran first stood up, he used his divine sense to test him and felt like he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. The rules of the death duel prevented outsiders from interfering during the duel. However, because of the good deeds the burly man had done, if Lin Ran disregarded the rules and killed him, the villagers around would definitely not speak up for him. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ran retreat into the crowd, the burly man was overjoyed. On the other hand, Huo Qian was not so happy. Seeing that Lin Ran really didn't care about him, Huo Qian's heart sank. Although he usually bickered with Lin Ran, he knew very well that the only person who could save him now was Lin Ran. He watched as the burly man with the huge sword walked towards him with a sinister smile. Finally, Huo Qian couldn't help but say, "Hey, we've fought side by side before. Do you really want to see me die here?" Lin Ran shrugged and put on a casual smile. "Don't worry, when you die, I'll avenge you." Chapter 93 Power of Intelligence. Hearing Lin Ran's words, Huo Qian's face turned pale. If not for the fact that he couldn't exert any strength now, he would definitely get up from the ground and slash Lin Ran's face with his sword. "Just you wait, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." In the end, Huo Qian looked at the burly man with the huge sword and shouted fearlessly, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." After shouting, Huo Qian closed his eyes and prepared to die. However, nothing happened after a long time. When Huo Qian opened his eyes again, he realized that the burly man with the huge sword was already gone. The passers-by who were watching the commotion had also left, leaving only Lin Ran standing there with his arms crossed and a sly smile on his face. "What happened?" Huo Qian looked confused. "Did you kill him?" Lin Ran shrugged. "No, he ran away by himself." "He ran away? He could have killed me with one strike." "Why?" Halfway through his sentence, Huo Qian suddenly realized something and looked at Lin Ran, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The rules of the death duel. The only requirement of the death duel was that both parties had to fight fairly with witnesses present. However, there were actually 3 more rules. Firstly, if one was challenged to a death duel, one must accept it, and the 2 parties would fight to the death. Secondly, there was no time or place requirement for the duel, but both sides had to fight fairly with witnesses. Thirdly, during the duel, outsiders were not allowed to interfere. Otherwise, the rule breaker would be despised by every fellow Taoist. Huo Qian challenged someone to a death duel, so according to the rules, Lin Ran couldn't help him, but if Huo Qian died, Lin Ran could do whatever he wanted. Therefore, if the burly man wanted to live, he could not kill Huo Qian. Not only could he not kill him, but he also wanted Huo Qian to live a long life, because once Huo Qian died, that unfathomable figure would immediately come to kill him. This was what the burly man thought before he scurried away. As for whether Huo Qian would come to kill him after he recovered his cultivation, he couldn't bother to think about it. After all, people like him had many enemies. In Lotus Town alone, Huo Qian had at least a dozen enemies. At the moment, after figuring it out, Huo Qian immediately felt deeply frustrated. Seeing how down Huo Qian was, Lin Ran chuckled and patted him on the head. It's all right. The good thing is that your brain isn't injured. As for this injury, forget it. Let's heal your qi deviation first. Huo Qian's eyes lit up. Can my qi deviation be healed? Of course. Lin Ran pointed in the direction of Mount Sword. Back then, I was cultivating all alone and figured everything out on my own. Of course, I'm a little smarter than you, so I wasn't as seriously injured as you are. But from my experience, it's not a big problem. Although Huo Qian felt Lin Ran's words were intended as an insult, he still looked at him and said seriously, "Thank you." Lin Ran waved his hand and helped him up. Huo Qian said, "I'll try my best to ridicule you less in the future. Get lost." The two of them returned to the inn. Lin Ran started treating Huo Qian's external injuries. Huo Qian was already thin. After taking off his coat, the wound on his thin body looked even more terrifying, as if his entire shoulder was about to be cut off. As Lin Ran cleaned the wound, he clicked his tongue and said, "You really should eat more. With your small body, you won't even be enough for me to eat." Huo Qian gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes. Ordinary food will cause the martial artist's internal energy to fluctuate abnormally. I've never understood why your cultivation is still so high when you eat so much junk food every day. Maybe I'm talented? Lin Ran chuckled. As he spoke, he applied medicine to Huo Qian's wound and wrapped it carefully with gauze. Done. Lin Ran dusted off the medicinal powder in his hand and looked at Huo Qian. Seriously, you really have to change your habit of challenging people to a death duel. If I had woken up later today, I would have to bury you. When I challenged someone to a death duel in the past, I was always more than 70% confident in winning. Huo Qian replied awkwardly in a low voice. Suddenly, he saw Lin Ran look at him with a serious gaze. "What is it?" Lin Ran asked. "How do you challenge someone to a death duel? Are you kidding me?" Huo Qian blinked. Realizing that Lin Ran was serious, his expression changed. "Don't tell me you don't know what death duel is." Well, Lin Ran was speechless because he really didn't know what the death duel was. He had only heard the Empress mention it once, and that was when he learned about the rules of the death duel. "Tell me what death duel is." Huo Qian glanced at Lin Ran and explained, "Death duel is a sword intent both parties left in each other's bodies. As long as the sword intent doesn't disappear, no matter where you go, you will be found by the other party. That's why the death duel has a rule of no specific time and place required." Lin Ran nodded in understanding. He suddenly thought that if he challenged the demon to a death duel, would he be able to find the demon easily? However, on second thought, Lin Ran gave up on this bad idea. In order to challenge someone to a death duel, both parties had to be present. Since they were already meeting in person, why was there a need for a death duel? After putting this matter to the back of his mind, Lin Ran took out the sword technique he had written down. The external injuries have been treated. Now, let's see if you are suffering from qi deviation. Where did you start to feel that something was wrong? From the third sentence with a long whistle, you lean on your lonely sword and look at your heart. Huo Qian replied without thinking. It was obvious that he had already memorized this sword technique. "I think this means that you should hold your sword on your back and let out a long whistle to activate your internal energy, then use your divine sense to encompass everything in sight. It's a move to be vigilant before the battle begins." Lin Ran pinched the space between his eyebrows. "Yes, from what you said, I roughly know what the problem is." Chapter 94, Brat Transformation Plan. Seeing that Lin Ran had an idea so quickly, Huo Qian couldn't help but look surprised. "Is that true? I'm already suffering from qi deviation because of your lousy sword technique. If you lie to me, I'll fight you to the death." "Save it. You can't even beat a hooligan. What's the point of fighting me?" Lin Ran teased. Huo Qian's face turned red and he stopped talking. After a few seconds, Lin Ran said seriously, "There's nothing wrong with the sword technique. There's a problem with your comprehension of it. If you activate your internal energy in the wrong way, your meridians won't be able to withstand it." Huo Qian thought for a moment and knew that Lin Ran was right, but he still asked, "Is my comprehension really wrong?" "It can't be considered wrong. It's just that your comprehension of it is not complete." Lin Ran deliberately paused. After Huo Qian revealed a proud expression, he continued in all seriousness, "Well, it's more like it's absurd." The light in Huo Qian's eyes extinguished. Not only that, but he surprisingly didn't talk back. Lin Ran knew very well that this kid was probably feeling down again, but there was nothing he could do about it. Huo Qian had fallen to this state because he was too confident. When he handed the sword technique to Huo Qian, Lin Ran had said very seriously that he would teach Huo Qian after he fully committed the technique to memory. But what happened in the end? Huo Qian was quite hardworking. Almost every now and then, he would take out the sword technique and flip through it. Then, before he was ready, he started to rashly use the sword technique left behind by the 10-mile sword god. No matter how smart a primary school student was, he would still scratch his head when he saw calculus. However, Huo Qian did not scratch his head. Not only did he not scratch his head, but he even started to answer the questions confidently. It would be strange if he could get the answer right. Therefore, compared to Huo Qian's injuries, the most important thing now was to crush his overly arrogant confidence. Whether it was mocking him or not, it was all Lin Ran's way of teaching him. When Huo Qian began to understand his good intentions, it was already a long time later. At the moment, after making Huo Qian feel down for a while, Lin Ran asked, "Do you know what you did wrong?" Hearing Lin Ran's lecturing tone, Huo Qian was instinctively displeased. He pursed his lips and said angrily, "I know. Didn't you say it already? My comprehension of the sword technique is absurd. Looks like you haven't realized your mistake yet." Lin Ran sighed in disappointment and stood up to walk to the door. "I'll ask you later. If you realize your mistake, I'll help you solve the problem of qi deviation. If you still don't know, don't come with me next time you have 15 minutes. "No, I still want," Huo Qian hurriedly said, but before he could finish speaking, Lin Ran disappeared from the door. "What an annoying guy. Isn't your cultivation just a little higher than me? What's the big deal?" Huo Qian cursed angrily, but after cursing, he patted his face to calm himself down and began to think about what he had done wrong. At the same time, downstairs, Lin Ran ordered a pot of tea and a few snacks and asked the waiter for a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Then, he sat at a table in the corner and began to copy down the martial arts technique. The name martial arts technique sounded grand, but it was not a shocking cultivation technique. It could not even be considered a cultivation technique. It could only be considered a science book about martial arts. Interestingly, there was a chapter in the martial arts technique that was dedicated to explaining how ordinary people could sense the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, many masters in the world were enlightened by the martial arts technique when they were young. Because of qi deviation, Huo Qian was unable to activate his internal energy. It was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. If he could comprehend the path of martial Tao from the beginning, it would be faster and safer to solve the problem. As for the martial arts technique that Lin Ran was copying, he had obtained it when he was wiping the dragon raw sword in the Tao-seeking sect. The Tao-seeking sect was not a special occasion, and it was not the first time Lin Ran had wiped the dragon raw sword. Therefore, before Lin Ran wiped it, he knew that the system would not give him anything good. However, he did not expect the system to give him such a book. However, the martial arts technique given by the system was very different from the version that was circulated on the market. Lin Ran didn't know which version was the orthodox version, but he could clearly tell that the martial arts technique given by the system was more profound. Even so, it was useless to him as a half-saint. Therefore, he did not take this reward seriously. He did not expect it would come in handy now. Lin Ran did not copy down the entire martial arts technique. He only copied down the passages on how to sense the world. After finishing, it was almost time. Lin Ran was about to go upstairs when he turned around and saw Huo Qian standing on the stairs. At this moment, Huo Qian was bare-chested, and his ribs could be seen clearly. His shoulder was wrapped in thick gauze. Even from nearly 10 steps away, Lin Ran could smell the medicinal powder and blood on him. "Why did you come down?" Lin Ran was a little puzzled. He had said that he would be back in 15 minutes. Was Huo Qian afraid that he would run away? Huo Qian didn't say anything and just lowered his head to bite his lip. However, because he was standing at a high place, Lin Ran could still see the conflict in his eyes. Lin Ran was about to ask again when Huo Qian suddenly said, "I was wrong for being too eager to succeed." Lin Ran was speechless. Actually, Huo Qian's fundamental problem was his blind confidence. However, his answer was not strictly wrong. Most importantly, from Huo Qian's heavy tone, Lin Ran knew that he had indeed reflected on himself deeply. Rome was not built in a day, and teeth could not be knocked out with a slap. As long as Huo Qian started to reflect on himself, it meant that he had begun to change. The first step of the brat transformation plan is completed. Lin Ran made a tick on the plan in his mind and nodded in approval. "At least you have some comprehension ability, take it." With that, Lin Ran waved his hand, and the piece of paper was sent flying by a wisp of sword energy. Huo Qian caught it and looked at it. This is martial arts technique? No, some parts are different. What is this? Martial arts technique. Lin Ran dragged out the word and put on a casual smile. New edition. Huo Qian made a speechless expression, then looked away and muttered almost inaudibly, "Can you tell me about this new edition?" Lin Ran smiled. The second step of the brat transformation plan is completed. Chapter 95, Courting Death. The two of them returned to the room. Lin Ran spent the time it took to burn an incense stick to explain the method to comprehend the power of heaven and earth. After hearing this, Huo Qian also gained many insights. One of the greatest insights was that he had wasted plenty of time. Next time, just tell me it's the same as the original book. Huo Qian looked at Lin Ran and gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Lin Ran up, he would have done it. Don't blame me. You made me explain it to you. Lin Ran shrugged. Then, his expression turned serious as he said, "All right, try it now. Forget all the sword techniques and cultivation techniques you've learned before. You're now a blank piece of paper. Use your purest state to feel the majestic power of heaven and earth." Huo Qian felt goosebumps all over his body, but he still sat cross-legged as instructed and started focusing his mind. If it was an ordinary person who had never cultivated before, just the process of comprehending it would take at least 3 days or at most a few years. Many people did not become martial artists in the end because they were impatient at this stage. However, Huo Qian was a genius after all and had been cultivating for decades, so he quickly found that unattainable state. Sensing the change in Huo Qian, Lin Ran pursed his lips and chuckled. He quietly retracted his divine sense. What he had to do next was to wait. Through recultivating, Huo Qian could allow his internal energy to sort out the meridians that had been messed up by qi deviation. As for how long Lin Ran had to wait, it would depend on the person. Huo Qian was very smart at that time. After realizing that something was wrong, he didn't continue to forcefully activate his internal energy, so qi deviation didn't impact him too much. According to Lin Ran's estimation, Huo Qian would recover in a few days at most. Lying on the hard wooden bed in the inn, Lin Ran couldn't help but miss the carved bed in the palace. It's all this kid's fault for messing around. Otherwise, we would be in the palace now. Lin Ran thought to himself. Seeing that Huo Qian was still in a meditative state, he prepared to sleep. However, just as he closed his eyes, he felt a powerful aura approaching. Although it was powerful, it was actually only at the 6th level of the martial master realm. However, in a small place like Lotus Town, this realm was already invincible. People at this level would either join the army or be recruited by the important ministers to guard their house. Why would they stay in a small place like this? After sensing it closely, Lin Ran's interest was piqued. There was a group of 5 people. The one in the lead was a 6th level martial master, and the other 4 were all mediocre martial artists. Lin Ran couldn't be bothered to care about them. However, what really interested Lin Ran was that after these people approached from afar, they stopped at the entrance of the inn. Soon, a commotion came from downstairs. Lin Ran looked at Huo Qian, who was still in a meditative state. He waved his sword and formed an impenetrable cage of sword energy, sealing Huo Qian inside and isolating him from the outside world. If Huo Qian was disturbed by the outside world and injured by qi deviation again, it wouldn't be something that could be resolved by recultivating. After making the arrangements, Lin Ran sheathed his sword and prepared to go out to watch the show. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw the waiter running over anxiously. Seeing Lin Ran, the waiter hurriedly shouted from afar, "Sir, sir, something bad has happened." Seeing this, Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. He raised his hand and gestured for the waiter to keep quiet. He asked softly with a faint smile, "Let me guess, are the people outside looking for me?" The waiter was stunned for a moment, and Lin Ran knew that he had guessed correctly. He silently activated the mystic sword technique and arrived downstairs in a flash. The door of the inn was already blocked. Strangely, no one came to watch the commotion this time. Not only was there no one on the road outside, but even the waiter hid on the 2nd floor and did not dare to come down. But seeing their attire, Lin Ran understood. The burly man with the huge sword was shouting outside the door. Behind him were a few martial artists. The 6th level martial master stood in the middle of the crowd. He was a young man in his 20s. He was wearing a red robe and a black crown. There was a slender sword hanging from his waist. He stood there with his chin raised and a face that wrote, "I'm arrogant." The Heavenly Saint dynasty had very strict rules regarding clothes. For example, gold and purple could only be used by the emperor's family. If ordinary families had golden patterns on their clothes, they could be executed on the streets. This 6th-level martial master was wearing a red private suit. He was either a second-grade official or the top martial artist of the martial arts examination. No matter what, there would not be such a young second-grand official in the imperial court. Therefore, the identity of this red-robed man was obvious. Martial arts is really prospering day by day. Lin Ran couldn't help but sigh. If I had such an opponent back then, I wouldn't have been where I am today. At this moment, the burly man with the huge sword also saw Lin Ran. His face turned pale, and his words were stuck in his throat. He took a few steps back and almost tripped over the threshold in his panic. Seeing that he was embarrassing himself, the red-robed man couldn't help but snort coldly. "Big brother, can't you be more steady? Why are you so panicked?" Although the burly man was called Big Brother, he did not look like a big brother at all. He turned around and hid behind the red-robed man. Half of his iron tower-like figure was exposed. He pointed at Lin Ran and said in a trembling voice, He is the master I told you about." Hearing this, the red-robed man finally turned to look at Lin Ran. At this moment, Lin Ran roughly understood what was going on. It was boring here anyway, so he didn't mind having some fun with them. With a thought, he suppressed his realm to an extremely low level. The red-robed man narrowed his eyes. "HMPH, he's just a second-level martial master. Look at how scared you are. Second-level martial master?" The burly man with the huge sword was stunned. He boldly stuck his head out and carefully checked Lin Ran's realm. Then, he looked confused. "That's not right. When I sensed him before, he clearly what?" The red-robed man glared at him and reprimanded him mercilessly. "I told you to cultivate well, but you refused to listen. It's fine if your cultivation level can't compare to mine, but now, even a second-level martial master scares the wit out of you. You're simply embarrassing our Hong family." The burly man was scolded, but he only lowered his head and did not dare to retort. The red-robed man snorted and looked at Lin Ran with his chin held high. "You, get over here." Chapter 96, Teasing Two Brothers. Looking at the arrogant red-robed man, God knew how much willpower Lin Ran needed to hold back his laughter. However, not only did he hold back, but he also immediately bowed and rubbed his hands. He ran to the red-robed man in small steps and smiled obsequiously. "My lord, what can I do for you?" Seeing how humble Lin Ran was, the red-robed man's face was filled with arrogance. "You called me lord. Do you know who I am? Look at what you're saying." Lin Ran chuckled. In the Heavenly Saint dynasty, those who can wear red robes are either second-grade officials or the top martial artist of the martial arts examination. "Not bad, at least you are not stupid." The red-robed man nodded in satisfaction. He raised his thumb and pointed at the burly man behind him. "My brother was challenged to a death duel by your friend. Do you know about this?" I know. Lin Ran nodded repeatedly. "My friend has had some brain problems since he was young. I gave him a lesson just now. Of all the people in this world, he chose to offend someone he never should." "That's right. Cut the crap. Get him down. If he doesn't come down, don't blame us for using violence." As soon as Lin Ran finished speaking, the martial artists outside the door started clamoring. The red-robed man raised his hand and they immediately shut up. "I just came back from the capital after seeing His Majesty and am in a good mood. Seeing that your attitude is not bad, I won't make things hard for you." The red-robed man glanced at Lin Ran and waved his hand. "Get your friend to come down and take back his sword intent. Give him another 500 tiles of silver, and I'll pretend nothing happens." "Ayo, what are you saying?" Lin Ran clapped his hands and shouted, "He offended your brother. How can 500 tiles of silver be enough? In my opinion, he has to pay 5,000 tiles of silver." 5,000 tiles? The red-robed man's eyes widened. As the top martial artist of the martial arts examination, he was only rewarded with 1,000 tiles of silver. "Gold," Lin Ran added. The red-robed man was dumbfounded. 5,000 tiles of gold was enough for him to live without worry for 3 lifetimes. The burly man was also dumbfounded. He mostly relied on his martial arts skills to extort money from people in Lotus Town. In a year, he could only earn no more than 10 tiles of silver. 5,000 tiles of gold was a number he couldn't fathom. If the two brothers were like this, there was no need to mention the lackeys behind them. All of them looked at Lin Ran in shock, not even noticing that drool was flowing out of their mouths. After a while, a lackey suddenly shouted, "Don't brag. Who knows if you have that much money?" "That's right. The red-robed man instantly came back to his senses and pointed his finger at Lin Ran. Are you messing around with me? Your clothes are only worth a few tiles of silver. Do you have 5,000 tiles of gold? Lin Ran shook his head. No. The red-robed man glared and was about to launch an attack when Lin Ran continued, but I have something valuable. As he spoke, Lin Ran reached out and took off the 10 miles dragon roar from his waist. He handed it over with both hands. The red-robed man looked down and his eyes instantly widened. Before the martial arts examination, he was just a villager. Naturally, he had never seen the sword of the 10-mile sword god. However, he had eyes after all. When he saw the gold and silver on the sword and the dragon patterns on the hilt shining, he fell in love with it at a glance. He did not even need to feel the sword intent contained in it. Just these luxurious materials were definitely not something that could be bought with 5,000 tiles of gold. Compared to this sword, the sword that the emperor had just given him was simply a burning stick. Are you really going to give this sword to me? Greed flashed in the red-robed man's eyes. Although he asked, he was already reaching out to take it. Of course. Lin Ran nodded and smiled maliciously. As long as you can take it away, it's yours. Deal. The red-robed man shouted as if he was afraid that Lin Ran would go back on his words. He grabbed the scabbard of the 10 miles dragon roar. This scabbard was completely made of gold and silver, but it was not cold to the touch. Instead, it carried a hint of warmth. This was one of the characteristics of divine weapons. The red-robed man was overjoyed. Just when he grabbed the scabbard, a surging sword intent suddenly swept out and went up his arm, instantly tearing his sleeve and crown into pieces. By the time the red-robed man reacted, the newly made red robe had already been ripped apart. There was no wound on his entire right arm, but from his fingertips to his shoulder, it was filled with sharp pain. Ah, my hand! The red-robed man screamed and was sent flying, crashing into his lackeys. Second young master, are you all right? A few of his lackeys immediately went forward to check. The red-robed man gritted his teeth and could not speak. His forehead was covered in sweat the size of beans. He looked even worse than the homeless on the streets. Seeing that his younger brother was injured, the burly man became bold and fearless. He reached out to take the huge sword from his back and glared at Lin Ran. What did you just do? What happened to my brother? I don't know. Lin Ran shook his head innocently. Everyone is watching. I didn't do anything. He came over to get the sword and flew out. Does he not like this sword? The burly man widened his eyes and didn't know what to say. Although he didn't know what was going on, he was sure that Lin Ran really didn't make any move just now, unless Lin Ran was strong enough to severely injure a 6th-level martial master with his imperceptible internal force. However, in the eyes of the burly man, this was impossible. He had already checked and was certain that Lin Ran was at the 2nd level of the martial master realm. At this moment, the red-robed man was helped up by his lackey. His right hand was still trembling, but there was no anger on his face. Brother, it's not his fault. The red-robed man panted heavily and said, this should be a divine weapon with spirituality. It will choose its master. I underestimated it just now and didn't show the sword my strength. As he spoke, the red-robed man staggered forward, his left hand above the hilt of the 10-mile dragon roar. The aura of a 6th-level martial master erupted, and his loose hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a lunatic. Come on, let the sword see what you can do. Lin Ran shouted with a solemn expression, but in fact, he was already laughing his head off in his heart. Chapter 97, A Crisis of Trust. Ouch. After a series of cries, the group of hooligans were knocked back down again. The newly made red robe was turned into tatters, but the young man did not feel bad about it at all because he had always fallen into unconsciousness. Yeah, how did this happen? Lin Ran looked serious and puzzled. In fact, in order to hold back his laughter, he was biting his lip so hard that it was bleeding. The burly man stood at the door, looking like he was about to cry. Because of the previous lesson, when his brother went to get the sword, he focused almost all his attention on Lin Ran. However, he still did not find any internal energy fluctuations. Could it be that my brother is really not strong enough? But if that's the case, why is that person fine with it? No. He must be a master, the burly man thought to himself. His brain, which had not been used for a long time, finally lit up. At this moment, the burly man suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if a cold viper was crawling up on him. He turned around and saw Lin Ran staring at him with shining eyes. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Ran's voice resembled that of a demon's. The burly man's face turned pale. He grabbed his brother on the ground and ran away without looking back. TSK. How boring. I thought I could play for a while longer. Lin Ran rolled his eyes in boredom and put away the 10 miles dragon roar. After some thought, he took out an ingot of 10 tiles of silver and called out, "Waiter, sir, what can I do for you?" The waiter shouted from upstairs. When he realized that the group of troublemakers had left, he went downstairs step by step. Lin Ran threw the silver ingot over and instructed, "Close this in. I'll book it for 3 days. This inn could only earn 20 to 30 tiles a year. 10 tiles for 3 days was a good deal, so the waiter agreed happily. Lin Ran flashed back upstairs and was wondering if he should sleep or go out for a walk. However, when he pushed open the door, his mind went blank. Huo Qian lay paralyzed in the sword energy cage. His face was ashen and he was foaming at the mouth. His body even twitched from time to time. It was obvious that he was suffocating. "Oh no, I forgot to leave a gap." Lin Ran slapped his forehead. Before he went downstairs, he was worried that Huo Qian would be disturbed by the outside world, so he used the sword energy cage to isolate him. However, this sword energy cage not only isolated the outside world, but also the air. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ran dispersed the sword energy cage and quickly helped Huo Qian up from the ground. He asked anxiously, "Qian? Huo? Huo?" After shouting a few times, there was no response. Lin Ran looked at Huo Qian's lips, which were tightly pressed together and covered in foam, and thought to himself, "Is he really going to die?" Just as Lin Ran was about to give him first aid, Huo Qian finally opened his eyes. "Hey, you are dead yet. How are you? Are you feeling well?" When Lin Ran was overjoyed, he had never been so happy in his life. Huo Qian wiped his mouth and nodded. Then, an aura of the 9th level of Senior Martial Master realm rippled out. Although it was weak, it was filled with a strong killing intent. Lin Ran knew why, so he wasn't surprised. He reached out and took the sword technique that he had written down. "Keep it well. Although you've memorized it, you still need it when I teach you." Huo Qian glanced at the sword technique and unsheathed the sword in his hand. In an instant, a storm of sword energy tore the sword technique into pieces. Lin Ran's expression darkened. "What are you doing? I don't believe you." Huo Qian said coldly, "Didn't you say that you saw this sword technique in a cave on Mount Sword? Bring me there. I want to see the one written by Grandpa Sword God with my own eyes." When Lin Ran heard this, he hesitated. It was not that he believed there was anything wrong with the sword technique he copied, but the skeleton of the 10-mile sword god was buried at the entrance of the cave in a very rash manner. If Huo Qian saw it, he would definitely fight him to the death. Huo Qian didn't know about this. Seeing Lin Ran's hesitation, he immediately said, "I knew you copied it wrongly. Otherwise, why didn't you dare to bring me there?" "Of course it's not wrong. I've been in that cave for 3 years. I memorized it like the back of my hand." Lin Ran nodded after a moment of hesitation. "If you really want to go, you have to wait for me here for half a day. It's too messy there, so I have to go back and clean it up." Huo Qian wanted to refuse, but on second thought, if Lin Ran wanted to take the opportunity to go back and modify the sword technique on the wall, with his understanding of the 10-mile sword god, he would definitely find the flaw immediately. Although Lin Ran was not a good person, he was not a jerk to the point of modifying the sword technique left behind by the 10-mile sword god. Thinking of this, Huo Qian finally nodded. "Sure, but this place is not far from Mount Sword. With your speed and the time you took to pack up, an incense stick of time is enough." "Deal." Lin Ran didn't expect Huo Qian to recover so quickly. His heart couldn't help but ache for the 3 days' worth of money he had just given to the waiter. After asking Huo Qian to set off in 2 hours, Lin Ran went downstairs. First, he rushed all the way to the outskirts of the town. Then, he rode his sword and flew straight to Mount Sword. In just a few minutes, the towering mountain of swords appeared in Lin Ran's sight. The tall mountain peaks were like swords shooting out from the ground, and the divine weapons were shining with cold light. Speaking of which, this was the first time Lin Ran saw Mount Sword from this angle. He couldn't help but be impressed by this powerful aura. He did not notice that after he passed through the mountain protecting array, the dragon pattern gem on the hilt of the 10 miles dragon roar and the 7 gems on the scabbard began to flicker with a demonic red light as if they were responding to something. Chapter 98, Revisiting Mount Sword. Lin Ran was already very familiar with the peaks of Mount Sword. He recognized the one where the cave was at a glance and flew over on his sword. After landing, he looked at the narrow cave entrance in the cliff and felt the pure sword intent in the air that had yet to dissipate. Although he had only been away for more than 10 days, Lin Ran couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Then, Lin Ran walked to the side of the cave and passed through a curtain made of ancient vines. In front of him was a gentle slope, On the flat hill, there was a small mound piled up with gravel. The skeleton of the 10-mile sword god was buried below. On the mountain wall, the words 10-mile sword god's resting place were carved with sword marks. It was as if the entire main peak of Mount Sword was the tombstone of the 10-mile sword god. After sighing for a while, Lin Ran took out 3 dead branches from the bushes. As the fire elemental sword energy swept past, green smoke rose from the dead branches. Lin Ran knelt in front of the mound and inserted 3 dead branches into the ground. He pressed his palms together and bowed. Sword God, I really don't mean to disturb you. It's your prospective disciple who insisted on coming over to see the sword technique you left behind. I couldn't talk him out of it no matter what. But when he came over and saw how shabby the tomb was, of course, I didn't do it on purpose. Back then, my cultivation wasn't high, and the stones on Mount Sword were too difficult to dig. If he saw it, he would definitely fight me to the death. So, at this point, Lin Ran raised his head slightly and stared at the tombstone in front of him. He asked tentatively, "Can I move you to somewhere else? If you don't say anything, I'll take it that you agree." After waiting for a few seconds and confirming that there was no movement on the pile of stones, Lin Ran heaved a sigh of relief. He removed the stones and began to dig up the skeleton of the 10-mile sword god. Time passed second by second. The agreed time was almost up. Lin Ran had to speed up. There were more and more stones around him, but there was still no sign of the skeleton in the pit. Lin Ran began to feel that something was wrong. The stones on Mount Sword were abnormally hard. Back then, when he buried the 10-mile sword god, he was only at the Grandmaster realm. He only dug for half a meter before he almost exhausted all his strength. The stone pit in front of him had already been dug for nearly a meter, but the skeleton was still nowhere to be seen. Could it be that sword god found the pit I dug too small and expanded it himself? Lin Ran muttered to himself. After saying that, he realized how disrespectful he was and hurriedly put his palms together and bowed to the sky. If Sword God didn't expand the pit, then Lin Ran must have remembered the location wrongly. However, there was only a gentle slope near the entrance of the cave, and the inscription he had personally carved was still at the side. It was impossible for him to remember it wrongly, right? Otherwise, that would be too brainless. After thinking for a long time, Lin Ran could only bite the bullet and continue digging. At this moment, Lin Ran couldn't care less about the agreed time. His mind was filled with one thing: where was Sword God's remains? After an unknown period of time, the stone pit was big enough for Lin Ran to crawl into, but the bottom was still filled with rubble. That's weird. This time, Lin Ran was anxious. He gritted his teeth and rolled up his sleeves. Just as he was about to dig again, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. "What are you doing?" Lin Ran froze because he recognized that it was Huo Qian's voice. He looked up and saw Huo Qian standing by the pit with a frown. Beside him was a middle-aged man wearing the clothes of a mountain guardian. He must have been sent to take over the position after Lin Ran entered the palace. The two of them looked at each other as if they were looking at an alien. Lin Ran rolled his eyes and pretended to be calm as he stretched. "It's fine. I just realized that there's a pit here, so I wanted to dig it up and see if there are any treasures." Huo Qian cursed under his breath and pulled Lin Ran out of the pit. The middle-aged man at the side cupped his hands and said, "I'm Wang Kailin, the guardian of Mount Sword. May I ask who you are and when you entered Mount Sword?" Wang Kailin's tone was polite, but his eyes were filled with vigilance. It was obvious that he thought Lin Ran was up to no good. Lin Ran quickly explained, "You don't have to be nervous. I'm Lin Ran, the commander of the Imperial Guards in the palace and the former guardian of Mount Sword." When he heard the word Lin Ran, the vigilance in Wang Kailin's eyes dissipated. After Lin Ran finished speaking, he immediately cupped his hands and smiled. "So it's Commander Lin. It's an honor to meet you." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Ran pointed at the deep pit on the ground and probed, "Guardian Wang, you're guarding Mount Sword now. Do you know if anyone has been here?" Wang Kailin looked troubled when he heard this. "To be honest, my cultivation level is low. If not for this young man protecting me today, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to reach the depths of Mount Sword, so, fine." Lin Ran nodded helplessly. He unsheathed the dragon raw sword and weaved it to create a sword energy barrier around Wang Kailin. "This sword energy will protect you. My friend and I will walk around here. You can go back first." "Yes, I'll take my leave." Wang Kailin bowed and turned to leave. Lin Ran turned around and saw Huo Qian looking at the gravestone he had carved. "How's it?" Lin Ran introduced matter-of-factly, "My design concept is to turn the entire main peak into Sword God's tombstone. Isn't the idea very grand?" Huo Qian didn't say anything. He was silent for a long time with a sad expression before looking at Lin Ran and asking, "Where did you bury Grandpa Sword God? I want to pay my respects." "You can pay your respects here. Sword God is buried in this mountain." Lin Ran replied with a forced smile. Although he hadn't dug up Sword God's skeleton yet, no matter how deep this stone pit was, it couldn't run through the entire main peak, right? Perhaps because he was too sad, Huo Qian did not notice Lin Ran's abnormality. After paying his respects to the gravestone, Huo Qian rubbed the corners of his eyes and looked at Lin Ran. "Let's go. Take me to see the sword technique left behind by Grandpa Sword God." "No problem." Lin Ran agreed and couldn't wait to leave. After passing through the ancient vine curtain again, the two of them went into the cave. This is the place where Sword God went into seclusion back then. Do you see the sword marks on the wall? These were left behind by Sword God. Back then, I cultivated here for a long time. If you're interested, you can also cultivate here later. Actually, there is also a lot to learn from the sword marks outside. If you look carefully, you will discover that the direction of the sword marks is actually pointing to the location of this secret cave. I discovered it myself back then. Isn't it amazing? Lin Ran held the 10 miles dragon roar in his hand and activated the fire attribute sword energy to illuminate the area. As he walked, he introduced the cave along the way like a tour guide. "Next, we're going to visit the stone room that Sword God used to cultivate in seclusion." "Wait, where's the stone room? Where's the big stone room?" Lin Ran opened his eyes wide, as if he had seen something unbelievable. The spacious stone room had disappeared without a trace. At the end of the cave passage was nothing but a thick stone wall. Chapter 99, Secret Passage Without Entrance and Exit. Although many years had passed, Lin Ran still remembered the route clearly. After entering from the entrance of the cave on the mountain wall and taking 174 steps, he would pass through a narrow crack and see the stone room where the 10-mile sword god was in seclusion back then. But now, after taking 174 steps, there was only a wall in front of them. What's going on? Did Grandpa Sword God sit against the wall in seclusion back then? Huo Qian's voice came from behind. Lin Ran didn't turn around, but he knew that Huo Qian had a suspicious expression on his face. "Wait a minute, something's wrong." As Lin Ran spoke, he pressed his hand on the stone wall and sent his divine sense into it. However, within 100 meters radius, he sensed nothing but hard rocks. "I think I took the wrong way," Lin Ran replied awkwardly. Although he felt that it was impossible, it was the only explanation for the disappearance of the stone room and the sword god's remains outside. "Wrong way?" Huo Qian sneered and turned around to walk in the direction of the cave entrance. After walking back for more than 100 steps, the two of them were dumbfounded. The cave entrance from which they came in had disappeared. Instead, there was another stone wall. Huo Qian was furious. He turned around and glared at Lin Ran. "What's going on? What trick are you playing? Are you stupid? Why would I play tricks to trap myself here?" Lin Ran rolled his eyes and walked past Huo Qian. He pressed his hand against the stone wall. After sensing carefully for a moment, his face turned pale. "This is strange." Huo Qian suddenly grabbed Lin Ran's shoulder and turned his body towards him. Suspicion was written all over his childish face. "Are you lying to me? No wonder you wanted me to wait for half a day at first. It was because—" "Shut up!" Lin Ran suddenly shouted, and the aura of a half-saint erupted. Huo Qian was caught off guard and sent flying by this aura. The blood in his chest surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Huo Qian's pale face, Lin Ran calmed down a little. He quickly retracted his aura and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, my mind is in a mess now. Don't disturb me. Let me think about it carefully." Huo Qian didn't say anything. He just held his chest and looked at Lin Ran, his eyes flickering as if he was in a deep thought. The fire elemental sword energy dissipated, and the two of them were instantly swallowed by the darkness. In the endless silence, the atmosphere became subtle. Lin Ran knew that Huo Qian's suspicion of him had reached an unprecedented level, but his mind was filled with messy thoughts. First, the remains of Sword God had disappeared, and now it was this stone room. Could it be that everything he had experienced here was an illusion caused by the killing intent in the sword mark? No, that was impossible. The half-dragon raw sword that Lin Ran found in the stone room was at his waist. The black and white yin-yang sword was still lying quietly in the Divine Sword Technique manual, along with the 10-mile Sword God's letter, Sword Technique, and the remaining internal energy of Sword God. These were all things that Lin Ran had obtained. If that experience was an illusion, where did these things come from? No, something must be wrong. Lin Ran frowned and fell into deep thought. He subconsciously held the hilt of the 10 miles dragon roar with his left hand. Wait! Lin Ran's expression suddenly changed slightly. At this moment, he did not activate his sword intent, but when he held the sword hilt, he could clearly feel that the 10 miles dragon roar was vibrating at an almost unnoticeable frequency. Huo! Lin Ran shouted, and the fire attribute sword energy lit up again. He saw Huo Qian squatting 30 steps away from him, holding the hilt of his sword and staring at him warily. What? Huo Qian asked with obvious suspicion in his voice. Lin Ran was speechless, but he was in no mood to care. He paused for a moment and hurriedly asked, "Feel your sword carefully. Is there anything unusual about it? For example, vibration?" Huo Qian was silent for a few seconds before saying, "No." "Is that really the case?" Lin Ran was overjoyed. He vaguely felt that he had grasped something important, but he still needed to confirm it. With a thought, the mahogany sword appeared in his hand. "No," Lin Ran muttered. With a flash of white light in his hand, the mahogany sword turned into a black and white yin-yang sword. Still nothing. The yin-yang sword turned into the blue mountain sword, the blue mountain sword turned into the golden astral sword, followed by the wood spirit sword, the great abyss sword, the fire phoenix sword. Huo Qian squatted 30 steps away and watched as Lin Ran conjured divine swords out of nowhere in shock. Finally, after the 8th divine sword disappeared, no new divine sword appeared in Lin Ran's hand. Almost at the same time, Lin Ran slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "I understand it now." His voice was filled with endless excitement. Huo Qian was shocked and rolled his eyes at Lin Ran. "If you have something to say, say it. Why are you shouting?" Lin Ran was not angry at all. He quickly untied the 10 miles dragon roar from his waist and handed the hilt to Huo Qian, indicating for him to hold it. Huo Qian looked suspicious. "What tricks are you up to now? Cut the crap. If you want to see the sword technique, hurry up," Lin Ran urged. Huo Qian hesitated for a few seconds before reaching out to grab the hilt. Almost at the same time, he felt the hilt vibrate slightly. Huo Qian held his sword hilt again. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. "Still nothing. What's going on? Is it a coincidence?" "It's not." Lin Ran shook his head with an unconcealable smile on his face. He was so excited that it was as if he had won the lottery. "Including your sword, I've tested a total of 10 swords, but only the 10 miles dragon roar vibrates. This can't be a coincidence." Huo Qian thought for a moment and nodded. "That makes sense, but what does that mean?" "This means that the phenomenon we encountered here must be related to the 10 miles dragon roar. I've never seen the 10 miles dragon roar react to something. Therefore, something must have changed when we came here this time." At this point, Lin Ran placed the 10 miles dragon roar on his lap and gently tapped the gorgeous scabbard that was encrusted with gems. "I couldn't figure out why Sword God would use such a gorgeous scabbard when he's such a frugal person." Lin Ran looked at Huo Qian and continued, "It wasn't until just now that I realized that Sword God chose these materials because they can be used to make array formations." At this point, Lin Ran raised his hand and drew a circle around the two of them. "We're trapped by an array formation." Chapter 100, Breaking Through the Array Formation with Brute Force. Huo Qian subconsciously looked around and frowned slightly, as if he was a little suspicious. "Are you sure? Positive?" Lin Ran nodded firmly and said, "Gold, silver, and gems are not the best materials for making array formations, but compared to those rare stones, these materials are already very good. Most importantly, you can get them with money." As if afraid that Huo Qian wouldn't believe him, Lin Ran added, "I saw this in Sword God's letter." Actually, Lin Ran came to know that gold and silver could be used to create array formation in the secret room of the Hidden Sword Pavilion. The 5-element seal on the stone door was made of pure gold. The nature of this precious metal was extremely stable. In order for an array formation to survive for as long as possible, the stability of the array formation was quite important. However, Hidden Sword Pavilion's secret room was one of the greatest secrets of the Heavenly Saint dynasty. Lin Ran was not sure if Huo Qian knew about it, so he could only tell him an insignificant lie. As expected, when he heard that Lin Ran knew it from the 10-mile Sword God's letter, Huo Qian didn't say anything else. He just raised his hand and gestured for Lin Ran to continue. Lin Ran rubbed the complicated patterns on the scabbard with his fingertips, looking hesitant. "If I'm not wrong, this should be a spatial array formation. I'm not sure about the exact principle and effect, but it should be related to the situation we're in." Huo Qian nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Then can you break this array formation and let us out?" Lin Ran rolled his eyes. "This is an array formation personally left behind by 10 Miles Sword God. Huo Qian knew that other than being skilled in sword techniques, the 10-mile sword god was also unparalleled in creating array formations. Lin Ran's answer was basically a negative answer. After a short silence, Huo Qian immediately became a little irritable. He punched the stone wall and said angrily, "Then what's the use of saying so much? If we can't break the array formation, we can't get out." With that, Huo Qian suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. "Why don't we dig it out?" Lin Ran looked at Huo Qian as if he was looking at an idiot. He picked up a rock and handed it over. "Come, try breaking it." Without hesitation, Huo Qian unsheathed his sword and split the rock into two. And then, Lin Ran frowned and threw the stone at Huo Qian. "You can't use a sword, TSK. Why didn't you say so earlier?" As Huo Qian spoke, he picked up a stone the size of an egg and crushed it into pieces using his internal energy. Lin Ran handed him another fist-sized stone. "Try this again." After Huo Qian crushed it again, Lin Ran handed him another stone the size of a human head. Huo Qian took a deep breath. "What exactly do you want?" Lin Ran didn't reply. Huo Qian took it. This stone was too big to hold, so he could only crush it with both hands. "Did you notice?" Lin Ran asked without rhyme or reason, his expression mysterious under the flickering flames. Huo Qian was about to shake his head when he suddenly thought of something and said in confusion, "Why is the hardness of these stones different?" "That's right. Stones in Mount Sword are very strange. The larger the stone, the harder it is." Lin Ran nodded and patted the stone wall in front of him. "And what you're going to dig now is the main peak of Mount Sword. Do you know how big it is? Do you know how hard it is? Do you know how long it will take you to dig it out?" The three "do you know" questions silenced Huo Qian. Lin Ran sighed and turned his attention to the sheath of the 10 miles dragon roar. "Speaking of which, do you know why the 10 miles dragon roar and the sheath are stored separately?" Huo Qian shook his head. "When I was with Grandpa Sword God back then, this sword had a scabbard. It should have been left in the palace as a token when he went into seclusion, right? I think it's the key." Lin Ran muttered to himself and suddenly remembered the secret room under the hidden sword pavilion. There was a secret passage leading to Mount Sword that was opened by a necklace passed down from generation to generation in the royal family. Since that secret passage was left behind by the 10-mile sword god, could there be a similar thing on Mount Sword? Before Lin Ran could think further, Huo Qian suddenly asked, "Is the 10 miles dragon roar still vibrating?" Lin Ran held the hilt of his sword and nodded. Huo Qian said, "That means that this array formation is still active. When did you discover this situation?" "Just now." Lin Ran replied casually. After saying that, he felt that something was wrong. It seemed that he had felt the vibration of the 10 miles dragon roar earlier, but at that time, he was busy looking for the remains of the 10 miles sword god, so he didn't pay much attention to it. "In that case, it was when I first entered Mount Sword." Lin Ran corrected his answer and paused for a moment before saying, "The vibration at that time was stronger than now. I thought that the 10 miles dragon roar resonated with the sword intent here, so I didn't pay much attention to it. In that case, there should be at least 2 array formations here." Huo Qian thought for a moment and placed his hand on the stone wall that blocked the entrance. He continued, "If there's only 1 array formation, this stone wall will appear when the only array formation is activated. It's impossible for us to enter." Halfway through, Huo Qian suddenly closed his eyes. After a moment, he shook his head. "You're right. This is a spatial array formation. We're no longer in our original positions." Lin Ran was not surprised. After experiencing a series of phenomenons, he felt that everything could happen here. Holding the 10 miles dragon roar, Lin Ran said, "There's good news now. The vibration has weakened." Huo Qian frowned. "What kind of good news is this?" Lin Ran patted the stone wall beside him. "As long as the array formation is still working, this stone path will keep moving us through the mountain. Let's put it this way. Our position is constantly changing. It's impossible to dig our way out because we don't know where we are." Huo Qian instantly understood what Lin Ran meant and continued, "So we know that when the array formation stops, we might return to our previous positions. Even if we can't, our position is relatively fixed, so we can dig it out at that time." "But didn't you say that this stone is very hard? In the current situation, we can only use force to break through." Lin Ran leaned against the stone wall. It was obvious that he had already begun to give up. As he spoke, he threw the 10 miles dragon roar to Huo Qian. "Why don't you study the array formation on it? You might be able to control the array formation to send us out." Huo Qian caught the 10 miles dragon roar and looked at the complicated patterns. He felt dizzy and quickly returned it to Lin Ran. "Let's do it your way. Your way is quite good." With that, Huo Qian also sat down against the stone wall. Lin Ran extinguished the fire attribute spiritual energy, and the darkness swallowed the two of them again. Chapter 101 Perseverance is Victory. After an unknown period of time, Huo Qian asked in the darkness, "Is it still vibrating?" "Yeah." "And now?" "Same." "Can we do it now?" "Not yet." It was unknown how much time had passed in the darkness. It might have been an hour or a day. Lin Ran finally perked up again. "Get up and get to work." Huo Qian sighed and stood up. After sitting for so long, his legs were numb. After checking the thickness of the stone walls, Huo Qian shook his head at Lin Ran. "I can't do it. These stone walls are more than 300 feet thick. The sword intent here is too strong. I can't break it." Lin Ran nodded and pressed on a stone wall. He shook his head and pressed on another stone wall. A moment later, Lin Ran finally retracted his hand. Huo Qian quickly asked, "How is it?" Lin Ran replied with a strange expression, 1,000 feet. "You can break a stone of this size. You're indeed a monster." Huo Qian exclaimed and began to calculate. "When I was waiting just now, I tested the hardness of the stone wall. With my strength, I can dig about 100 feet a day, which is 10 days, but you're definitely faster than me. Start digging now. We'll be out in 5 days. Lin Ran smacked his lips and said with a strange expression, "Maybe I didn't say it clearly. My divine sense can only reach 1,000 feet, but it's by no means the end." Huo Qian's face stiffened. "Then what should we do? We don't know which direction is shorter. Do we have to rely on luck?" "What else?" Lin Ran asked with a calm expression. "After waiting for so long, I've already thought it through. Even if I have to dig all the way from the foot of the mountain to the top, I'll do it." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ran raised his hand and summoned the yin-yang sword to slash the stone. Tens of thousands of extremely sharp sword energies appeared in the air, spinning crazily and converging in one place. Like an indestructible steel torrent, they roared and blasted against the pitch-black stone wall. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge sound wave caused a terrifying echo in the enclosed cave passage. Huo Qian immediately felt his entire body tremble and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The explosive sound gradually disappeared after a quarter of an hour. When the dust dissipated, a black hole more than 10 feet wide and nearly 10 feet deep appeared on the stone wall in front of Lin Ran. Huo Qian looked at the figure standing in front of the cave in shock, as if he had just met Lin Ran today. He knew how hard the stone wall was. With his current strength, it would take him at least a day to dig 100 feet, but Lin Ran only used one strike. In the past, when Huo Qian followed Lin Ran to find the sects involved in the rebel lion, he thought that he had seen Lin Ran's full strength. But now, it seemed that Lin Ran was holding back a lot at that time. Is this the strength of a half-saint, or is he still holding back? Huo Qian muttered to himself. Suddenly, he saw Lin Ran raise his sword again. The sword at his waist was immediately unsheathed half an inch, and hundreds of sword energy formed a barrier that instantly surrounded Huo Qian. Boom! With another loud bang, Huo Qian's sword energy barrier shattered. It was as if a heavy hammer had smashed into his chest, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Lin Ran raise his sword for the third time, Huo Qian hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" Lin Ran stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Huo Qian in confusion. "Do you have a good idea?" "No." Huo Qian shook his head and took the opportunity to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. "But can you hold back a little? Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on until you dig it out. I'm just trying to speed up the process." As Lin Ran spoke, he raised his sword again. "Bear with it for a while longer. When the depth is enough, I'll go in. You'll feel better then." With that, another sword energy rang out. A loud buzzing sound swept over from all directions. Huo Qian even had the illusion that the entire main peak of Mount Sword was shaken by this sword energy. However, perhaps because the explosion was quite far away, Huo Qian did not spat out blood this time. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Lin Ran flash into the cave. Almost at the same time, a huge wave of air blew out with gravel. Seeing the rocks hit the stone wall and cause sparks, Huo Qian immediately gave up on the idea of following him in. Instead, he found the furthest spot and began to circulate his energy to heal. There was another long wait. Huo Qian's injuries had almost recovered, but the rumbling that seemed to shake the entire mountain did not stop. "It can't be that deep, right?" Huo Qian muttered softly and looked at the dark hole in the distance. Perhaps because Lin Han had dug far enough, there was only thin dust spewing out from it. At this moment, the sound coming from the depths of the hole suddenly stopped. The sudden silence made Huo Qian uncomfortable for a moment, but then he realized that this meant that Lin Ran had already dug a way out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a series of whooshing sounds, Lin Ran appeared in the passage. His clothes and face were covered in dust. However, his eyes were shining with excitement and his mouth was wide open. Huo Qian could even see his molars. I finally dug it out, Lin Ran shouted, his excited voice echoing in the stone passage. So be it. Why are you shouting? You don't look like a half-saint at all. Huo Qian habitually talked back, but there was also an excited smile on his face. Lin Ran snorted in disdain. What should a half-saint be like? Why do you keep a straight face every day? Just looking at you makes me tired. Huo Qian smiled and didn't say anything. He was suddenly a little touched because Lin Ran didn't leave after digging a way out. Instead, he came back to tell him. Although this distance might not be much to Lin Ran, the fact that he made this choice meant that Huo Qian still had a place in his heart. Rubbing the corners of his eyes, Huo Qian stood up and urged, "Cut the crap and get out quickly. I don't want to stay in this godforsaken place for another minute." Lin Ran gestured at the entrance of the cave. Just as Huo Qian was about to enter, he suddenly heard a faint buzzing sound, and it was very close. The two of them looked at each other in confusion and lowered their heads to look at the source of the buzzing. On the 10 miles dragon roar at Lin Ran's waist, the dragon gem flickered with a red light again. Chapter 102 Three-Dimensional Maze. Oh, there you go again. Why isn't it over yet? Lin Ran slapped his forehead and stomped. Huo Qian's face turned pale. He patted Lin Ran and urged, "Cut the crap, run." With that, his figure rushed into the cave like an arrow leaving the bow. Lin Ran reacted and followed closely behind. This time, they saw a jaw-dropping scene inside the mountain. Unlike the orderly stone passage at the beginning, the stone passage that Lin Ran dug out had become uneven under the continuous attacks of the sword energy. Countless sharp stone spikes were like the fangs of a ferocious beast, covering every inch of the stone wall. As the dragon gem on the dragon raw sword began to flicker, these fangs slowly moved. Some rose and fell, and some moved left and right. It was as if the entire mountain had become a monster. Lin Ran and Huo Qian were running quickly in the monster's mouth. Damn, this mountain is alive? Huo Qian's surprised shout came from behind. Only then did Lin Ran realize that he had already run to the front. After slowing down a little, Lin Ran turned around and shouted, "No, this mountain is made of countless scattered stones. It's just that the gaps between the stones are too small, so it looks like a hole." At this moment, Lin Ran completely understood that the main peak of Mount Sword was actually a mechanical mountain, like a huge Rubik's Cube. When the array formation was activated, it was as if a pair of invisible hands were twisting the cube. All the space inside would be rearranged. The only problem was that Lin Ran didn't know if this arrangement was orderly or disorderly. Therefore, they had to get out before this stone passage disappeared. Otherwise, they would be moved elsewhere, and everything they had done before would be in vain. While thinking, Lin Ran did not slow down. Soon, he saw the hazy sunlight in the distance and shouted, "Hold on. Victory is ahead." As he spoke, Lin Ran flew hundreds of feet away. However, just as he was about to speed up, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why didn't Huo Qian reply? Thinking back, he had never heard Huo Qian's voice again after he explained the structure of this mountain. Lin Ran subconsciously turned around and his pupils dilated. In the stone passage behind him, there was only a slowly moving stone wall. Where was Huo Qian? Oh no! Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. His first reaction was to go back and save him. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he gave up on this idea and ran towards the light at the entrance of the cave. The changes in this mechanical mountain were still ongoing. No one knew where Huo Qian had been moved to. Finding a person in such a huge and moving three-dimensional maze was no less difficult than finding a drop of water in the deep sea. Therefore, Lin Ran instantly made the best judgment in his heart. Leave this place, crack the array formation, and save Huo Qian. Whoosh! With the sound of clothes fluttering, Lin Ran rushed out of the gap that was only a foot wide. When he stood still and looked back, there was only a gap less than the width of a palm that was quickly closing. If he had hesitated for even a second, he would have been trapped inside with Huo Qian in two different places. "Don't blame me, I did it to save you," Lin Ran muttered to the closed gap and began to look around to find where he was. After looking around, his expression immediately changed. The hole that Lin Ran opened was about 100 feet away from the ground in the northeast direction of the mountain. The tunnel he dug was about 4,000 feet long. The diameter of the mountain at this height was only more than 5,000 feet. In other words, if Lin Ran had dug a hole in the stone passage from the opposite direction, he would have been able to get out in just 1,000 feet. However, he chose the longest path. It has to be the unluckiest thing in my life. Lin Ran turned around and looked at the completely sealed mountain wall. Just as he was about to leave, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw that as the rock moved, a jade-like bone was brought out of the mountain. Although it was just a bone, it contained an incomparably pure sword intent. Lin Ran recognized it almost instantly. It was the sword intent of 10 Miles Sword God. In that case, the sword god's remains that Lin Ran buried at the top of the mountain had been carried away by the mechanism in the mountain. However, there was only one bone here, and the rest. Looking at this towering mountain and thinking that the remains of Sword God might already be scattered in every corner of the mountain, Lin Ran couldn't help but feel bad. At this moment, Lin Ran only hoped that Huo Qian, who was trapped in the mountain, would not stumble across one of them. "I'll come back to save you." After making an oath to Huo Qian, Lin Ran immediately soared up into the sky from the ground. The red light on the dragon gem was completely extinguished. As Lin Ran walked out of the mountain protecting array formation, the sword also stopped vibrating. This made Lin Ran even more certain that the array formation on Mount Sword's main peak was activated by the 10 Miles Dragon Roar. The key was why the sword and scabbard were stored separately. As for the answer to this question, probably only one person in the world knew. At the same time, in the palace, the doors and windows of the imperial study were closed. Li Tianyi stood at the door with a Tai Chi whisk on his arm, looking worried. In front of him, the ministers of the imperial court, led by the Grand Secretary, Zhang Yuheng, knelt in the spacious yard. In the imperial study, the empress sat in front of the desk, but she was dealing with state affairs as usual. Instead, she carried a 7 or 8-year-old little girl on her lap and read a story slowly with a gentle expression. The prince and the commoner went to a place where no one could find them. From then on, they lived a happy life. After reading the last sentence, the empress's gentle gaze landed on the little girl's face. "Xiao Huari, do you like this story?" At this moment, she was no longer the supreme ruler of the world, but a gentle big sister. Xiao Huari, that was the 7 or 8-year-old girl, smiled strangely, as if a pair of invisible hands were tugging at the corners of her mouth. She clapped excitedly. "Interesting. How interesting." Chapter 103 Lin Ran's Return to the Palace. Xiao Huari's smile was completely different from a human's, but the empress did not seem to notice it at all. Her eyes were still filled with tenderness. "Since you like it, I'll read you another one, okay?" As the empress spoke, she took out another book from the side. However, before she could open it, a small hand stopped her. "Sister, I don't want to hear stories anymore." Xiao Huari held the empress's face with his two small hands. Her black eyes were hollow. "I want to go out and play. Let's go to the imperial prison to play, okay?" There was a hint of hesitation in the empress's eyes, but it was instantly replaced by gentleness. "All right, we'll go wherever little Huari wants to go." "Really? Sister is so good." Xiao Huari clapped her hands excitedly, and the smile on her face became even stranger. "Then can we go to the Hidden Sword Pavilion to play too? I want to go to the secret room under the Hidden Sword Pavilion." "Of course." Just as the empress was about to agree, under the dragon robe, the ruby necklace that had been passed down in the royal family for generations suddenly exploded with a red light. Mingjiao Hall. Lin Ran quietly sneaked into the hall, changed into the clothes of the guard commander, and put the 10 Miles Dragon Roar into the Divine Sword Technique Manual. Then, he walked out with his sword. Although he knew that time was tight, he had already taken off the mask on his face and could only walk around the palace as himself. When he arrived at the imperial study and saw the yard filled with important ministers, Lin Ran was shocked. "Lords, are you sunbathing?" Zhang Yuheng, who was kneeling at the front, looked back and shouted sternly, "Get out. You're just a small guard commander. You have no right to speak here." Zhang Yuheng was very aggressive, but his voice was already weak, as if he had not slept for a few days. Just as Lin Ran was feeling strange, he saw Li Tianyi running towards him. Because the road in the middle was filled with important ministers of the imperial court, he had to bypass them. However, Li Tianyi was very fast. In just 2 to 3 breaths, he arrived in front of Lin Ran. Seeing this old enemy, Lin Ran immediately felt a headache coming on. Before the other party could speak, he waved his hand and said, "Eunuch Li, I have something urgent to discuss with His Majesty. I don't have time to bicker with you. Hurry up and inform him, or I'll go in myself." "All right. I was waiting for you to say that." Li Tianyi suddenly clapped his hands with an indescribable excitement on his face. He pulled Lin Ran up and walked towards the imperial study. "You have to persuade His Majesty. These ministers have been kneeling for 3 days. If this continues, someone will die." "Wait a minute." Lin Ran pulled his hand out of Li Tianyai's grip. He looked at Li Tianyai and asked suspiciously, "What did you mean just now? Why do I have to persuade His Majesty? Why are they kneeling? Did they make His Majesty angry? I hope that's the case." Li Tianyai looked helpless. Seeing that Jiang Yuheng was looking at him, he pulled Lin Ran to a corner of the yard and explained in a low voice, "If anyone really angers His Majesty can just kill them. But if this situation isn't resolved..." At this point, Li Tianyai suddenly stopped and looked around before saying carefully, "Don't be a blabbermouth, but if this situation isn't resolved, our Heavenly Saint dynasty will probably be finished." Lin Ran's expression froze. He knew that although Li Tianyai was a little greedy and bad, as an elder of 3 dynasties, he was still quite loyal. Now, even Li Tianyai said that the Heavenly Saint dynasty would be finished. How troublesome the situation could be? Could it be? Lin Ran probed with a solemn expression, "Is His Majesty about to die?" Foot. Li Tian spat on Lin Ran's face, wiped the corner of his mouth, and continued, "We have to start from 7 or 8 days ago. That day, His Majesty got a little girl from somewhere, and he likes her a lot. It's just a girl. I didn't take it seriously, but I didn't expect that from that day onwards, His Majesty never left the imperial study. He didn't go to the imperial court meeting either. On the 3rd day, Lord Jiang couldn't take it anymore and came to the imperial study to persuade His Majesty to stop being idle. Before he could say more than 3 sentences, His Majesty asked the guards to drag him out and flog him 50 times. If I didn't protect the guards, Lord Jiang would have been beaten to death." Lin Ran listened quietly, and his expression gradually changed. 7 or 8 days ago, wasn't the little girl the one he brought back from the 8-directional mountain? At that time, the little girl was possessed by a wisp of evil energy and turned into a puppet. After Lin Ran absorbed the evil energy in her body, he didn't know where to put her, so he brought her into the palace to be taken care of by the Empress. Although that little girl was quite cute, she couldn't be so cute as to stop the Empress, who had always been diligent, from attending the court meeting, right? Li Tianyai could tell that something was wrong with Lin Ran's expression. He paused for a moment and asked, "Lord Lin, why do you look like this? Do you know something?" "I don't know. I don't know anything." Lin Ran shook his head. Then, he looked at Li Tianyai seriously. "What do you want me to persuade His Majesty? Tell me, I'll do my best." Li Tian quickly grabbed Lin Ran's hand and said worriedly, "Actually, I just want you to persuade His Majesty to care more about the country. It's a good thing to like children, but you can play with the children all the time, right?" "Eunuch Li, you are right." Lin Ran's attitude was so good that Li Tianyai found it hard to believe. However, Li Tianyai couldn't be bothered with why Lin Ran changed. He waved his hand and said worriedly, "Now that you're highly valued and trusted by His Majesty, if you persuade him, His Majesty might listen. Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 of them walked around the yard to the door of the imperial study. Li Tianyai knocked twice and carefully called out, "Your Majesty, the commander of the imperial guards, Lin Ran, requests an audience." "Let him in." The Empress immediately replied, her voice sounding weak. Li Tianyai was overjoyed. He turned around and gave Lin Ran an encouraging look. "Many people have come to see His Majesty these past few days, but they weren't allowed to enter. It's a good sign that His Majesty is willing to see you now. Don't disappoint us." Jiang Yuheng also got up from the ground and limped to Lin Ran's side. "Lord Lin, I apologize for offending you just now. Please don't take it to heart. The big picture is more important. Don't worry, everyone." Lin Ran nodded heavily at the ministers of the imperial court. Then, with a guilty conscience, he slowly pushed open the door of the imperial study. Chapter 104, A Fatal Mistake, Anger Without a Place to Vent. The scene in the imperial study was still familiar, but Lin Ran felt that the atmosphere here was a little strange. Lin Ran walked in and saw the Empress behind the desk and the little girl sitting on her lap. The little girl sat obediently on the Empress's lap like when Lin Ran first saw her. She looked at Lin Ran blankly with her big black eyes, as if this was the first time she had seen him. "The last time we met, she was controlled by the evil aura. After the evil aura was removed, she fainted. It's indeed the first time we met." Lin Ran thought to himself. As for the Empress, she was sitting behind the desk with a frown on her face. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions, and a few veins were bulging on her fair neck. The expression on her face could almost be described as ferocious. This surprised Lin Ran. In his impression, the Empress did not show her emotions most of the time. Even when King Zhao rebelled, she did not show this kind of expression. What exactly could make her so angry? As he thought about this, Lin Ran closed the door and walked quickly towards the Empress. Your Majesty, I know you're very angry now, but I have something urgent to tell you. Huo Qian is in a dangerous situation now. I can save him, but I need your help. The Empress slowly turned her head with difficulty and looked at Lin Ran with an extremely complicated gaze. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out 2 words. Help me. Not to help you, but to help me. Lin Ran waved his hand and was about to say something when he suddenly realized that inside the collar of the Empress's dragon robe, it was flickering with red light. What's going on? Lin Ran's expression immediately turned solemn. He reached out to help the Empress up. At this moment, the little girl suddenly leaped up into the air, flipped over the desk, and landed on the ground. She knocked open the door and rushed out. The moment the little girl leaped up, Lin Ran suddenly felt a familiar evil aura. However, when he flashed to the door, only Li Tianyi and the ministers were outside with panicked expressions. Lin Ran suddenly realized something and his eyes were filled with shock. He flashed back to the Empress's side. Just as he released his divine sense, he realized that there was a wisp of evil aura lingering around the Empress. I was deceived. Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly summoned the yin-yang sword and absorbed the evil aura lingering around the Empress. When the last trace of black fog fused into the yin-yang sword, the red light on the collar of the dragon robe was extinguished. The Empress spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted in Lin Ran's arms. The scarlet blood on the Empress's fair skin was dazzling. Looking at her exhausted face, Lin Ran was filled with self-blame. He did not know how the demon managed to control the little girl again, or if the little girl was the demon's true body. In short, he personally sent the most dangerous thing in the world to the Empress. Not only that, but in just one day, Lin Ran had made 2 fatal mistakes. First, in Mount Sword, because he was in a hurry to move the sword god's remains, he did not notice the abnormality of the 10 miles dragon roar. Now, because he was in a hurry to save Huo Qian, he did not notice the faint evil aura. The first mistake caused Huo Qian to be trapped in the mountain, and the second mistake caused the Empress to be severely injured. Anger burned in Lin Ran's eyes, and the blood in his body surged out of control, making his eardrums buzz. Li Tianyi was shouting something at the side. Someone rushed over to pull Lin Ran away, and someone went forward to carry the Empress away. He couldn't feel any of this. At this moment, he could only feel the anger born from extreme guilt and the huge killing intent in his heart that was strong enough to destroy the world. However, at this moment, Lin Ran didn't know how to vent his anger. He wanted to save Huo Qian, but he didn't know how. He wanted to use brute force to shatter the main peak of Mount Sword inch by inch, but that would definitely affect Huo Qian, who was trapped in the mountain. He wanted to kill the demon, but he didn't know where it was. Anger that had nowhere to vent. Like a red-hot iron rod that was electrified, it stirred in Lin Ran's mind mercilessly. After a sharp and intense pain, Lin Ran spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. After an unknown period of time, when Lin Ran woke up again, he realized that he was lying in the guard's barrack. His chest still hurt a little. Ju Hao sat by the bed. He was probably here to take care of Lin Ran, but he was sleeping soundly. Seeing that the sky was already dark outside the window, Lin Ran thought of Huo Qian, who was trapped, and looked at Ju Hao, who was still sleeping soundly. He flashed out of the house and flashed towards the Empress's bedroom under the cover of the night. When Lin Ran walked into the bedroom, the Empress was already awake, but her face was still pale. The Empress was reclining on the dragon couch with Li Tianyi standing beside her and feeding her chicken soup patiently. Seeing Lin Ran, the Empress smiled weakly and moved her fingers. Li Tianyi nodded and left with the palace eunuchs. "I'm sorry." "Thank you." Lin Ran and the Empress spoke almost at the same time. Then, the two of them were stunned at the same time. The Empress revealed a helpless smile, while Lin Ran had a solemn expression. After a short silence, the Empress spoke again. "Thank you. If you didn't come in time today, I'm afraid I would have been completely possessed by that demon. I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Lin Ran walked to the side of the dragon couch with a dejected expression and picked up the soup bowl left behind by Li Tianyi. As he fed the Empress, he told her in detail about the demon breaking out of the seal. He only omitted the part where the sword god died and lied that the sword god left to chase after the demon. The Empress listened quietly. Perhaps because she was too weak, she didn't react until Lin Ran finished speaking. After a long silence, Lin Ran finally couldn't help but ask, "Don't you have anything to say? You can reproach me or hit me. Why should I reproach you?" The Empress chuckled and looked at Lin Ran. "You've already done a lot for the Heavenly Saint dynasty. Besides, it's not your fault that the demon escaped. But I brought the demon to the palace." Lin Ran looked at the Empress apologetically and whispered in an almost imperceptible voice, "I caused you to become like this. Looking at Lin Ran, who was always happy-go-lucky, suddenly became so vulnerable, the Empress couldn't help but feel her heart ache. After thinking for a moment, the Empress's gaze gradually became firm. For Lin Ran, she had to make a decision that went against the rules her ancestors set up. Chapter 105, The Secret of the Royal Family, The Secret of the Ruby Necklace. Lin Ran, the Empress called out softly. Seeing Lin Ran look up at her, she pointed at herself. Help me take off the necklace. I don't have the strength now. Lin Ran looked at the Empress in confusion, not knowing what she wanted to do. She didn't call him Lord Lin, which gave him a strange feeling. Seeing that Lin Ran didn't move, the Empress frowned slightly. Quick, do it before I change my mind. Lin Ran hesitated for a moment before reaching out to touch the Empress's neck. The Empress had always worn the ruby necklace that had been passed down 4 generations next to her skin. This meant that if Lin Ran wanted to get the necklace, he had to lift her collar. A large area of snow-white skin was exposed. Even under the dim candlelight, it was still so fair and tempting. The Empress's face was red, and Lin Ran's heart was racing when his fingertips touched her skin. However, he still calmed himself down and quickly took off the necklace. This was the first time Lin Ran had observed this necklace so closely. Unlike the ropes or chains of other necklaces, the ropes of this necklace were connected by metal rods the thickness of a chopstick and the length of a knuckle. The pendant of the necklace was a ruby embedded in the golden base. There was an exquisite pattern engraved on the edge of the base. Now, Lin Ran could recognize that those were runes specially used in array formations, and they were quite ancient. After looking at it carefully for a while, Lin Ran looked at the Empress and forced a smile. This thing is quite heavy. It must be uncomfortable to wear it all day long. No wonder you wanted to take it off. The Empress smiled and did not reply. Her gaze was fixed on one of the metal rods. You can unscrew the 3rd rod from the right. Lin Ran found the 3rd rod and exerted a little force, causing a horizontal pattern to appear on the metal rod. After spinning a few more times, the metal rod came off. It looked not much thicker than a strand of hair. Even so, one could still see exquisite patterns engraved on it. This is a key. The Empress looked at the small metal rod and said softly, there's a small hole on the base of the 3rd pillar on the left of the 100 Fragrance Palace. After opening it, there's everything you want to know. When Lin Ran heard this, his eyes widened in shock. I haven't said anything yet. How do you know what I want to know? Whatever you want to know. The Empress replied indirectly with a hint of helplessness and struggle in her eyes. This is the greatest secret of the Heavenly Saint dynasty because all the secrets are inside. Even Grandpa Sword God doesn't know. Go quickly. Don't wait until I change my mind. Lin Ran looked at the Empress with a complicated expression. Although her tone was casual, he knew that this was not an easy decision. Thank you. After a moment of silence, Lin Ran said softly without expression. The Empress smiled. There's no need to thank me. After tonight, I will pretend nothing happened. You can't tell anyone about what you see there, including me. Lin Ran nodded to show that he understood, but he did not leave immediately. Instead, he put away the necklace, picked up the soup bowl, and continued to feed the Empress. By the way, the Empress swallowed a mouthful of chicken soup and suddenly looked at Lin Ran as if she had thought of something. After you get there, can you bring me something? Lin Ran was puzzled. I can't tell anyone the secret inside, but I can bring something out. You are not supposed to. The Empress smiled, and for the first time, her voice was filled with pleading. But this thing is very important to me. It's a green jade hairpin with irises carved on it. All right. Lin Ran nodded without hesitation. Although he didn't know if it was dangerous there, the danger he had to face was nothing compared to the courage the Empress needed to make this decision. By the time he finished feeding the bowl of soup, it was already midnight. After letting the Empress rest, Lin Ran went straight to the 100 Fragrance Palace. The 100 Fragrance Palace was one of the most remote palaces in the northwest corner of the Imperial Palace. Because it was too remote, no one had set foot in it for countless years. The trees that were not trimmed grew into strange shapes. Weeds grew wantonly through the cracks in the heavy limestone, and the entire yard was filled with a strange but surging vitality. Lin Ran descended from the sky and landed in the yard. In a flash, he arrived beside the 3rd pillar. After walking halfway around, he found a round hole on the stone base. This hole was really too small, almost the size of a needle. He took out the key and inserted it into the small hole. The surroundings were quiet, and nothing seemed to have changed. Lin Ran tried to turn the key left and right again when he suddenly heard a muffled sound coming from the ground in the middle of the yard, as if some machinery had been activated. Then, under Lin Ran's gaze, the stone bricks in the middle of the yard slowly raised, revealing a staircase that went straight down. When he landed in the yard and used his divine sense to investigate, it was clearly solid ground. Is this the greatest secret of the Heavenly Saint dynasty? Lin Ran recalled what the Empress had said previously and couldn't help but look serious. This secret room could not even be detected by the divine sense of a half-saint. It was obvious that it must have taken a lot of effort to build it back then. From this, it could be seen that every secret that could be hidden here was extraordinary. Clang! With the sound of a sharp blade being unsheathed, Lin Ran slashed out a few fire attribute sword energy that surrounded him and slowly walked down the stone steps. As Lin Ran disappeared from the ground, the stone bricks returned to their original place. Silence returned to the desolate yard. The leaves and weeds rustled as the breeze blew past, as if someone was whispering in the night. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the deserted courtyard of the 100 Fragrance Palace, a series of muffled sounds suddenly sounded from underground. A few stone bricks in the middle began to slowly rise. Just as the stone bricks were halfway up, a figure rushed out of the gap. When he landed, he turned around and pressed down on the stone bricks that were still rising. He actually used his strength to force them down. Almost at the same time, something hit the stone bricks with a loud bang. The stone bricks that had just been pressed down were instantly pushed up a few inches. Chapter 106: A place not to be entered unless the country is under siege. That person was clearly shocked, but he did not panic. After pressing down on the stone bricks again, he waved his hand and summoned a golden sword. He stabbed it into the crack at lightning speed and twisted the sword, blocking the secret door. However, this was only the beginning. In the blink of an eye, that person took out 3 long swords of different colors from thin air and stuck them into the secret door. Then, he lay on the secret door and hooked his hands and feet around the hilts of his swords. After he was done, the banging began again. This time, the force was clearly stronger than before. However, with the help of the 4 swords, the secret door could no longer be pushed open, but the huge force still shook that person until he almost vomited blood. The morning breeze blew past, blowing up his messy hair, revealing Lin Ran's exhausted face filled with some lingering fear. After holding on for nearly 15 minutes, the thing that was hitting the secret door finally stopped. Phew, it finally stopped. Lin Ran heaved a sigh of relief. As a half-saint and the #1 swordsman in the Heavenly Saint dynasty, at this moment, he actually looked relieved that he had survived a disaster. After another hour, Lin Ran finally had the strength to get up from the ground. I didn't expect there to be such a thing under the palace. What were the people who built it back then thinking? Lin Ran muttered to himself. Then, he rode the sword straight to the Empress's bedroom. In the bedroom, after a night of rest, the Empress had mostly recovered. However, the imperial physician told her not to go out as much as possible, so she got someone to move all the scrolls to the bedroom. After a few days of idling around, the scrolls were piled up like mountains. The Empress felt dizzy after reading a few scrolls. Just as she was about to go to the dragon couch to rest, she turned around and saw a ragged person climbing into her bedroom from the window. "Guard, don't shout, it's me," a familiar voice sounded. The Empress was stunned for a moment before asking, "Lord Lin?" Yes." Lin Ran brushed his messy hair away and smiled awkwardly. The Empress burst into laughter. "Lord Lin, you've always taken your appearance very seriously, but why do you look like a beggar today? Why do you have to get in through the window like a thief when you can walk through the door? You still have the cheek to ask me that? It's all your fault." Lin Ran crawled past the window and arrived in front of the Empress in a few steps. He probed with a serious expression, "Have you been to that place yourself?" The smile on the Empress's face instantly disappeared. "I don't know what Lord Lin is talking about. Stop pretending." Lin Ran stomped his feet angrily and took out a ruby necklace and a green jade hairpin that had been passed down in the royal family for generations. When she saw the ruby necklace, the Empress did not react. However, when she saw the hairpin, her expression instantly changed. "Give it to me." As the Empress spoke, she reached out to snatch it, but how could Lin Ran let her have her way? In a flash, he appeared dozens of feet away. In another flash, he appeared on the other side of the Empress, almost knocking down the small mountain of scrolls. "What's the hurry?" Lin Ran patted his chest and said anxiously, "I'm not in full control of myself now. If you continue like this, I can't guarantee what will happen." Hearing the seriousness and anxiety in Lin Ran's tone, the Empress calmed down a little and said worriedly, "What do you mean you are not in full control of yourself?" "My cultivation." Lin Ran replied with a complicated expression. "After coming out of that place, my cultivation seemed to have gone out of control. I wanted to ride my sword to your bedroom, but in the blink of an eye, I was already outside the city." The Empress looked at Lin Ran in confusion, clearly not understanding what he meant. Lin Ran didn't explain. He placed the ruby necklace on the table and asked seriously, "Now tell me if you have ever been to that place." The Empress hesitated for a long time before shaking her head in silence. "That's good." Lin Ran suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. "If you had been there but didn't warn me, I would have been very angry with you since you haven't been there. It's fine." As he spoke, Lin Ran placed the jade hairpin on the table. The Empress immediately took it away and held it tightly with both hands, as if she was afraid that Lin Ran would snatch it back. Seeing this, Lin Ran couldn't help but be puzzled. "Is this hairpin that important? I've seen it. The material is just ordinary green jade without any divine sense attached. Why do you value it so much?" "This is my mother's belongings." Lin Ran smacked his lips. "My condolences, but why is this thing in that place? Is it also a secret?" "I'm not sure." The Empress shook her head and replied, "This hairpin had always been by my side, but since I ascended the throne, I haven't seen it. After that, I secretly investigated for a long time before I realized that the hairpin might be there." Lin Ran immediately sensed that something was wrong. "Since you know the whereabouts of the hairpin, didn't you think of getting it yourself? According to the royal family's rules, the secret place is not to be entered unless the country is under siege." The Empress sighed and replied. Suddenly, she thought of something and looked at Lin Ran. "By the way, you said that I didn't warn you. What should I warn you about? Is there danger in the secret place?" "Well, there's Lin Ran nodded, but he didn't continue. He frowned as if he didn't know how to describe it. After a long time, he continued, "Something very powerful and dangerous." "How powerful?" "More powerful than me anyway." Lin Ran shrugged and replied, as if he was talking about something ordinary. "I almost died there." The Empress's eyes widened. "With your current strength, you can be said to be unrivaled in the Heavenly Saint dynasty. There's actually someone more powerful than you? I have to correct you on two things. First of all, I'm not unrivaled. I'm invincible." Lin Ran said this without intending to show off. Then, his expression turned strange. "Secondly, that thing is not human. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely not human. It's impossible for a human to be so powerful, not even a saint." The more the Empress listened, the more confused she became. "But if that's the case, how can you come out alive?" "I don't know." Lin Ran shook his head honestly, "but I think it should be related to something special about that place." Chapter 107, Inside Mount Sword, Stellar Transposition Array. Hearing Lin Ran's description, the Empress couldn't help but find it strange. When her father told her about the existence of the secret place, he only said that it was the place where all the secrets of the Heavenly Saint dynasty were stored. He did not mention how dangerous it was or what was special about it, but from what Lin Ran said, it didn't seem to be an ordinary place. As if knowing that the Empress was curious, Lin Ran took the initiative to say, "That feeling is very strange. You can think of it as me becoming stronger after staying there for a period of time. Is it an increase in realms?" The Empress probed, "Just like you did in the secret room of the Hidden Sword Pavilion?" "My realm hasn't changed. I've just become stronger." Seeing that the Empress didn't understand, he thought for a moment and said, "Let's put it this way. If the strength I can unleash is 100, I can unleash 300 or more strength in the secret place. Moreover, this strength will continue to increase with time. It's as if there's a force restricting my cultivation and I can only unleash a few % of my true strength. However, there's no such restriction in the secret place. My cultivation seems to have gone out of control. It's also because of this that I was able to escape from that thing. If it were outside, it should be at the peak of the Senior Grandmaster realm, no more than the first level of the Half-Saint realm." The Empress was dumbfounded. If this guess that some kind of force was restricting the strength of cultivators was confirmed, it would cause a huge uproar in the world. Seeing the Empress's horrified expression, Lin Ran knew that she understood. He paused for a moment and said casually, "Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Perhaps I was wrong. I was in a hurry to get out of the secret place and didn't have time to study it." The Empress smiled, but her eyes were still filled with unconcealable fear. However, she did not dare to continue that topic. She changed the topic and asked, "Have you found the secret you want to know?" Lin Ran nodded and revealed a helpless expression. "I know only a portion of it, but there's not enough time. That place is much larger than I thought. It took me a lot of time to find the hairpin." The Empress looked at the green jade hairpin in her hand. "I'm sorry. Let's not stand on ceremony with me." Lin Ran smiled indifferently and said with a serious expression, "Fortunately, I found out the way to save Huo Qian." "Save Qian?" The Empress immediately looked worried. "What happened to him?" Lin Ran was stunned for a moment before he remembered that he had yet to tell the Empress about what happened to Huo Qian. "He's trapped in Mount Sword. The situation is a little complicated. I'll tell you in detail when I come back. As Lin Ran spoke, a strong wind blew up from the ground in the bedroom, and all the scrolls were instantly blown into the air. When the scrolls fell again, Lin Ran was no longer in the bedroom. The doors and windows were still closed. The Empress didn't know how he disappeared. After being stunned for a moment, the Empress looked at the green jade hairpin in her hand. The Empress took a deep breath and gently pricked her fingertips with the tip of the hairpin. She squeezed out a drop of blood and gently applied it to the irises carved on the end of the hairpin. Then, she tucked the hairpin into her black hair. Wanna? When the familiar voice sounded in her mind, the Empress instantly burst into tears. Mount Sword. With a short but deafening sonic boom, a figure fell to the ground like a meteor and smashed into the depths of Mount Sword. At the foot of Mount Sword, in a deep pit dozens of feet wide, Lin Ran appeared outside the pit in a flash. After quickly looking around to make sure that no one was around, he patted his chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Although the effect is much weaker, I still can't control my strength well. Fortunately, no one saw it. As he spoke, with a thought, the 10 miles dragon roar appeared in his hand. The dragon gem on the hilt began to flicker with a red light again, but this time, Lin Ran was no longer as confused as before. The sun and the moon shine together, the sky and the earth live together, the sea changes, and the stars move. Lin Ran muttered softly and put the 10 miles dragon roar horizontally in front of him. After gathering sword intent on his fingertips, he pressed the gems on the scabbard in a certain pattern. When the last gem was pressed, the scabbard made of gold and silver seemed to have suddenly come to life. The golden threads that formed the scabbard began to flow like water. The gems began to change positions. At the same time, a rustling sound came from inside Mount Sword, and a deep cave entranced the height of a person slowly appeared in front of Lin Ran. Is this the stellar transposition array? Sword God is indeed powerful. Lin Ran praised from the bottom of his heart. Then, his figure flashed and he instantly disappeared into the cave. In the darkness, Lin Ran couldn't even see the ground under his feet clearly, but he still sped up because he was full of confidence this time. Soon, Lin Ran felt that he had arrived at an open space. The air was filled with violent sword intent and pure killing intent that made even Lin Ran shiver. In a daze, he even felt that he had returned to the day when he was in the secret cave at the top of the mountain. However, the killing intent here was far stronger than the killing intent generated by the demon in the secret cave. Lin Ran activated the 3 essence sword technique to calm his mind. At the same time, he stopped in his tracks. The 10 miles dragon roar on his waist was unsheathed half an inch, and hundreds of fire elemental sword energy instantly filled the entire space. When the place lit up, Lin Ran saw that this was an empty space inside the mountain. It was about 1,000 feet square, but the height was unknown. He slashed out a few fire elemental sword energies more than 1,000 feet above him, but he still could not see the top of this space. There was a pool of black water on the ground. From time to time, ripples would appear on the surface, as if something was swimming below. Countless weapons covered almost every corner of the black pool, and the soaring killing intent and sword intent were emitted from these weapons. Yes, weapons. The Heavenly Saint dynasty advocated the sword Dao, and martial artists also used swords as their weapons. However, in this black water pool, there were all kinds of weapons from axes to spears, some of which Lin Ran couldn't even name. The only thing these complicated weapons had in common was that they were all broken. It was different from the divine swords in Mount Sword that were still as sharp as before after 100 or even 1,000 years. The blades of the weapons in the black water pool were shattered, and the bodies of the spears were broken. At least, among the 100 or so weapons by the pool, not a single one was intact. However, Lin Ran knew why, so he didn't pay much attention to it. In the center of the black pool, a black stone platform 10 steps wide poked out of the water. At this moment, a white-robed figure was sitting cross-legged on it. Chapter 108, Hidden Danger in the Black Pool. At a glance, Lin Ran recognized that it was Huo Qian, who had been separated from him. Lin Ran originally wanted to use this space as the starting point to activate the stellar transposition array again. This way, no matter where Huo Qian was trapped in the mountain, he would be sent here. However, he didn't expect Huo Qian to already be here. This really saved Lin Ran a lot of time and trouble. Huo Qian. Lin Ran took a deep breath and shouted. On the stone platform, Huo Qian immediately opened his eyes. When he saw Lin Ran, he was stunned for a moment before waving anxiously and shouting something. However, this space was too big. Lin Ran's echo overlapped with Huo Qian's voice, making it impossible to hear anything clearly. Don't worry, I'll come to save you. Lin Ran shouted again and flew towards the stone platform on his sword. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ran was less than 100 feet away from the stone platform. At this moment, he finally heard what Huo Qian was shouting. "Don't come over, there's something in the water." Before Lin Ran could react, with a bang, a black water curtain was morphed, blocking Lin Ran's way. Water droplets splattered everywhere. Lin Ran's clothes only touched a few drops before they immediately started to sizzle and burn. The water here is corrosive. Lin Ran's heart tightened. He had found a book about the secrets of Mount Sword in the 100 Fragrance Palace, but he was attacked by the thing before he could read it. If he had known that this place was so dangerous, he wouldn't have made such a move so rashly. While feeling regretful, Lin Ran stopped in his tracks. At this moment, he was less than half an inch away from the pitch-black water curtain. Then, with the flames, he could even see his reflection on the water. Before he could have time to calm down, another water curtain exploded beside him. Lin Ran hurriedly rushed to the side, but the water curtain seemed to have targeted him. It kept exploding in the air, chasing after him like an endless tsunami. "Don't use internal force, and you'll be fine," Huo Qian shouted. Lin Ran wanted to complain at that time. He was flying in the air on his sword. If he didn't use his internal force, he would fall and die. Looking back at the water curtain that was chasing behind him, Lin Ran made up his mind and shifted his weight to his back feet. He flew upward into pitch-black cave top. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ran flew hundreds of feet up. A water curtain soared into the sky below him, but when it reached a height of about 100 feet, it fell. Phew, that was close. Lin Ran heaved a sigh of relief and straightened his body in the air. He looked down and saw that a large part of his clothes had been corroded. If he had not made the prompt decision to fly to a high place, he would probably have turned into a pile of bones. No, judging from the corrosiveness of the black water, there might not even be bones left. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Lin Ran circled in the air and came to a spot 20 to 30 feet away from the stone platform. Lin Ran didn't dare to get too close. The water curtain was still surging below him. If he got too close, it would accidentally splash on Huo Qian. After stabilizing himself, Lin Ran shouted, "Hey, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Huo Qian shouted back, "Why do you look so disheveled like a beggar?" Lin Ran rolled his eyes. "Cut the crap. Come up." "No." Huo Qian stomped his feet. "I'm not as fast as you. The stone platform is so small. If the water explodes, I'll be dead. Why don't you come down and pick me up?" Lin Ran was speechless. "When I fly over, won't the water explode too?" "Don't fly then." Huo Qian shouted and made a long jump posture. "Jump over." Lin Ran looked down. There was a gap 20 to 30 feet below him. "Are you crazy?" Lin Ran shouted angrily. "I can stop my internal force at the moment I jump. What if I fall? Without the protection of internal force at this height, I'll fall to my death." "Don't worry, I'll catch you." As Huo Qian spoke, he patted his arm, as if to show that he was very strong. Lin Ran snorted in disdain. When he was bandaging Huo Qian previously, he had seen Huo Qian's figure. His arm was as thin as a chopstick. The only thing that could be considered good was his fair skin. Seeing that Lin Ran didn't believe him, Huo Qian suddenly turned a somersault and stood upside down on the ground. After quickly doing 10 upside-down push-ups, he flipped back. "Do you see that? I can really catch you." This time, Lin Ran was finally tempted, mainly because he had no choice. He couldn't keep wasting time here, right? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Ran shouted, "Are you sure you can do it? I'm heavier than you. Coupled with this height, I'm not sure. Trust me." "You swear?" "I swear. I'll catch you." "So be it." Lin Ran roared and activated his internal force to jump high up in the direction of the stone platform. At the same time, he stopped circulating his internal force as quickly as possible. Without the help of his internal force, Lin Ran began to fall quickly. At the same time, his surroundings were instantly swallowed by darkness. Only then did Lin Ran suddenly remember something very important. The lighting here relied entirely on his fire attribute sword energy. If he stopped circulating his internal force, the fire attribute sword energy would instantly dissipate. Without internal force, there was no light. Without light, Huo Qian couldn't see where he would land at all. In the darkness, Lin Ran subconsciously wanted to activate his internal force, but at this moment, he suddenly realized that the stone platform in the middle of the black pool was covered in a faint halo. The halo was really very faint. At most, it could illuminate less than 5 feet of space. Even if Huo Qian was standing on the stone platform, he could only barely see his face. Just as Lin Ran was wondering where this halo came from, he suddenly saw Huo Qian smile at him and take a big step back. He tricked me. This was the last thought that flashed through Lin Ran's mind. Before he could think why Huo-Qian did this, his forehead hit the stone platform. However, after a few seconds, the pain he imagined did not come. He did not even feel like he was falling from a high place. Is this the feeling of death? I didn't expect it to be quite comfortable. Just as Lin Ran was muttering to himself, he heard Huo-Qian laugh. Are you scared to death? How can a half-saint be so cowardly?